Chapter 51. Windy. The power of the Dragon King makes people feel at ease. Thunder movie. With the power of the Water Dragon King, you really don't need any small tricks, you just need to crush it in an upright manner. Zhongli. But unfortunately, the person we face this time is not suitable for crushing with strength. Drinking tea. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, at this time, the power of wisdom is needed. Smile. Nilu. Speaking of wisdom, it must be Mr. Little Lucky Grass King. You are the god of wisdom. Little Lucky Grass King, no? I'm not that powerful. Shakes head. Clorant. Lord Valet's strength is recognized by all Fontaines. In video, I have one more question for you. If we build a big trap now, what would Tao want it to look like? Looking at Navalet, Clorant asked. I hope it's effective, but doesn't harm the prey too much. I wish it were even soft. Valet said softly. His expression was not cold, but even a little gentle. You are very kind, and that is related to the design of restraint devices and execution instruments. Clorant said sincerely, feeling emotional for Valet's kindness. Immediately afterwards, she continued to preach, her face expressionless and her tone full of cruelty. For those prey that need to be killed with one blow, I will choose the most powerful execution instrument. For those prey that need to be carefully guarded, I will also make the same choice. Why? Hearing this, Navia on the side widened her eyes and asked curiously. Only the hunter who can best subdue his prey can control it without harming his life. Life and death are often just a matter of seconds. Clorant explained indifferently. Charlotte, wow. Clorant is so cruel. She kills her prey with one blow and doesn't even consider catching her alive. Amber. Oh no, I'm starting to worry about Miss Funina. Xingqiu. Miss Funina is in danger. Water Goddess Funina. Zigwen. After all, she is the strongest duel agent, and during the duel, for the honor of the duelist, she is not allowed to show mercy. This is due to her character. Zigwen. Lady Funina. Don't worry, Clorant will definitely be merciful. Water Goddess Funina. Who said I was scared? It's so ridiculous that I would be afraid of such a mere trap. Humph, that's so ridiculous. Tianquan Ningguang. In contrast, Valet, the supreme judge, should be harsh, ruthless, and just, but he is so kind. Leolis, haha, this is also his character. Not to mention this is a trap for Lady Funina. There must be no danger. Navalet. Yes, the future me is here to obtain information from the gods, not to hurt Ms. Funina. If I hurt Ms. Funina, then everything will be meaningless. Grass Dragon Apep. As a Dragon King, your kindness surprises me. Meanwhile, in the video. So, are we going to hunt together? Facing everyone expressing their opinions, Femini on the side couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Well, actually we didn't expect to use this metaphor. It seems to make sense, but it doesn't seem to be the same. Hearing Femini's question mark, Ing and Paiming looked at each other and said somewhat unconfidently. After all, this trap is aimed at the water god Funina, which means that they are going to hunt the water god and prepare to hunt the god of Fontaine. If capturing and handling were a trial of prey, we would be doing much the same thing. Faced with the confusion of several people, Navalet stepped forward and said with final words, to judge a god in a high position, we need 100 times the courage to hunt. That's right. Ing nodded in agreement. So that's it. It sounds very interesting. Hearing this, Linny also suddenly realized. It turned out to be the hunting god of water. However, not only was he not afraid, but there was also strong interest on his face. Kaya, should I say that I am worthy of being a child of fools? They are exactly the same. When faced with hunting gods, not only do I not have the slightest fear, but I also have a strong interest. Master Executive, that woman's child has the same crazy factor as her essence. Linny, Sir Dadalia, my father is not crazy, and neither am I. I am just interested in this difficult challenge from the perspective of a magician. 1. Executor Servant. This idiot almost forgot that I have to save him in the future. Ms. Executive, boring. In the video, Navalet and others also made a more detailed layout. However, Clorant's hunting metaphor is just a metaphor. Valet and others knew that their behavior was not hunting. That was not what they should do at this moment, and there was no such serious relationship between them and Funina. Then, everyone discussed for a long time and finally made all the plans. Soon, the screen switched. Ing and Paimon have returned to the Thorny Rose Society's stronghold, with obvious fatigue on their faces. It's been really hard these days. We have to do too many things. Phew. Paimon stretched himself greatly and huffed. Well, I'm so hungry after the meeting. Ing sat on the chair and nodded immediately. Oh, I didn't expect that the discussion could take a long time. Those guys are quite energetic. Paimon sighed, his cute little face now full of helplessness. I thought everyone would be at least a little panicked. Oh, some people are indeed panicked, honest Femini. Others are at best surprised. Paimon continued to complain. The plan was to deal with the water goddess Funina, but in the end no one was afraid. Is this because Funina is not majestic enough? Does Paimon have confidence? Hearing this, Ing rested her chin on the table with one hand and looked at Paimon with her beautiful eyes. Under the illumination of the light, her face is exquisite and flawless, reflecting the little bits of light, and is beautiful and flawless. Prince of the Abyss. She is so beautiful. Love. Yeti Shinsi. Lick the dog.jpg. Kaya. Licking the dog.jpg. Arataki Ito. Lick the dog.jpg. Zigwin. Licking the dog.jpg. Prince of the Abyss. No, why do you call me a licking dog? Is it wrong for me to have her to look good? Sujia. Well, she is really good looking. Traveler Ing. Thank you Sujia for the compliment. Smile. Yeti Shinsi. Do you see the gap? Sweating soybeans. At Prince of the Abyss. Prince of the Abyss. Barbara. He seems a little pitiful. Kelly. Well, Kelly also feels a little pitiful for this strange adult. On the other side, the Abyss. Prince, are you okay? An Abyss apostle looked at Sora, who was covering his chest, sliding down from the throne and kneeling on the ground, and asked with cold sweat on his face. How could it feel that if its prince continued to look at it, he would be shocked to the point of vomiting blood? Me. In the video, Paimon is thinking about Ying's question. I don't know much about these things. But with you here, I believe we will succeed. Soon, Paimon gave up thinking and said with his hands on his hips proudly. Anyway, at this time, just trust the travelers. Why? Hearing this, Ing couldn't help but laugh. Because to me, no matter how reliable others are, no one is more trustworthy than you. Paimon explained, with a silly smile on his cute face. But soon, Paimon seemed to have discovered something and let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Did you pour tea just now? Why didn't I see it? Paimon looked at Ing and couldn't help but ask. No. Ing shook her head at the side. She had been chatting with Paimon since she first sat down. How could she have poured the tea? Then what is that? Paimon looked at the other side of the table and asked in a stuttering and surprised tone. Ing also looked over. Then I saw that at some point, there was an extra cup of hot black tea, as if someone had just poured it. The cup had a golden pattern and looked very gorgeous. A cup I've never seen before. Paimon stepped forward, observed the cup, and couldn't help but said nervously. Don't be nervous. I'm just drinking tea with you. I didn't say anything just now. At this time, a gentle female voice sounded out of thin air, as if falling from the sky. However, there were only two people in this area, Ing and Paimon, and no third person was seen. Arataki Ito, is it a fake corpse? Xingqiu, is this haunted? There is no one there, but there are sounds. Hutaum, judging from the experience of running the rebirth hall of the Hall Master for many years, this must be because there are innocent souls stranded in the world, and the souls are reborn after being delayed. Zhongli, Hall Master, this is someone. He is not an innocent soul, but he has used some kind of power. Either he has not shown his body, or he is not here, but is communicating with travelers from afar. Have no choice. Hutao, huh? Is that so? Hee, you are worthy of being a guest at Zhongli, and you are indeed very knowledgeable. Little Lucky Grass King, this person is very powerful. Lay Movie, this method is very good, but I don't know how to do it. Dialect, a method that even gods don't know? He seems to be a mysterious and powerful man with extraordinary origins. Acting Captain Sheen, Ms. Alice seems to be able to use similar methods. It should be magic, right? Is this the same existence as Ms. Alice? Zhongli, I think it might be someone from the Witches Association. Didn't Mona say she wanted to invite her master earlier? Maybe this is her master? Mona, this voice does not belong to an old woman, but it is probably one of the members of the Witches' Coven. Alhazen, each of the members of the Witch Club has amazing origins, and their methods are even more terrifying. This mysterious voice must not be simple. There is no one, but there is a voice. In the video, after hearing the woman's voice, Paimon couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, Don't you remember my voice? Hearing Paimon's shocked voice, the female voice replied with a faint smile. It was as if there was a woman full of magical charms sitting there, looking at them with playful eyes, as if teasing cute prey. Wait, where have you heard that? When you were Xiumi, there was an inexplicable voice coming from the sky. Paimon said with a surprised look on his face, as if he remembered something. It came from the sky inexplicably. Your description seems wrong, and it seems right. The female voice was a little surprised by this description, but quickly agreed with it. Just like last time, you were confused. I felt that confusion and came here. Guiding people is a sweet hobby I can't give up. The voice continued. Who are you? What do you want from us? Ing crossed her arms and stared at the place where the black tea was. A passerby on a whim. Intends to take the initiative to accept a friend's commission. The female voice continued. My friend's apprentice. Is he a friend of Master Mona? A member of the Witches' Coven? That mysterious inn? Hearing this, Ing couldn't help but groan, and her inner voice was conveyed. Kaya. This voice turns out to be the mysterious witch inn from before? The mysterious person who predicted the water goddess Funina. El Hazen. I didn't expect that it was not Mona's master, but that witch inn. No matter which one, he is a real heavyweight. Great astrologer. Witch inn is indeed a very mysterious person. The old woman has mentioned her several times, but I have never met her. Coral Palace Heart Sea. She seems to have insight into everything. Does she appear this time just to provide guidance on travel? Yuheng Zinkiking. But I feel like she won't say it directly. She may use some vague terms, just like those charlatans and magicians who talk about it. Yishensi. Haha. Maybe. This is the Riddler. There are often such characters in some novels, such as military counselors, witches, sages, etc. Isn't this one the one? Witch Mother. Witch Lisa. Oh my. I am also an advanced witch, but I am not as powerful as these seniors. But this vague statement, in a sense, is also for safety reasons. Witch Lisa. Destiny cannot be revealed easily, nor can it be stated explicitly at will. It can only be reminded implicitly. Well, although it does look like the Riddler. In video, will Fontaine's prediction come true? After guessing the identity of the visitor, Ying narrowed his eyes and asked the voice. Prophecy. It will happen. It will definitely happen. You can regard it as future history. Witch Inn smiled and said with a determined tone. How could it be? Is there any possibility of stopping it? Hearing this, Paymon's eyes widened and he couldn't help but panic. You should have witnessed failure cases. Is everything in Teyvat so easy to change? Witch Inn's indifferent tone was like a basin of cold water pouring into Paimon and Ying's hearts. Prophecy unable to disobey? So what's the point of everything they do next? Will Fontaine be destroyed? Charlotte. Prophecy cannot stop it? It will definitely happen. Navia. This. Doesn't that mean that Fontaine is destined to be destroyed? Lady Funina's 500 years of persistence, and everyone's efforts are all in vain. 2.5. Lay movie. I said, this is the prophecy of heaven, and it is the unchangeable destiny of the Teyvat starry sky. If you want to fight against the prophecy, it is equivalent to fighting against heaven. Leolise. Does it mean that Fontaine must be destroyed? What kind of sin did the Fontaine people bear that everyone must be dissolved for? Boom. Hateful. In Merlot-Petersburg, Leolise, who had suppressed the riots and returned full of energy, couldn't help but punch the office when he saw this. He was angry. If he simply knew that the prophecy would definitely come true, he might not be so angry. What he was really angry about was Lady Funina's sacrifice. If the prophecy must come true, wouldn't Funina's 500 years of pain be meaningless? Not only him, but countless people in Fontaine thought so. Some were angry, some were unwilling, and some felt sorry for Funina. Little Lucky Grass King. No, I think you misunderstood. She said it is not easy to be changed, not that it is absolutely impossible to change. Everything is possible. Zhongli. Well, I agree with Lord Xiao Shun. Before that, whether it was Su Jie or the real water god Fukalos, they were all confident and believed that they would be able to crack the prophecy. Zhongli. I think this is not groundless, nor is it a simple lie. They should have secrets or plans that we don't know. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, this is exactly what I want to say. Don't believe everything Witch Inn says, or in other words, she is implicitly hinting at something. Little Auspicious Grass King, and I don't know why, but I always feel a little weird when I hear Mr. Zhongli call me Lord Little Grass God. Zhongli, you are the grass god of Sumeru. Although I am from Liyue, I should respect the gods. It is not an exaggeration to call me a sir. Hu Tao. Yes, according to our Liyue tradition, if we meet in real life, ordinary people like Zhongli Kiching will have to kowtow to you. The great sage of conquering demons? Duh. Chapter 52. Jinjuan Luyun Jiefeng. Hu Tao? Is there anything strange about what I said? Why are the two immortals silent? Question mark. Grandma Ping. Huh? Well, it does make sense. As long as Zhongli Kiching doesn't object. Traveler. Well, as long as you are happy. Pai Ming is not emergency food. Should I say that he really deserves to be home master who? Embarrassing. Chlorine, but according to what Lord Chaoshin said, Fontaine's prophecy may not come true. El Hazen, it will come true, but it does not necessarily require the destruction of Fontaine. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, but how to do it specifically and what the future will be like have not yet been determined. After all, why the Fontaine people were dissolved by the primitive sea of fetus is still an unsolved mystery. 1. Navalet. This issue may be revealed in the future. In video. Is this the so-called fate again? Hearing Witch N's words, Ing couldn't help but frown. She thought for a while, then her heart moved and she asked, "Are there no exceptions?" "Well, you thought of it," Witch N said softly, as if she was approving. Just like prophecy is generally just the future seen from the god's perspective, but is there something happening in the blind spot of the god's sight? Witch N continued, her tone meaningful. Is there any difference between what you are going to see and the destiny that the gods see? Ing was silent, frowning slightly, thinking. But I saw an incredible scene. Someone wanted to change the established destiny. The Silver King, he rewrote the established destiny, thus attracting the gods in the sky. A battle between kings, dragons, and gods. At this moment, Witch N suddenly spoke. She changed the topic, and her tone of voice seemed to be somewhat incredible. Well, you are so brave. Even in the Witch Guild, no one is as crazy as him. Reign may be even worse. Silver King? Change the established destiny? What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes widened, and she quickly asked, God in heaven? Does it refer to the gods who came from Sky Island, the so-called Tianli, or the 16 white-haired gods? But isn't Tianli still sleeping? What is she talking about? They are all very powerful, loud-sounding, and scary words. Paimon on the side spread his hands and said with a confused look on his face. Her little brain no longer allowed her to deal with such inscrutable problems. Charlotte. Why do I feel like she said something amazing, but she didn't seem to say anything? Little Auspicious Grass King. The prophecy of the sight of the god. I think this god may be the law of heaven, or it may be the god in the Sky Island. Little Lucky Grass King. The so-called perspective of sight is the place where even the laws of heaven or the gods of Sky Island can see it. That is, some of the contents of the prophecy can be changed. 1. El Hazen. Well, but it gets a little interesting later. Someone wants to rewrite the established destiny. What is the established destiny? Who is the Silver King? Zhongli. If you attract the gods in the sky, maybe Feng Dan will cause a disaster. The future that the king wants to change is something that the gods in the sky will not allow. Zhongli. It seems that Feng Dan will have a great war in the near future. Thunder movie. Will heavenly justice come? The battle between kings, dragons, and gods. Does it refer to Valette, the water dragon king? Navalet. If saving Fontaine requires fighting the laws of heaven, I have no objection. Grass dragon Apep. Heavenly law? Roaring. Great astrologer. Wow. As expected of a friend of the old woman. Even I was confused when I heard it. But what is certain is that there will be a major outbreak in Fontaine in the future. Arataki Ito. I don't understand it at all. I feel like I'm going to have a long brain. Leolise. One thing is certain. The prophecy may be changed, or in other words, it can be changed in places where the gods cannot see it. Navia. It's just this Silver King. Who is he? And why does he want to rewrite the established destiny? What does all this have to do with Fontaine? Zigwin. Alas. I feel like Fontaine's fate is so ill-fated. Dr. Executive Officer. God in the sky. It seems there is a madman crazier than me. Ms. Executive Officer. Rewrite the established destiny? Could it be said? In the opera house, looking at Witch N's revelations and thinking of the actions he was planning recently, Su Jie's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a little guilty. His title seems to be the Silver Knight. Is it possible that he is the king? He changed everything and ended up attracting the god in heaven? It's a bit complicated. Should I say he is the Riddler? Even he, the person in the game, is a little confused. But one thing can be expected. His plan will not change and will continue to be implemented. Anyway, with the system in hand, he can do better now than he will in the future. On the other side, among the cardinals who made the ruling, the demon Fuculos also fell into deep thought. The Silver King, he has rewritten everything. No way could it be me, she murmured, her face full of disbelief. Could that little guy from 3 years ago really be able to do incredible things? Moreover, he won't wake up, heavenly law. You must know that. All the deception she did was based on the premise that the law of heaven is sleeping. If Tianli is awakened, her plan may not succeed. Misstep. Fuculos was a little troubled. In video, the tea in the teacup seems to have bottomed out. At this time, Ing, who was still immersed in shock, inadvertently glanced at the almost finished teacup. If it's you, you should be able to understand, right? What doesn't matter, and what you must reach out to. At this time, Witch N continued. No matter what the future of Teyvat is, the only thing that will guide you in the end is fate. You just have to do what you should do. The tea is good. Thank you for the hospitality. Okay, that's it for today's tea party. After which, In finished speaking. Her voice completely disappeared, and she had obviously left. Paimon couldn't help but stare. Ing on the side was silent, digesting the information left by Witch In. Xingqiu, just do this? I can still understand the first few sentences, but I can't understand the next few sentences at all. Chongyun, indeed, it's so difficult to understand. It's not as simple as subduing demons and slaying demons. El Hazen, well, the amount of information is indeed huge, and it will take me some time to sort it out. Noel, woohoo, I don't understand it at all. Deja, I hate the Riddler. Beidou, I hate it too. People like Ning Guang are similar to them. They always leave half of their words behind when they speak. They can clearly explain themselves, but insist on letting others guess. Tianquan Ning Guang, Master Executor. The people in the Witch Association are so mysterious. They are completely worthy of their status. What they say is completely incomprehensible. Executive Young Master. I'm sure he's someone who doesn't match my personality at all. Psychic. The people in the Witch Guild are indeed very mysterious. Executive Young Master. Master. Haha, where are you now? I haven't seen you for many years. Psychic. Shut up. You're useless. You still haven't made any progress after so many years. You should practice for a few more years. Executive Young Master, scratches his head. This is not emergency food, huh? Young Master's master is out. Traveler, isn't this strange? It was this Ms. Silk who revealed the identity of Witch In at the beginning. Not emergency food. I forgot. Wendy. Oh, if this Ms. Silk is here, maybe Witch In is also taking a peek. Acting Sheen Leader. So, is it possible that Ms. Alice is also in the live broadcast room? Kelly, is Mom here? Kelly wants to talk to her mother. In the live broadcast room, everyone was discussing, but to Kelly's disappointment, Alice did not appear, which immediately attracted the comfort of Albedo, Sheen, and others. And in the video, Ing also thought about it for a long time because the information in Witch In's words was too complicated before falling asleep. It wasn't until I was drowsy that I heard the sound of someone talking and finally woke up. Someone's talking, Paimon said in a daze. Not long after, she woke up completely. Looking at Ing, who was motionless, she could only say helplessly, Okay, I'll open the door. Paimon has become more diligent. Ing Ya, who had just opened his eyes, praised him, which made Paimon complain in dissatisfaction. I just came back and I heard your bickering. It's so lively. As soon as Paimon and Ing walked out of the room, not far away, Mona walked over and teased them with a smile. Mona, Paimon looked surprised, and Faye also said hello. How have you been these days? It's okay. I went to Steam Bird to attend that symposium, and it was more interesting than I thought. Mona smiled. Not all people in Fontaine are pessimistic. A reporter at the meeting suggested that we should not just sit back and wait for death, but must prepare self-rescue measures. I thought it made sense, so I chatted with her for a few words. Is it the pink-haired reporter? Paimon asked curiously, with his hands folded behind his back. That's Charlotte. You probably know her, right? That journalist who dares to think and act. Mona nodded, and then praised. I very much support her argument. The prophecy may be very important, but how can a person's life be controlled by a few words? Dialect, this sentence is right. People really cannot stop moving forward just because of a few prophecies. Ganyu, Miss Charlotte is very brave. She not only dares to think and do, but also does not let difficulties defeat her in the face of such disasters, but fights hard. Navia, haha. After all, he is the most famous reporter in Fontaine, so he must be very powerful. Charlotte, ha 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 ha, scratching her head. I'm not as powerful as you say. I'm just doing what I should do. Navalet, in the face of disaster, everyone does what they can, which is something to be proud of. Sujia, well, Charlotte, you don't need to be modest. This is already amazing. What you do will bring confidence and hope to confused people. You are worthy of being the most famous reporter in Fontaine. Charlotte, in video. You're right. I feel much more at ease after hearing these words. Paimon nodded in agreement after hearing this. Oh, yes, I tried what you mentioned last time. Sorry, I can't contact the old lady for the time being. I will continue to try tonight, but you have to be mentally prepared for failure. At this time, Mona seemed to have remembered something and said a little embarrassed. Actually, someone has already come. Hearing this, Ing said hesitantly. Mona's eyes widened, and she was a little confused. Soon, Ing told Mona about the conversation with Witch In. Oh my god, how could such a thing happen? Mona couldn't help but said in surprise. She said that gods also have blind spots, which is quite bold. Most people think that gods are omnipotent, right? Paimon also nodded. The Silver King? God from the sky? No, I have to try divination. Mona shook her head. The strong curiosity in her heart made her grit her teeth and prepare to give it a try. Mona, didn't you say that only a powerful prophet can do this? Will you be fine? Ing on the side saw this and couldn't help but said, if it's Fontaine's prophecy, it really can't be done, but if it's the Silver King behind, maybe we can give it a try, and don't underestimate me. I am the great astrologer Mona. Mona said confidently. Soon, she was paddling in the void, and a blue light appeared, reflecting the stars. Immediately afterwards, Mona frowned and started turning her hands on the waterboard. Boom. However, as soon as it turned, the entire water-occupying disk exploded into pieces, and Mona was splashed with water all over the sky. Oh! Mona screamed subconsciously. Her whole body was wet, and her hair was stuck to her body. Mona, are you okay? Ing couldn't help but exclaimed, and Paimon on the side also screamed in worry. It's okay. It's just that the water fortune teller is broken. Mona shook her head, and then she looked a little disappointed. I can't tell the fortune. As soon as I started the deduction, the backlash shattered the water zodiac. As expected, my level is far behind compared to the old woman and the people from the Witch Guild. But it's not like I didn't gain anything. I should know about the Silver King. But soon, Mona said with excitement. Do you know him? Who is he? Hearing this, Min couldn't help but his eyes lit up. She was equally curious about this Silver King who was rewriting destiny and attracting gods from the sky. Arataki Ito-o? It should be said that Mona, the great astrologer, can predict the identity of the Silver King? Kaya. Although I don't know the specific situation of the future, it would be great if we could know the identity of the Silver King. Paimon is not emergency food. Can this actually be used for divination? Mona is so amazing. Great astrologer, that's right, that's it. Praise me more. Proud. Charlotte. As expected of someone who can write zodiac literature that is popular around the world, Miss Mona is really amazing. Kelly. Sister Mona is so amazing. Albedo. Well, although I can't fully predict the future, being able to divine a little identity is already very powerful. Maybe it's the pinnacle of an astrologer. Zigwin. Miss Mona is so amazing. Traveler. As expected of you. Mona, you are worthy of being a great astrologer. Everyone in the live broadcast room praised her, which made Mona feel elated. At this time, in the video, Paimon also rubbed his hands and asked expectantly, Yes, Mona, please tell me. Who is that person? DB. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Mona scratched her head in embarrassment. I don't know who he is either. Question mark, have no idea? Upon hearing this answer, everyone in the live broadcast room was confused and dumbfounded. Didn't you say it was someone you knew earlier? You don't know? Not only them, Ing and Paimon were also dumbfounded. Mona, didn't you just say that he was someone you knew? Why don't you recognize him now? Paimon stomped his feet in anger. Ahem. According to the divination information, the other party is indeed someone I know. Mona coughed slightly. Then, she scratched her face in embarrassment and looked at the distant sky with a guilty conscience. But I haven't divined the specific identity information. I only know that it's someone I know. But I know a lot of people, and I don't even know who they are. I just know that that person is very important to me. At the end of the day, Mona was a little overwhelmed. Both Ing and Paimon were silent. They didn't say anything more and just looked at Mona with contempt. What's the difference between saying this and not saying it? Oh, my current level is definitely not as good as the members of the Witches Association. Mona was a little helpless. Chapter 53. Ing said nothing. She just crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at her with a very speechless expression. The same goes for Paimon on the side. Ahem. Anyway, that person named Witchin, her ability is really strong. Seeing this, Mona coughed twice, knowing that what she just said was nonsense, so she changed the subject with a guilty conscience. Well, the old woman mentioned her a few times. It is said that she has a very good sense of direction and likes to guide those who are lost. But I have never seen her, and if she is still alive, she is definitely not young. The old woman is hundreds of years old. She lives longer than the old woman. Mona continued. In order to clear up the topic, he even revealed the secret of Witchin's age. But unfortunately, neither Ing nor Paimon accepted this trick, but just stared at Mona silently. Okay, don't look at me with that look. I admit that there is something wrong with what I said before, and it's all my fault, but I really don't know who the Lord of Silver is. Mona couldn't stand being stared at by the two people, so she clasped her hands together and quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I forgive you. Seeing Mona admit defeat and surrender, Ing put down her hands and showed a calm smile on her face. The people in the witch club are so scary. They speak mysteriously and are incomprehensible. Each of them has survived for such a long time. They must be in good health. Paimon scratched his head with a depressed expression on his face, as if he was complaining. Witch In's ability is very scary. She even came to see you specially. It seems that your question is very important, so important that she became interested. And the Silver King, she also gave a key reminder. Different from the previous vague reminder, I feel that this one will cause a big storm. I hope Fontaine can bear it. Mona put her hands on her waist and sighed with a solemn expression on her face. Well, that's what it says, but to be honest, I still don't understand that part of the prophecy. Paimon spread his hands, looking confused. She hinted very cryptically. I think she wanted to tell you that things can turn around, and the turning point is probably the Silver King, but it may also be other aspects. Mona explained. Then, her face showed contemplation, as if she understood something, and she said with some uncertainty, I think that in addition to the Silver King, there are other things and changes in the prophecy. Are those things that you are not allowed to know now? Paimon is not emergency food. I am disappointed. Not only did I not know the identity of the king, but the analysis of the prophecy was also very vague. Doesn't this say nothing? Mikoye, oops. Miss Mona seems to be a little embarrassed this time. Kaya, well, I was obviously boasting about Haikao earlier, but as soon as I started divination, the water fortune teller exploded, and the subsequent prediction was also ambiguous. Executive young master, to put it simply, what can't you do? The great astrologer. Charlotte, it's better not to say that about Miss Mona. She has done her best. Princess Fisher, great astrologer Mona, as my servant, you have worked very hard. When I give you my sacred blessing, you will be able to spy on your true destiny. Traveler, well, Mona has really worked hard, but she just hasn't made much contribution. Great astrologer, woo. Ing, you have also become bad. Vomiting blood. Navalet, you can't say that. At least we got some information from Miss Mona's analysis. It is predicted that there will be a turn for the better, but it is not irreversible. Leolise, well, not only that, she also mentioned travelers. Maybe travelers will also play an important role, and they cannot take action without authorization. Leolise, sigh, the information is too confusing and the information is very cryptic. It is still very difficult to get specific information. In video, yes, that shouldn't be an unhelpful reminder, but when will I realize the value and significance of this reminder? After listening to Mona's words, Ing also fell into deep thought and thought to herself, or is this the best answer to my question? It's a pity that the words left by Witch N were too obscure. Except for the matter about the Silver King, which was very straightforward, everything else seemed very vague, just like a riddler. Even though I have seen a lot of secrets and experienced countless major events, I still feel a little helpless when faced with this situation. Ing, Paimon, are you okay? Seeing that the two of them looked heavy and Ing remained silent, Mona asked with some worry. It's okay. I'm just a little depressed. I always feel that the end is really coming. Paimon waved his hands, his face a little depressed. Well, I can also feel that sense of urgency. Mona also nodded in agreement. I can be considered a person who often witnesses destiny. Within the scope of what I see, destiny never wavers. Then, she continued, as if using her own experience to inspire the two of them. But even so, I still look forward to and believe in miracles. Astrology is constant and rational, but fate is not. It is cruel, and sometimes beautiful. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky, as if there was light shining in her eyes. Those were the eyes of a person who believed in miracles and would never give in. Maybe this is what Witch N wants to tell you. You can't lose faith. You have to believe that what you see in front of you is not settled yet. Mona looked at Ing and encouraged. I also thought about being a polite spectator, but no, I can't do it. Even if it's in vain, I still want to help everyone try again. If you don't struggle until the last moment, how can you face the outcome calmly? Noel, as expected of Miss Mona. This light is so dazzling. Which Lisa, haha, he is indeed the greatest astrologer. He understands destiny and does not succumb to destiny. As an astrologer, he can sit back and watch, but he is still willing to work hard for others. Miss Mona, you are really outstanding. Miko Ye, indeed, Miss Mona is very gentle. Even I was a little touched by these words. Yuhing Zinkiking, I sincerely hope to make friends with such an outstanding person. Zhongli, well, this opinion is unique among astrologers. It is very amazing. I admire Miss Mona's ability. Traveler, well, Mona is really reliable. Sirius, The greatest astrologer. Everyone. Traveler. Ahem. It's just that sometimes the chain falls off. Spreads hands. 11. Asterisk. In video. Well, what Mona said makes sense. After listening to Mona's words, Paimon nodded. Oh, look at me. I started talking about these astrological principles again. I'm so sorry. As soon as I mention professional related, I have to go back. Mona sighed, apologized to the two of them, and then seemed to react and said quickly, It's none of your business. Thank you, Mona. Ing shook her head and thanked her sincerely. Although Mona did not divine the identity of the Silver King, she did give her a lot of help. It also boosted her confidence. If I can comfort you even a little bit, it's not in vain. I always believe that you, like me, will reach out to help people who are struggling. Mona looked at Ing and said in a gentle tone, Maybe it's because of this that we always meet by chance, right? Ing nodded and looked at Mona. Under the soft light, her eyes seemed to glow. After that, Mona turned and left. What she said made me feel sad, a little touched, and a little sad at the same time. Looking at Mona leaving, Paimon turned to look at Ing again, covering his chest with his little hands, as if he was about to cry. Hey, I suddenly want to go for a walk outside. Let's go together. Ing nodded. Soon, Ing and Paimon left the Thorny Rose Society's stronghold and came to Fontaine City, where they wandered around. Hey, is there a newspaper with our names written on it? At this time, Paiming's eyes lit up and he came to the newspaper board and stared at a newspaper. Are we famous? Ing was a little surprised when she saw this newspaper. Let me see. Hearing this, Paimon looked at the newspaper, touched his chin, and began to read. The underwater fortress Merlot-Petersburg has never ended its noble and free independent operation mechanism, but that does not mean that people cannot interact with it. Recently, a reporter tried unsuccessfully to sneak into Merlot-Petersburg. Huh? She hasn't given up yet. She still wants to enter Merlot-Petersburg. Speaking of this, Paimon couldn't help but complain. A foreign friend has become the focus of this report. The blonde adventurer and the white elf are full of legends wherever they go. It is said that the mysterious she has also visited the underwater fortress. The pinnacle of journalist Charlotte's career. Traveling, wandering in the world. Leolise, sure enough, it's Charlotte. You still haven't given up on filming Merlot-Petersburg. Zigwin, many times. In the future, I secretly photographed travelers and sneaked into Merlot-Petersburg many times. Charlotte, I should say that you are bold, but you still don't know how high the sky is. Clorant, according to Fontaine's law, this is a punishment that can lead to being sent to court. Charlotte, ha. Is that so? Guilty. Traveler, I think we can give her a chance. After all, it's just for work. Paimon is not emergency food, and Charlotte in the future has been running for Fontaine. How about making up for it? Navelet, well, even though I sneaked into Merlot-Petersburg many times, I failed after all. Plus the travelers and the others begged for mercy, so let's forget it. Charlotte, thank you, Lord Navelet. Thank you, Traveler and Paimon. Star Eyes, in video. After a while of chatting, Ing and Paimon arrived at the Maple Hotel. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's go in and have a meal. Seeing the Maple Hotel, Paimon's eyes lit up and he urged with expectation. Soon, the two walked into the coffee and were greeted by an elegant and quiet place. Hey, look, that's that. Not long after entering the Maple Hotel, Paimon's eyes lit up. He pointed at the cake on the counter in the distance and said excitedly, It is said that only 16 slices of cake are released every day. There are still some that are not sold out. Ying's eyes also lit up, and her tone was a little joyful. It was so delicious when I ate it in such a tense environment last time. Let's eat it again today. It will definitely taste better. Paimon said with excitement. We can't let anyone get there first. Ing nodded, and then followed Paimon forward. I'd like a slice of cake, thank you. At this time, a petite man ran over, and at the same time, a voice came over. Someone passed by. Paimon was a little anxious, but when he saw the owner of the voice, he revealed a surprised expression. Huh? You are the one from Mamong Palace. Paiming and Ing walked over. Are you here to buy cakes too? In the words of Mr. Villette, he is very good at eating. The beauty named Sedna turned around, looked at Paimon, and said, Duh. Well, would Villette actually say such a thing? Paimon scratched his head. She couldn't imagine it for a while. Yes, even Mr. Villette has things he likes to eat and things he doesn't like to eat. Like me, I particularly like the coffee and cakes here. Sedna nodded, her tone cheerful. Do you come here often? Paimon was curious. Basically, I come here every day. Every day. The only thing I have to talk about every day, apart from my job, is to eat cake and drink coffee. Sedna explained. Then if one day someone tells you that this place will be closed soon and you can't eat cakes, What will you think? Paimon couldn't help but ask. Why is it closed? Hearing this, Sedna showed a confused expression, and she came forward. Her little furry face was extremely cute. I don't know. Maybe the water will rise tomorrow? Like what the prophecy said. Paimon scratched his head, a little confused by the question, and then said a little far-fetched. Prophecy. I didn't pay too much attention to this matter. However, even if I don't have to eat tomorrow, I will still eat cake today. Hearing this, Sedna was stunned, and then she shook her head. Just like when humans eat, they may not be able to eat tomorrow, but if they can eat today, they should continue to eat. People call this life. That's it. Paimon and Ing looked at each other, speechless. Don't be sad. Hello, I want 2 more slices of cake to be packed. Sedna comforted her, and then looked at the clerk. These 2 are for you too. Senior Zigwin said that this expression is the sad look of human beings. Sedna handed the cake over and said with a smile, Do you know Sigwin? Paimon asked in surprise. I know. She was born before me. Sometimes she comes to the ground and teaches me some knowledge about people. Sedna nodded. She said that people are very sad creatures, and they only laugh when they eat delicious food. So try the cake here. I still have something to do, so I have to take a step first. You two, please stay in a good mood after eating. Goodbye. After saying that, she handed the cake to Ing, and then jumped away. The kings, which Lisa wow? What a cute creature, so gentle, and considerate of others. It's so cute and perfect. Mikoye. Indeed, they are fluffy and have good personalities. Unfortunately, they are not pets. However, this cannot be said to be pets. They all have independent personalities. Navia. Well, my Luxin is very popular in Fontaine, but at first quite a few people rejected them. Noelle. Mei Luxin is so cute, but some people hate them. Yuhing Xingqing. Unbelievable. Navalet. However, with the help of Knight Su Jia, a lot of these rejections have been eliminated, so Knight Su Jia is very popular among the Meilu Xian clan. Navalet. I am also very grateful to Knight Su Jia for this. Sedna. Yes, Master Su Jia is the great benefactor of the Meluxin clan. Su Jia. It's just a little effort. I don't want such a cute creature like Meluxin to be rejected by others. In video. She's gone. Let's eat this cake. After eating the cake left by Sedna, the 2 of them walked around Fontaine City again. In the middle, I met Charlotte and had some exchanges about prophecies. Charlotte's answer made them both admire and a little envious. Blow the sea breeze and look at the sea view. It's quite comfortable. Afterwards, they came to a tower and looked at the sea view in the distance. Ing, I'm here. If instead of Fontaine, the whole of Teyvat is going to be destroyed tomorrow, where will the 2 of us be and what will we do? Paimon looked at Ing and couldn't help but ask. No, I should say, if you had a choice, what would you want to do? Arataki Ito, huh? What's going on? How come the flying dwarf Panio suddenly asked such a question? Kaya. Oops, seeing Paimon suddenly say this seriously, why do I have the illusion that Teyvat is really going to be destroyed tomorrow? Su Jia illusion? This is not necessarily the case. Chapter 54. Charlotte, what does Su Jia mean by this? Is Teyvat really going to be destroyed? Dialect. Su Jia also often looks like the Riddler. Perhaps as he said, Teyvat will be destroyed tomorrow. Laugh. Wendy, Gulyalu. Grandpa Dialect, since the world is going to be destroyed tomorrow, can you give me a few more bottles of dandelion wine? Dialect. No. Miko Ye. I have a guess. Is Paimon the biggest hidden boss? She will suddenly appear near the end of the story and destroy Teyvat? Wudao. Oops, it seems to be possible. How about we bury Paimon? Sinister. Paimon is not emergency food. Paimon is not a villain. Paimon is not emergency food. Damn it. We're going to give you a nasty nickname. Traveler. Although Paimon knows nothing, loves to eat, and is expensive to raise, she is the best companion. Paimon is not emergency food. Hey, so I am so good. Which Lisa? Well, it seems like we were given a show by the little cutie. Ganyu. The relationship between Traveler and Paimon is really good. Leolise. I think Paimon would say this, probably because of Fontaine's prophecy, and he was inspired to do so. As for Su Jia, it just added fuel to the fire. Shigo-wen, haha. I will be tolerant like a sister to a troublesome bad boy like Su Jia. Come and give me a hug. At Su Jia. In the opera house, seeing Sigwin's speech, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. But there was nothing he could do about her. After all, Shirwin is so cute. In addition, in the first 2 years, in order to improve his strength, he was often injured, even seriously injured, and he relied on Shirwin to nurse him back. And Zigwin had a sinister character, so she had him under control at that time. As a result, Su Jia now has some headaches for Zigwin. But Su Jie thought that the destruction of Teyvat mentioned by Paimon would probably come true. Not to mention that Paimon's identity is very mysterious. What she said is very likely to be a foreshadowing. Just talking about the Ice Queen's calculations and the plans of the fools, it is already clear they will burn the entire old world. Therefore, it is not necessarily a lie to say that Teyvat will be destroyed in the future. In video, my choice. Facing Paimon's inquiry, Ing fell into deep thought, and her inner voice came out. It is true that, as Charlotte said, thinking about this kind of thing suddenly will not yield any results. We kept moving forward without spending 530 hours thinking about this kind of problem. There was no reason, so we just persisted and were on the road. Paimon continued. By then, I should be on my journey. Ing thought for a while and replied. Still traveling? Paimon asked in surprise. Well, I will cherish every minute and every second. Take a good look at the world again. Ing nodded solemnly. What? Isn't that what we have been doing? Paimon crossed his arms and complained. Then, the two chatted wordlessly, and at this time, the screen also switched. A few days passed quickly. Then, a new picture emerged, located in the Mamon Palace, in which the figure of Valette appeared. He looked upright and calm as always, wore a solemn dress, held a black and blue scepter in his hand, and walked towards Funina's palace. Lord Valette. How about lunch, Mr. Valette? I've seen Lady Valette. Are you going to see Lady Funina? Along the way, the staff of Mamon Palace greeted Navalette warmly. Valette nodded lightly in response. Navia, hey, it's Lady Valette. Is he going to find Lady Funina? Hutao, oh yo. Valette seems to be very popular. Charlotte, hee. At this time, it is the turn of Fontaine's best reporter to explain. According to incomplete statistics, among the men who are most popular with women in Fontaine, Lord Navalette and Su Zed is tied for first place. The number of votes is super high. Charlotte, it is worth mentioning that in terms of men, Lady Funina is the first and Lady Navalette is the second. It is said that there are many people secretly spying on Lady Navalette. 1 Kaya, Dialog, Eightfold God's son, Nilu, acting Captain Sheen. Can I ask a question? This many people peeking it refers to? Charlotte, you are right. It's a man. Oh, he is indeed Lord Valette. He is a killer of both men and women. This is even more powerful than Su Jie. Su Jie, Leolise, Navalette. In the opera house, on the highest court, Valette's face was expressionless, but the black and blue scepter in his hand was quietly clenched at this moment. Inexplicably, a sinful thought arose in his heart. The sins of some Fontaine people should indeed be judged, but this trace of sin was wiped out in an instant. Charlotte. By the way, Beast, in terms of popularity among men, Su Jie is third and Leolise is fourth. It is said, many people who came from Merlot Petersburg said that Duke Leolise is very manly. Tisk tisk, Su Jie, Leolise, Zigwant. Ye Shensi, I laughed to death. Charlotte, your revelation is really interesting. Navalette, in video. Valette soon arrived at Funina's palace. At this time, outside the palace, Funina and Su Jie seemed to be chatting. Seeing this, Valette was a little surprised. He seemed to see something wrong with Funina's face. Ms. Funina, Knight Su Jie. Valette didn't hesitate, stepped forward and said, his voice startling the two of them. That Valette. Funina followed the call and looked a little strange when she saw Valette appearing. There seemed to be some hostility. Since you're here, it seems the time has come. Su Jie looked on from the side and said meaningfully, the time has come? Valette was a little surprised. Why did he think there was something in Su Jie's words? Could it be that their plan was discovered? Your breath seems to have changed. At this time, Valette suddenly frowned and stared at Su Jie. The face that had always been calm showed a rare look of surprise. Why did Su Jie's aura change so much after not seeing him for more than 10 days? If Su Jie gave him the feeling before, it was just that he was simply powerful. So now, it gives him a strong sense of epicness, as if after years of precipitation, his life personality seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. It even gave him a feeling of being of the same personality. In this short period of time, what happened to Su Jie? Through some small means these days, I have gained some strength. Well, I think it should be enough to solve all this. Su Jie smiled slightly, and his tone was mysterious. Zeno? Small means. Some strength? Does it mean the same level as the Water Dragon King? Master Executor, isn't this too exaggerated? Can you be the same person as the Water Dragon King in just 10 days? Dialog, it seems that Su Jie has a big secret. He is not just a simple stranger. El Hazen, it's unbelievable that Su Jie is only a human being. A human being can actually have the same status as the Dragon King. Even if it is just a suspicion, it is shocking. Zhongli. Well, the status of the Dragon King is higher than that of the demon god. Even in its incomplete form, it is extremely terrifying. It seems Su Jie has greatly improved from the last time. Grass Dragon Apep. Mere humans, tiny humans, impossible. Wendy, no? This is possible. You must know. Su Jie is a creature outside the Star Sea. It seems that he is not a stranger, but a descendant. Dine, the Advent Executive Officer Doctor. Huh? It's really crazy. I didn't expect that a small fontaine could hide so many monsters, a water dragon king, and now there is another descendant. Acting Captain Sheen, what does Advena mean? Does it refer to people from another world like travelers? Hu Tao. This hall master also sounded a little confused. Alice, no, that's not right. The so-called people from another world can only be regarded as strangers at best, while the descendants are completely different existences. Kaya, Ms. Alice. Albedo, are you back from another world? Ms. Alice. Kelly, Mom. Kelly misses you so much. Acting Captain Sheen. Ms. Alice, it would be great if you came back. Kelly has always missed you. Kelly, Mom. Kelly misses you so much. When will you come to play with us? Alice. Baby Kelly, Mommy has something to do recently. I will take you to play when she is free. Mommy is also preparing a big surprise for you recently. Please be obedient. Kelly. Well, thank you, Mom. Kelly will definitely be good and wait for her mother to come back. Alice, ahem. The so-called descendants refer to extremely powerful visitors from another world. The most typical one is the first descendant, the one who defeated the 7 Terror Kings and ended the ancient dragon era. Alice. This Su Jie should be the 5th descendant. Grass Dragon Apep, Heavenly Law. The first descendant was him, who destroyed the original era. Alice. Every arrival will cause huge waves in Tevat. I heard from Nico that he made a lot of noise. Alice. It's a pity that I don't have her ability to see through fate, so I don't know anything. Oops. I have to leave Tevat for a while because of something else. See you all later. Alice seems to be in a hurry. She just appeared in a hurry, and then left in a hurry, but the few words she left and the information exposed shocked everyone. My mind felt dizzy for a while. Su Jie turned out to be the descendant, and the first person to come to Tevat turned out to be the one, Heavenly Law. Is Su Jie the same existence as Heavenly Law? Arataki Ito, Brother Su Jie is so defiant? Is he on the same level as that of heaven? Little Lucky Grass King. No, there are strong and weak descendants. Tianli is the first and strongest one. As for Su Jie, his situation should be very special. Lay Movie. It seems that this battle will not be a one-sided defeat, but will actually be the 5th descendant. Dr. Executive Officer. If possible, I really want to study it. Zhongli. Well, if you are afraid of being beaten violently by multiple Dragon Kings in turn, you can give it a try. Drinking tea. Executive Officer Doctor? In video. Some power? To end everything. Listening to Su Jie's words, Valette couldn't help but frown. He was a little surprised. What does this mean? And it's just some power? You know, Su Jie's so-called strength is almost at the same level as him. It's not easy to handle. Valette sighed in his heart. He originally thought he could defeat Su Jie with absolute force and get him to tell what he knew, but now it seems that this may be difficult to do. The outcome is unpredictable. Now we can only place our hopes on Funina's trial. Don't worry about this kind of thing. Then Valette, you are here to find me. While Valette was deep in thought, Su Jie waved his hand and interrupted his thinking. Well, Knight Su Jie, I'm here to fulfill my previous agreement with you. Although Valette was shocked in his heart, he still maintained a calm expression on the surface. Okay, it's up to you to decide the location, Su Jie said with a smile, and then he looked at Funina beside him. Su Jie, I taught him a lesson for being disrespectful to me. Seeing Su Jie looking at her, Funina snorted softly, as if she knew what the two of them were going to do, and waved her fist at Valette with a ferocious look on her face. However, that expression does not look ferocious, but rather very cute. Okay, I'm going to watch an opera performance. Immediately, Funina straightened the blue crown hat on her head and walked outside. Lady Funina, don't forget our agreement. At this time, Su Jie stopped her. Don't underestimate me. I am the water goddess Funina, the most outstanding and greatest queen of Fontaine. Su Jieching, your worries are unnecessary. Funina stopped and looked at Su Jie. When she saw that he seemed a little worried, she said proudly. She was like a queen, holding her head high. Just take a good look. My gorgeous performance will shock everyone. As expected of Lady Funina. Hearing this, Su Jie looked pleased, but then he curled up the corner of his mouth and showed a wicked smile. Then, great Miss Funina, after this matter is over, can you date me? Hearing this, Funina's eyes widened immediately. She had a proud expression on her face, but she immediately turned red at this moment. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, extremely shocked. You, what are you talking about? Su Jieching, I am a god. I am the water god, your god. Do you want to blaspheme? Funina stammered. Her pretty face turned red, and she accused loudly. Blasphemy? Well, in my place, there is indeed a popular saying that the lower class overcomes the superior. I wonder if Ning Na's female promotion can give me a chance to blaspheme. Su Jie continued. Su Jieching. You. Sooner or later I will send you to the trial stand. With only these words left, Funina staggered and ran away with a look of panic. Funina is so cute. You think so, then Valette. Su Jie smiled as he looked at Funina, who was running away. Valette was silent. His mood at this time was very subtle, and he felt like he was not vomiting or unhappy. First, he was shocked by Su Jie's changes. Then he was stuffed with dog food by the conversation between Su Jie and Funina. And the conversation and agreement between the two made him very confused. He couldn't understand it at all. This feeling made him uncomfortable, and he didn't respond to Su Jie for a while. Yi Shinsi, our poor Navalette, as a single dragon, was directly stuffed with a mouthful of food by two bad men and women. He could only remain silent, crying and fussing in his heart. Poor thing. Desia. Although what Ye Shinsi said is a bit exaggerated, it doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with it. Slaps the table and laughs. Beidou. Well, I can feel it, and Mr. Valette is feeling very uncomfortable now. Navia, stop talking. I feel bad too. Charlotte, woo-woo. No, Su Jie is going to date Ms. Funina. Then don't I have to be the third party? Xingxiu, Barbara, the third party? This is wrong. Hu Tao. Oh, what's the matter? In our Liyue, this is not a problem at all. At worst, we'll all get married. Which Lisa? Mondstadt advocates freedom, and it is normal to have several girlfriends. Zigwin, it is a feasible plan. Even if Lady Funina is the opponent, it can still be fought for. Clorand. Sino 6. Chapter 55. Chongyun, your relationship is so complicated. Kaya. A certain person is too charming, and now he is going to get angry. Xingxiu, watch a play and watch a play. Eat melon. Zhongli, drink tea. The great astrologer. Humph, you are so popular, you guy? Grinch your teeth. Traveler. Do Mona and Su Jie know each other? Surprised. Great astrologer. I know. The fiancé arranged by the old woman for me said that it was an agreement back then and could not be reneged on. Damn it. He sold me out for no reason. Acting Captain Sheen. Navia, fiancé. Water goddess Funina. Su Jie. Please explain quickly. Su Jie. Ahem, I don't know the specific situation. When I went to Mondstadt a few times before, the contract the other party took out was indeed correct. Yu Hung Xing Kuqing. So you agreed. Su Jie, looking at the sky. Although he doesn't know why, in the game, Mona is his first 5-star character with full health, and he also likes it very much. Faced with Mona who came to her door, how could Su Jie refuse? Tian Quan Ning Wang. What a miscalculation. If I had known this, I should have decided to get married. Ganyu. Acting leader Qin. Ms. Executive Officer. Humph. What good can a mere stinky man do to make you so crazy? It's really embarrassing. Rice wife. At one point, the lady crossed her arms, with a sneer on her cold face. A group of boring women. Luckily, they are the owners of the Eye of God. They were actually fighting for a man collectively. If it were her, she wouldn't be fascinated by a mere man. As early as 500 years ago, after that man disappeared, she had already decided to abandon everything and follow Her Majesty the Ice Queen to cleanse the old world and create a pure new world. By then, that person will also. Who is that person? Why? I can't remember it at all. The lady couldn't help but cover her head, looking dazed. She seemed to have forgotten something very important. That person. Who is he and why would he forget it? It seems to be called in video. Let's go. Seeing that Valette didn't respond, Su Jie didn't care and continued. $7. Valette nodded. Soon, the two of them left Mamong Palace one after another and headed towards the uninhabited mountains and sea. Scene change. The edge of an uninhabited sea area is vast and boundless as far as the eye can see. In the distance, the tide rises and falls, the waves surge, and the power of the water element surges. This area is very advantageous to me. Valette fell from the air, holding a dark blue scepter in both hands, and said calmly with a calm expression, "This is a place near the sea, and the water element that permeates the sky and the earth is much richer than other places. For a water dragon king like him who holds the power of the water element, it can be said that it is even more powerful and his combat power will be even stronger. On the other side, Su Jie's figure gradually fell, his black hair surging, and his body was surrounded by blazing silver-white holy light. Isn't this better? A faint smile appeared on Su Jie's face. For him, whether it is a home game or not does not have much impact. You're confident, Navalette said. He could tell that Su Jie was different now compared to 3 years ago and not long ago. That's a big change. Confidence? Su Jie was not surprised when he heard this. After all, he had experienced a lot in that place. He was the pinnacle figure among the demon gods, the conqueror of the demon gods, and he had also fought against him. Maybe, Su Jie said calmly, and then he continued. Then, let's start. Good. Valette nodded. Arataki Ito. I am getting excited. The 2 strongest men in Fontaine are going to have S*X. Master Executor, my blood is boiling. One is the Water Dragon King, and the other is the Adventor. They are both top figures in this world. Their battle will definitely be amazing. 1. Zhongli. Even during the Demon God War, battles at this level were extremely rare. Drinking tea. Grass Dragon Apep? I don't believe he can compete with the Water Dragon King. Thunder Movie. Let me see the power of the Dragon King and the Adventor. Tianquan Ningguang. A battle at the pinnacle of the world? This night may be the most powerful scene I have ever seen in my life. Yuheng Zinkinkingpeng. The battle where the demon god also resurrected is probably not comparable to it. Dr. Executive. Interesting. Kaya. Oh, I am so excited after a long time. Even if you can't participate in a battle at this level, just seeing it is still extremely rare. Acting Captain Sheen. Alas. I don't want them to fight. It's obviously all about Fontaine. Charlotte. Yes, it's all for Fontaine. So why do we have to fight? Liasli. There is nothing wrong with a fight. Anyway, they are all thick-skinned people who cannot die. Huh? Clorant. No, Lord Valette is a dragon, so a dragon should not die. Zigwin. Puffed. Clorant is also the kind of person who can joke seriously. Clorant. I'm serious. In video. O Tide, obey my command. Among them, Valette held the scepter with both hands, lightly touched the ground, and then drank softly. Boom. Boom. The next second, azure radiance erupted from his body, extremely blazing and astonishing, surpassing the intensity of the young master's activation of the Demon King's weapon by countless times. It's like a blue sun. In the distance, in the boundless tide, the water surface surged violently, and huge water columns of hundreds of meters rose into the sky, roaring towards here, blocking out the sky and the sun. Soon, behind Valette, dozens of water dragons hundreds of meters in size crowded the space, and the dazzling light of the water element reflected the area into October blue. That astonishing scene. The average strong person would be frightened and kneel on the ground. That's awesome. Looking at the huge water dragons, Su Jie sighed sincerely. The power contained in any one of those water dragons is countless times stronger than the young master. As for water dragons like this, Valette gathered more than a dozen of them with just a command. And Su Jie knew very well that this method was far from Valette's limit. You know, Valette is just a water dragon king that has lived for hundreds of years and is not yet a complete body. If the water dragon king had complete power, his strength would be much more terrifying. But even Navalite, who has regained his complete power, is not the first dragon king. The 7 terrifying kings from ancient times were much more terrifying. And how unnatural is the natural law that suppresses them? It seems I'm still far behind. Su Jie sighed. Boom. At the same time, the dozens of water dragons opened their mouths to condense light, and a large amount of water elements quickly took shape. In the next moment, amazing light pillars roared in. It seemed that the entire sea area was evaporating in one breath, and the power of deforming the earth burst out. Ha! Seeing this, Su Jie laughed. From his body, an extremely strong earthy yellow light lit up, and a power of the same, Dragon King, appeared from him. The wrath of the earth. The land began to shake. At this moment, the screen switched and another scene soon appeared. Ing and Paimon walked in the stronghold of the Rose of Thorns. Paimon was holding his hat in his hands, looking lazy. Heiki, I feel like if I keep living here, people will get moldy. Paimon muttered. Executive young master. What the hell? What's going on with this live broadcast room? It's just started and I haven't had enough of it yet. Why is it gone? Dialect me. Anger. Zhongli. Haha. It seems that this live broadcast room is quite funny. You don't want us to see that battle? Lay movie. Damn it, if I could, I would chop this live broadcast room with a knife. Eat me with a knife? The great sage of conquering demons. That kind of power, Any water dragon can condense more power than an immortal. Is this the power of the Dragon King? Lost. Grass Dragon Apep. Humph. This is nothing. The kings who are truly at the top are existences that can fight against the laws of nature. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, the first 7 kings, they are the original rulers of Teyvat, the true apex of the elements. Dr. Executive Officer, but that is already in the past. A group of old antiques who have been swept into the garbage dump long ago. Stop dwelling on the glory of the past. It's ridiculous. Grass Dragon Apep. Fools, don't be arrogant in front of me, let alone you. That is the queen. She is not qualified. Executor's servant. The queen's majesty is beyond your imagination. Xiao Lan, don't overstep it. Grass Dragon Apep. A small god. A small human being. No one knows how high the sky is. Kaya, I don't pay attention to the big boss fights. I only care about the live broadcast. It's obviously a critical moment, but it suddenly skips me. This feeling is so painful. Sino agreed. Navia, yes, but since I have skipped it, I can only continue reading. Liasli, TSK, but the strength of these 2 monsters is too terrifying. Chlorant, compared with them, we are indeed as weak as mortals. In the live broadcast room, almost everyone was complaining. Countless people on the continent of Teyvat. They had never seen a battle between demons and gods in their lives. Now I finally managed to see one, but ended up skipping it. This naturally made them very unhappy. I will be so strong in the future? In the opera house, watching the power shown in the video, I was a little shocked. You know, even though he started his own plan, he also hoped that he could save Fukulos. But I never thought I could be that strong. In video. But it is indeed better than Merlot Petersburg. Not only is it humid there, it also seems to be a little salty. Paimon looked at Ing aside and couldn't help but complain. Please give me flowers. So you 2 still live here, that's great. At this time, a woman came over with a surprised tone. Hey, I have an impression of you. You are the one from Mamong Palace. Seeing this man, Paimon showed a surprised expression. Isidore, that's right. Lord Navalette also sent me to look for you 2 before. I heard that you went to Merlot Petersburg later. Before Paimon could finish speaking, Isidore introduced herself. So, you thought we were wanted criminals? Ing asked. Haha. No, I know very well that you are friends of Lord Valette. I came here this time to send a message to Lord Valette. Isidore chuckled. Did something happen? The incident happened in the opera house this morning. The film court defined the incident as a small-scale riot. Isidore nodded, her face solemn. Riot. Paimon's eyes widened. But actually I don't think it's that serious. Isidore said. Originally Lady Funina was watching a performance at the opera house, but during the intermission, other audience members suddenly attacked Lady Funina. Isidore continued, with a sad look on her face, loudly accused of inaction in predicting the crisis. Before Lady Funina could respond, several more people began to accuse her emotionally. Later, more and more people responded, and a denunciation of Lord Watergod was launched in the opera house. After hearing this, Ing suddenly fell silent. Have people begun to point the finger at Funina? After being worried about the prophecy for so long, have they finally found an opportunity to vent their anger? Paimon couldn't help but said, yes, people have always relied on the gods as a matter of course, and when people lose their safety, the first one to blame is always the gods. Zero, Isidore nodded. Noelle, Miss Funina is so pitiful. Not only does she have to endure a long period of pain, but she is also blamed by the uninformed people. Which Lisa, people like these who don't understand anything and only blindly follow the trend should be severely shocked. Zhongli, over-reliance on the power of gods is not a good thing. Acting Captain Sheen, well, I agree. Lord Barbados has not been in charge for a long time, but Mond has been running very well. Behavior like this is very bad. Spray Knight, humph, it's running very well. Someone has taken over most of the work, and I might die from exhaustion any day. I'll take note of this grudge. Kaya, yes, Lord Barbados has always been careless. Who knows where he is? Squinting. Wendy, hey, Mondstadt is a free castle. What kind of freedom is it if it is controlled by gods? I think Lord Fengshen also has this consideration. Traveler, Paimon is not emergency food. I think someone just wants to eat and wait to die. Navia, well, although I also think that the behavior of these people is very bad, I think they should not lose their minds so easily. Maybe someone is inducing them. 1. Liasli, yes, since Valette has found Sujia, it is certain that their action has already begun. Chlorant, this is an action against Lady Funina, and she is about to hunt the gods and judge the gods. Zigwin, Lady Funina now is like an ignorant, pitiful and helpless little rabbit, falling into a hunter's trap step by step. What's waiting for her will be Master Executor, Merciless Judgment, Scare, Water Goddess Funina, Water Goddess Funina, Childish. In the opera house, Sujia looked at Funina, whose expression remained unchanged but whose small body was faintly trembling, and couldn't help but smile dumbly. Yes, it's so childish. In video, what happened next? Is Funina okay? Paimon asked with a worried look on his face after hearing this. Miss Funina lost control when she saw the scene. Her excuses were useless, so she said that she had lost her fun and hurriedly left the opera house. Isidore said. Then she looked worried. The people in the Shadow Chaser court have been busy maintaining order and did not pay attention to Lady Funina's whereabouts. When the situation stabilized, they discovered that Lady Funina had disappeared. So, she should be considered missing now, right? Paimon asked. Yes, Shadow Chaser has sent many people to search for her traces, but there are no clues reported yet. Isidore nodded, but soon she said indifferently, but I don't think there's anything to be nervous about. She is a god after all. Even if she falls into the hands of the mob, what can humans do to her? Ye Shensi. But unfortunately, Funina is really not a god. If she falls into the hands of the mob, she has no ability to fight against it. Miss Shinli, Sujia should have left a means of protection on her body, right? Sujia. Well, I left several methods on Funina. As long as she encounters the slightest danger, she will trigger it and remind me, so I can rush over quickly. Sujia. If there are people who don't know how high the sky is, I don't mind letting them know what regret is. Kindness. Chapter 56. Charlotte. Oh. As expected of Sujia, he is so reliable. Great astrologer. But isn't this kind of perverted? He does many things on girls. In other words, isn't he a perverted stalker? Xingqiu, it seems, makes sense. Yin Fei. Let me take a look. Hiss. If this is placed in Liyue, you will be sentenced. You are breaking the law, Mr. Sujia. Hu Tao. Oh yo, brother Sujia. You have already broken the law, you know. Sujia. I am in Fengdan. When will Liyue's law be able to control Fengdan? Clorant. Knight Sujia. Mamong Palace does not allow this kind of behavior. Smile. Navalet. Ahem. Kaya. Haha. Someone is going to be deflated. Noel. But then again, where will Miss Nina, the doctor, go? Traveler. I should go find her in the future. If it is a plan against Funina, then I should take the next step. In video. I understand the situation. Ing nodded. Well, Master Valette just asked me to come over and inform you of the situation. It seems that I don't have anything else to explain. Isidore continued. Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes flashed slightly, and she understood. Planning has already begun. The so-called Opera House riot was probably caused by a specially arranged group of people deliberately booing and using their opinions to guide other people's emotions in order to force Funina away. The next step is to capture Funina. We know. Thank you for the information. That's enough. Paimon patted his chest and said, Ing beside him also nodded. Is that so? Okay, then I'll go back to Mamong Palace first. Take care, both of you. Hearing this, Isidore breathed a sigh of relief and then turned around and left. It seems that Valette's plan has already begun. 2, 4, 7. Seeing that Isidore's figure had disappeared, Paimon looked at Ing and said. Ing nodded. Her face became solemn, and she looked towards the distant area. She could feel that there was an extremely terrifying elemental power emperor riding there. One is the water element, and the other is the rock element. Two completely different elemental powers are like two terrifying behemoths colliding. The astonishing elemental tide it produced could even be clearly felt by her in the Thorny Rose Society's stronghold, as if it was the end of the world. I'm afraid the entire Fontainebleau was enveloped by this huge movement. Then Valette and brother Sujia are fighting, and there shouldn't be a winner in a short time. Ing said softly. They started fighting. Hearing what Ing said, Paimon couldn't help but cover his mouth with a shocked expression. Yes, I can feel two huge energy fluctuations, which are stronger than oscills. Ing said. However, there was some confusion on her face. How could she feel a sense of familiarity from the power of another rock element? Is it the power of that Dragon King? She remembered the Dragon King she had witnessed under the Fulong tree in Liyue. I remember that brother Sujia seemed to know that Dragon King. Their battle has affected the entire Fontainebleau. It is estimated that many people have been frightened half to death. As he said this, a smirk appeared on Ying's calm face. It can actually affect a country? It's really an exaggeration. Paimon couldn't help but marvel. She could not imagine in her little mind what level of battle could affect the entire country. That kind of battle is not something we can participate in. Let's go find Huang Ningna, Ing said calmly. Then, Let's hurry up and go to Baisong Town. The two looked at each other for a while, understanding each other tacitly, and then Paimon spoke. You know very well. Seeing Paimon say this, a smile appeared on Ying's face. Paimon did exactly what she thought. Faced with this situation, Funina would indeed choose to find a place to hide from the limelight instead of solving it. Paimon nodded, wagging his finger, and continued. But we all know that Funina looks like careless, but never a stone-hearted guy. Navalette invited her to talk to Mamong Palace last time. When she learned about the disaster in Baisong Town, even though there were no casualties, she was still very sad and blamed herself. In addition, she was criticized in public by the people today, and it is impossible for her not to take it seriously. I think Funina's most likely situation now is to take this opportunity to secretly go to Baisong Town to try to resolve the guilt in her heart. Paimon analyzed. You see, even though I know the answer, I can also analyze it to this extent. Isn't it amazing? After saying that, Paimon put his hands on his hips and said somewhat proudly, It's really different after becoming a detective. Hearing this, Ying praised with a smile. Okay, in that case, don't waste time. Hurry up and go to Baisong Town. Soon, the two of them rushed to Baisong Town. Master Executor, two people fighting will affect the entire Fongdan? He is truly worthy of being the Dragon King. This kind of power is so amazing. Thunder movie. Even among demons, this kind of power is already very strong. Little Lucky Grass King. After all, he is the Dragon King. If he is in a state of complete power, he will indeed be above the demon god. Florent, I hope they can restrain themselves, otherwise their battle will have destroyed Fontaine before the prophecy arrives. Liasli, well, I believe they are rational. Even if they really fight hard, they will not destroy Fontaine. However, some geographical environments may undergo drastic changes as a result. Spread hands. The great sage of conquering demons. The battle between the demons often causes the earth to collapse, and the Guyun Pavilion in Liyue was formed by being penetrated by the Emperor with a rock spear. Grass Dragon Apep, a mere demon, is nothing. In the more ancient primitive era, the first battle between the 7 great kings and the heavenly law, and the second battle between the Dragon King and the Nibelungen, each of which did not bring the entire world to war. It was earth-shaking. Windy, but the pain caused by this kind of war is also indelible. Grass Dragon Apep. Huh. Silkic, it's really good. The battle between the Dragon King and the Adventor. I really hope to be able to participate in it. In the video, Pai Ming and Ying quickly rushed to Baisong Town. After the disaster, Baisong Town was covered in gray and broken houses everywhere. Like a ruins. It's so deserted here now. The residents of Baisong Town must have evacuated. Now there's only a mess left here after the disaster. Pai Ming looked at the deserted Baisong Town and said with some emotion, Is Funina really here? Find her as soon as possible. Paimon said, and the two began to search in Baisong Town, hoping to find Funina. After searching for a while, the two finally saw Funina on the edge of a small bridge. At this time, Funina was standing there alone. Her delicate and flawless little face was full of loneliness and sadness, and her eyes were looking at the river at her feet. Ah, it's Funina. She is indeed there alone. Paimon said happily when he saw Funina from a distance. Shoo, don't say anything yet. Ying whispered quickly. Well, hearing what Ying said, Paimon quickly covered his mouth and stopped talking. Give up, this is meaningless. Funina stood by the small bridge, looking down. Her drop-shaped dark blue eyes were already filled with water elements. Her tone choked with sobs. Look, things are still going to happen and everyone is going to die. Sorry. The crystal tears were like small pearls hanging in Funina's eyes, as if they would fall down in the next second. Give up, Funina, don't hold on anymore. Funina sobbed. At this moment, she was no longer the aloof water goddess she used to be, and her heart was filled with pain and sadness. Sorry. She kept apologizing. Apologizing for the coming disaster, for the coming destruction. But apart from that, what can I do? She shook her head in pain. 500 years of pain and suffering. One's own powerlessness in the face of disaster, fear and helplessness of being afraid of exposing one's identity. This series of pressure made her, a little girl, almost collapse. In other words, she had collapsed a long time ago, but she had been supporting her in vain because of the promise in her heart. After that, although Su Jia appeared, her pressure was greatly relieved, but it still treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. As long as the prophecy is not solved and her identity is not exposed, she will spend every day in fear and uneasiness. After being depressed for a long time, coupled with the arrival of the prophecy and the riots of the people, she could no longer hold on. Yi Shensi. Sure enough, Huangming Nana is not crying secretly alone. Acting Captain Qin, she has really done a good job. As a human being, she is worthy of anyone. Even as a water god, she has tried her best to protect Fontaine for 500 years. Yuheng Zinkiking. Yes, no one can accuse her, and those people are not qualified. Yuheng Xing Kuqing. If you lose the gods, can you do nothing? You have hands and feet, you can rely on yourself, you can fight, instead of blaming the gods. Linny. But Lady Funina is too gentle, she always takes the responsibility on herself. Charlotte. It's because Lady Funina takes on too much that she can't bear the pressure, but she can't rely on others. Navia. Even Su Jie can only give Lady Funina some moral support, but cannot actually solve Lady Funina's problems. Liasli. When I think about the fate of all Fontaines, which requires a little girl to carry for 500 years to be saved, I am filled with unwillingness and anger. Lynette. There is a folk song in Fontaine called Water Dragon Crying. In fact, Lady Wu Ningna's tears are even more distressing. Water God, don't cry. Woo, stop Nina-sama. Countless people in Fontaine could not help crying. Lynette's words, Water God, don't cry, directly broke through their defenses. Countless people in Teyvat continent were also moved, and some emotional people couldn't help crying. This uncle also has sand falling out of his eyes. It's so abominable. There is so much sand in this desert that it even makes me shed tears. Yes, that's right. There was too much water element. That's why I didn't cry. Cry. It's impossible to cry. You are too childish. You are so grown up. Who would cry? Sunglasses. The one above, let me help you take off your sunglasses. Let's go together cry. Sunglasses, cry. Funina, don't cry. If there are too many water elements, it will fall. You have done everything. You have protected Fontaine for 500 years. You have done a good job. You are the real water god. At the same time, in the video, Ing, who had been watching quietly from a distance, couldn't help but walk out at this time. Funina. Ying's voice came from far away. Who is who? Hearing the sound, Funina, who was immersed in sorrow and pain, was also startled and turned around to look for the person. The next second, he saw Paimon walking over. Don't be nervous, Funina, it's us. Paimon also waved and comforted her quickly. Ahem. It turned out to be a blonde traveler from a foreign land. I thought it was some ignorant mob who were coming to Kowtow and confess their sins. Seeing the two of them, Funina laughed dryly, then forced herself to speak in an arrogant manner. It's just that anyone can hear the unnatural tone. On the fair face, 2 tear stains can be clearly seen at this time. Funina, you seem to have cried just now. The traces on your face are so obvious. Paimon said. Why are you crying? Oh, indeed. The scene at the opera house today was so touching. I was still thinking about it just now. After hearing this, Funina was stunned and then turned around. God came and responded calmly. It turned out that those guys who don't understand etiquette messed up the situation. Immediately afterwards, Funina crossed her arms, looking very proud, and sounded dissatisfied. They actually dared to question the gods, so I decided to disappear to show them. When they found out that the gods were gone, they would definitely be anxious to see the ants on the hot pot. Funina continued to speak, as if she was venting her dissatisfaction, but her voice was not as beautiful and arrogant as before. Those people from Shadow Chaser Court will probably be dying of anxiety if they squeeze out, Don't hold on to Funina. You are obviously very sad now, right? Looking at Funina, who was still holding on, Ing said directly, exposing her disguise. How could it be possible? Hearing this, Funina was stunned and was about to say something, when there was a commotion in the distance. Hey, over there, the water god is over there. Immediately afterwards, a harsh shout came from the distance, and a young man with yellow hair came over with a group of people, pointing at Funina from a distance, with a sharp voice. Follow up. Hurry. Soon, a group of people ran over. Hey, those people seem to be coming for you, Funina. Paimon couldn't help but said as he looked at the group of people rushing over. Yeah, right, they are probably the fanatic fans who want to see me but can't wait in line. Funina reacted and pretended to be calm. 0.2. This is against the rules. We can't let them succeed. Said. Funina ran towards the distance. Did you run away, Funina? Looking at Funina, who left in a hurry, Paimon suddenly became anxious. Let's go. Ing, let's catch up with her quickly. Soon, the two quickly caught up with Funina. A group of people in the store were also chasing after her. It should be right here. Paimon, who has been following behind, said, looking at a hidden space in the corner. Funina, Paimon then shouted, "There is a hidden room here. Come in and hide before they catch up." "Oh, what? This is..." Funina, who was hurriedly looking for a place to hide, froze and panicked when she heard Paimon's shout. "Hurry up. They're coming." In front of the room on the stairs not far away, Paimon waved and Ing stood aside. Okay, that's a good idea. I applaud your wisdom. Come on." Seeing this, Funina nodded repeatedly and praised with a somewhat surprised tone. Then he quickly ran forward and hid in the room. Kaya. Oh, the water god capture plan was officially successful. Xiao Lan. Poor Miss Funina. She was caught as easily as a wild boar that ran into a trap. Xingxiu, Xiao Lan, your metaphor is too strange. Why does it have to be a little white rabbit? Xiao Lan. Oh, is that so? But wild boar is more delicious. It's fatter and meatier. Which Lisa, haha. But wild boars are not used to describe girls, little one. And Eileen's Channa is obviously still the water god, but she wants people. Master Executor, I want to say this. This is impossible in the winter. All the people must bow under the majesty of Her Majesty the Ice Queen. Ms. Executive Officer, the water goddess of Fontaine. This little girl, she is so gentle. Duh. Chapter 57. Kaya, I'm shocked. Is this still a lady? It's the first time I see her, and she calls others gentle. Dialect, it's really unbelievable. It seems like it's something she shouldn't say at all. How could she, a cold-blooded woman, pity Miss Funina? Spray Knight. Could it be that these are the so-called crocodile tears that Su Jie said? Executive Young Master. Huh. Although I am also very curious, isn't the lady's reputation too bad? Ms. Executive Officer. Ms. Executive Officer. Humph, am I wrong? Funina is indeed too gentle to be a god. Facing a group of mere mobs, she actually chose to escape cowardly Xiang Li. Charlotte. But those were not mobs, but the people of Fontaine, and it should have been arranged by Valette and the others, and they did this on purpose. Ms. Executive Officer. So what? When they point the finger at the gods they believe in, no matter what the reason is, it is wrong. Navia. Madam, you are too extreme. Acting Captain Sheen. You are right, but Funina is not the kind of ruthless person. She will not do this. Ms. Executive. So she is too gentle to be a god. Rice wife. Facing everyone's doubts, the lady looked indifferent, but occasionally frowned, recalling the lost memories. But this had no effect. Even after trying hard for a long time, she could only vaguely remember a figure. In the video, Funina was hiding in a small room with the staff, Paimon and others at this time. I'm so tired from running. Paimon panted heavily, with his hands on his hips. He was obviously flying, but he said he was tired from running. He looked weak. I'm so exhausted. I thought I was going to fall into their hands. Funina on the side was also panting violently and said somewhat thankfully. That look didn't look like a god at all, but Funina soon realized it and quickly changed her words. No, I should say. I almost couldn't withstand their enthusiasm for me. As she said this, Funina laughed a little exaggeratedly. The sound insulation here is not good. Please keep your voice down so that you don't get discovered. Ing on the side saw this and quickly reminded him. Okay. 16-inch Funina was startled, nodded quickly, and lowered her voice obediently. Her reaction was extremely cute. Well, you are so obedient. When Paimon saw this, he folded his hands and praised, but his tone was like coaxing a child or teasing a pet. Navia, Mrs. Funina here is so cute and well-behaved. Beidou, nervous and scared at the same time, like a stressed little animal. It can't help but panic and scare at the slightest touch. Well, it's really cute. Miko Ye, Miss Funina is so cute like this, I really want to tease her. Which Lisa? Oh I agree. Yanina like this is very fun to tease. Noelle, but Miss Funina is obviously very scared now, so she shouldn't do that. Miko Ye, so I'm just thinking about it. If I really do this, I'll probably be hacked to death by some knight guarding me before I even start. Spread your hands. Su Jie. No, it would be a shame to kill you directly. I will turn you into a little fox and give it to Funina as a toy. Smile, Yagenzi, Lay movie. That's a good idea. I agree with you and take this stupid fox away. At this moment, Lay movie also made a stabbing blow, sinking the Ye Shensi on the spot. At this moment, the house in the video suddenly shook violently, and a lot of gravel and dust fell from the roof. This movement immediately startled Funina, Paimon, and others. Paimon couldn't help but scream in panic. What's going on? This vibration, is it an earthquake? Funina on the side also said in horror. She was even more frightened than Paimon. and her tone was filled with unconcealable fear. Maybe another disaster has occurred. Ing on the side pretended to guess. Well, when something happened in Baisong Town last time, there seemed to be a similar earthquake. Paimon also nodded and explained. It actually appeared again. Hearing this, Funina's eyes widened and her tone was trembling. Well, don't worry too much now. Vallette has made an emergency plan, so the problem shouldn't be too big this time. Paimon quickly comforted him. Well, I hope so. Hearing this, Funina breathed a sigh of relief, but soon said in despair. Even so, the homes of the residents of Baisong Town have been destroyed, and there will be successive disasters in the future. She lowered her head. Her mood was low and full of sadness. Has Funina's strength finally reached its limit? It feels like her performance is starting to become much more natural. Ing on the side crossed her arms and looked at Funina's performance, thinking deeply in her heart. Then, Fu Ningna slowly calmed down, and Yuan and Paimon also chatted with Wu Ningna. And this time, the screen began to switch, and the battlefield between Su Jie and Navalette reappeared. Boom. At this moment, the sea area located on the edge of Fontaine seems to be about to collapse. The vast earth cracked open with thousands of terrifying cracks, like spider webs. The crack is extremely deep, like an abyss. And the mountain peaks extending into the distance were torn apart by terrible cracks. The terrain of this area has already changed. One after another, lakes were formed, and massive water elements filled many cracks. In the vast sea in the distance, there are also islands formed one by one. But if you look closely, you can see that they are not islands, but huge meteorites filled with rich rock elements. This was clearly a meteorite created by someone using terrifying rock elements. Looking from a distance, it is extremely shocking. In the center of this area, two figures filled with one blue and one yellow light were colliding fiercely. They were like two suns and two gods. They moved and moved to unleash extremely terrifying attacks. Under their might, this area, which has not changed for hundreds of years, has long been destroyed. Arataki Ito, damn it. How did this area become like this? Kaya, it's too exaggerated. Is this a battle at the level of a demon? It actually changed the terrain of the entire area. If this were in Mondstadt, the entire Mondstadt city would have been destroyed several times. Dialek, it's too exaggerated. They are so powerful that humans cannot match them. Sino, this is God. This is the power of the Dragon King. It is too strong. Executive Officer Skirmisher, that is just the incompetent thought of you wastes. Humans can still achieve this level of power, and gods are not beyond their reach. Dr. Executive Officer, at this level, the top 3 seats of the fools can do it, and it's not the limit. The so-called Dragon King should be more than this level, right? Dr. Executive Officer, if it is to this extent, it would be very disappointing to me. Nilu, are the fools so powerful? There are more than one god-level combat power. Shocked, Zhongli. Well, the Winter Kingdom's military force is indeed powerful. Not only is its technology amazing, but the top 3 executives of the fools all have god-level combat capabilities. Zhongli, it is beyond the reach of ordinary demon gods. It is an extremely terrifying fighting force among humans. Little Lucky Grass King. This is also the reason why fools can run rampant in the 6 countries. Everyone was shocked. Countless people in Teyvat continent were even more stunned. Is the power of Winter Kingdom so terrifying? In the past, they were still angry at the arrogance and domineering behavior of the fools, angry at his own country's weakness and retreat. But now it seems that this is completely a last resort and a helpless concession, because the Winter Kingdom is too strong. It's just a bunch of fools, but they have the powerful combat power of 3 gods. There is also the Ice Queen, and perhaps hidden powers, coupled with terrifying technology. The combined strength of this kind is completely enough to crush the cooperation of 2 to 3 countries. Perhaps only the other 6 countries can unite to fight against the Zeta Kingdom? Grass Dragon Apep, it's just false glory. The kingdom once established by Amon was also at its peak, and it was known as the conqueror of the demon gods. It collapsed and dissipated in an instant. Grass Dragon Apep, 500 years ago, Kanria was also extremely powerful. The forbidden knowledge he had access to was once enough to sweep the entire Teyvat continent, but it did not disappear into thin air. Grass Dragon Apep, it's just winter, don't be too arrogant, be careful to follow in your footsteps. Dine. Dr. Executive Officer, there is no need to trouble an old guy to worry about this. Dr. Executive Officer, Ancient Dragon, maybe you should also be a Dragon King, right? If I have the chance, I will definitely dissect you and study it. Grass Dragon Apep, insignificant human beings, if you can do it, come, and I will wait for you deep in the Gobi Desert of Sumeru. Little Lucky Grass King. Zumaru is my territory, fools, please don't go too far. Executor Skirmisher, too much? Huh. What qualifications does a weak, imprisoned god have? Ridiculous. Little Auspicious Grass King. Nilu, what? Mr. Little Lucky Grass King is imprisoned? What is going on? El Hazen. It seems that the sages of the Order Academy should give an explanation. Great Sage Shumi, explain? I have nothing to explain. Zhongli. Although the Winter Kingdom is powerful, it cannot be too unscrupulous. Drinking tea. Ms. Executive Officer. Hasn't Mr. Zhongli retired? Why does he want to take care of these things? Dr. Executive Officer. If it were you, well, I would give you a face. Hu Tao, huh? Give face to Zhongli Keqing. Is Zhongli Keqing very powerful? Zhongli. Zhongli fell silent, as if he had been tricked in saving his son. At the same time, in the video, Su Jia and Navalette were also fighting together. They have left the earth and come to the sky above the sea, colliding with each other. Their respective powers occupy a part of the sky and form completely different realms. The power that dominates the earth, this breath, is the same kind of smell. Valette held the scepter with both hands. He looked at Su Jia solemnly and spoke calmly. At this time, his whole body was glowing, a massive amount of water elemental power was swirling around him, and the blue ribbon was swaying behind him, which was extremely astonishing. Are you a dragon too? Navalette continued to ask. He thought that he had felt the breath of life in Su Jia that was almost at the same level as him not long ago. Now I see Su Jia showing the power of the Dragon King, the power to dominate the earth. Of course, he thinks maybe he is the Dragon King of the same personality as himself. Dragon? Are you St. George too? On the other side, Su Jia couldn't help but laugh. His whole body was surrounded by the power of huge rock elements, and the bright khaki crystal formed a dragon-shaped part on his body that was similar to an armor. A pair of ferocious claws, curved dragon horns, and bone spurs like rock thorns extending from its back. It looks like an ancient human-shaped dragon. It's no wonder that Valette had this weird idea, thinking that Su Jia was also a dragon. Chongyun. How did Mr. Su Jia become like this? Kelly. This one looks a bit like the big lizard Kelly has seen before. Zhongli. This is the power of the Dragon King, the Rock Dragon King who dominates the earth. Dialek. King of Rock Dragons? Could it be said that Su is also a Dragon King? Dumbfounded. Miko Ye. Well, Mr. Valette also asked this question. It seems that he was also shocked. Spray Knight, no? I didn't expect that Su Jia turned out to be a dragon. There is nothing I can do about it. Even if he is a dragon, it is not impossible. What I can endure is this hatred. I must write it down. 1. Barbara. Miss Yola, why are you still saying this at this time? It's too obscene. Blush. Thunder Movie. The power of the Dragon King? Isn't Su Jia human? Why does he have this power? Charlotte. Could it be that Master Su Jia is not a human being, but a Dragon King like Master Navalette? Liasli. Well, it's not impossible. Maybe Su Jia is really a dragon. Laughing. Claude 263 Linda. From this point of view, Fengdan is really an outstanding person. First there is a Water Dragon King, and then there is a Dragon King? Navia, if it's a dragon, I can do it too, but Su Jia better be gentle. Blush. Paimeng is not emergency food, huh? Is Su Jia actually the Dragon King? Traveler. Yes, what a surprise. Stick reading. Water Goddess Funina. Su Jia, are you really the Dragon King? Su Jia. Madam Funina, I am next to you. You can ask me directly. Have no choice. Su Jia. Moreover, I am a visitor from outside the Star Sea, a descendant. How could I be the Dragon King? You guys, please stop making fun of me. In the opera house, Su Jia was a little helpless. How could he not see that these guys were just making noise? They all knew that he was not the Dragon King, but they still deliberately set the pace in this regard. Probably only Paimon and the silly Funina really believed it. Huh? I was cheated. On the side, Funina, after listening to Su Jia's explanation, couldn't help being dumbfounded. She actually believed what they said. Ahem. I am Funina, the majestic water goddess, Su Jieching. I was just teasing you just now. I didn't expect you to actually believe me. Soon, Funina coughed a few times, then put her hands on her waist and said arrogantly and exaggeratedly, Haha, how was my performance just now? I completely fooled you. Are you right? Su Jia. After saying that, Funina looked at Su Jia with a smile, a hint of danger in her smile. This is a warning. That's right, Lady Funina. Your wisdom is unparalleled and your performance is unparalleled. I am completely impressed by you. Su Jia smiled. That's good. Funina nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the video, St. George. Valette was stunned. What does this mean? His name is Valette. This power was given to me by an old friend of mine. He divided part of the Dragon King's authority. Seeing that Violet was a little stunned by him, Insuk explained helplessly. At the same time, he sighed secretly. Violet has been talking about this for hundreds of years, but why is it still a bit simple? I see. On the other side, Violet, who was still a little confused, finally understood. No wonder he has the aura of the Dragon King, but his authority and power crystal strength are far inferior to him. At first, he thought Su Jie was the young and newly born Dragon King. This can also explain why Su Jie's strength has improved so horribly in just over 3 years. But now it seems that Su Jie is not the Dragon King, but really just a simple human being, descendants from beyond the stars. The authority of the Dragon King that dominates the earth, although powerful, is only part of it and is no match for me. Behind him, hundreds of water dragons crowded the space, and the majestic water elemental power condensed behind him, illuminating the entire world with dazzling light. Chapter 58. This sea area. It was like a sun appeared, extremely dazzling, and blooming with surging power. That level of energy is extremely exaggerated. Once released, it is enough to evaporate a city. I despise everyone who is tall and great. Violet said indifferently, as if he was announcing, like a god judging all living beings. Boom. Great power surges. The next moment, a blue beam of light penetrated the sky and the earth, as if it was going to destroy all living things. The hundreds of water dragons also gathered their strength, and terrifying lights lit up one after another. Countless elemental powers trembled. Even the power of the Water Dragon King cannot quell the wrath of the earth. Su Jie said, the power of the Dragon King of Rock begins to operate. In this world, a large amount of rock elements quickly surged in and turned into a terrifying meteorite, appearing like an island, surrounded by surging light. As soon as Shur appeared, countless water elements were scattered and the atmosphere was distorted. The sky is hindering the earthquake star. Boom. It was majestic and vast, like a rock sun falling from the sky, hitting it directly. The light pillar collided violently with the meteorite, water element, and rock element power. The sky, the sea, everything was distorted, and the extremely dazzling light directly illuminated the entire world. Thousands of tons of seawater are evaporating, and a huge hole appears in the sea below. If there were no human habitation in this area, there would be almost no life in the sea. This collision can cause a mass extinction of life. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that the blow was blocked, Violet's expression did not change. Behind him, beams of light that were no less than before shot out and penetrated the sky and the earth. Roar. A terrifying roar sounded. It was like a terrifying Dragon King roaring. Behind Su Jie, an extremely huge phantom appeared. It was the phantom of a huge rock dragon. Boom. Between heaven and earth, the power of the rock element surged. Not only that, the power of the water element was also plundered and poured into the body of the rock dragon phantom. Rock and water, the two elements converge, and two kinds of light illuminate everything. As if affected, even the size of the water dragons shrank a lot. Violet's expression changed slightly. The other party's authority could not only absorb the water element, but even the water dragon he had condensed could seize part of the power. Boom. At the same time, the Rock Dragon King exploded out of Starfish's power area. Meteorites containing terrifying power roared out one after another, like countless meteors falling. Fierce collision, surging power. It seems to evaporate the sea, destroy the earth, and turn the world upside down. Master Executor, this is so terrifying. This kind of power is like the end of the world, as if it is going to destroy the world. Dialect. In comparison, my strength is as insignificant as that of the Chocho people. A single strike would probably kill thousands of me. Traveler. Got it, it's Grandpa Chio. Paimon is not emergency food. Is Grandpa Chio going to become a unit of measurement? Lenny. Indeed, the power of mortals is too small in the face of such great power. Jinjuan Luyun Jiefeng. I have participated in many battles during the Demon God War, but battles of this level are rare. Jinjuan Li Shui Dai Shan. This kind of power. Yadi Shinsi. I wonder if my god can reach it? Thunder movie. So what if it's the Dragon King? I'm not afraid of my sword. Grass Dragon Apep. This is not strong enough. The Water Dragon King is far from reaching its peak. In video. Boom. In the collisions, Su Jie's figure roared out, tearing apart the atmosphere like a meteor, and rushed towards Violet. The speed was so fast that Violet couldn't help but change his color. Boom. A rock claw surrounded by the power of the rock element struck sideways and grabbed Violet. Quiet. However, he recovered quickly, His face was calm, as if he was on trial. He turned the scepter with his right hand and struck forward as fast as lightning. Colliding with each other, the two powerful forces exploded. Bang, bang, bang. In this area, two streams of light collided violently, and the aftermath caused by each other caused the world to change. In the sea area, terrifying whirlpools appeared one after another, extremely huge, as if swallowing everything. Water dragons roared one after another, and their bodies crowded the world. This area is the sea, where the power of the water element reaches its peak. During the battle, the brilliance of the rock element gradually fell into the disadvantage, and the light was gradually suppressed. Elhazen, Su Jie is no match. If this continues, he will lose sooner or later. Zhongli, he only possesses part of the power of the Rock Dragon King, and Navalite is a complete Water Dragon King, so Su Jie is naturally no match. Little Lucky Grass King, but Su Jie should have other powers that are useless. The power he used when defeating the young master has not been used yet. Xiao Gong, it's so dreamy, like watching a mythical battle. Coral Palace Heart Sea, this is myth. This is a realm that does not belong to humans. It is a war between gods. Yuheng Zinkiking, even the battle with the whirlpool demon god Ossel was far behind. Little Lucky Grass King, this is already the top battle in the world. Liasli, oh, although I knew Valette was strong, I didn't expect it to be so strong. This guy Su Jie is obviously a human being, but he is as strong as a monster. Florent, he is the Water Dragon King after all. As for Su Jie, well, he is also special. Silkic, strong, too strong. My sword is eager to fight. In video, the battle between Su Jie and Navalite reached a fever pitch, but, visible to the naked eye, Su Jie fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed by Navalite. After all, it is impossible for a part of the authority to compete with the real Water Dragon Master. He is not the king of rock dragons, not the giant dragon that shakes the earth and cracks mountains apart. But if the authority of the rock dragon alone is not enough, then just use other powers. The next second, during the collision, surging power bloomed in Su Jie's body. The dragon-shaped crystals on his body dissipated and were replaced by silver-white armor. The whole body is covered in silver-white armor, with huge horns on the shoulders and a pair of ferocious arowanas on the head armor. He stood among them, exuding an aura of nobility, greatness, and incomparable astonishment. Then, a one-handed sword was held in his hand. Boom! Silvery white light circulated, and the one-handed sword expanded rapidly and turned into a big sword. Fiery flames emerged from the sword body, burning everything and annihilating everything. Valette's expression changed. He could sense that with the use of this power, Su Jie's aura suddenly expanded to an extremely astonishing height, and his stature was comparable to his. No longer a mortal, but a king. The Silver King. In addition, from that big sword, he felt a threat that made his heart palpitate. Boom! The big sword slashed across the air. The incomparable power surged in, making him, the Water Dragon King, unable to resist, and his whole body was knocked away. His originally meticulous appearance was now a bit messy, with many small wounds appearing. Blood also overflowed from the corners of his mouth. With just a simple blow, he was directly injured by Su Jie. That sword. Soon, Valette stopped and looked at the big sword in Su Jie's hand with some hesitation and fear. This sword was made by two friends of mine. They used the branches of a certain tree and a bunch of messy things to make it. Then after some strengthening methods, it became what it is now. Seeing that Valette seemed a little confused, Su Jie waved his sword with one hand and gave a very plain explanation. Tree branches? Then Valette was silent. What kind of tree branches could make such a big sword? Besides, why are they friends again? Wendy. Ah, friends from labor. Are there too many people? Beidou. Ha! Who doesn't have a friend when away from home? Brother Su Jie is like this, which proves that he is generous and hospitable and very popular. Xingxiu. There are indeed a little over 100 million, and the person mentioned this time seems to be a woman. Great astrologer. I think it's not a friend, but a girlfriend. Traveler-ing. As for Su Jie, it is indeed possible, this maniac about flirting with girls. Elhazen. I'm more curious. What kind of tree branches can make such a big sword? Although it is only one of the materials, it is an exaggeration. Little Lucky Grass King. It can't be the world tree, right? Su Jie. Zhongli. Based on universal rationality, this is possible. Yeti Shinsi. Oops, it can't really be Sumeru's world tree. Little Lucky Grass King? No, when was this done? Su Jie. Who knows? Smile, in video. Su Jie, who was chatting, frowned. as if he sensed something, and his smile disappeared. He was silent for a while, and then looked at Valette with a dangerous look. Okay, Valette, next, I'm going to give you a good beating. Su Jie said. Question mark. Hearing this, Valette looked a little stunned, as if he didn't understand what Su Zhu was thinking. Boom. Before he could think about it, the holy light soared as dazzling as the sun shone on the heaven and earth. What caught his eyes was only boundless light, which engulfed his entire figure. Then, the picture disappeared, and then quickly switched, and another picture of Winning appeared. It's still the same small room. Funina, Ing, and Paimon were chatting, and Funina's mood had calmed down at this time. Arataki Idu, Coral Palace Shinhai. It seems the same as before. The perspective has switched back to Miss Funina. Dialect. It seems that the outcome of this battle is difficult to see. Paimon is not emergency food. Damn it, people who behave like this will be condemned. Traveler, can Paimon try to communicate with this live broadcast room? Paimon is not emergency food. I just said it casually. Dadalia. Although I was not able to watch the whole process, at least I witnessed the power of the Dragon King, and I am very satisfied. No, I agree. Kaya. And if I continue reading, I'm afraid I'll be shocked. Great astrologer. Although I am an astrologer and not very good at fighting, I still feel very disappointed when I see that my attack is just a small splash compared to that of Valette. Clorant, compared with gods and dragon kings, human beings are indeed it's really too small. Zhongli, there is no need to feel inferior. If a human being reaches the pinnacle, he can still be on par with the gods. Beidou, yes, the potential of human beings is not inferior to that of gods. Even without the eyes of gods, I can kill seamounts with my sword. The pure white space among the cardinals was transformed into the grand stage of the opera house. Fukalos stood among them. The light fell on her, and her beautiful eyes were staring at the live broadcast room. After seeing Su Jie burst out with amazing power, he suppressed Valette. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, narrowed her eyes slightly, and showed a sincere smile of joy on her face. Although she was surprised by Su Jie's growth, she was very happy. Because in this way, when the prophecy is resolved, although Fontaine will no longer have her as the real water goddess, the existence of Navalette and Su Jie will be enough to ensure that there is no worry. Moreover, with Su Jie by her side, Ningna's future is equally guaranteed. No need to worry about safety. All of this is developing in a good direction. Only, she thought of which ends revelations, and a trace of worry still flashed in her eyes. That god in heaven. Could it be Tianli? In the video, the chat between Ing and Funina gradually got to the point. Yes, I have never stopped investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. Funina said, my eyes and ears once spread across the entire continent to detect information for me. I have also tried many methods to stop the sea level in Fontaine from rising again. But all this is of no use in the end. Many, many years ago, I recognized this reality clearly. Funina shook her head and said in despair. The tone was very weak. This was before she met Su Jie. She had tried her best to fight for the prophecy. But it's a pity. She is an ordinary person after all. Even if she sits in the position of the water god, she is not a real water god and does not have the divine power of the water god. Facing the prophecy, she could do nothing. Heavenly law cannot be an enemy. The scene in the prophecy will definitely happen. Funina's tone was trembling, faintly choked. But even so, you still didn't choose to give up, did you? Ing couldn't help but ask, looking at the sad, powerless, and desperate Funina in front of her. Give up? Oh, what a beautiful word. It means that you can finally accept your fate, and it also means relief. Hearing what Ing said, Funina couldn't help but laugh, her voice filled with hope, desire, and yearning, as if she was really imagining that scene. That meant that she could end the hundreds of years of pain. To gain money, just need to give up. Navia, Lady Funina may have thought about giving up more than once, but for everyone in Fontaine, she persisted in the end. Wendy, this is her charm. She chose the fire of hope herself, even if this small fire of hope needs to be illuminated by herself. Charlotte, but Lady Funina like this makes people feel even more distressed. Miss Camisado, yes, as long as she is willing, she can give up at any time. There is no need to be so painful. Zhongli, her will is more solid and immortal than the rocks of a mountain. Thunder movie, what she faced was the law of nature. In the face of such an invincible enemy, she was able to hold on to a pitifully small hope for 500 years. Lay movie, I admire her spirit and admire her courage. It's a thunder movie. She was not sure whether she could hold on to a small hope for hundreds of years under the pressure of heavenly law. Even if it could be done, it would still be much worse than Funina. Because she is a demon, and Funina is just an ordinary person. In video. But it also means that hope will disappear. Faced with Funina's words that seemed to give up on herself, Ing stepped forward and said, "Yes, I have thought about giving up countless times, especially after Fontaine almost lost Baisong Town." Funina nodded, looking at the sky with a sad tone. Destiny is completely unreasonable and does not follow the rules. It almost destroyed a town just as a sign of the beginning of the prophecy. In fact, if the people in Baisong Town were not rescued, but were dissolved, even if Funina can hold on, her spirit will further collapse and she will suffer. But then, I figured it out. I'm still not qualified to accept fate on behalf of people. It's not too late until the last moment arrives. She raised her head, her eyes full of determination, and what she said shocked countless people. Chapter 59. Countless people were shocked, not qualified to accept fate on behalf of others. But this also means that Funina will bear the fate of all Fontaine people. This seemingly light sentence actually required her, a little girl, to spend 500 years to carry it all by herself and carry all living beings on her back. Zhongli. She is a truly powerful, admirable, and coveted god. Zhongli. Even though she is just a mortal, she is worthy of being the real water god. Liyue, 3 bowls are not enough. Call. Zhongli put down the teacup in his hand and let out a breath. His platinum gold eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed at this moment. At this moment, he was really shocked by Funina and moved by her charisma. That seemingly simple sentence seems to be something anyone can say. But this sentence is what Funina, after 500 years of verification and countless struggles, still wants to do this from the bottom of her heart. It's Zhongli. He, the oldest king of rocks who has lived for more than 6,000 years, can't help but be moved and admired by him. Even if he is not a god, but just a mortal, he still recognizes that the other party is among the 7 gods and is worthy of being the water god. This is not as Zhongli, but as the rock king Emperor Morix. Acknowledge his divine dignity. This little girl is so powerful. This act of righteousness will be remembered for generations to come and will become an immortal legend. On the stage, Tian Tizui, who had stopped storytelling for a long time and had been focusing on watching the live broadcast, also slapped his folding fan heavily and said in an impassionate tone, Okay, this is the real god. The Emperor Yanwang has guarded Liyue for more than 6,000 years. Miss Funina has also shouldered the fate of all Fengdan and has been guarding it for 500 years. She is no less impressive. Who says that gods must be aloof and possess powerful divine power? Mortals can also be gods. On tables one after another, everyone who was immersed in the video woke up from the shock of Funina's words, and everyone was cheering continuously, extremely excited. Everyone in the world, except for the sinister ones, without exception, likes and praises heroes. And Funina is the well-deserved hero among heroes. Thunder movie, I recognize her well. Her deity, even though she is immortal, can also be ranked among the 7 rulers in the world. Little Lucky Grass King. Her will and her courage will make even the gods admire her. Wendy, I will play and sing the poems that belong to Funina and spread them throughout Teyvat. Tian Quan Ningguang. In her body, I saw an extremely dazzling light, which was the brilliance of kindness and courage. Yadi Shinsi, such a god 637 makes people love him because he makes him feel sorry for him. Navia, well, it's just that the more this happens, the more distressed Ms. Funina becomes. She clearly doesn't need this. Zigwin, yes, she doesn't need it, but she still chooses this path resolutely for the people of Fontaine. This is also her beauty. Navalet, as a god, she has done her best. Next, it depends on us people. Liasli, yes, if everything depends on God to solve everything, wouldn't we be so embarrassed? Sujia, it's good that you know. Charlotte, it's just that Sujia is so bad. He knew everything a long time ago, but he just didn't say it. Can he tell it? Even if it dares to be exposed now, it is because the system has blocked Sky Island. In video, don't worry. I will keep hope for everyone until the end. Funina turned around and looked at Ing and Paimon. She stroked her chest and said in a trembling but firm tone. Hearing this, Ying's face showed a look of expectation, and she stared at Funina closely. She was looking forward to Funina telling the secret she had kept. But she was disappointed. Funina just took a deep breath. After a brief moment of silence, she raised her head with a calm smile on her face. Yeah, okay, I just want to try playing a bitter character occasionally, but it turns out it's still too unsuitable for the noble me. As always, she said arrogantly, as if she was really just acting before. Seeing this, Ing and Paimon looked at each other and saw disappointment on their faces. Yuheng Zinkiking, it is indeed true. What Funina said just now is not only a confession, but also a firm determination. She wants to bear all the pain alone. Acting Captain Qin. Well, she was indeed struggling in the front, but after struggling, she finally made up her mind. Xiaogong. In this case, the travelers and Paimon's plan also failed. Nilu. Since the plan failed, the next step is to judge the water god. Soon, Miss Funina will be sent to the trial stand. Yinjin. This is another thing that makes Miss Funina heartbroken. The person she protects is about to use another way to hurt her. Ms. Executive Officer. Even if the essential starting point of this method is good and correct, it still deeply hurts the god who protects oneself. How ironic. Seeing the lady's ridicule, everyone fell silent, and countless people in Fontaine felt sad. They wanted to refute, but sadly found that they could not find any refutation at all. What the lady said is true. Even though Valette and the others had good intentions, they still couldn't change the facts. In video, don't take what I just told you seriously. In my hands, how could Fontaine be controlled by a mere prophecy? Funina put her hands on her hips and continued speaking, waving her hands calmly. That kind of confident posture was like a mere prophecy, which was trivial to her. This made both Ing and Paimon very helpless. Obviously the one just now is the real you. Paimon couldn't help but complain. Although Ing on the side did not speak, she nodded in agreement. Time is running out. If this continues, we will be back to square one. We must ask for more information. Then, Ing held her chin with one hand, thoughtfully. Thinking like this, Ing made a decision in her heart and immediately raised her head and looked at Funina with sharp eyes. That look made Funina's heart tremble unconsciously. Maybe you really don't need to support yourself like this. Ing took a step forward, her tone containing strong will, encouraging Funina. I don't know what you know, but I think your people will be more than willing to share this with you. You don't have to be alone. Ying's eyes were fixed on Funina, full of encouragement and expectation. Not just Ing. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers and even the people of Fontaine were watching nervously. Many people think that Funina can tell, even the people of Fontaine. But alas, they were disappointed. Share or something. Funina shook her head, her tone was calm, and continued. That is also something that is simply impossible. From the beginning, I was destined to be the only one who shouldered this responsibility. Navia, even though I know Lady Funina will definitely not say it, when I actually hear her say it, I still want to cry because it hurts. Charlotte, there is no way, even if we want to share the burden with Lady Funina, but we are just a drag, and telling us will only make everything collapse. El Hazen, this is the most helpless point. Either everything is messed up, or you have to bear everything alone, unable to talk to others. There is no third way. Liasli, I think Su Jie may also know this. He wanted to say it, but he had no way to say it. He could only do his best to protect Lady Funina. Yilan, it's very helpless, but this is the fact. No one in Fengdan can help Funina. Arataki Ito, damn it, I am so unhappy. In video, hearing Funina say this, Ing was a little disappointed. Since you don't need to share? But soon, she adjusted her mentality and continued to persuade. You can at least choose to talk. I am a witness, just talk to me. Ing stroked her chest and stared at Funina, full of encouragement. As a descendant from beyond the Star Sea, she did not belong to Teyvat from the beginning. Even World Tree has no record of her. From Ying's point of view, no matter what secret Funina has, there should be no problem if she confides in her. Witness, yes, I heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the Star Sea, right? You are a stranger, which means you never belong here. Funina was stunned, and suddenly she remembered Ying's identity. Like Su Jie, he was a stranger who came to Teyvat from the outside. Gad, if everything on Teyvat is a drama on the stage, then you are just an audience in the opera house, right? Funina looked at Ing, as if she was asking, and she was talking, but it was more like talking to herself. If it were you. As she said this, she seemed to be moving, and her face showed desire. There's no time. Speak quickly, Funina. Seeing Funina's expression, Ing covered her chest and stared at Funina. Although there was no expression on his face, he was very nervous in his heart, as if he was shouting. Under the gaze of Ing and Paimon, Funina's expression seemed to be shaken. She took a step forward, as if she wanted to say something, her face full of entanglement and desire. Seeing this, Ing and Paimon couldn't help but step forward. They didn't speak, but they were full of encouragement. Rumble. But at this moment, the whole room was shaking violently. Countless smoke and dust fell, and the sound of creaking mechanical collisions sounded, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Seeing this, Funina showed a look of panic on her face, and she looked around the room hurriedly. Soon, the entire room began to disintegrate, finally appearing in front of Funina. It is surprisingly the Opical Opera House that she is most familiar with and has attended countless times in the past 500 years. At the same time, it is also the Tribunal of Fontaine. Kaya, it is indeed the Opera, the Tribunal of Fontaine. Xingxiu, although it was expected, the actual appearance here must be a huge blow to Miss Funina at this time, right? Miko Ye, well, she encountered betrayal again. She clearly regarded the traveler as a friend, and even wanted to tell her biggest secret and confide it to the traveler, but, Kujo Sarah, she was deceived. Although the travelers and the others were also doing it for Fontaine and had no choice but to do so, this was ultimately deception and betrayal. Navia, at this time, Miss Funina must be very heartache and sadness. Which Lisa, oops, at times like this, even I think the cutie is a little too much. Arataki Ichido, damn travelers, and flying dwarf melons, you guys have gone too far. Paimon is not emergency food. I'm sorry, we don't want this either. Paimon. Crying. Traveler, although there is such a reason, but this is too cruel for Funina. I'm sorry. I really deserve to die. Rice wife. Ing couldn't help but cover her chest, and her lovely face showed deep sorrow and indignation. It hurts. It hurts so much. Stupid. So stupid. Why would she do such a thing in the future? Why would she hurt such a lovely Mainina? If she could appear in the future, she would definitely pick herself up and give her a good beating. No, it would be too painful to hit myself, so I'd better beat Navalette who came up with this idea. Well, it doesn't matter if you can't beat him. Anyway, you can still ask Brother Sujie to help support the situation. Let Brother Sujie beat him. And Paimon, although he was reluctant to fight, it was no problem to starve her for a few meals. Whoa, traveler, we are going too far in the future. We obviously shouldn't be like this. At this time, Paimon on the side couldn't help crying and shouted to Ing. I know, so I will starve you 3 times as punishment. Hearing Paimon's cry, Ing nodded and then announced solemnly. Oh, okay. Wait, why should Paimon be punished? And why aren't you punished, traveler? Paimon, who was still crying, nodded subconsciously, but she soon realized it and stomped her feet angrily. Yinjin, that's too much. Tianquan Ningguang, but there is nothing we can do about it. From the perspective of Valette and Traveler, in order to save Fontaine, we can only use some special means. Miss Kamisato, this is the helpless part. Neither party is wrong. They have good intentions and righteousness, but they accidentally hurt others. Liasli, alas. I can't bear to see this kind of scene. I still have to let Valette come forward. Navalette. Although he looks indifferent, he can't hurt other people either, especially Funina. If he knew the truth, could he still judge her while turning a blind eye? Well, at the same time, in the video, looking at the familiar place in front of her, Funina took a few steps back unconsciously. Her pupils shrunk, and she covered her chest with a look of disbelief. The auditorium below, I don't know when it got up, was already full of spectators. This is exactly what we have been familiar with before. Judgment. However, in the past, others were judged, but who will it be this time? Funina's face was full of confusion, and she was still a little unable to recover from her own experience. But she vaguely knew that she had been betrayed. At this time, Linny came out from the side. He took off his magic hat and performed a magic salute to the audience with a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his performance this time. Audience, my warm-up performance is over. Linny stood in front of the stage and announced as he turned the playing cards in his hand. Next, we can begin the trial of the gods. In the audience, all the audience's faces showed anticipation. Judge the gods. This was something that had never happened in Fontaine for hundreds of years, which made them excited and surprised. What an interesting thing. So that's it. Well, I applaud your efforts for drama. Funina understood. She took a deep breath and quickly adjusted herself. She suppressed the pain and sadness in her heart and showed a proud expression on her fair face. She waved her hands, showing an indifferent attitude as always, looking down on everyone. However, I am the god of justice, Fukulos, the incarnation of justice. Isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to try to judge justice itself? Funina looked at Linny and the many spectators in the auditorium, and her tone was passionate. I can interpret your words as a refusal to be judged, right? At this time, a steady voice came. Above the trial platform, Valette was still wearing a suit, looking down at Xiao Ningna with an expressionless expression. That Valette. You are not. When she saw Valette appearing, Funina's pupils shrank, as if she was shocked. Where's Sujie? Then she asked, Duh. Chapter 60. Miss Funina, I don't know what you were talking about. Knight Su Jia is following you. You should know very well where they are. On the trial stage, Navalette said calmly. You. Hearing this, Funina raised her eyebrows and seemed to be a little angry, but she still suppressed it. She just had a stinky face and looked very unhappy. Miss Funina, if you want to refuse the trial, then you will have a chance to defend your honor through a duel. Valette remained calm, and as he spoke, he looked to the other side. Clalland was walking step by step with a long sword in hand, exuding fierce fighting spirit. Her eyes were extremely sharp, looking directly at Funina, the water goddess. When she saw Clalland, Funina's expression suddenly changed, and she subconsciously took a step back. Panic flashed in his eyes. Are you sure you want to duel with the gods? Looking at the indifferent Clalland, Funina felt a little guilty. Hearing this, Clalland said nothing and just pointed the long sword in her hand at Funina. Although he didn't speak, the fierce fighting spirit exuding from his body had already explained everything. Yilan, it's so pitiful. Miss Funina is now like a prey caught in a net, with no chance of struggling anymore. Nilu. Not only that, even Su Jia, the only one who could protect her, was blocked by Valette's true form and could not come to Funina. Tianquan Ningguang, the plan is good. Funina has been considered dead from the beginning. There is no possibility for her to make a comeback. Next it is time to judge the gods. Navia, and, in order to force Lady Funina, they even asked Clalland to take action. She is the one who pays the most attention to honor in duels. Even if her opponent is a god, she will not be afraid or give in. Beidou. Indeed, Funina is being plotted to death. That woman is very strong. Her eyes, are very similar to mine. Her status as a god cannot scare her. Charlotte. Well, if it were other dual agents, Lady Funina might be able to scare them away, but if it was Clalland, that would be impossible. Master Executor, Clalland, this woman is indeed very powerful. If you have the chance, you must challenge her. Next time you go to Fontaine, let's cause some trouble. Clorand, then I will throw you into Merlot Petersburg. Yi Shensi. Poor Funina. In this situation, she can only pretend to be calm, and then secretly wipe her tears in her heart and drop the little pearl. Oh, how pitiful. Water Goddess Funina. Traveler. Ahem. Although Funina is very cute, you can't bully her like this. Great astrologer. But having said that, Valette is really amazing. He was able to create such a perfect water body, just like me. Liasli, haha. I was shocked when I saw it. The feeling of oppression was just like facing the person in person. I couldn't tell it was a fake. Navalette, it's just a small trick. Zigwin, ho. I'm still curious. How is Lord Valette doing now? Was he really beaten by Su Jia? I'm really looking forward to that kind of scene. Navalette. In the opera house, on the trial stage, Valette couldn't help but have some dark thoughts. After all, he was also doing it for Fontaine. Why, in Zigwin's eyes, did he have to take a beating from Su Jia? Moreover, not only Sigwin, but also the people of Fontaine and even many people in Teyvat sent barges and agreed with Sigwin's words. What does it mean? Is it just because he wants to put Funina on trial? Meanwhile, in the video, it seems that you have made up your mind. Seeing Clalland's resolute attitude and not fearing the powerful majesty of her god, Funina sighed softly. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, she slowly raised her hand, as if she was going to punish Clalland, which made everyone a little nervous. Valette's eyes moved slightly, and the expressions of Linny, Lynette, and others changed a bit. Funina is a god after all, the water goddess of Fontaine. Even if the suspicion is false, no one dares to underestimate her until it is truly confirmed. In the audience, some viewers even stood up nervously, their expressions full of tension and anticipation. Clalland's eyes also became serious. But soon, to everyone's surprise, Funina raised her hands at the speed of light and showed a pure French military salute. Oh, it should be called Fontaine military salute. Funina surrendered. Not far away, Paimon couldn't help but widen his eyes and stuttered in disbelief. Inya couldn't help but want to cover his face. After all, as the god of Fontaine, how could he surrender at the speed of light when faced with his own dual handler? Paimon is not emergency food. Light, surrendered at the speed of light? Beidou. Ha. Although it's a bit too much to laugh at Funina at this time, I really want to laugh. Kolai, Miss Funina. Surrendering is too quick. Sino, it's understandable. Although he has the title of god, he is not a god after all. If he insists on it at this time, it will only increase the risk of exposing his identity. Kaya, that's what I said, but it's so funny. It's like watching a drama. The contrast is so great. Yin Fei. It's understandable. It's really funny. Traveler, maybe Funina can compete for the legend of Teyvat's fastest surrender. Arataki Ito, haha. In this case, wouldn't Clawland be able to win the legend of being the fastest to defeat the gods? Now the whole of Teyvat must be famous. Charlotte, If I were to write the news, Miss Clawland would definitely become an instant hit, and her reputation would spread throughout Teyvat. Clorand, I would rather not have this kind of fame. Helpless, in video. Seeing Funina surrendering at the speed of light, Clawland sighed softly, as if relieved, and took back the sword in her hand. But everyone in the audience couldn't help but burst into an uproar at this moment, unable to accept this fact. What is going on? The water god surrendered in a duel with a human. Someone stood up and said with a dissatisfied look on his face, "Isn't this a bit too ugly?" On the other side, the same woman said with suspicion, "Lady Funina, what do you mean by this?" Another audience member stood up, wearing purple clothes, and shouted in confusion. They can't understand or accept it. This is the Lord God, the water god of Fontaine, the god of justice. He should have supreme divine power and be easily superior to mortals. Why would you choose to surrender when faced with a mortal? Isn't this too ugly? On the stage, Funina seemed to have expected this. She was calm and booed, with a mysterious look on her face. It seems that you have misunderstood me somewhat. Raising your hand sometimes does not mean surrender. Funina explained. You have to make excuses again anyway, right? Not far away, Ying's face was speechless, and Paimon on the side also crossed his arms and complained. This time I raise my hands, which means that I am ready to face the trial. There is no need for a duel. At this time, Funina ignored Paiming's complaints. Facing everyone's doubts, she took a few steps forward, faced everyone in the audience, and announced. At this moment, she didn't look like a prisoner at all, but a god preaching. I admit, I have always been avoiding something. I'm sorry everyone, I failed to defend Baisong Town. I deserve to be judged. It's not just you. Even I am very disappointed in myself. Facing everyone, Funina looked very solemn. She took a deep breath and continued. But now, as the water god, it's time to show courage and determination. I, Funina, will interpret true justice in this trial. Nina announced loudly. Her eyes were firm, and she spoke silently and firmly in her heart. I will definitely protect you. Immediately. She took a few steps forward, approached the stage, and looked at everyone in the audience. Cheer, cheer. In this opera house, wonderful things unfold that people don't even dare to imagine. Then, Funina opened her hands as if in an embrace, and her tone was extremely passionate. What a colorful and heart-pounding moment on the Fontaine stage. The trial of the god Fukalos is about to begin. At this moment, she seemed to regard the stage of the trial court as a place for her performance. Started his own gorgeous performance. It didn't look like he was about to be judged, but rather like his own opera stage. And I, like a big star that attracts everyone's attention, is about to perform on stage. That kind of brilliance is extremely dazzling. Noelle, it's so awesome. Femini, well, Lady Funina is so powerful. Facing the judgment of everyone, not only is she not afraid, but she can easily reverse the situation. She is really powerful. Ye Shinsi. Oh my, I thought Funina was going to embarrass her little pearl, but I didn't expect that not only did she come back, but she also turned the trial platform into her own stage. This kind of emotional mobilization is really amazing. Oh, Wendy, among other things, Funina has been a water goddess for 500 years and has been acting for 500 years. She is indeed very good at acting. Navia, that kind of momentum and that dazzling light is really admirable. Ms. Executive Officer, this is also because Fontaine's values are so strange. The image of a god recognized in his heart is actually interesting and fun. Humph, just like a big star. 1. Tenari. With Funina's actions, the originally unfavorable situation was suddenly reversed, and everyone was cheering for her. Little Lucky Grass King. The passage of 500 years has long allowed her to grasp the psychological context of the Fengdan people, or in other words, she has made the Fengdan people accustomed to this image of a god. Little Lucky Grass King. So, when her performance is impeccable, everyone will cheer for her. Yin Jin. Well, Miss Funina has not only become stronger mentally, but this kind of performance is also very powerful. I wonder if Fontaine's opera performance can be combined with Liyue's opera. Meditation. Please give me flowers. Charlotte, Lady Valette, and the others' expressions have changed a bit. They obviously wanted to use the trial to frighten Lady Funina, but in the end, she turned over an entire army. Laugh. Zhongli, it is not an easy task to judge a god, even if it is just a false god. In the video, when faced with Funina's sudden and amazing performance, Valette and others' expressions were indeed a bit expressionless. Variety. This situation was completely beyond their expectations. They thought that in this situation, Funina would definitely panic, evading and fearing as always. As long as she is scared, their next trial will undoubtedly be much easier. But unexpectedly, Funina not only reversed the unfavorable situation, but also successfully mobilized everyone's emotions. At this moment, everyone in the audience was cheering and cheering for Wu Ningna's performance. Wow! Witness the moment of history. Lady Funina is so handsome. In the auditorium, one audience after another stood up, looking excited and shouting excitedly. Well, on the trial stage, Valette sighed and closed his eyes. He still underestimated Funina. I thought she would continue to evade and retreat, and then reveal all her secrets under his trial. But I didn't expect that it was them who were now in an unfavorable situation. But fortunately, their preparations should be enough to force Funina into a desperate situation. How do I feel that the initiative has returned to Funina's hands? She is obviously the one who was put on the shelf for trial. On the side, Paimon couldn't help but said when he saw this situation and looked at Funina in confusion. Although her performance is still a bit exaggerated, Funina must be serious this time, right? Paimon asked. Ing nodded seriously, and she could tell that Wu Ningna was serious. This time, she was not just thinking about retreating and escaping like before. Okay, so, who is my opponent? At this time, after finishing her performance, Funina also looked at Valette on the trial stage and asked proudly, "Please accuse someone." Valette's face was expressionless. He looked to the other side and announced, "I." At this time, Ing walked over and looked at Funina expressionlessly. Which Lisa? The accuser is actually a cutie? Oops, this is really a bit too much. Wu Dao. Well, even this hall master can't stand it anymore. The traveler must have betrayed him. Coral Palace Heart C. Although it is for Fontaine, standing up to accuse Funina at this time is indeed a betrayal and harm to her. Miss Camasato. But the traveler also chose to accuse Miss Funina in order to save Fontaine. She didn't mean it. Little Lucky Grass King. So, the scene that everyone didn't want to see finally came. They wanted to save Fontaine, but their behavior just pushed Fontaine to go away, towards the abyss of destruction. Little Lucky Grass King. And seeing this, I already have some understanding of the picture of the prophecy tablet. Zhongli, alas, after all, she was the one to bear all the pain. In video, when Funina saw Ing coming on stage, her eyes opened slightly, and she seemed a little shocked. But soon, she regained her composure and said with a calm face, "Really? Well, you are both the accuser, the witness, and my destined opponent." She put her hands on her hips and looked at Ing, as if she was watching her opponent. Obviously, Funina was almost telling her secret before, but in the end it ended up like this. On the opposite side, Ying's expression was dull, but she felt helpless in her heart. It was clear that she almost succeeded. But in the end, they came to opposite sides, a scene she didn't want to see. Because no matter what the outcome is, they will deeply hurt Funina. But there is no other choice but to defeat Funina in court. There is still a chance to figure everything out. Ingsen thought to himself. In the camera, the two people looked at each other, as if they were destined opponents under the Cardinal's decree. Immediately, the two of them walked away and climbed onto their respective platforms. At the same time, the trial platform slowly lowered. In the middle, Valette held the scepter in both hands and hit the floor heavily with a calm expression. It symbolizes that the judgment is about to begin. Everyone in the audience was shocked and looked up nervously and expectantly. Before the trial, please allow me to ask a question. In the dock, Funina crossed her arms, looked at everyone, and asked lightly, "How much preparation did you make to send me to this position? Furthermore, in order to get Su Jie to leave my side, our supreme judge, Mr. Valette, you should have left with him, right?" With that said, Funina looked at Valette. She obviously watched Su Jie and Valette leave together. Could it be that one Su Jie was defeated? Chapter 61. A little trick was used. On the trial stage, Valette looked calm and said in a calm tone, "Means." Hearing this, Funina muttered and did not continue to ask about Su Jie's situation. She believed she would be fine. What about others? Funina asked again abruptly. Well, since the meeting that day, there has indeed been a lot of preparation for a long time. On the other side, Paimon, who was floating next to Ing, spread his hands and said, "The mission of our Rose of Thorns Club is the simplest, and we don't need much preparation. Let me explain it first." From the first seat of the audience, Via's voice came over. "Navia of the Rose of Thorns?" On the stage, Funina crossed her arms and said with some surprise on her face. It seems that he didn't expect that even the Thorny Rose Society would be involved. Those who caused the commotion at the Opera House this morning are basically the men of the Thorny Rose Society. At the seat, Navia explained. They came to the scene as ordinary spectators after disguising themselves, and chose the opportunity to incite the people to denounce you. Prophecy crisis. Currently, people's dissatisfaction with the gods has been building up for a long time. All it takes is one fuse to easily detonate the whole place. According to our understanding and analysis of you, when this happens, your most likely choice is to escape alone and secretly go to Baisong Town. In addition, in order to leave you alone, Master Navalette personally met with Su Jie and lured him away from you. Afterwards, we arranged for a second group of people to wait for the opportunity. Navia's face was full of confidence, and she briefly summarized her actions. Charlotte, I didn't expect that Navia looked gentle and approachable, but she didn't expect that she could be so scary when she plots against others. Afraid. Kaya. Poor Miss Funina, was played by Navia. Navia, hey, how can I be 010, as much as you say? I'm not doing this for Fontaine. But, I'm sorry, Lady Funina. Crying. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, the plan is indeed very thorough, and he is also good at controlling emotions. He cleverly takes advantage of the weaknesses of human nature. Beidou, this annoying calculation method is exactly the same as that guy Guang. Tianquan Ningguang, this is a strategy. If some people don't understand it, it's better not to judge it casually. Hu Tao, this plan is so insidious. Even if you are the leader of this hall, you will be caught accidentally. Zhongli, don't worry, Hall Master, with your intelligence and talent, you will definitely be tricked in the first place. Miss Kamisato, I have a question. How did they come to the Opera House from Baisong Town quietly? The distance during this period was extremely long, right? El Hazen, correction, it is not silent. Lenny, this method, at first glance, seems to be the method of this great magician. As expected of me in the future, I can even use this kind of magic. Lynette, I obviously have some credit for it. Brother, don't take all the blame on yourself. Dialec, I have seen through a little of the mystery during this period, but not much. Let's wait for it to be revealed next. In video, it turns out that the person who chased me at that time was also from the Thorny Rose Society. Funina suddenly realized on the stage. But she wasn't angry. Since she was prepared, she was naturally angry about this little problem. This makes her a god. As for the purpose of those friends from the Rose of Thorns Society, they are to force you to step into the giant magic box and participate in what can be called the greatest magic show in the history of Fontaine. And this time, Lenny, who was sitting on the other side, also stood up at this moment, and he said proudly, "That's right, that house is a magic box, not a house." Lynette on the side was expressionless at this time, blinking her eyes and explaining in a calm tone. This super extreme upgraded version of the transfer magic was the first time I performed at the Opera House. Lenny looked at the audience and explained confidently, "The volume of the magic box has increased dozens of times. The transfer distance is extended from Baisong Town to Ili Island, and the transfer target." As he spoke, Lenny pointed to the huge magic box placed on the stage in the distance. It is said to be a magic box, but in fact it is no different from a small house. Immediately afterwards, Lenny's eyes fell on the expressionless and calm Funina, and he said confidently, "It is a god, not a human being." Thank you, Funina. Without your participation, such an incredible performance would have been missing in the history of magic. Lenny looked at Funina and thanked her sincerely. You're welcome. Hearing this, Funina had a subtle expression. She didn't know whether she was angry or helpless, so she could only reply dryly. Damn it. Her majestic god was actually plotted against by a human being, and she still wanted to be thanked by him? Of course, in order to prepare for this performance, we applied for father's support, and Hearth House spent a lot of manpower and financial resources. Lenny participated dangerously. Lenny, it seems that my guess is correct. It is indeed the result of magic. Xiao Gong, Miss Funina's reaction is also very interesting, especially when she responds to Lenny. Her expression is really interesting. Charlotte, well, Lady Funina will definitely be very concerned about whoever makes the whole audience feel deceived. Navia, Lady Funina's performance just proves this point. Water Goddess Funina. Sino, even if you use magic, it must have cost a lot of money to move such a huge distance. Lenny, regarding this, it seems we should ask our father. In the video, Lenny quickly gave the answer to this question. We chose a location, built a giant magic box, dug passages, and opened waterways, but we have been busy for a long time. Among them, Lenny spread his hands and explained with a smile. So, the earthquake felt in the giant magic box was actually caused when the entire house was being transferred underground. Funina suddenly asked, then asked. That's right, it's not the impact of another disaster. On the other side, Paimon took over the topic and explained. Sorry, I deceived you then. Ingi said a little embarrassed. Humph. Then, they don't need to tell them about Clawlin's mission. Funina snorted lightly. Her face seemed a little unhappy, and she took up the topic. Immediately, he looked at Clawlin, Charlotte, and others below. Call the audience temporarily and prepare the stage for this purpose. Dual Agent Clawlin is ready for all duels. Funina continued to reason. The reason is that when I appear on the stage, there will be an irresistible trial immediately, right? At the end of the sentence, Funina snorted coldly. Her tone was arrogant, and she was very confident in her reasoning. Indeed so. On the trial stage, Valette held the scepter with both hands and responded calmly. Well, I applaud your courage, Clawlin. You faced the duel with the gods without flinching. You are indeed my most proud dual agent. Seeing that her reasoning was correct, Funina nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Clawlin with a look of approval. Thanks. Below, Clawlin responded politely. Dialect. I didn't expect it to be the most unpretentious way of digging a passage. I thought it was forcibly opening a passage with the help of the Eye of God or something like that. Nilu. No wonder earthquakes occur one after another. It turns out they are digging tunnels. Zhongli. The action is very simple, but it is also very effective, but the cost is a bit high. It is just to plot against a god, so it is normal that the cost is high. Wendy. Oops, with such a big expense, how many bottles can I buy if I replace it with dandelion wine? It makes me sad to think about it. Lenny. Yedi Shinsi. Compared with this, Funina's next words are more interesting. Miko Ye. She was actually praising Clawlin, and she was obviously so frightened that she surrendered directly. Xiao Gong. Ahem. After all, he is pretending to be a god, so at times like this, he must hold up the scene. Traveler. Even though I say that, her tough-tongued look is really cute. She is indeed Funina. Charlotte. Lady Funina is of course cute. She is Lady Funina who is loved by all of us in Fontaine. In video. As for the Traveler, your mission should be to keep talking to me after you find me, divert my attention, and prevent me from noticing your plan. On the stage, Funina continued, looking at Ing with a confident face. Until the end, you will confront me as the accuser. No, you guessed wrong. At this time, Ing, who had been silent, immediately interrupted Huang Ningna's words. Oh, my real purpose is to hear the hidden situation from your own words before arriving at the trial court. Ing said in a deep voice. Haha, is that so? It seems that I missed my last chance. Hearing this, Funina chuckled twice and narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was laughing at herself. Okay, it doesn't matter, that's it. Funina put down her hands and looked at the trial platform, at the huge oracle and ruling hub, and at the entire venue. The unrejectable trial has begun, so there is no reason to be silent, and there is no reason not to continue until the end. Finally, she pointed at the screen, spoke passionately, and performed her last performance on the stage. In the past 500 years, she has performed her last performance as the water goddess. Yes, the only thing that can be done next is to judge the water god. On the other side, Ing, who was pointed at by Funina, did not change her face, but said in her heart, but, sure enough, I still care a little. At that time before arriving at the trial court, what exactly did Funina want to say to me? Ing thought a little tangledly. Ms. Accuser, I have something here. At this time, a security guard came over, handed a piece of information to Ing who was meditating, and said, a lady named Charlotte applied for it, and was approved to hand it over to you in court. According to her, it can be beneficial to the advancement of the trial. Huh? Charlotte gave it to us. It turns out she's here too, Charlotte. Hearing this, Paimon was a little surprised, and then the two of them started looking for her at the venue, and soon found Charlotte in the audience, and quickly said hello. Below, Charlotte returned the gesture with a smile. Let me see. This is not what she did for us. Exclusive interview. So it was completed so quickly. Paimon's eyes widened, and he looked at the information in Ying's hand with some surprise. Wait a minute. Is that what Charlotte meant? This exclusive interview just sorted out all the events we experienced after coming to Fontaine. When we want to present what we see, hear, or encounter as clues in court, this exclusive interview becomes something like a clues pack. Paimon said with a surprised look on his face. It's really useful. Ing couldn't help but nod, and then the two of them opened the information and reminisced. I quickly sorted out all the events I experienced since I entered Fontainebleau. Soon, both sides were ready. Both parties are in place. Then the trial will begin. At the same time, on the trial stage, Navalette held a scepter and formally pronounced the verdict. There is no need to repeat those tedious opening remarks, Valette. At this time, Funina interrupted Navalette. She looked at the trial stand and said with an indifferent expression, "Please fast forward to the reading of the charges. As the person being tried, I am the protagonist today. I don't know yet under what name you are going to try me. Let me first say that it is normal for mortals to be unable to understand what gods do, and this does not constitute a reason to condemn gods." Funina crossed her arms and said, "That's right. But the reason for your trial is not what you did or didn't do as a god." At this time, on the other side, the traveler who had been acting as the mouthpiece of Paimon took the initiative to speak, which was quite rare. "The reason for your trial is that you are not a god at all, Funina." She put her hands on her hips and said with sharp eyes. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. Kaya, here it comes. The final trial, the trial of the false water goddess Funina. I highly doubt that this is the end of everything. Executor Young Master. Well, that's right. Once Funina's identity is exposed, the predicted crisis will reach its final step. By then, it will be completely clear whether Fontaine will be destroyed. 1. El Hazen. But there is one more thing I care about. Why the Fontainebleau people were dissolved. Little Lucky Grass King. There should be revelations about this in the future, but now, the real famous scene is the trial of the water god. Navia. Damn it, I dare not watch anymore. With Lady Funina's character, it will definitely be painful to be criticized by the people of Fontaine and judged by Navalette and the others. Yadi Shinsi. Not only that, in the first PV scene, wasn't Funina sitting on the throne crying? Yishinsi. I wonder if it is possible that this trial exposed Funina's 4.3 identity, thereby detonating the prophecy and eventually causing the entire Fontainebleau to be submerged. Miss Kamisato. In other words, Valette and the others are likely to do bad things with good intentions? Liasli. It's not impossible. Didn't Foucault say that once Lady Funina's identity is revealed, Fontaine will be in the worst possible situation? Is it possible that achievement refers to this? Navalette. What? Little Lucky Grass King. In addition, if you recall the content of the slate, in the third slate, Funina is in the sea. Xiao Jixiang initially thought that the order was reversed by the travelers in Te, but is it possible that the order is not reversed? Arataki Ito. I have been shocked for 100 years. This thing is a bit scary. Kuki Shinobu. Boss, I was also shocked. This can't be true. Zhongli. Perhaps their actions are promoting the prophecy. Great astrologer, this is fate. They seem to want to prevent fate, but as everyone knows, this actually promotes the further development of fate. In the live broadcast room, as soon as this speculation came out, countless people were stunned. Especially the people in Fontaine were dumbfounded at this moment. Could it be that at the end of the matter, the murderer who pushed Fontaine towards the prophecy of destruction was actually a member led by Navalette and other Supreme Inquisitors? It's scary to think about it. At this moment, countless people's scalps were numb, especially Navalette, Liasli, and others. They all thought of the 3 prophetic tablets. In the third stone slab, the water god Wu Ning is surrounded by a group of villains. At first, they thought that the order should be reversed. First, Funina was crying on the throne, and then Funina fell into the sea. But now it seems, things are not as simple as they thought. Chapter 62. The order of the slates is correct. In the opera house, on the trial stage, Valette's face was full of shock, and he murmured, "There are 4 prophecy tablets in total. In the video, only 3 stone slabs appear, and 1 is missing. As for them, in the future, they obtain the information based on the 3 stone tablets. I think the order of the 3rd and 4th slates is wrong. It should be the 3rd at the back and the 4th at the front. First Wu Ningna cried on the throne, and then Fu Ningna fell into the sea. This is a prophecy. There is nothing wrong with this speculation. However, all this is based on the 3rd stone slab, which shows Funina falling into the sea. But in fact, this conjecture is obviously wrong. The slate is actually Funina surrounded by a group of people, and the result is obvious. That is the judgment. It was at this time, as shown in the video, that the false water goddess Funina was brought to the trial stand, with everyone in Fontaine surrounding her. This scene completely corresponds to the content of the 3rd prophecy tablet. But once Funina couldn't bear the pressure, her identity was exposed. Then, Fontaine's situation will reach its most critical moment. The prophecy will completely erupt, the seawater will flood Fontaine, and everyone will dissolve. Funina was the only one sitting on the throne crying. Their actions seemed to be saving Fontaine, but in fact they pushed Fontaine further into the abyss. Moreover, it also caused great harm to Funina, who had been struggling to support herself and had been responsible for the fate of all Fontaine for 500 years. At this moment, all the clues were connected in series, and the deduced truth made Valette couldn't help but feel dizzy, as if the world was spinning. He actually did such a ridiculous thing? Although this is the future, Navalette knows that with his character, if it really develops like this, he will definitely make the same choice as the future. It will also hurt Funina and Fontaine. He is the sinner. Boundless regret and grief welled up in his heart. He held the scepter in his hand tightly. In the corner of his eyes, there was a faint light emerging, as if it was about to drip down. Boom. Outside, in the land of Fontaine, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky, covering the land of Fontaine. 16. It was an amazingly heavy rain. In the past, it would have caused many Fontaine people to scream in agony. But at this time, no one in Fontaine cared about this. They all fell into deep shock and regret. It turns out that they are the sinners. How come? Could it be said that the outbreak of the prophecy was actually promoted by us personally? If you speculate like this, you are absolutely right. It was us who tried Lady Funina, which led to her identity being exposed, and the prophecy was detonated as a result. In the audience, all the people in Fontaine were numb, and everyone was in disbelief. Susuja, is this true? On the other side, on the throne, Funina's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it, and asked Sukin stutteringly. Well, in a sense, their guess is correct. It was indeed this trial that caused the prophecy to explode. Sujiat glanced at Navalette, who was in grief and regret, as well as the many Fontaine residents who were regretful, raised the corner of his mouth, and responded meaningfully. In fact, what he said is indeed correct. Because Valette's trial seems to be to save Fontaine, but in essence, it is promoting the outbreak of the prophecy. If Funina had not resisted the pressure, she would have risked her life by putting her hand into the water of the primitive fetal sea rather than reveal her identity. If Fukulos hadn't sacrificed himself, used his accumulated power to crush the throne, and return the power of the ancient dragon to Navalite, then Fontaine has been destroyed by their stupidity. Of course, this is not entirely their fault. Valette and others had a good intention. All we can say is that destiny is like this, playing with people's hearts wantonly. When you think you are stopping your destiny and changing your destiny, in fact, it is contributing to the shaping of destiny and ultimately leading oneself into the abyss. However, Fontaine was lucky. A water god appeared who cared for them wholeheartedly and sacrificed himself in exchange for Fontaine's survival. But this god and her great deeds are not known to the world, only a few people. This made Su Jie feel uncomfortable. He didn't allow it and didn't want to see that scene. Then, what should we do? If this continues, won't Fontaine be destroyed? Hearing Su Jie's words, Funina suddenly panicked. The first thing she thought of was not herself, but in the future, pushing herself to the trial stand would harm her Fontaine people. He is obviously not a god, but he loves them so deeply. Such a gentle and kind Funina made Su Jie both distressed and loved. She truly is an angel. It's okay, Funina. Didn't Witchen say that the Silver King will change the established destiny and everything will develop for the better? Su Jie stretched out his hand to rub Funina's hair and comforted her gently. Not only the king, self in the mirror, but also you, Fukulos. She will also protect you and Fontaine. Don't worry. Su Jie continued. Under his gentle comfort, Funina's panic gradually calmed down. At this time, Su Jie also looked at the live broadcast room, where countless people in Fontaine were filled with regret and grief. Although he knew they had misunderstood, Su Jie had no intention of explaining. Now, let them regret and grieve. All this is regarded as a small compensation for Funina and Fukulos. On the other side, Rice Wife. No way. Are we doing bad things with good intentions in the future? Paymon's eyes widened. Looking at everyone's speculations, she couldn't help but panicked. It's very possible. All the clues match up. This trial is very likely to cause the prophecy to explode. On the side, Min judged calmly. Then we have become bad guys. If Fontaine continues like this, it will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Paimon was completely panicked. Although she was often heartless, she later became a naive and talkative person with extremely low emotional intelligence. But that doesn't mean she really has bad intentions. When I think of the countless people in Fontaine who died because of the operations of myself and others, she would also be extremely uncomfortable and sad. Don't worry, just because the prophecy will break out doesn't mean Fontaine will really be destroyed. Seeing Paimon, who was in a panic and wanted to cry, Ing couldn't help but curl up the corner of her mouth and reached out to hug Paimon. Don't you panic when you see Sujia? And there is also the hidden Fukaros, the prophecy of which N. These all mean that Fontaine can still be saved and will not be destroyed because of this. And Paimon is such an idiot. Ing smiled and said, her heart also warmed to this naive and gluttonous Paimon. Sure enough, he is still gentle and kind. At the same time, in the video, everyone in the audience was shocked by the accusations. Wait, what did you say? Lady Funina is not a god. A middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke, his tone full of disbelief. Hey, I thought I was just going to accuse the water god of malfeasance, but the accusation just now? Is it serious? On the other side, a woman with white-rimmed glasses and long hair couldn't help but speak. No way, Lady Nina is not a god. This is definitely false. Lord Valette should decide that the accusation is wrong. Well, Funina is the real thing. She has existed for 500 years. How could she not be the water goddess? Everyone else was also discussing. Some questioned, some couldn't believe it, and some still believed in Funina. The charges stand. On the trial stage, Valette announced with a faint smile on his face. This announcement made everyone who doubted and believed in Funina couldn't help but widen their eyes. It actually works? Funina, do you admit the accusation made by the accuser? At the same time, Navalette looked at Funina and asked. Funina's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. She shook her head and felt panicked. Miss Funina? Seeing that Funina was silent for a long time, Valette repeated it. If you don't admit it, of course you won't admit it. After hearing this, Funina raised her head and said firmly, of course she wouldn't admit it. Once he admits it, Fontaine will be finished. I, Fukalos, Funina de Fontaine, one of the 7 earthly rulers, queen of all waters, of all directions, of peoples, and of all laws. Unquestionably the true one gods. She looked towards the audience and announced in a high-pitched tone. Her words and eyes were extremely confident. Yes, even though Ms. Funina has an eccentric personality, it would be a bit to say that she is not a god or something. Hearing Funina's powerful announcement, everyone who was originally doubtful also became suspicious at this time. He breathed a sigh of relief. I never seemed to doubt this. At most, I just complained that she was not doing her job. Why did the accuser say that? On the other side, a woman who was originally questioning now nodded as if in approval. I think everyone here has sharp eyes. Many people have known that I am a god since they were born, and they will also support me. Seeing public opinion begin to reverse. Above, Funina, who was originally in a panic, had calmed down and spoke with ease. Look, even the oracle machine fell in my direction so naturally. Are you sure you want to make an argument that has no chance of winning? Funina said relaxedly. Behind, the huge oracle and ruling cardinal's balance also tipped to Funina's side. Executor's servant. As expected of Ms. Funina, the 500 years of acting have not been in vain. Even at this time, she can still turn the situation around. Ms. Executive, but this is only short-lived. Those ignorant people are hurting their gods and pushing themselves to the end. Navia, damn it, how could this happen? Things should not have developed like this. Charlotte, all our efforts are actually promoting the prophecy to explode. Little Lucky Grass King, everyone, don't be so pessimistic. This is just our speculation. It may not be true. Leosley, Mr. Little Lucky Grass King, there is no need to comfort us. We also know that your speculation is true, and we are pushing the prophecy to an explosion step by step. Clorand, and even if the prophecy does not happen, it is painful to witness with our own eyes that the God who protects Fontaine and protects us is hurt by our own hands. Great astrologer, this is destiny. Everyone's efforts may be just its playthings, useless, and may even promote destiny itself. In the live broadcast room, countless people were silent, and they could only watch all this silently. In the video, Funina begins to gain the upper hand. If you withdraw the lawsuit now, I will promise in the name of the God of justice that I will not pursue the charges you falsely accused me of, and will just regard everything today as a farce that people like to see. How about that? She looked at Ing and Paimon, crossed her arms, and said in a cheerful and confident tone, are you going to pour all the tea on one side from the beginning? Not only do you want to refute Funina, but you also want to shake the people's common sense. Below, Navia said to herself, people think you are a god, but it's just based on common sense. On the other side, Ing was very calm. She said, okay, the persuasion to surrender is ineffective. Then I have to ask, if I am not a god, then what do you think I should be? Facing Ying's answer, Funina sighed helplessly, then spread her hands and said, I have been on the throne of God for 500 years. How can I support my lifespan of at least 500 years? Funina continued, her eyes sharp and her tone fierce and extremely aggressive. Think carefully, Funina's known special features. On the other side, Ing fell into memories. Soon, she took out the information about the conversation with the servant. First of all, you may be another immortal species, and your lifespan is very long. Even if you are not, there should be other ways to extend your lifespan. Soon, Paimon on the side said. For example, curse. Ingyi added. Shout. Who told you this? Is it the servant? In order to slander me, did you even use the words of the executive officer of the regiment? Hearing this, Funina sneered 667 disdainfully. It doesn't matter who said it. Ing shook her head. Curse. I originally thought that the aura exuding from the gods was similar to a curse. On the trial stage, Valet said to himself, and he looked at Xiao Ningnan not far away. Now it seems that it has nothing to do with the gods. Is it just a simple curse? Did Valet really notice it too? On the other side, Paimon and Ing also realized this, and then looked at Funina. So, Funina, you are just a cursed human, right? Ing said, Lady Funina, just a human? Humans and gods. It's really impossible to tell the difference with the naked eye. Is that possible? In the audience, everyone began to become suspicious. Boom. Not only that, the scale of the huge oracle machine also tipped towards Ing on the side. Okay, don't be complacent now. Even if I admit that there is a curse on me, it doesn't mean that I am definitely a human, right? Funina said coldly. Then she spread her hands and continued. Besides, the biggest difference between humans and gods is authority. Gods can do things that humans can't do, so they are called gods. For hundreds of years, many of my miracles have existed in the land of Fontaine. For example, the Cardinal Advocate in front of you, and the Zinzong hunting that each of you can't live without. Funina looked proud and pointed at the oracle machine, and then at everyone, saying this. Wait. One thing proves that Funina is not the master of the oracle machine at all. On the other side, with a flash of light, Ing took out the information that convicted the previous young master. But, Master was inexplicably found guilty at that time. Even you don't know the reason, right? Otherwise, why can't you come up with a reason to explain it until now? Soon, Paimon charged. Regarding this, I made it very clear at the time that the gods' decisions are not understandable to mortals and do not require explanation. Funina shook her head. No, Miss Funina, I must remind you to recognize the current situation. On the trial stand, Navalet warned. In the trial court, the trial itself should be above all else. Before you become a god, you should be today's defense first. If you don't truthfully state what you know about the situation in accordance with the trial rules, then the situation will be very unfair to you. To actually use such words. Funina was a little angry. This is not rhetoric, Ms. Wu Ningna. It is the rules of the tribunal that everyone should respect. Faced with Funina's quibbling, Valet's tone became stern. Navia, it's over. Lady Funina's situation is very bad. She is about to lose. Executive Officer Servant. Well, it seems that the final moment is about to be revealed. Sino, whether Fontaine will be destroyed or continued depends on the outcome of this trial. Zhongli. Maybe, things are not as bad as imagined. Chapter 63. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, Mr. Zhongli is right. Things are not irreversible. Noel, Mr. Little Lucky Grass King. Is there any other way? Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, whether it is the mysterious Silver King or the hidden Fukulos, this is the final guarantee. Little Lucky Grass King. If they are here, they can at least ensure the safety of Fongdan and Funina, as long as she is willing to stick to it. Little Lucky Grass King. The situation in Fontaine will not be at its most critical. I think that Fukulos, her preparations are based on the premise that Funina will not expose her identity. Charlotte. This also means that the next step will all depend on Lady Funina. Little Lucky Grass King, maybe. In video. Faced with Valet's scolding, Wu Ningna took a deep breath and became somewhat silent. So you actually don't know why young master is guilty, and you don't even know the structure and principles of cardinal adjudication. On the other side, Paimon took advantage of the victory and pursued her. Her face turned serious and she asked, those miracles you call should all belong to the real water god, right? Arataki Ichido. Aw, this flying dwarf pansy is so annoying. I want to beat her up. Sino agreed. Paimon is not emergency food, huh? Dialek. Well, you can count me in. Kaya, oops. Count me in. I'm a little angry. Which Lisa, haha. This little cute pet really needs to be energized. Kelly. Paimon is too much. Navia. Well, although I understand the stance and approach of Traveler and Paimon, seeing Lady Funina being bullied, I still really want to beat Paimon up. Liasli, then let's give him a beating. Paimon is not emergency food. Hey, why do you have to hit Paimon? Crying. Traveler, it's okay. I've already beaten you. Rice wife. Ying's face was expressionless, and she stretched out her hand and gave Paimon a small tap on the head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it either. Paimon on the side said with red eyes and a grieved face. Obviously, it was all done by her future. Why should she hit her now? And isn't Ying also an accomplice? Although Paimon wanted to fight back, when she saw that Ying's face was a bit ugly and her eyes had a faint glare, she decisively chose to shut up. Woo-woo. She is so scary at this time. You can't mess with her. In video, where can a real water god have such a thing? Faced with Paimon's question, Funina responded calmly. I really don't know what is going on with young Master. The verdict of Master's guilt was unilaterally decided by the Oracle machine, and it has been operating independently since its birth. You can't say that God is lying just because there is something wrong with God's creation. Funina spread her hands and said calmly. Still making sophistry. She seems to think that we can't prove that the Oracle machine does not belong to her. On the other side, after hearing Funina's sophistry, Paimon couldn't help but feel a little angry. We cannot talk about those miracles for now. After hearing this, Ying did not refute, but looked at Funina and asked calmly, Can you show the power of God live? As soon as these words came out, Funina's expression suddenly changed. Which Lisa? Oh my, you are indeed such a cutie. Now I'm going to be the general. Zigwin. After all, Lady Funina is just a mortal and does not have the power of a god, not even the eye of a god, alas. Tianquan Ningguang. If she cannot show a miracle, it means the audience will not believe her words. Executive Officer Skirmisher. It seems that the god is going to be defeated. I just don't know what kind of judgment this god will encounter. Dialect. A lunatic who fools everyone. It's better to keep his mouth clean. Executive Officer. Sorry, my colleague is like this. He bites people when he likes. Please bear with me. Executor Skirmisher. Dadalia, you are the lowest executive officer. Are you looking for death? Executive Officer Skirmisher. Dao wife, a skirmisher hiding somewhere, has an ugly face and eyes filled with murderous intent. A mere guy at the bottom of the table dared to challenge him, and that dialect. Just wait. When he reaches the top of the throne, everyone will be liquidated. At the same time, in the video, Funina was also a little panicked. The power of a god. There are so many ordinary people in the audience, I can't use the power of a god rashly. However, facing a group of spectators, she could only pretend to be calm and put on a slight smile on her face. If necessary, I will go to the auditorium to provide protective care. On the judgment stand, seeing that Funina was still resisting, Valette looked over and said lightly, It's not necessary. Funina looked flustered and said with a guilty conscience. And her performance also made a group of people who originally believed in her begin to doubt her. Just show the elemental power of water a little bit. On the other side, Ying made a stab and said, This is something that all humans with divine eyes can do. Funina was speechless. After all, she really couldn't use her strength. As a water god, let alone the authority of a god, you can't even use the elemental power of water. On the other side, Paimon asked in a stern tone, It's law to compensate for mixed energy. Yes, it's law to compensate for mixed energy. The power of gods comes from faith, and the people of Fontaine's belief in justice have been transformed by me into law paying for chaos. At this time, Funina, who was in a panic, seemed to have thought of something. She nodded heavily, as if to give herself confidence. She looked at everyone and forced a smile. In order to bring energy to everyone's lives, I gave up all my divine power. You see what a selfless god I am. Funina said, as if she was proud. However, when faced with Funina's words, the people in the audience did not believe it. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? A short-haired woman wearing red-rimmed glasses questioned, her tone full of doubt. Yes, no matter how selfless you are, it's impossible for you to lose all your power, right? Can a god who has no power at all still be called a god? On the other side, a man with short hair also retorted. Rumble. At the same time, the cardinal's decree also began to shake, and the scales tilted again. Seeing this scene, Funina became even more panicked, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Acting Captain Sheen. Alas, although Funina did not give up all her divine power as she said, she did serve the people of Fontaine wholeheartedly. Miss Commissado, it is really uncomfortable and painful to be questioned and refuted by your own people like this. El Hazen, there is one more thing. What that person said is a bit interesting. Are gods without power still considered gods? Navia, Sujia. Of course, regardless of whether Lady Funina has power or not, she is the water goddess of Fengdan. No one can refute this. Sujia. And who said Funina didn't give up all her divine power for the people of Fontaine? To know, Fukalos and Funina are essentially the same person, but one is a human body and the other is the power of a god. It is not wrong to say that Funina lost all her strength for Fontaine. Moreover, Fukalos also sacrificed himself. This is not simply giving up divine power, but even giving up one's own life. It can be said that she is a god who gave up herself for mankind. As for the identity of the god, not to mention anything else, even the other 7 earthly rulers also recognized her status as a god. Spray Knight. It seems that there is something in Knight Sujia's words, but he didn't say it clearly. I've recorded this grudge. Yadi Shensi. If you put it this way, it seems that there is a deeper secret behind Funina. Zhongli. Well, regardless of this, regarding the identity of the god Funina, I think no one here will refute it, right? Drinking tea. Wendy. I agree as a human. No, even as a god, she has done better. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, as the water goddess of Fontaine, she is far better than me. Thunder Movie. Her spirit has reached the divine state. Even though she has no power, she is worthy of being a god. Not only the 4 major rulers, but also the rest of the people spoke up and recognized the identity of God Funina. You don't have to have power to be considered a god. Meanwhile, in the video, it seems that the audience did not buy Funina's explanation. Paimon spread his hands, looked at Ing, and said, "Hey, everyone, don't look at me with such suspicious eyes." On the other side, Funina was also panicked. She looked at everyone in the audience. There was a hint of crying in his tone. "Don't you all like me very much? I'm still the same Funina. You should be on my side, right? Stand on my side," Funina said tremblingly. Her eyes were red, and there were faint tears. Many people in the audience did not believe it, but became more and more suspicious. If what the accuser said is true, it is indeed very serious. A middle-aged man with a serious face said, "Not just us, but also my entire generation of parents, even my deceased grandfather, and the elders who were earlier, were all deceived by Funina." On the other side, a woman with short hair couldn't help but said, her tone no longer respectful as before. Everyone was talking, with doubtful eyes and dissatisfied voices. "Enough, enough." Facing everyone's suspicious looks and questioning words, Funina covered her head. The pain in her heart made her yell loudly. "Then you tell me, if I am not a god, then where is the real water god?" Funina pointed at everyone and said loudly, "Now you have no evidence of the true existence of the water god, and no one else claims to be the water god. So who else can the water god be besides me?" The other side. Upon hearing this, Paimon's eyes widened. There is still such logic. Damn it, how can I refute her now? It seems that Funina is really determined to give up. Paimon couldn't help stamping his feet. If there is no way to prove that she is not a god, at least there is a way to prove that she is a human. If Funina is a human. Ing began to think deeply, and soon she thought of the case of the serial disappearance of young girls. That is the water of the original womb sea. Fontaine people can dissolve in the original in the water of the sea of conception. This is something that everyone knows now. Could it be that? Paimon said, unable to help but widen his eyes. Since you insist on claiming that you are a god, not a human being, there is now a way to at least rule out the suspicion that you are an ordinary person in Fontaine. Below, Navia also stood up at this moment. She looked at Funina above and said, "Please apply before speaking in court next time. Even if you are a traveler's partner, you need to be qualified as a temporary attorney." On the trial stage, seeing Navalette speak, Navalette sighed and warned, "I'm sorry, Lord Judge, this is really the last time I offend you." Navia sounded apologetic, and then she raised her hand and continued, "I brought some sea water from Baisong Town. Everyone knows about the disaster that Baisong Town just encountered, and also knows about the girl. In the serial disappearance cases, the girls, and people who were dissolved. Then Miss Funina, do you dare to touch the seawater in Baisong Town?" Saying that, Navia looked at Funina sharply. On the stage, a basin of seawater is placed in it, and the colors in it are colorful and very weird. According to your own statement, as a god, touching such seawater should not have any impact, and you will only win a strong argument to prove yourself. After hearing Navia's words, Funina above her face was expressionless, and she looked at the basin of primitive fetal seawater. "But if you don't dare, some lies will be self-defeating, right?" Navia, Paimon is not emergency food. Someone has become an accomplice like me now? Navia, I'm sorry, I'm guilty. QEQ. Great astrologer, this move is too cruel. Funina is just an ordinary person. If she touches the sea water, she will also be dissolved. Ye Shinsi, now he is a real general. Bennett, Miss Funina. She won't touch the basin of sea water to prove her identity, right? Charlotte, Liasli, if this is true, then Lady Wu Ningna will also be dissolved. Acting Captain Qin, I just hope Miss Funina won't do anything stupid. Qi Liang, it shouldn't be possible, right? Miss Funina shouldn't be stupid. Everyone hesitated. Logically speaking, no normal person would do this, but Funina made so many efforts for Fontaine. In order to prove her identity, she will most likely actually verify it by touching the sea water. In video. Oh, I think I need to remind you that no one wants to see anyone dissolving in the sea, Qian Zhao's, water again. Navia looked at Funina above and warned in a tone. I hope you won't be reckless. It's often easier to admit your guilt. Navia from the Hedgehog Society. The Thorny Rose Society has been managing Baisong Town. She does have the qualifications. In the audience, a woman agreed. If Lady Funina is a human being, then she is most likely from Fontaine. Will she plead guilty? Another man also thought. At the same time, Funina, who had been standing above her, also walked down step by step and came to the basin of sea water. She took a deep breath and couldn't hide the panic in her eyes. However, she still suppressed the panic in her heart and showed determination in her eyes. Funina. Above, Ing saw this scene, with a look of anxiety on his face. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also very nervous. Miss Funina, this kind of test is only a unilateral claim made by the prosecution. It does not belong to the regular trial process. You have the right to refuse. On the trial stage, seeing Funina wanting to touch the fetal sea water, Valette reminded her. 1. Funina took a deep breath, as if hesitating. Although the Lord Inquisitor said so, refusing this experiment is equivalent to admitting that he is not a god, right? Someone in the audience said. She just stared at the sea water without saying anything. She seemed really scared. Sure enough, she. On the other side, another man spoke, his tone full of doubt. This sentence is like a sharp arrow that pierces the heart, constantly piercing Huang Ningna's heart. Xiao Gong, damn it. They are so irritating. I really want to go inside and shoot them an arrow each. Executive young master. Bullying a little girl like this is really upsetting. Deshia, where is Su Jie? At such a critical moment, why doesn't he show up yet? Candace, you can't blame Su Jie. He is now blocked by Valette and can't come. Zigwen, wait, Lady Huang Ningna doesn't really want to touch the sea water, does she? Duh. Chapter 64. Zhongli, don't worry. In the PV of the dramatist, Funina is sitting on the throne crying. Obviously, she has not been dissolved by the water of the Sea of Fetus. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, so you don't have to worry so much. I think it should be fine. Charlotte. Even though I say that, I still can't help but feel heartbroken when I see Lady Funina still hiding her identity even at the risk of dissolution. Navalet. Funina, she has done enough for Fontaine. Executor Servant. Alas, as a god, she is already perfect. Ms. Executive Officer. Compared to a certain wind god, Medical Ningna is qualified to be called a god. Wendy, I agree. At this moment, even the fool executives couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, in the video, seeing Funina keeping silent while looking at the fetal sea water, not only everyone in the audience began to doubt, Navia, Ing, and others also became anxious. What's going on? Is Xiao Ningna really prepared? This is different from what we speculated before. Navia felt a little anxious. Haha dash. On the stage, Funina stared deeply at the fetal sea water in front of her, breathing rapidly, and her expression gradually became firm. Due to the danger of the experiment, Miss Funina, you don't have to. On the trial stage, Valette held the scepter with both hands. He looked at Funina and persuaded her. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. On the stage, Funina had resolutely plunged her hand into the sea water. Seeing this scene, Valette, Ing, and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wow. On the other side, Paimon couldn't help but cover his eyes and screamed in fear. Hello. Navia also screamed, her eyes widened, and her heart was filled with shock. She actually really put her hand in. Ing couldn't help but said, ha ha ha. Funina breathed heavily, looking at her safe and sound state, her face full of joy. I'm fine, look, my hands are still there, I haven't dissolved. Funina raised her hand, looked at everyone in the audience, including Valette and others, and said in surprise, now you believe it. I am really a god, not an ordinary human being who can dissolve. Really. Facing the silent crowd, Funina kept waving her hands and speaking urgently, proving herself. Miss Higwin, please ask Miss Higwin to come to court. On the trial stage, Valet's expression remained unchanged, and he softly called Higwin's name. Sigwin, hearing this name, Funina, who was originally pleasantly surprised, was suddenly startled and had a bad premonition in her heart. Don't be nervous, just give it a try. Well, let me take a look. Soon, a petite, cute figure trotted up and shouted softly. It was Zigwin. Not long after, she came to Funina and started to check. Yeah, that's almost it. After observing carefully, Zigwin nodded and then looked at everyone. Please ask Miss Higwin to announce the results of the examination. Valet said calmly. As you can see, Miss Funina's skin condition and rapid breathing indicate. Zigwin said slowly. Her tone was gentle, but she cruelly took off Funina's last disguise. She was affected by the original fetal seawater to the same extent as ordinary humans exposed to the same concentration of fetal seawater. Executive Officer's Servant. It seems that the result of the trial is out. Miss Medical Nina lost. Noelle, I was scared to death. When Miss Funina put her hand into the fetal seawater just now, it really scared me. Fortunately, Miss Funina was fine. Lynette, well, Miss Funina is really great. Linny, but there is a question. Didn't Miss Higwin find out that Lady Funina was affected by fetal seawater, and she is the same as an ordinary human being? So why is Lady Funina okay? Little Lucky Grass King. Regarding this point, it may be explained by concentration. Zhongli, Navia and the others should have lowered the concentration of fetal seawater to avoid accidentally dissolving Funina. Charlotte, so that's it, it's really scary. A bold reporter like me is scared to death. Miss Funina is too bold. What should I do if it really dissolves? Wendy, this proves that in Funina's heart, protecting the people of Fontaine is more important than her own life. She is really gentle. Xiao Gong, not only that, Miss Funina was already so brave before, but Valette and the others are still aggressive. It's too bad. Navalet, in the opera house. Navalet, who was sitting on the trial stage, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, when Funina resolutely put her hand into the sea water, he was also shocked. If Funina is really dissolved, even in the future, he will be a sinner. Fortunately, Ningna did not leave the group. But even so, the regret in his heart also made Valette fall into deep self-blame. He almost drove Funina to a dead end. Great, I'm fine. On the other side, Funina also breathed a sigh of relief and was pleasantly surprised. BGDJ, even she herself was shocked by Future's own courage. When she saw her future self put her hand into the fetal sea water, she was also nervous, fearing that it would really be dissolved. Fortunately, nothing happened to my future self. However, compared to Funina, who was relieved, Su Jie's expression was not so good. He was a little annoyed with his future self. Why should Funina take such a risk? What if something happens? Even if it is to promote the prophecy, we should not take such risks. Could it be that my future self is not fully prepared? Or, he made preparations but couldn't see it? In video, facing Zigwin's announcement, Funina's face was filled with uneasiness. I couldn't believe it. Thank you, Miss Higwin. Please also ask Miss Funina to return to her seat. On the judgment stand. When Valette heard this, he thanked Higwin, then looked at Funina and ordered. What's going on? What did she just say? I didn't dissolve in the fetal sea water. Can't you prove it? Funina returned to her position, shouting in an unbelievable tone. Initially, we did plan to use the seawater near Baisong Town directly, because we believed that you would definitely choose to escape as always. Below, Navia explained. But in the end, after everyone's discussion, we decided to switch to seawater with a low concentration that would not dissolve humans. After all, just in case something unexpected happens after so long. Immediately afterwards, Navia stood up and looked at Clawland, Shergwen, Charlotte, and others aside. No one wants to see anyone dissolve in the fetal sea water. At the end of the sentence, she looked at Funina, whose expression was in disbelief. So it's low-concentration seawater, and the head nurse Sig wants to conduct an inspection. On the other side, Paimon couldn't help but say. Fortunately, it was decided like this, otherwise Funina wouldn't be. Said. Paimon looked at Funina. Surprisingly, Funina raised her hands and looked at her palms with a look of disbelief on her face. But what is going on? Funina cannot possibly not know the consequences of doing this. Seeing this, Ing also fell into deep thought, which was different from the timid Dr. Ningna in her impression. This is so different from her usual self. Is protecting the false identity of a god more important to her than her own life? Ing was confused. Obviously, she should have given up long ago, right? Thinking like this, Ing looked at Funina, but could only see her lonely back. Everyone in the audience was silent, just looking at Funina with cold eyes. At this time, the results of the facts have already come out. Funina is really not the water goddess, but a liar who has deceived Fontaine for 500 years. She is a false water goddess. Listen to me, and stop looking at me with cold eyes. The one just now doesn't count. Funina looked at the people in the audience and cried as if she had collapsed. Her tone was urgent. Look, you can't prove that gods won't be affected by the original seawater, right? Also, if I were really human, how could I dare to put my hand into that kind of seawater? Said. Funina raised her hands, as if to prove herself. On the stage, she argued alone, but her figure looked particularly lonely. However, everyone in the audience just shook their heads indifferently and looked away. In his eyes, there is no longer the respect he used to have. Listen to me, please, listen to me. I am really a god. Facing the indifference of everyone, Funina couldn't bear it anymore, and her voice was filled with tears. His eyes were already filled with tears. The indifference of the people in Fontaine hurt her heart more than the danger brought by the sea water. However, in response to this, everyone, including Ing, Navalette, and others, looked away or closed their eyes with indifferent expressions. This scene deeply hit Funina. She seemed to have given up. Her eyes were full of tears, and she lowered her head, which had been so high in the past. Well, no one will listen to me if I continue to argue. There is already so much evidence. In the audience, a helpless female voice sounded, full of impatience. Arataki Ito, I'm so angry. I'm going to beat up everyone inside, including those Fontaine people. I'm so angry. Kuki Shinobu, boss, I support you this time, and the entire Aragai faction also supports you. Kujo Sarah, this time I reluctantly agree with you, and I also want to take action. Kaya, ouch, a good-tempered person like me is also full of anger now. Sino, well, so what if it's the Water Dragon King? I still have to beat him. Master Executor, although I am not Navalette's opponent, it does not prevent me from wanting to beat him up. At Navalette, Dialect, you can form a team and go to Fontaine to beat him up. If you can't beat him, you can also beat others. Wendy, you can count me in. Yuhung Zinkiking. If it weren't for the fear of causing a diplomatic incident, I would also want to beat him. It's so abominable. Ye Shinsi, those last few actions were too hurtful. Even if they were for information, they would still be this is too much. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, I support you too. Grass Dragon Apep. Although I don't like gods and humans, that girl. Her courage and strength, I recognize her. Grass Dragon Apep. The Water Dragon King did go a bit too far this time. Navalette. Sorry, this is all my fault. In the opera house, on the trial stage, Valette's face was filled with sadness, especially when he saw Funina's face collapsed and her head lowered. He regretted it even more. Presumably, they and the people of Fontaine have deeply hurt her. Fortunately, this is just the future, and now he still has the opportunity to change and make amends. In video, when everyone in the audience spoke indifferently, Funina had given up arguing and just remained silent, her eyes filled with tears. At this point, it's useless for Funina to say anything, right? On the other side, Paimon also said, I think the trial has concluded at this point. If there are no objections, we will now enter the sentencing phase. At the same time, on the trial stage, Valette also opened his eyes and said indifferently. The scepter in her hand hit the floor hard, and the sound it made was like a death announcement, which deeply hit Funina. Funina gasped violently, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked at the people in the audience. The perspective seemed to be cast in red, and everyone was indifferently criticizing her. Boundless and oppressive pain. At this moment, it turned into endless darkness and rushed toward Funina. In her perspective, everyone left indifferently, and Valette also indifferently pronounced her guilty. In the name of the Supreme Judge, I determined that Funina is pretending to be a human being to deceive the people. With that said, Valette's figure disappeared, and Ing and Paimon's figures also appeared and disappeared one after another. This scene seemed to reject her and disgust her. Loneliness and pain struck Funina. Sujia. At this time, Wu Ningna's pupil shrank, and a familiar figure appeared in her eyes. It's Sujia. He was still wearing a silver knight uniform, standing in front of her as always. However, this time his face was no longer the gentle smile before, but full of indifference, as if he was scorning her. Immediately, Sujia's figure turned and left. Sujia, don't leave. I only have you left. Don't you even believe in me? Seeing this scene, Funina stretched out her palms tremblingly, and she couldn't help crying anymore. But in the end, Sujia's figure disappeared. All this hit Funina's heart like a lightning strike. It caused severe pain in her heart, as if she couldn't breathe. Guilty. Then, the darkness dissipated, and Valette's last voice came. Funina stood there blankly, her eyes filled with tears. Finally, she sat alone on the throne, silent. Only tears kept flowing down. The water god is crying alone on his throne. This scene perfectly corresponds to the scene on the main prophecy tablet. The prophecy begins. Countless people in the live broadcast room were all overwhelmed, couldn't help but burst into tears. Especially the people of Fontaine, as well as many senior officials, especially Navalette and others who personally facilitated all this. They are filled with regret. They really made Funina, the water goddess who loved Fontaine, shed tears. Everything they did seemed to be to protect Fontaine, but in fact, it pushed Fontaine into the abyss, and they personally promoted the realization of the prophecy. They are the sinners of Fontaine. Now leave it to. In video, on the trial stage, Valette looked indifferent, and he slowly announced the final verdict. But at this moment, boom, the wall of the opera house was blasted open, and a figure slammed in and landed heavily on the stage. Violent vibrations resounded through the opera house, accompanied by smoke and dust in the sky. This sudden scene made everyone in the audience scream in panic. On the trial stage, Valette seemed to sense something, and his expression changed. Navia, Clawland and others all stood up, and Ing and Paimon also widened their eyes. Wait a minute, there is another sinner in this trial. Don't forget me. Soon, a voice sounded, and then a strong wind blew through, blowing away all the smoke and dust. What appeared in front of everyone was Navalette, who was in a state of embarrassment and had various scars on his body, half kneeling on the ground. Not far away, Su Jie was standing. He had no scars on his body and was very calm. He spoke at this moment. Su Jie. Chapter 65. Opera. Whether it was the people in the audience, or Ing, Paimon, Navia, and others, their eyes were widened at this moment. Su Jie. He actually defeated Navalette. Brother Su Jie. On the prosecution stand, Ing grabbed the railing with both hands and looked at the labor that appeared with a look of joy. It was just as she expected. Brother Su Jie is stronger than Navalette. What's going on? There are actually two Navalette Samus? Yes, and isn't that Knight Su Jie? Why did he fight with Lord Valette? Navia, Shergwen, Charlotte, Linny and others were all confused. Although they participated in this plan, they did not know about Valette's fight with Su Jie. Therefore, everyone was shocked when they saw another Navalette appearing with wounds all over his body. What is going on? My mind is confused. How come there are two Lord Valettes? Yes, who is the real one? And it seems that Knight Incho is fighting another Lord Navalette. Could it be said that Lord Navalette who fought with Knight Su Jie is fake? No. If that's the case, then why would Knight Su Jie say that he is also a sinner? Is the one on the trial stage the fake one? Everyone in the audience was in an uproar. Everyone started talking, and their minds were in confusion. Master Executor. Oh, it seems we don't need to take action anymore. Someone has already captured Valette. Liasli. Well, it's very rare. No, this is the first time I've seen Valette in such a miserable state. Clorant. It's incredible. Su Jie, who was just an ordinary person 3 years ago, has now defeated Master Navalette? Executive Officer's servant. It's really scary. A mortal can actually defeat the Water Dragon King. Dr. Executive Officer. It seems to be a monster as scary as the captain. Spreads hands. Grass Dragon Apep. How is this possible? A human actually defeated the Dragon King. Grass Dragon Apep. No. This is just because the Water Dragon King is not in full condition yet. He has not mastered the power of the ancient dragon, and his strength is far from its peak. Grass Dragon Apep. If the Water Dragon King reaches its peak, there is no way that a mere human can be his opponent. Zhongli. But no matter what, he did defeat Navalette. Lay movie. Well done. I also felt a little unhappy watching Valette. Which Lisa? This guy always appears at critical moments. He's really not cute, but he's handsome. Kelly. Okay. Is Brother Su Jie going to beat up the bad guy? Little Lucky Grass King. Well, if you can beat Valette, it will really make you feel happy. Smile, Navalette. In video. Knight of Su Jie. On the trial stage, Valette's face darkened slightly. He stared at Su Jie and said, "This trial has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved." On the stage, Navalette, who was in a state of embarrassment, also stood up at this time. He took a deep look at Su Jie, then stepped onto the trial stand with ease. Immediately afterwards, in the audience's horrified eyes, the two Valettes merged together. To be precise, it was Navalite on the trial stage who turned into the water element again and merged into the embarrassed Navalite's body, and the two merged into one. After the fusion, many of the scars on Valette's body had recovered. The person on the trial stage is my water element clone, and I am also myself. You don't need to lie. Facing the shocked people, Valette slammed the scepter in his hand to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Hear this explanation." Although everyone was still shocked, they gradually accepted this explanation. After all, it has been 500 years, and the power and mystery of Valette have already penetrated into the hearts of the people of Fontaine. His existence, just like Funina is the water goddess, has long been common knowledge among Fontaine people. Naturally, I won't doubt him too much. Knight Sujia, the results of the trial have come out. Please don't be in contempt of court. After explaining, Valette turned his attention to Sujia again and continued. Contempt of court? No, 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 you are wrong. Valette, I not only contempt of court, I also attacked the judge and made a scene in the venue. Hearing this, Injia shook his head. Boom. The next second, an astonishing aura erupted from him, impacting the entire venue in an instant. Ah 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 ah. In the audience, all the people screamed. Those who had previously targeted Funina with some words were now being focused on by Sujia, and they were groaning. They all suffered a lot. Of course, it's just some pain. It's not a big problem. Sujia, don't mess around. On the trial stage, Valette's face was ugly. He scolded and was about to take action. Although he was defeated by Sujia in the past, it did not mean that he had no power to fight back, nor could he sit back and watch Sujia turn the trial court upside down. However, just when Valette was about to take action, Sujia's momentum quickly subsided, leaving only a messy venue and a shocked crowd. Now, am I guilty? Lord Inquisitor. After doing all this, Sujia spread his hands, looked at Valette on the trial stage, and said with a smile, "Humph." Knight Sujia blatantly defied the court, disrupted order, and was found guilty. On the trial stage, Valette's face darkened. He understood that Sujia had done this intentionally and could only pronounce the verdict. Now let the oracle machine. Immediately afterwards, Valette was ready to let the oracle machine decide the punishment. At this moment, Sujia reached out to stop him again, his voice ringing faintly. Knight Sujia, what do you want to fire? Valette frowned. If he wasn't his opponent, he would have wanted to suppress him. How can the order of the court tolerate repeated provocations? I have something to say to Lady Funina. Seeing Valette's gloomy face, Sujia didn't care and just said lightly. After hearing this, Valette was silent for a while. He glanced at Funina, who was still crying on the throne, sighed, and nodded gently. Immediately, under the gaze of everyone, Sujia walked straight to Funina's meeting stage and quickly came to her side. Wow, Sujia is too scary. Even Valette is no match for him. On the other side, Paimon looked at the strong and domineering Sujia and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and sighed. That's right, Paimon seemed to have bullied Funina just now. The group leader will definitely be retaliated with in embarrassment. Hearing this, the corner of Ying's mouth raised slightly, and she frightened Paimon with some evil intent. Huh? No, it can't be. Paimon was so scared that his hair was about to explode, and his cute little face was full of fear. Oomph. Seeing Paimon's frightened look, Ying hummed slightly happily. Of course she was trying to scare Paimon, but she didn't expect Paimon to really believe it. Lady Funina. On the other side, Sujia looked at Funina, who was sitting low, and said. Funina didn't reply. She seemed to have lost her mind. She just stood there in a daze with tears constantly flowing down her face. Seeing this, Sujia couldn't help but sigh. This is so dramatic. Boom. The next second, Sujia reached out and hit Funina on the head with a knife, making a crisp sound immediately. Very loud. Directly spread throughout the entire venue. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at this scene with some dumbfounded eyes. You idiot, why don't you show off? Immediately afterwards, Sujia's somewhat helpless voice came out. It hurts. At this time, Funina, who had been sitting dumbly, screamed in pain and looked up at Sujia with dissatisfaction, her cute little face bulging. Sujieching, how dare you take action against your beloved god, the great Miss Funina? You are treasonous. Funina scolded in a sweet voice. At this time, there was no sadness or pain on his face, only a small dissatisfaction with Sujia. However, the tear stains on his face have not dissipated and are still clearly visible. Deep in his eyes, there was still a lingering shock. Huh? What's going on? Funina's condition seems to be wrong. She doesn't look sad at all. Obviously she cried just now. On the other side, Paimon, Linny, Lynette, and others who saw this scene all showed astonishment. Everyone looked at each other. Especially Valette, who was on the trial stage, frowned even more. Why does he feel something is wrong? Kaya? Ye Shensi. Ah, how do I feel? We have all been fooled. Yinjin. Could it be that this is a play within a play? Su Jie and Miss Funina teamed up to act in a play to fool Valette and the others? Dialect. This is a shocking reversal. It's so incredible. El Hazen, it's interesting. It seems that we have all been fooled by Su Jie and Funina. Funina has been acting. Little Lucky Grass King, no? Strictly speaking, Funina's previous state was all about showing her true feelings, not just acting. Zhongli, I understand a little bit. Come to think of it, Su Jie should have expected that Valette and the others would try Funina, and Su Jie. He also knows the truth of the prophecy, so he joined forces with the Dr. Nina to put on a play. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, and the purpose of this scene is to complete the prophecy, which is the third prophecy slate. Charlotte, huh? Why is this? Everyone wants to stop the prophecy, so why does Su Jie push for the fulfillment of the prophecy? Great astrologer. I think it is Su Jie who has mastered the method of deciphering the prophecy, and the prerequisite for deciphering the prophecy is to promote the formation of the prophecy. Tian Quan Ningguang. That's why Su Jie deliberately agreed to Valette's request and was asked out to fight by him in the morning. He deliberately left Funina. Acting Captain Qin. Only by leaving Funina can Valette and the others have a chance to take action against Minina. Kemizato Ayato. Not only that, do you still remember what Valette said to Funina when he went to find Su Jie? Don't forget our agreement. Come to think of it, this agreement is what this scene is about. Asking for flowers 00, lay movie. It's interesting. It seems that Funina's scene was indeed gorgeous and deceived everyone. In this aspect, she is worthy of being called a god. Charlotte, Wu, Su Jie, and Ms. Funina are both good and bad. They made me cry a lot before. Navalet. No, Funina's previous state was more than just acting. She showed her true feelings. Lai Ousley. Yes, I agree with what Valette said. If it were not an acting, but a real trial, I think Lady Funina would do the same. Clorant. Well, Lady Funina really puts all of Fontaine above her own life. Everyone in the live broadcast room was talking, but none of them seemed angry at being deceived. No matter who it is, after seeing Funina's previous performance, they will sincerely hope that it was just an acting and not a real scene. Otherwise, it would be too cruel. Fortunately, here in Su Jie, Funina was just acting. In video, Funina, you idiot, you actually put your hand into the fetal sea water. What if something happens to you? Su Jie frowned. He grabbed Funina's little hand. After checking it and finding that it was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and then scolded her. Although he had a backup plan and conducted experiments to ensure that it could withstand the dissolving power of the fetal seawater, he still couldn't help but worry. Obviously at that time, you can give up completely. If you directly condemn him, it will not affect the completion of the prophecy. But in that case, doesn't it mean I have to admit defeat? I don't want it. Funina wrinkled her nose, as if thinking of the scene where she would admit defeat. She quickly shook her head with a cute expression. How was it? How was my performance? Is it extremely gorgeous and shocked everyone? Then, she put her hands on her hips, raised her face, and looked at Su Jie with a proud expression. Yes, my lady, Lady Funina, your performance is unparalleled in the world and no one can match it. Even in my world, she is enough to win the Oscar for Best Actress. Su Jie praised. Yes, it's all an act. In other words, he and Funina co-directed the drama of Funina's trial. In order to promote the prophecy, Foucault's plan can be successfully implemented. Su Jie had been struggling for a long time, but after all, he was reluctant to let Funina face the trial alone and face the pain of betrayal and separation. So, on the eve of the trial, he told Funina everything. He discussed with her and directed the scene. Although Funina was shocked, she had been playing the role of the water god for 500 years. The desire to decipher the prophecy is also extremely strong. Plus, this is the plan of myself in the mirror. To help her, Funina agreed without hesitation and decided to perform the performance to perfection. And Su Jie, for the sake of safety, he also left a backup on Funina and fought with Navalet, pretending that he had been deceived by them. After that comes Funina's trial. It's just that Funina's performance is not so much acting, but rather that she is completely immersed in it, completely involved in the drama, imagining the scene of being judged and being betrayed by everyone. Especially when Su Jie left her, the severe pain left Wu Shona with lingering fear until now. Fortunately, Su Jie was still by her side and did not abandon her as she imagined, even if she is not a water goddess. Su Jie, I am no longer the water god. Will you leave me? Looking at the familiar face in front of me, Funina's eyes turned red, and her emotions that had calmed down were now choked up again, and the tears in her eyes were about to burst out. Lady Funina, You are the water god in my heart, the eternal water god. I will always be by your side. Let me accompany you in this conviction. Seeing this, Su Jia hugged Funina into his arms and comforted her softly. It took a long time for Funina's mood to stabilize. Others in the field, including Valette, Navia, Ing, and others, were silent. After the conversation between Su Jia and Funina, they realized that they had all been tricked by Su Jia. The so-called trial was just their wishful thinking from beginning to end. However, they still thought that they had won and successfully tried Funina. He can also force her to reveal the information. But now, they have all been slapped in the face. On the trial stage, Navalette glanced at the huge, cardinal adjudication behind him and fell into deep contemplation. He was wondering whether he should let the oracle machine carry out the conviction. Valette, let's start convicting the oracle machine. At this time, Su Jia turned around, looked at Navalette on the trial stage and said. Valette was silent for a while. Then his eyes sharpened and his scepter hit the ground hard. Start convicting. The huge oracle machine began to operate. Based on the results given by the cardinal decree, I pronounced the verdict. Soon, Navalette began to pronounce the sentence, and then his expression changed. Asia. Chapter 66. Valette's eyes widened, and a look of astonishment appeared on his calm face. What happened? What's the result? Seeing the bad look on Valette's face, Paimon on the other side asked in confusion. Could it be that the oracle machine gave a result of not guilty? On the side, Lingyi couldn't help but said. Navia, Shurgwen, Linny, Lynette, and others also stared at Valette with curiosity in their hearts. Although they already knew that the others were being acted, they were not angry at all. I'm just curious about the outcome of the trial. Could it be that he is not guilty? No. The results given by the oracle machine were that both Water God and Su Dong were guilty. On the trial stage, Valette had a strange expression on his face, and he said in a deep voice, Isn't that no problem? Paimon spread his hands. Humph, you actually found me guilty. On the other side, Funina had a swollen face. Although she had looked away a lot under Su Jia's guidance, she still felt a little unhappy in her heart. In other words, I feel sorry for me in the mirror and her efforts. Don't worry, I will solve all this. Su Jia comforted him with a chuckle. I just don't know what crime I will be convicted of. He made a big fuss in the trial court and even beat the Supreme Judge Navalette. Based on emotion and reason, the crime is not low, right? It's just that the content above is, Su Jia is guilty and sentenced to serve as a prince and assist Funina in governing Fontaine for 500 years. 1 inch speaking of this, Valette's tone was strange, as if he didn't understand. Can this be called punishment, Prince? This seems to be bigger than Duke, right? I didn't expect that after beating Valette so hard, he could be promoted. And why are you assisting Funina? Didn't Funina find her guilty? She shouldn't be the water god now, right? 150 heard Valette's verdict. Paimon and Ing, as well as Navia and others, their eyes widened in disbelief. The people in the audience couldn't believe it at this time. Are they guilty of what they said? Navia, I didn't expect that Su Jia's punishment would be to be promoted to prince. Lioslium, in that case, I also want to give Valette a good beating. Maybe he can be promoted from duke to prince. Laughs, Zigwin, that's a good idea. Kaya, oh, it's a pity that I'm a foreigner, otherwise I would have to beat Navalette. Navalette, Dialek, no, if you go, you will be beaten to death by Valette. Not everyone has the perverted strength of Su Jia, and you obviously don't. Kaya, don't expose me. Tianquan Ningguang. Interesting. Does a prince serve for 500 years? Perhaps, this is indeed a punishment. Wendy. That's right, everyone, this is 500 years. It looks like a reward, but in fact, it means that Su Jia will be tied to Fontaine for 500 years. TSK, of course this is punishment. Zhongli. Not only that, he also has to assist Funina. Well, it is indeed a punishment, but it just looks like a reward, drinking tea. Xiangling. Well, I can't help but be afraid when I think of working for 500 years. Yuheng Zinkiking. I think this is not bad. It is just 500 years of work. Only by racing against time can we do our own work well. Travelering. Aching works too hard. No one else can compare. Navalette. If it lasts for a long time, this can indeed be regarded as punishment. But isn't the oracle machine a machine? Why would it issue such a sentence? Little Lucky Grass King. Maybe there is someone living in this oracle machine. Smile. Executive Young Master. What? Can machines also house people? Ms. Executive Officer. It's not necessarily impossible, but you won't understand it. Executive Young Master. If he couldn't beat this woman, he would fight her twice. It's a pity that although he is warlike, Madam is even crazier and is super strong in close combat. I really don't know how she, a witch, does it. When I think about the time I provoked a lady and was beaten violently by the other party, Dadalia couldn't help but feel helpless. Her skills were inferior to others. Nilu. But in this case, Miss Funina should still be the goddess of water, right? Otherwise, Sujia's crime would not be to assist Miss Funina. Lay movie. This point depends on the next sentence of Funina. At the same time, in the video, Sujia was also a little stunned after hearing Navalet's verdict. He never expected that he would not be demoted, but would be promoted. But when I thought about the Cardinal Oracle, there lived the real demon god Fukulos. Sujia was relieved. After all, she controls the Oracle machine, so it is not impossible to be blamed for such an obvious favoritism. What surprised Suchi even more? By giving this verdict, does Fukulos want Medical Nina to continue to serve as the water goddess? Prince. On the side, Funina also looked a little surprised. He was actually assisting her. Moreover, the position of Prince is, in a sense, already the pinnacle of Fontaine, second only to the water god, and even comparable to the water god. Funina, please give me more advice in the future. At this time, Sujia also looked at Funina, with a faint smile on his face. Sujieching, please give me more advice in the future. Funina wrinkled her nose as if she was thinking about something, then raised her head and said proudly, "Hey, Valette, what's Funina's sentence?" At the same time, Paimon on the other side also shouted to Navalette, who was deep in thought. Not only Paimon, but everyone in the field also looked at Valette eagerly. Isn't it also a promotion? Although as a water goddess, Funina's status is already the highest than that of Fengdan. But seeing that Sujia, who was also a sinner, not only was not punished, but was promoted to prince, everyone still had this worry in their hearts. If this is the case, then can the Oracle machine be just and fair? Regarding Funina's verdict, the above content is, water god, guilty. Hearing Paimon's voice, Valette, who was deep in thought, also came to his senses. When he looked at the verdict about Funina, his expression was much uglier than before. Death penalty. Valette slowly pronounced the verdict, then put down the verdict and looked at the entire venue expressionlessly. And his words also made everyone in the scene unbelievable and shocked. Death, the death penalty? And he actually sentenced water god to death? Death, death, death. In the audience, some people couldn't help but stare wide-eyed and were speechless. Would it be the death penalty? Does the death penalty really exist? I always thought it was just a legend. On the other side, a long-haired woman was also very shocked. Her tone was full of confusion. The only death sentence in history fell on someone we always thought was a god. How dramatic is this? Some people couldn't help but sigh. Funina was sentenced to death by the Oracle machine? We originally planned to scare her through a trial and make her tell the truth. How could she be sentenced to death all of a sudden? On the other side, Paimon couldn't help but his eyes widened in shock. Sujia's punishment was obviously a promotion, but why did it become a death sentence when he got to treat Ningna? This result is indeed a bit strange. According to Fontaine's definition of justice and trial standards so far, on the trial stage, Navalette also fell into deep thought. Does Funina's crime really deserve a sentence of the death penalty? Yes, you must know that even Vash, the culprit of the serial disappearance of girls at that time, was not sentenced to death. Paimon stamped his feet angrily. What's even more strange is, it says, water god, instead of Funina. He said on the side. Xiao Gong, it's actually the death penalty? Doesn't this mean that Funina is going to be executed? Kiliang Liang, but wasn't Sujia promoted? Why was he sentenced to death when he got to Funina? Liasli, two ladies, you missed one thing. The judgment of the Oracle machine was water god, instead of Lady Funina. This may be an inside story. Little Lucky Grass King, you are right, and please don't forget that the real water god Fukuros has always been hidden in the secret. Dialect. This also means that the water goddess, who was sentenced to death, is not Funina, but Mekaros? Little Lucky Grass King, I think so. Beidou, but what did Fukulos do to be sentenced to death by the Oracle machine? Moreover, isn't the theme of this trial proving that Funina is not the water god, and why is the real water god involved? Zhongli, I should have some clues, but please forgive me for not being able to tell you the specific situation. In video. Indeed, not only is Funina not guilty of this, but the theme of this trial is to prove that Funina is not the water god. Navalette said, looking at Sujia and Funina, but unexpectedly seeing that the other party seemed very calm, I was suddenly shocked. They seemed to have expected it? Could it be that it was not Funina who was actually sentenced to death? Otherwise, how could Sujia be so calm? Could it be that there was something wrong with the Oracle Machine's trial, and it also deliberately used the title, Water God? What does this mean? Navalette mused. Just when everyone in the venue was in shock and confusion, a timid voice sounded, breaking the peace of the venue. Well, I'm sorry to bother you a little bit. At some point, Minnie was already standing there on the steps of the auditorium. How is your trial going? He asked. Femini, you're finally here. It seems like you've completed your mission. Sitting aside, Lenny stood up with a somewhat surprised tone. Well, the task assigned to me by Father must be for the top students. Femini nodded heavily. Immediately, with the help of some fools, Femini brought a stone slab to the stage. This is Prophecy Slate. Could it be that this is the first lost prophecy slate? Looking at the slate on the stage, Paymon's voice couldn't help but be a little surprised. It turns out that the servant secretly arranged for Femini to search underwater. Paimon continued. Well, it took me a long time to finally find it on the bottom of the sea. It also took me a lot of time to avoid dangerous waters. Femini explained, but then he seemed to have just realized it and his eyes widened. Wait, is your trial over? Then I'm too late. Are you going to let Father down? It's not too late. Seeing Femini's disappointed expression, the screenwriter on the other side spoke. At the same time, Valette, who was on the trial stage, had already walked onto the stage without knowing when. Thank you, Mr. Femini, for letting me see what's on the slate. Valette looked at Femini and said, Traveler, you have seen the other stone slabs before. Please come and confirm. Valette came to the stone slab and at the same time greeted Ing on the stage. Soon, Ing and Paimon came to the stone slab and observed it carefully. What is painted on it? Paimon said with some confusion. It seems that the former water god is using his divine power. Pure water elves turned into people. After observing carefully, Ingji on the side guessed the contents. I should have understood what the sin of the water god is. It is related to the lost history of Fontaine. Navalette took a deep breath and said now, The crime of the water god is not to deceive the people. Oh no, that is Funina. We have confirmed that she is not the water god. Paimon on the side was a little confused, and then she looked at Valette and continued to ask, So the water god you are talking about is the real water god of Fontaine? Actually, the contents on these 4 stone tablets should be more or less related to what you have experienced since coming to Fontaine. Valette said, and then he looked at Guing and asked, I don't know how far you can understand now. The relationship between the content on the stone tablet and real events. Hearing this, Ing fell into deep thought. Let me think about it. What are the paintings on the other slates? Let me help you recall it. Paimon scratched his head and said the same. The first stone slab, as you just said, seems to be the former water god using divine power, and then the pure water elves turned into humans. Does that mean the people in Fontaine were transformed from pure water elves? It's really surprising. Then maybe this process is also reversible. On the second stone slab, there is Sky Island floating in the sky. The water god and the people are kneeling to it, but Sky Island still seems to have punished them. This is when the water god and the people of Fontaine were given original sin. So, is original sin the same thing as the water god sin just mentioned? Human beings will dissolve in the water of the original womb sea, but they will not disappear after that, but will flow and gather through the womb sea and become pure water elves. Soon, with the help of Paimon, he began to recall, correspond the events to the tablets one by one, and deduce them. 2.3. Well, I understand what you mean. It turns out that this is how you want to understand it. Paimon suddenly understood, and then he stroked his chin and said, Then we seem to be about to draw some shocking conclusions. Please tell me. Navalette said on the side. The first tablet proves that the Fontaines are not truly human. Ing said with a serious face. Brother, they seem to be talking about something very serious. In the audience, upon hearing Ying's words, Lynette looked at Lenny beside her expressionlessly. We are not real humans. Lenny stroked his chin, a solemn look on his face. All Fontaine people were created by the former water god on the basis of pure water elves. Paimon on the side also said, If you want to prove this, only the Fontaines will dissolve in the primitive sea of fetuses, and the missing girls also turned into pure water elves after dissolving. After hearing the explanations of the 2 men, Navalette fell into deep thought. The second stone tablet proves that the crime of the water god is to create the Fontaine people. Ing continued, Yes, if you think about the contents of the first stone tablet, it is probably the unauthorized creation of human beings that offended Sky Island. Then the Oracle Machine's verdict of guilty on the water god may refer to the sin that the water god bore for creating the Fontaine people. Navia? We turned out to be pure water elves? Acting Captain Sheen. The original sin of the Fontaine people was actually because the water god created them. Chlorant, that's why the Oracle machine sentenced water god to death. Charlotte, this is incredible, but what does this have to do with the original fetal sea? Why were the Fontaine people dissolved by the fetal sea? Is there any causal relationship here? Zhongli, I know this. Chapter 67. Navalet, please give Mr. Zhongli some advice. Zhongli, it's not about giving advice, I just know some secrets. Zhongli, according to the current information, the first water goddess Egolia created the Fontaine people, so she was condemned by Sky Island. This is how the prophecy came about. Zhongli, according to some secrets I know, the first-generation water goddess Egolia should have stolen the power of the original womb sea and created the Fontaine people. Zhongli, the reason why the Fengdan people were dissolved by the fetal sea water is because they relied on the power of the fetal sea water to become human beings, so when they encounter the fetal sea water, they will be dissolved. Navia, is that so? This truth is too shocking. Kaya, the original womb sea, what on earth is that, and why is it so unnatural? Navalet, the primitive fetal sea is the origin of the planet and the place where life was first born, so it is called the primitive fetal sea and is the source of all life. Navalet, in this way, it is understandable that the people of Fontaine were condemned and the prophecy came down from heaven. The first-generation water god Egolia not only stole the power of the planet Sea of Fetus, but also violated the rules and created human beings privately. Navalet, this is Fontaine's original sin, and it is also the sin of the water god. Linny, therefore, the reason why the oracle sentenced water god to death was because of the sins of the first-generation water god and the Fontaine people. Chlorant, so, the water god has shouldered so much for Fengdan. El Hazen, what's even more ironic is that the god who paid so much for Fontaine was in turn put on trial by the Fontaine people and sentenced to death. Executive Officer Skirmisher, this is a real dramatic reversal. It's so ridiculous and interesting. Executive Doctor, this is really a good laugh. I haven't been so happy for a long time. It makes me happier than getting rare research materials. In the live broadcast room, following Zhongli and Navalet's explanations, countless people were shocked. Especially the people from Fontaine couldn't believe it. Not only were they transformed from pure water elves, but the first-generation water god Egolia also bore huge sins for this. And this sin was passed on to the second-generation water god, Fukalos. Now, this water god who took on the sins for them was pushed to the trial stand and sentenced to death. All of this was actually caused by the Fontaine people. When they think of this, countless people in Fontaine feel as if the sky is falling and the earth is falling. They are the real sinners. Is this the truth? The origin of the Fontaine people, the truth of dissolution, and the sins carried by the water god. In the opera house, Funina looked at all the revelations in the video. Her face was dazed, and her heart was shocked. On the trial stage, Valette was also shocked, and he also thought of the water god in his mind. You know, the real water god, Fukalos, is still alive and hidden behind the scenes. Is it possible that this death sentence is to execute Fukalos? But in this case, his previous inference about the virtues of Mekalos may also be overturned. After all, if Fukalos was really there, how could such a verdict be made? Unless she herself wants to die. But Nawe, she didn't believe this and wanted to die. Not to mention, he is a powerful god with extremely long lifespan. Rice wife. This is too scary. So Funina still has to be sentenced to death. Seeing the revelations in the live broadcast room, Paimon couldn't help but scream, his little face full of shock. Well, that seems to be the case so far, but it shouldn't be that far. Ing nodded, then shook his head and said, at least, Su Jie will not allow this kind of thing. Even the Water Dragon King is not Su Jie's opponent. If he makes a fuss over Funina, the entire Fengdan will not be able to stop him. That's good. Hearing this, Paimon also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they haven't met Funina yet, through the video revelations, they also have a deep understanding of Funina's existence, and they don't want to see this girl who bears all the pain alone be executed like this. At the same time, in the video, the people in the audience were also in deep shock at this moment, and were shocked by the conversation between Navalet and others. They turned out to be pure water elves. Water god, sin is creating us. In the audience, Navia was also shocked, and she couldn't help but murmured. Moreover, because of them, the first-generation water god was burdened with terrible sins and was punished by Sky Island. Now he will be tried by them and sentenced to death. However, today's opera house is equivalent to the people of Fontaine trying to judge the water god. History is often the most dramatic. Valette couldn't help but sigh. The third stone. I still feel that the order of the fourth piece is reversed. At this time, Ing continued. Yes, the scene in this fourth stone tablet should refer to the water god also sinking into the water after the prophecy occurred and being surrounded by pure water elves, right? Paimon also agreed. She pointed to the fourth stone slab, which was the picture of Funina falling into the water and being surrounded by a group of villains. The fourth stone. It's the prophecy that everyone knows, Ing said, pointing to the fourth stone slab with a prophetic portrait on it. In the end, everyone will dissolve in the sea, leaving only the water god himself crying on the throne. Only then will the sins of the Fontaine people be washed away. Paimon explained. In the portrait, Funina is sitting alone on the throne, crying, and there is no one else in the picture. Did I recite it correctly? After saying that, Paimon looked at Ing behind him and asked, quite a bit asking for credit. Ing smiled and nodded. Good reasoning ability. Based on the information currently known, it can be said to be amazing to have such a level of guessing. Valette on the side praised. Then, he looked at the stone slabs and continued. But in addition to the information that can be read by the naked eye, these stone slabs actually also have hidden information, engraved through some kind of energy. At that time, in the ruins, I tried to read the information contained in the stone tablets, but due to the lack of the first stone tablet, the information could not be fully deciphered. Valette said in a deep voice, Now that the slate has been found, I will try to read it again. If it goes well, I should be able to learn the truth. Valette said, and then he stepped forward, put his palm on the stone slab, and used his strength to start reading the information contained in it. Not long after, Valette's eyes widened slightly, her breathing quickened, and she showed a shocked expression. Navia, this expression. Did Lord Valette find out some incredible information again? Miss Camisado, it seems so. It can make Mr. Navalette, who is expressionless and always calm, show such an expression. This information should be shocking. Yilan, I'm really curious, what kind of information will this be? Liasli, it should be a deeper interpretation of the prophecy. In video, how's it going? Seeing Valette's shocked expression, Paimon couldn't help but ask. I think I should not only share this truth with you, but the people of Fontaine also have the right to know. Let me tell it. Valette took a deep breath, looked at Ing, and said, then looked at the audience with a serious expression. As for the origin and sins of the Fontaine people, the traveler's inferences are for sale. In the original Fontaine, the former water god felt the desire of her relatives, the pure water elves, to live on land. Valette began to explain, and with his voice, the picture began to change. It was no longer the stage of the opera house, but a vast sea appeared, with many identical pure water elves in it, and they were very large. It's really a pure water elf. It's exactly the same as the one in Chingtsa village. Ricewife, Paimon couldn't help shouting when he saw the pure water elf appearing on the screen. Inyao looked serious. At first, she accidentally broke into the territory of the pure water elf, but she suffered a lot because of it. Pure water elves envy humans. The beauty and romance of humans fascinate them. Incarnation as a human has become the wish of the pure water elves. In the video, Navalette continues to explain. On a stage, with a group of people watching, a man knelt on the ground to propose to a beautiful girl, while a pure water elf watched in secret with envy and desire. However, although water is closely related to life, the water god, as the 7 rulers of the earth, does not have the power to create human beings. Valette continued. He glanced at the pure water elf with longing eyes and raised his chin. However, she thought of a way to transform those pure water elves into human forms by stealing the power from the planet's original embryonic sea. In the picture, a pure water elf was transformed into a human woman under inexplicable power, as if this was the first pure water elf, and used their blood vessels to wrap the water of the original fetal sea into the body, thereby mimicking human beings. When the Fontaine people come into contact with the sea water of the original womb sea again, the power in the body will break free and return to the womb sea, manifesting as the body dissolving and turning back into a pure water spirit. Navalette said. In the picture, as he explained, the human female face became frightened, and then the human body collapsed and turned back into a pure water elf with blue light. On the stage, thousands of dark blue water droplets continued to fall, making a ticking sound. Navalette stood among them and continued. Of course, the water god's unauthorized creation of human beings has not been approved by heaven. Therefore, the people of Water God and Fontaine have long been burdened with the original sin of stealing the power of the original womb sea. In the picture, The mirror was broken, and Valet's figure appeared, facing everyone in the audience. This is the origin of the Fontaine people. He said solemnly, You, we are actually all human beings transformed from pure water elves? This is a bit too much information for me. I decided to forget what the Lord Inquisitor just said. In that case, how can the water god be sentenced to death? It was she who created us. In the audience, people who were originally just doubters now believed Valet's words. They were all shocked and even couldn't believe it. There are also people who cannot accept that the water god was sentenced to death. Navia, so this is the origin of the Fontaine people, our true origins. Lenny, all Fontaine people were once dependents of the first-generation water god. Executor servant, this is really a surprising thing. Yay Shinsi. But some Fontaine people were still saved to some extent, at least after knowing the facts. They would choose to defend the water god. Traveler-ing, it was the water god who created them. If you are not grateful, then you will be like a wolf with white eyes. Then it is not worth the high price Funina paid. Sino. However, these things are actually consistent with what Zhongli said. Alhazen, Zhongli Kiching is really talented. He is so knowledgeable and knows the secrets of water. Even the top 3 doctors among fools would give him face. If you don't know, I thought Zhongli Kiching was a god. Smile? Zhongli. I'm kidding. I'm just an ordinary guest at the Palace of the Resurrection. I'm just an ordinary visitor. I just know a little more. How could I be a god? Drinking tea. Hu Tao. Yes. How can Zhongli Kiching be a god? He has nothing to do all day long like an old man. He spends all day either watching operas, listening to books, or spending money randomly. Damn it. The treasury of the Palace of Purity has almost been wiped out. The great sage of conquering demons. Grandma Ping, haha. Well, it is indeed not good, Mr. Zhongli. Tianquan Ningguang. I didn't expect that a small rebirth hall would hide such a knowledgeable and talented person as Mr. Zhongli. I wonder if Mr. Zhongli is interested in coming to Chuanyu Pavilion to do work. Zhongli, Mr. Xianningguang values him, but I am just an ordinary person and am very satisfied with my current job. I can only thank Mr. Ningguang for his kindness. Tianquan Ningguang. Well, if Mr. Zhongli is interested someday, Chuanyu Pavilion welcomes you at any time. Hu Tao, damn Ningguang. The Tianquan star is so powerful. Why is the Hall of Rebirth so small? It actually dug up the leader of this hall, which makes me mad. Angry. Tianquan Ningguang. Haha. Smile and video. This information is indeed a huge shock to the people of Fontaine. But many questions have indeed been answered. After listening to Valet's words, Paimon spread his hands and couldn't help but say, as for the traveler's inference about the 3rd stone slab, it is actually incorrect. Its order is not mistaken with the 4th stone slab. At this time, Navalet looked at Ing. What does the 3rd tablet represent? Hearing this, Ing also made the same move as Paimon, spread his hands and asked. One key point is, the people in the water in the slate paintings are all in human form, not pure water elves. Navalet said, and then looked towards the audience. They have not been dissolved, which proves that the water in the painting is not the water of the original fetal sea. This is the kingdom of justice and judgment. Fontaine is also the kingdom of water. The water in the painting actually means justice and judgment. Navalet explained. So the meaning of the 3rd stone tablet is, there will be a trial for the water god in the court of justice. With that said, Valet looked at the figures of Funina and Su Jiao on the stage. However, unlike the original plot development, Funina seemed very calm at this time. She already knew everything, so naturally she wouldn't yell about it. But there is still unavoidable loss and sadness. After all, even if she was really acting, she did go through a trial. That's the same as betrayal and separation. Could it be that? After hearing this, Ying's face also changed, and there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Yes, this is what is happening now. Valet nodded. I understand what you mean. In other words, we organized this trial in order to prevent things from happening as predicted. In the audience, Navia stood up, her tone full of disbelief, and she said, but it turns out that we are moving forward step by step according to the prophecy, and are even actively advancing it. What should we do? On the stage, Paimon couldn't help but ask, his face a little frightened and uneasy. All these developments exceeded their expectations. Have no idea? Feeling completely dominated by fate. Ing shook her head. Her expression was very complicated, with emotions such as loss and unwillingness. The prophecy will definitely come true. Is this the feeling of not being able to escape fate? Claland also spoke, her previously cold face now full of powerlessness. If this is the case, the scene on the 4th stone slab may also appear soon, right? Wu Paiming couldn't help but look at Ing and asked in a panic. About this, Tribulation Knight. You should also be in possession of the truth. Navalette looked at Sujia. Duh. Chapter 68. Liosli, the truth? That's right. Sujia has been mysterious since very early on, looking like the Riddler. In addition, he and Ms. Funina co-directed this scene. He doesn't know the truth. That would be strange. Navia. Strange. Hasn't the truth already come out? Could it be that there is other hidden information? Acting Captain Sheen. I find it strange too, but there must be something we don't know about. Shunhee. I think it should be on a deeper level, such as the future of the fourth prophecy tablet. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, the truth that Valette said should refer to the truth about Fontaine being submerged after the prophecy broke out. Zigwin. In other words, the truth about why Fontaine was destroyed will be revealed next. Yadi Shinsi. Destiny is irreversible. Although the truth is about to be revealed, all this is just moving faster towards the predicted crisis. It is too difficult to change. Great Astrologer. The reason why destiny is because it can only be accepted and cannot be changed, so it is called destiny. Great Astrologer. However, even if it is an unchangeable fate, in the blind spot of the god's sight, there are still people who want to dream. No matter how difficult it is to disobey, they must try their best to struggle and resist. This is human beings. Deja. That's right. Yes, even if it's a god, even if it's heavenly law, no matter what, no one can arbitrarily deprive others of their right to live. Master Executor, everyone, I have some clues about the truth behind Fontaine's destruction. Ms. Executive Officer. Oh, the reckless man also has a brain? Unfortunately, I knew it faster. It must be the big whale. This big whale has been hidden for so long. I don't believe it is just a formality. Executive Young Master. Executive Young Master, why did you get ahead of me? Silkic. Well, it seems that my stupid disciple not only needs to practice more martial arts, but also needs to exercise his brain. In video. No, it should be Prince Sujia. Looking at Sujia above, Navalette changed his words. Today, after benefiting from the information hidden in several prophecy tablets, he has already understood the truth. Coupled with the fact that Sujia and Funina are acting together, he can already confirm that Sujia knew the truth very early. Prince, I'm not a prince yet, but if you tell the truth, I do know something. On the stage, after hearing Valette's words, Sujia walked to the railing and looked down, with a faint smile on his face. Ing, there is actually another small fallacy in your reasoning. As he said that, he looked at Ing with a serious look. Error. Seeing Sujia say this, Ying's cute face showed a hint of confusion. Well, regarding the fourth stone slab, you just thought that the primordial sea eruption disaster of Merlot-Petersburg could prove it, right? Sujia nodded and asked immediately. Yes, could it be that? Ing nodded, but soon, a look of shock appeared on her face. You are right. Compared with the evidence, this eruption is just a small sign. Seeing this, Sujia showed a pleased expression. As expected of a lovely girl, her reaction speed is very fast. In fact, you have already seen the real source of disaster when you were in Merlot-Petersburg. Sujia continued. Have I seen it before? Hearing this, Ing was stunned. When had she seen such existence? But then, her pupils shrank, and she remembered the huge whale she saw from the young master's perspective in the dream. Could it be? That big whale. Ing blurted out with a shocked tone. Good. Above, Sujia snapped his fingers. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and then he praised. As expected of my lovely sister, you are so smart. Thank you. Thank you, brother Sujia. Hearing this compliment, Ying's little face suddenly turned red. Like an innocent girl, she stuttered a little. Ms. Executive Officer, it seems that my guess is correct. The culprit that caused Fontaine's destruction was the big whale. Master Executor, damn it, I obviously guessed it, but you beat me to it. Navia, I didn't expect that it was a big whale that caused Fontaine's destruction. How did it do it? Paimon is not emergency food. By the way, this big whale was accidentally released by young master when he was a child, right? Counting the time in Liyue, this is already twice. Traveler Rome, this person is really vicious. I suggest you beat him to death next time you meet him. Don't let him commit crimes again. Yuheng Zinking, when I was in Liyue, I released the demon god Ossel, and when I was a child, I accidentally released the big whale that destroyed Fontaine. Huh, someone's existence is too dangerous, and he was arrested and tried. Liosli, if you put it this way, it is indeed very dangerous. Next time you come to Fontaine, you should be arrested and imprisoned permanently in Merlot-Petersburg. Executive Young Master. Hey, Liuet didn't mention that time. Fengdian did it this time. I didn't mean it. It was a complete accident. Navalet. If it was just an accident and not intentional, it really cannot be convicted. Silkic. That whale is called the star-eating whale. It is a creature from beyond the star sea and feeds on the planet. Miss Kamisato. Feeding on the planet? This is too scary. Even the Dragon King can't compare to it. Is this kind of monster going to destroy Fontaine? Little Lucky Grass King. If it is this kind of monster, Fengdian will probably have a hard time withstanding it. In the live broadcast room, countless people were frightened by this resounding name. Star-eating whale. Actually feeding on the planet? You know, Teyvat is just a planet. Could this whale still be able to swallow Teyvat as food? In the opera house, Valet's face became solemn when he heard this. If it were such a terrifying monster, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to match the opponent. After all, he is not perfect. Could it be that Fukalos has been hiding in the dark just to fight against this monster? And Su Jie, he has always been mysterious and constantly accumulating strength. Is it also to deal with this whale? Valet was wondering. A giant whale that swallows the planet? There is such a monster in Fontaine. On the other side, when Funina heard this, her vision also went dark, and she almost fainted from fright. If it is such a terrifying monster, then Fontaine is destined to be destroyed no matter what, right? Su Jie, what should we do next? Isn't Fengdian hopeless? Funina quickly looked at Su Jie and asked anxiously, as if she was about to cry. If Fontaine is destroyed, wouldn't her efforts and herself in the mirror be in vain? No, that whale. I will treat it as seafood. Seeing Funina looking like she was about to cry, Su Jie quickly comforted her. Then, a strange look appeared on his face, and he said something meaningful. Star-eating whale? Monsters that roam the planets? Su Jie could only say that this was a piece of trash, with such a big name in vain. Not to mention anything else, after devouring most of the power of the original Womb Sea, it was actually delayed for nearly a month by the Demon King's armed master. What pure trash. This kind of fighting power cannot even be compared to the devil. At least Su Jie didn't think that a demon of Ossel's level would be held back by the young master. This kind of thing, relying on planet-level immortality, can restrain the Fontaine people. As for feeding on the planet, well, not to mention the invincible #1 throne in the world, Tianli, there are 7 terrifying kings from ancient times. If you pick one out at random, you can slap it into hundreds of big mouths and then chop it into sashimi. If that doesn't work, just bring an elemental dragon out. For example, Tevelin, isn't it better than it? This thing just looks better, so it's not barely useful as an ornamental pet. That's good. Hearing what Su Jie said, Funina breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her whole body. She believed what Su Jie said. Since it is said that the big whale can be dealt with, it can definitely be solved. In video, Valet, I think this is the truth you want to say. After Su Jie asked her, he looked at Valet and said with a smile. Good. Valet nodded. And then, just when he wanted to continue saying something, boom. The entire opera house suddenly shook, as if it was an amazing earthquake. Huh, what happened? Is it an earthquake? No, run away. In the audience, a group of Fontaine people screamed and left their seats in panic, trying to escape from the opera house quickly. But the shaking was so violent that many people fell to the ground and had no time to escape. Click, click, click. At the same time, a deep purple hole appeared in the space in the auditorium, like a mirror cracking, and then the space shattered. An extremely large blue whale rushed out and made an astonishing cry. The whole opera house was shaking. Really, Valet's expression was solemn. He jumped up and turned into a beam of light and came to the stage. He waved his hand and laid down a blue barrier to block the big whale. Boom. The huge whale crashed into it, and the huge sharp horn on its forehead shattered the barrier. The violent power knocked back Navalet, who was caught off guard. Woo-ho! The big whale made a terrifying sound. Its huge body turned and chased the people of Fontaine who fled outside the opera house. Then he opened his mouth wide, like an abyss, trying to swallow hundreds of Fontaine people. Boom. At the critical moment, in the broken space, the demon-armed young master rushed out, with lightning speed, repelling the attack of the big whale. Immediately afterwards, his figure was like lightning, and the Demon King's blade in his hand slashed wildly at the big whale. Although it did not leave many wounds, it also blocked some of its steps. Buzz. Below, Valet's eyes condensed, and his palm accumulated its huge energy, like a beam of light reaching the sky. The next second, the beam shot out and hit the big whale hard, causing it to howl violently. But what is surprising is that this attack did not cause much damage. Just when the big whale wanted to escape back to the broken space, Su Jie, who had been watching, took action. His footsteps were like a sharp arrow leaving the string. In an instant, He crossed many distances, and the one-handed sword in his hand turned into a sword burning with blazing flames, and struck the big whale with one sword. The extremely blazing sword light seemed to be able to cut through the boundless earth with one sword. The big whale was almost cut in half, and the blazing flames left huge wounds on its body. Whoa! The severe pain made the big whale scream, and then hurriedly fled back to the broken space. After slashing out a sword, Su Jia quickly returned to his original position and landed next to Funina, and the flaming sword in his hand dissipated. On the other side, the young master armed by the Demon King also noticed Su Jia's move. He turned around and looked at Su Jia, stretched out his hand, and made a thumbs-down gesture. Then, he fell into the broken space. Duh. Interesting. Are you provoking me? That's fine. I'll beat you up next time. Seeing this, Su Jia couldn't help but laugh. How could he not know the meaning of the young master's downward gesture just now? It's just that he didn't bother to chase the other party when he fell into the space. He could just pursue the other party next time. Violet, are you weak? This kind of thing can repel you. At this time, Su Jia looked at Violet again and asked angrily. He even doubts whether the other party is acting. The majestic water dragon king, even if he is not yet a complete body and has not grown to his peak, is not something that a mere star-eating whale can touch. Could it be that when you fought him before, you consumed too much strength? Violet remained silent. His performance just now was indeed not good. Navia, this is the star-eating whale? Ye Shensi. He is quite big, but it's just his strength. It doesn't seem to be that great. Traveler Rome, not as good as Oser, the great sage of conquering demons. He has some strength, but it is simply impossible to devour the planet at this level. Arataki Ito, it's not my fault. Even the young master can block this big whale, so his strength is not that great. Master Executor, hey, wasn't my shot just now cool enough? What do you mean by lack of strength? Acting Captain Chin, well, indeed, Tevelin Senpai should be able to defeat it, right? Tverin, don't underestimate me. My strength is not inferior to that of the demon god. Dulan was torn apart by me, just a whale. Roajuo Dragon King. Roaring. Zhongli. Well, it's just that it's huge. It doesn't seem difficult to deal with this strength. However, there should be other reasons. Thunder Movie. They're just ants. They can't stop my sword. Executive Officer Skirmisher. Someone must have boasted too much. Can this also be called Galactus? Dr. Executive Officer. But if it is used as research material, I am somewhat interested. After all, it is a life form from outside the star sea, and it is of great research value. Grass Dragon Apep. A boring, obtainable thing, useless except for its size. Silk? In the video, Ing, Paimon, Navia, Clawland and others also quickly gathered on the stage. It was so dangerous just now. Why did it suddenly rush out of the opera house? Ing, is that the big whale you saw in your dream? Paimon said with a worried look. Yes, that is probably what, young master, saw when he was young. Ing nodded. I finally met it. I know exactly why it appeared here. At this time, Navalette, who had been silent, also said, that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has been shedding tears and traveling between planets. Navalette looked at the crowd and explained. It is greedily devouring the energy of the planet's fetal sea, becoming larger and larger, and is also the main cause of sea level rise. Saying that, Navalette looked at Su Jia. Knight Su Jia, you should also know the reason why it appears here. Sooner or later, the energy of the planet's fetal sea will be exhausted, and its next move will naturally be the Fontaine people who have the water of the original fetal sea in their bodies. Above, Su Jia said calmly, the whole people of Fontaine are its food. As soon as these words came out, Ing, Clawland, and others were all shocked. Taking Fontaine as food? Well, the Fontaine people's blood exudes great temptation to that whale. Violet's tone was serious. If it's just like this, Su Jia should be able to solve it. He almost killed it with just one sword strike. Navia couldn't help but compare. No, that whale has swallowed too much of the power of the planet's fetal sea without us knowing it, and it has almost merged with the planet's fetal sea. At this time, maybe even if Tevat is destroyed, it will not die, but will swim to other worlds. In a sense, it is immortal and I can't kill it. The prophecy is destined to come true. Su Jia said calmly. Duh. Chapter 69. But, Su Jia, you clearly cut it in half with that sword strike just now. Why can't you kill it? Hearing what Su Jia said, Navia asked doubtfully. My lovely Navia, although my sword hurt it, it can actually recover very quickly. As long as the energy of the original womb sea is in its body, it will not die. Hearing this, Su Jia couldn't help but smile. and looked at Navia with doting eyes. But cute Navia blushed, as if she was teased by this title, and she was a little shy, but she soon recovered, and said with a shy and angry face, "Don't say such things at this time. The prognosis is better more important. Sujia, is it really impossible to deal with that big whale?" Clauland on the side couldn't help but ask. The eyes of Valette, Ing and others were all focused on Sujia. No, its strength is average, but its immortality is too strong. It merges with the planet's fetal sea. Unless the power of the original fetal sea is stripped away from it, it cannot be killed. I think the only one in this world who can kill it forcefully is the one from Sky Island. Sujia said calmly. He just took action to confirm his conjecture and wanted to see if he could kill it. But the result was as expected. The opponent was almost immune to most of the attacks. Coupled with his super immortality, it was impossible to kill him. Sujia estimated that only Heavenly Law had the means to forcibly kill this big whale without stripping away the energy of the original womb sea, right? As for Sujia, he could only ensure that when the big whale appeared, he would push it back, or suppress it in the primitive fetal sea. It's really impossible to kill. Hearing this, Navia's pretty face turned pale, and she couldn't help but continue to ask, "So you just repelled it? After it recovers, will it come to the land and regard the Fontainebleau people as target?" Yes, it should be said that it has wanted to come to land for a long time. It appeared in front of us for the first time just now, thanks to that fool-like executive officer. Before Sujia could respond, Valette took over the topic and continued. Looking at his tired look, he must have been fighting with the whale for who knows how long. Executor Young Master. Ha ha, did you see it? All this is my fault. Without me, the whale would have reached land long ago. Paimon is not emergency food. It's not a big deal, right? Even Young Master can hold it back. But even if it comes up, it will be easily defeated by Valette, Sujia, and the others. Dialect. Indeed, the Young Master can only be said to be the icing on the cake. In addition, this big whale was not awakened by you accidentally, Young Master. This is what you should do. Ms. Executive, it's so stupid for someone to be so complacent. Executive Master. 327 Sino, let's not talk about other things. This big whale is too foul. It will not die even if Tavad destroys it. This is already immortal. El Hazen, well, so even Valette and Sujia can't do anything about it. Fontaine's prophecy has been realized in a sense, and it is difficult to crack. Great astrologer, this is destiny, and it comes in all forms. Ember, what should we do? If we can't deal with the big whale, then the Fontaine people are no longer in danger. Executive Officer Skirmisher, TSK, Tut, being treated as a delicacy on the table by a whale, in a sense, this is also a rare experience for the people of Fontaine. Little Lucky Grass King, if you want to strip away the energy of the original womb sea, you can only do it by mastering the complete authority of the water god, or in other words, the power of the water element authority. Grass Dragon Apep, if it is the Water Dragon King with complete power, he can do it. Zhongli, but it is a pity that after the original war, the newly born Dragon Kings are no longer complete, drinking tea. In video, that fighting maniac, Master, has a bad connection with this whale. I didn't expect it to come in handy at a time like this. Paimon couldn't help but complain. Then, she worriedly said, but this whale is difficult to kill. It will keep appearing, so Fontaine will be finished sooner or later. No, I don't accept it. Navia said loudly, with tears in her eyes, very unwillingly. We have done everything we can, and even the culprit has appeared in front of us. But telling me at this time that we are facing an enemy that is impossible to defeat is cheating. In the field, not only Navia, but others also frowned, very unwillingly. The grand opening of the show shouldn't have ended like this. Lenny looked solemn and said with his arms folded, "No matter what, I will fight it to the death." Clauland's eyes are sharp and her tone is firm. As the strongest dual agent, she will not retreat even if she faces an invincible enemy. Ing, what the prophecy said will really happen. When Paimon saw this, he couldn't help but look at Ing and said with a sad tone. Ing on the side was deep in thought, recalling her conversation with which in prophecy. It will happen, it will definitely happen. You can regard it as future history. In my mind, which In's voice echoed, her tone was lazy and pleasant. In the end, it's still like this. Isn't it hard to defy fate? Ing thought unwillingly. Just like prophecy is generally just the future seen from the god's perspective, a blind spot in the god's sight. Could there be something happening? Wichin's voice continued to sound. No matter what the future of Tavad is, the only thing that will guide you in the end is fate. You just have to do what you should do. The Silver-White King, he rewrote the established destiny, thus attracting the gods in heaven. In his mind, the voice about which N echoed, and combined with what happened now, it came true step by step, making N couldn't help but look shocked. The prophecy is fulfilled step by step as which N's words are said. Then, will the king take action to rewrite destiny? But who is that doctrine? Ing thought about it, and looked at Sujia. Among everyone present, only Sujia fit this image best. That silver-white posture could even defeat Navalette, the Water Dragon King. In every aspect, he is consistent with the identity of the king of silver and white. But, Sujia, when did he become a king again? Wait, he seems to have just been named prince. This just fits what Wichin said. Could it be said that the cardinal who decreed the oracle also predicted the future and therefore made this judgment? From above, looking at Ying's eyes and feeling the shock, surprise, confusion, and other emotions contained in them, Su Jia was a little confused. Why did this silly young girl suddenly look at him like this? Boom. Just when everyone was thinking. The cardinal adjudication and judgment began to rotate, and an extremely violent, law compensation hunter began to emit, far exceeding any previous trial. This scene shocked everyone. What's going on? The oracle machine is. Navia's eyes widened, with a look of astonishment on her face. I think the death penalty is about to begin. Valette took a step forward with a solemn look on his face, and then looked at Su's assistant and medical Nino above. He saw a scene that shocked him. Funina, the execution will begin soon. Please recover quickly. Above, seeing the oracle machine running, Su Jia immediately looked at Funina beside him. No problem. I am a great performer. Ningna Wu, the most gorgeous and noble queen of Fontaine. Funina held her head high and responded proudly, then quickly turned around and ran to her throne. Then, she sat on it, lowered her head, and tears flowed from her eyes. It can be called entering the scene in 1 second. Beidou. Ha. Funina. This is too funny. She got into the drama so quickly. Yinjin. Well, Ms. Funina's speed into drama, haha, is really amazing. You can consider acting in a drama. It will definitely be a hit. Barbara. Miss Funina like this is very cute. Compared to the pain and sadness before, I like Miss Funina like this better. Acting Captain Chin. Well, she has been burdened with too much. 500 years have already made her overwhelmed. It would be great if she can smile now. Clorand, Lady Funina can be happy, which is more important than anything else. Zigwin, if this is the case, Lady Funina will be somewhat happy. Navalette, I hope she can be like this in the future and not have to bear the pain anymore. Liosli, it is our business to fight the prophecy next, rather than letting Lady Funina continue to bear the burden. Clorand, now that we know the truth of the prophecy, it is up to us to take action in terms of force. Lady Funina can take a rest. Charlotte, yes, although I am not strong in force, I will try my best to help. As long as Lady Funina is happy, peace. Navia, well, Lady Funina, you have already done enough. Now we have to rely on ourselves. Water Goddess Funina. Everyone. Yes, even if Lady Funina is not the real water god, in our hearts, you are still the unique water god in Fontaine. Lady Funina, you are the real water god. No one stipulates that without divine power, you are not a god. Your brilliance and kindness are worthy of being a god. In the live broadcast room, countless Fontaine people are supporting, including people from other countries in Tevat. They have all been conquered by Funina's personality charm. In the opera house, looking at everyone's comments and support for her. At some point, Funina's eyes were filled with tears, almost falling down. A strong sense of grievance, sadness, and joy was almost vented. After 500 years of burden and pain, has it finally been understood and tolerated by others? Have you seen, Lady Funina, everyone loves you. On the side, Su Jia said with a smile. Of course, if someone doesn't understand and can't love Funina like this, he also doesn't mind teaching his opponent how to behave. Well, praise the great Ms. Funina de Fontaine. After hearing Su Jia's words, Funina wiped the corners of her eyes and whispered with a slight blush on her face. But, I just want you to be by my side. The voice very low, like ants. But Su Jia heard it easily, and a smile appeared on his lips. At the same time in the video, Cardinal Adjudication is operating at full capacity, and a dazzling light envelopes the entire venue. Immediately afterwards, there was a white light, and all the scenes were invisible. After recovering, Navalette was the only one left on the stage. At this time, Valette's expression changed and he looked forward, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. However, this picture did not appear. The camera turned and appeared in a dreamy space, where Valette and others appeared. On the opposite side, a very beautiful silver-haired woman with a cold appearance was speaking. To put it another way, the prophecy you have been worried about has now come true. Her voice was cold. But what's puzzling is that the silver-haired woman seems to be in a very bad condition. There were obvious bruises and swelling on that cold and beautiful face, and there were scars all over the body, as if it had just suffered a severe beating. Although the voice is cold at this time, if you listen deeper, you can vaguely feel the resentment and unwillingness in the tone. Kaya? No, what on earth did Valette see, and why did he just skip it? Little Lucky Grass King. I think we have seen this scene a long time ago. It is the scene where Valette meets the real water god Fukalos. Tian Quan Ningguang. As for why there is no such scene, it is probably intentional. Maybe it involves the subsequent exposure inventory. After all, the mysterious Fukalos seems to have a wide range of plans and calculations. Yuheng Zinking. Is it possible that Fukalos will be included in the subsequent inventory? Which Lisa, after all, she is the real water god. With her inventory, it is not impossible. Sino, I agree with this, but I am more curious about this new woman. Who is she? And she also said that the prophecy has been fulfilled, Fontaine has been flooded by the sea. Navia, is it possible that we still can't escape our fate? Navalet, no, it should be solved. In the picture, whether it is me or the traveler, we are all calm. If the incident was critical, we would not be so calm. One Charlotte, I see, but who is that woman? She looks very mysterious, and she seems to know a lot about her. Master Executor, I know this. That is my Master Silk. He taught me martial arts when I was young. He is very strong and can easily defeat me with only one hand. Executive Young Master, I hope she can use Shuangwei next time we meet. Paimon is not emergency food. Wait, Master? Is it that Silk? That mysterious woman. Why is she here? Silkic. Yes, that's me. The reason why I'm here is to guard the big whale. In this situation, the big whale should be solved. I think I should come out to finish it off. Kelly, the eldest sister named Si Kiki has a lot of scars on her face. Was she just beaten? Curious. Arataki Ito, huh? Indeed. With his bruised nose and swollen face, he could tell he had been beaten. Executor Young Master. It's true. Who can beat the master like this? Silk? In reality, in a mysterious space, Si Kiki, who was originally immersed in cultivation, couldn't help but become silent after seeing his appearance in the picture, because she discovered that she in the video did have various scars, especially on the face. Although it was not as serious as the bruises and swelling, there were obvious punch marks on both eye sockets. Who typed this? Who is so bold? No, someone could beat her like this. Who could it be? Could it be Valette? Or that Sujia? Silk was thinking, feeling a little annoyed that she was actually beaten. And we still don't know the murderer. In video. What? Paimon seemed surprised and shocked when he heard what Silk said. That's no surprise, Paimon. Ing on the side said, silently in her heart. Because it's a matter of course, the prophecy will definitely happen. We have known it for a long time, and accepted it. Only, she looked at Navalet not far away. It doesn't matter. Fukalos has already deceived Tianli. Navalet said, it's just, I have a hunch that things are not over yet. Prince Sujia. He does not approve of Fukalos' actions. Valette looked towards the outside world. Eventually, everyone will dissolve in the sea. At this moment, the screen switched again. In the boundless sea water, Funina sat alone on the throne, shedding tears silently. Chapter 70. In video, it can be seen that the entire Apoclai Opera House has been submerged by the sea water at this time. There was no one in the scene. Only Funina was sitting alone on the throne, sobbing slightly. It's just like the scene of People's PV in the play. This scene clearly confirmed the prophecy of the fourth stone tablet. Prophecy came true. The entire Fontainebleau was submerged by the sea water, and only the water god was crying on the throne. It's just that, when the perspective is raised and appears in the sky, you can see that the boundless sea water has submerged everything, leaving only the spire of the opera, while the rest are submerged. See, the entire Fontaine court, and even the entire Fontaine country, seemed to be submerged in water, with waves surging. The voice fell. There was no one left in the sea water that filled the sky, as if all the Fontaine people had been dissolved. Half empty. The chirping of seagulls sounded, and their wings flew in circles close to the sea, skipping the boundless sea. Wow! But at this time, under the deep and silent sea water, figures emerged one after another, shouting, gasping for breath, and looking at the joy of surviving the disaster. Hey, this way, this way. In the sea, A blond young man seemed to have seen something, waved his arms vigorously, and shouted on the sea. Small boats were going around for rescue. On one of the boats, Navia stood in it. When she heard the sound, she quickly drove the boat to rescue. Rumble. At the same time, deep under the sea, accompanied by an extremely violent roar, a huge ship rose up, and the hull stirred up turbulent waves. Then, with countless people stunned, the ship rose into the air. All crew members start emergency rescue. On the deck, Leosley directed the crew, and with the operation of the machinery, mechanical claws continued to fall one after another, allowing people to climb up one by one. Further away, and deep under the sea, Linny, Linnet, Femini and others are no longer rescuing the trapped people. The water level is starting to drop. On the edge of a mountain, someone shouted in surprise. Clalland heard the words and quickly walked over to observe, and saw that the water level of the sea level continued to drop. Soon the scene of Fontainebleau was revealed again. The water has receded. The water has receded. We have not dissolved. The prophecy is false. The prophecy is false. Asterisk. In the Fontainebleau where the water receded again, countless people were shouting excitedly. Arataki Ito, what a big ship. It can also fly in the sky. Isn't this the ship that the Duke made secretly? It really came in handy. Kaya. Damn, he's so handsome. He saved the situation perfectly at the critical moment. I'm shocked. Beidou. Such a big ship is completely comparable to the Death Star, and it can also fly. I really envy this kind of technology. Leosley, haha. It's just a fluke. I was just being cautious and preparing for a rainy day. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Navia, no one has dissolved. The prophecy has been cracked? Great astrologer, it seems so. The seawater flooded Fontaine, and the scenes on the prophecy tablets came true one by one, but the Fontaine people were not dissolved. Little auspicious Grass King, based on what Navalette said, Foucault's deceived the laws of heaven. It seems that Foucault's plan is to deceive the laws of heaven and achieve the prophecy in some form, but not to let the Fontaine people dissolve. Dialect. In a sense, the prophecy is indeed fulfilled, basically consistent. The water god was judged in Fontaine, was submerged in the sea. It was indeed a perfect fulfillment of the requirements. Yedi Shensi. It seems that Foucault's calculation is very deep. I didn't expect that she would be able to deceive the laws of heaven. Wow, that's amazing. Thunder movie. This alone makes me recognize her identity as the goddess of water. Charlotte. It's a pity that the people only think that the prophecy is false and don't know Lady Funina's dedication and efforts. Perhaps in their eyes, Lady Funina is just a liar. Zigwin. Regarding this, little Charlotte doesn't need to worry at all. We don't know the future, but we already know it now. We all know the contribution of Lady Wu Ningna. Leosley. Yeah, Zhongli. It's just that, the matter may not end like this. Valette said that Su Jia was not satisfied with Foucault's actions. Obviously, there are still follow-up incidents to come. Wendy, the Silver King, he has rewritten the established destiny. It seems that even if Foucault's really deceived the laws of heaven, he must have paid a huge price, so big that even Su Jia cannot accept it. The point. Navalette. The king changed his destiny and attracted the gods from the sky. Next, there may be a tragic war. Grass Dragon Apep, the gods in the sky. Which one will it be, Tianli? No, he has fallen into a deep sleep and will not wake up easily. I don't know which shadow it will be. Master Executive. So, an unprecedented war will break out in Fontainebleau. Dane. Well, if the gods in the sky are alarmed, the scale of the war will probably be as big as the war of annihilation of the country of Canria 500 years ago. Thunder movie, Canria, in video. The prophecy is false. Great, we didn't dissolve. The water receded. Opacal Opera House, in the square, all the people of Fontaine cheered, their faces full of joy. Da-da-da. At the same time, Funina also walked out of the opera house, her boots making a clicking sound on the ground. She watched the sea water recede, as if the Fontainebleau had been reborn, and her bright face was filled with disbelief. Has the prophecy been solved? She hurriedly ran outside the gate and looked at the unobstructed view of Fengdantang. She looked shocked, full of surprise, and felt the urge to cry. Has her 500 years of waiting and hard work finally come true today? Myself in the mirror. Has she fulfilled her promise? In the sky, the bright sunshine shone down and fell on Yi Ningna's face. That is. Funina couldn't help but cover up. Then, after gradually adapting to the sunlight, her expression changed drastically and she was very shocked. Sujia. She looked at the sky and murmured. Her tone was extremely shocking and she couldn't believe it. Buzz. At this moment, In the sky above the Opal Opera House, a figure emitting silver-white light stood. Behind it, there was a vague shadow of a big tree reaching into the sky. Its whole body. There are several rays of light of different colors floating in the air, and an astonishing power permeates the air. That figure is none other than Sujia. He seemed to be doing something. With the terrifying power, the shadow of the towering tree gradually expanded, covering the entire sky and reflecting everything. What is that? Well, what a big tree. Is that a tree? It's too big, incredibly big. And who is that person? It seems to be the Sujianite. In the Fongdan court, countless Fongdan people raised their heads, looked at all this with shocked eyes, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Sujia, what is he doing? And that big tree? It's too big. I feel an extremely terrifying force, infinitely more powerful than the star-eating whale. It's like a world. Claland, Navia, Linny, Lynette, and others all looked up at the figure in midair and were all shocked. They all recognized the figure. It was Sujia. What exactly does he want to do? I didn't expect. It still alarmed the people above. Well, Fukalos, your expectations are about to be disappointed. At the same time, Sujia also looked at the sky in midair, with a little amusement on his face. But fortunately, he is not the biggest one. He is just a shadow. If he is one of the four rulers, he can still handle it, right? Sujia murmured. Immediately, the picture dimmed and the scene ended. Navia? What happened? Isn't it over? Arataki Ito, damn it. That tree is really, really big. Little Lucky Grass King. That is Sumeru's world tree, but it is not the real body, just a shadow. Sujia, is he borrowing the power of the world tree? Little Lucky Grass King. But why can he use the power of the world tree? Isn't he human? Zhongli. Well, it seems that Witch In's words have begun to come true. The Silver King rewrites the established destiny, and then the gods in the sky are alarmed. Thunder movie. It's not the law of heaven, but a certain shadow, one of those few. Wu Tao shadow? What shadow? And what do the four rulers mean? Zhongli. Tianli is the ruler of Sky Island and the ruler of Teyvat. Legend has it that he divided into four shadows, and each of the four rulers had the same magical power. Grass Dragon Apep. In the original era, the law of heaven and its four shadows ended the era of the Dragon Clan. 7 terrifying kings were suppressed. Even if there was only one ruler, his power was far superior to that of the complete Dragon King. Grass Dragon Apep. This young human, a descendant from another world, I don't know what he can do, but if he wants to fight against a shadow, the power he has shown is far from qualified. Navalit. I believe in Sujia. Since he does this, he will be able to fight against Sky Island. Little Lucky Grass King. Not only that, he can also use the power of the world tree, which is incredible. Executor Servant. We, the fools, follow Her Majesty the Ice Queen because we firmly believe that one day she will be able to resist the laws of heaven. Unexpectedly, before this day comes, there are already people in my hometown who are taking the lead in resisting the laws of heaven. Dr. Executive Officer. This is not bad. You can experience the power of Tianli's minions in advance. Dr. Executive Officer. I really want to know how much harm the Second Throne has caused to Tianli, and whether he is really about to die. Master Executor, I don't feel that way. I just want to enjoy the next battle. It would be even better if I could participate in it. Silkik, with your current strength, you are far from qualified to participate in this level of battle. You are too weak. Executive Young Master. In the video, the screen dimmed, and then lines of writing appeared. Please give me flowers. At this point, the inventory of the false water goddess Funina is over. Funina, playing the role of the water goddess in a mortal body, bears the curse and wear and tear of 500 years, endures it alone, and finally saves Fontaine. Evaluation. Comparing with gods with a mortal body. As the people on the list, those who are exposed can get rewards in the live broadcast room. Now 1/3 of the water power is given to Funina, so that she can be transformed into a god in charge of water power. Below, Funina's personal role demonstration will be played specially. The whole world is a stage. A cold reminder sounded. Countless people in all the countries of Teyvat heard this cold reminder. However, this time they did not have the same doubts, disdain, and ridicule as before. Most people have no jealous thoughts about the rewards Funina received. Countless people are feeling sincerely and sincerely offering their blessings. That girl from Fontaine, Funina, is worthy of being the god of Fontaine. Even if he is not a god, he can still be compared to the gods. She is qualified and capable to receive such a reward and become a god. Huh? The power of water? Me. In the opera house, when she heard this voice, Medical Nina was completely stunned. She didn't expect that she would get a reward. And this power of water sounds like the authority of the water god. Is it possible that she will become a real water goddess? Ding! The first inventory is over. The host has gained 1/3 of the power of water and part of the power of the Rock Dragon King. At the same time, Su Jie, who was beside Funina, also received a prompt from the system. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. The power of water? And it's also 1/3? Zero, could it be that this so-called power of water is Valet's power of the ancient dragon? Immediately afterwards, waves of mysterious power poured into Su Jie's body and began to transform, causing his life essence to continuously jump and his strength to skyrocket. And countless information emerged. This also made Su Jie understand what the power of water is. It is not the ancient dragon power that Su Jie imagined, but an authority that is independent from outsiders and truly belongs to the gods, and its level is higher than the ancient dragon power. Even if it is only 1/3, it is already close to the Dragon King, if it is in a complete state. It is comparable to the 4 rulings, that is, the 4 shadows of heavenly law, and is superior to the complete original Dragon King. In addition, coupled with some of the authority of the Rock Dragon, Su Jie's strength has now risen to surpass that of Navalite in one fell swoop. Perhaps, only by regaining the power of the ancient dragon and turning into Navalette in a complete state can he be better than him. Although it is only 1/3, it does not mean that we can never get it together. Funina also has 1/3. If another one appears, the 3 of us can resonate even if we are not united. Possessing a power no less than complete authority, Su Jie closed his eyes, carefully comprehended this power, and understood clearly in his heart. Moreover, he could vaguely guess who the remaining 1/3 of the authority would be given to. Buzz buzz. At this time, Funina beside her was glowing, and a mysterious blue light radiated from her body, making her as perfect and dreamy as a god. No, she is now enough to be called a real water god, ranked among the top demon gods, and can approach the Dragon King. This is the power of water. On the trial stage, Valet also noticed the changes in Funina, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. He could feel that Funina's life breath was constantly improving, and soon reached a terrifying point. Moreover, the level of water element faintly emanating from his body was even higher than him. You know, he is the Water Dragon King. In terms of the level of water element, it actually surpasses him, the Dragon King. Is this the reward for the live broadcast room? Lady Funina is shining. So sacred. Why do I feel like I'm facing a god? I have the urge to worship. Idiot, didn't you listen to the voice? Lady Funina received a reward, as if she had some power over water and became a god directly. Great, Lady Funina is also a god now. Lady Funina no longer needs to play the role of the water goddess. She is our water goddess. The suffering and pain that Lady Funina has endured has finally paid off. In the audience, people from Fontaine shouted with joy, burst into tears, and were moved to tears. Soon, the light on Funina's body dissipated, revealing her flawless figure. Funina now seems to be the same as before, but her temperament has completely changed, becoming flawless, and every inch of her skin is exuding a faint luster. She stood there, like a dreamy water goddess, incredibly beautiful. Funina was still a little confused. Congratulations, Miss Funina, for ascending to the throne of God as a mortal. On the trial stage, Navalette looked at him and blessed him sincerely. Lady Funina happy. Below, and other dual agents also said with respect at this moment. Am I a god? Funina was a little confused. Chapter 71. Funina was confused. Although she heard the mechanical sound prompt, she still couldn't believe it when she actually gained power. Did he suddenly become a real god? No, that's not right. Funina carefully sensed her own power and the information contained in it, and quickly understood it. She has indeed obtained 1/3 of the power of water. With the power of water, she can transform into a god or return to human beings with a single thought. Now she is both a human and a god. However, if you insist on saying so, she can indeed be regarded as reaching the top of the throne now. But soon, Funina was confused again. After all, for 500 years, she has been trembling with fear, carefully disguising her identity as the water god, for fear of being exposed by people. But now she has reached the sky in one step and directly gained the power to rival the gods. This sudden and huge change made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. Funina, no matter what kind of power you gain, you will always be yourself, and there is no need to be confused. At this moment, Su Jie's voice came. Funina woke up and saw Su Jie looking at her with a smile, his eyes full of encouragement. Your people are waiting for your response, Su Jie said. Subjects. Funina was stunned. She looked at the people in the audience, Navalette on the trial stage, Clawland, and other dual agents below. Look at the blessing, enthusiasm, and adoration in their eyes. That kind of look gave her a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling, which was different from the frightened feelings she had felt before. This time, she truly felt that she was the god of Fontaine. No need to pretend, no need to act. Everyone, I, Funina de Fontaine, am not your god. The real water god is Fukalos. She also gave everything for Fontaine. She is the real water god. Funina took a step forward, looked at everyone, took a deep breath, and said, 857. These words also stunned the excited people, and then gradually calmed down. Everyone was looking at Funina. I believe in her and firmly believe in everything she has done for Fontaine. I am not qualified to take away her identity. However, until she completes her agreement with me, I will still abide by the agreement with her and play the role of the water god of Fontaine. I am Funina, the queen of all waters, all directions, all peoples and all laws, the water goddess of Fontaine. Funina de Fontaine. Under the gaze of everyone, Funina seemed to be standing on the stage at this moment, performing a magnificent performance under the expectation of everyone. Her passionate ups and downs are like the most perfect singer, arousing everyone's emotions to the peak. Funina de Fontaine. Funina de Fontaine. Funina de Fontaine. Everyone in the audience was cheering. They were all conquered by Funina. Now, even if the real water god Fukalos appears, it cannot take away their recognition and belief in Funina. She is the god of Fontaine. As expected of you. On the trial stage, Valette clenched the scepter in his hand, with a heartfelt smile on his face. This is Lady Funina. Her brilliance is extremely dazzling and brilliant. Below, Clawland also sighed. Funina, Funina. At the same time, in Cardinal Oracle, located in the space of the Opera House, the real Fukalos is also paying attention, and her consciousness has been watching the outside world. Now there is a smile of sincere joy on his face. Great, 500 years of waiting, 500 years of perseverance. Your pain and perseverance have finally paid off. Fukalos put his hands together, as if praying, and also seemed to be blessing. You are so dazzling. You are indeed the most perfect human being in my ideal world. Now you don't need to play the role of water god. You are the real water god. You've surpassed me. Fukalos' face was filled with relief. Obviously, she saved all the people of Fontaine, but she couldn't give medical Ningnao a smile. But it's different now, Funina smiled. As long as such Funina can show that bright and beautiful smile. That made her extremely happy. As for the identity of the water god, she never cared, and essentially, the two of them were the same person. Funina is a human being, so to say she is a water goddess is not an exaggeration. But the power of water seems to be very powerful. Is it a power similar to the power of the ancient dragon? Soon, Fukalos said to himself again. Although she is in the cardinal enlightenment, her perception of the outside world is not as strong as Navalette's. But she and Funina were one, and could vaguely sense her state. From Funina's body, she felt a force approaching the Water Dragon King. The level of that kind of authority seems to be still above the power of the ancient dragon, but it's just not complete enough. This shocked her. You know, ancient dragon power is already the pinnacle of elemental power in the Teyvat continent. It is the power stolen from the ancient dragon kings by heavenly law, and it is the power that controls all water elements. If you get back the power of the ancient dragon, then Valette can control all water elements. It is easy to resolve the sins of the Fontaine people and transform the Fontaine people into real human beings. But now, the power of water obtained by Funina actually surpasses the power of the ancient dragon. For this kind of power, she can only attribute it to the power and mystery of the live broadcast room. It's a pity that it's only 1/3. If it were the complete power of water, maybe there would be no need to return the power of the ancient dragon, and the crisis in Fontaine could also be solved. Fukalos couldn't help but sigh. In this way, she doesn't need to sacrifice herself and can still save Fontaine. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Fukalos felt a little regretful, but she had already accepted her fate. Although it is a bit regretful, it is not a pity. However, she didn't know that not only Funina had 1/3 of the power over the water, but Su Jie also had 1/3. It was not difficult to get the complete power together. Navia, I didn't expect that there would be a reward, the power of water. This is really great. Lady Funina's efforts have finally paid off. Tian Quan Ningguang, her bravery, her kindness, and her perseverance are all worthy of the gods. There is an old saying in Liyue, if you pay, you will be rewarded. It is normal for her to receive such a reward. 1. Arataki Ichido. Ha! Funina is also a god now, and she no longer has to pretend. If that servant dares to test it again, I'm afraid he will be beaten to death. 1. Executor Servant. Vulgar. Executor Servant. And no matter how stupid I am, there is no way I can attack a real water god under the nose of a monster that can defeat the Water Dragon King. I don't want to die yet. Hu Tao. Zhongli Kaching. How is Funina's performance? Come on. Tell me. Use your invincible talent to comment. At Zhongli. Well, I signed a contract with myself to save the country and strictly abided by it for 500 years and finally deceived the laws of heaven. I respect justice that needs to be practiced by myself. 1. Zhongli. Although Funina is immortal, she is still a god of justice worthy of recognition. Zhongli. Of course, now, she can truly be called the god of water. Yeti Shensi. General, don't you say a few words? Thunder Movie. After 500 years with the human spirit, in a sense, it is equivalent to fighting a different kind of battle all the time. Her spirit has reached the divine realm. Wendy. Oops, you've all said it. So let me also mention a few words. Wendy. As the best bard in Tevat, I am good at playing and singing, but Funina, she has far more talents than that. People with artistic talents like her are the salvation the world is not strange either. Acting Chin Leader. Mr. Wendy, your evaluation is the greatest recognition of Miss Mei Ning Na. Little Lucky Grass King. She is a smart person who can change the fate of the world. Grass Dragon Apep. As a small human being, I recognize her courage and perseverance. I admire her ability to deceive the laws of nature. This alone makes her qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Grass Dragon Apep. Please note that even if Amon is in front of me, I despise him and look down on him. Navalet. Thank you for your hard work all along. From now on, just live happily as a water god. Sujia. Humph. Are you done with the evaluation? Next, let's enjoy Ms. Funina de Fontaine's stage and her gorgeous performance. Sujia. The whole world is a stage. In the live broadcast room, countless people discussed it, and everyone, including the major gods, gave comments. And Sujia's words pushed everyone's emotions to a peak. Everyone looked towards the live broadcast room. At this moment, Funina's role performance, the world is a stage, has begun to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, soon, a picture appeared, accompanied by an excited voice. The scene of Fontainebleau emerged. Among the waterways extending in all directions, a beautiful yacht was parading, with a beautiful lady standing above it, constantly waving. Welcome to Fontaine's biggest tour ever. The sound continued. Scenes of the Fontainebleau appear constantly in the picture, including patrolling guards, loving couples, father and daughter, etc. Please send cheers to Fontaine, the most popular group at the moment, belonging to the 7 ruling groups in the world. Queen of all waters, all directions, all peoples and all laws, Funina de Fontaine. When the man's passionate voice reaches its climax, the picture moves, and Funina's figure also appears in it. She is sitting elegantly on a chair, leisurely sipping black tea under the sunlight. Then, a burst of music sounded. The picture has also changed, the background has become a stage, and the lights are shining down. Funina, who was sitting on a chair and sipping tea, put down the teacup in her hand leisurely. Then, she slowly lowered her head and took off the dark blue crown hat on her head, like an elegant dancer, and then looked towards the audience. A bright, delicate and pretty face, extremely dazzling under the light. Ah! She turned around, stood up in an exaggerated posture, took a few steps forward, her limbs were exaggerated, and she let out a cute chuckle. She saluted in the direction of the audience. Ahem. Then, Funina coughed twice, put the blue crown hat back on her head, and sang in her mouth, as if she was adjusting the sound. She nodded with satisfaction. Then, she waved the blue one-handed sword in her hand, walked around in stride, and said, Noise, the condition is great, and the sugar content has been replenished. Tour, let's go. Funina threw the weapon in her hand, and along with a burst of sweet music, Funina caught the weapon with her other hand, and the light focused on her. Extremely dazzling. Immediately afterwards, the screen changed, and a black and white mime appeared. The location is the beach. Clawland looked serious and was about to step forward, while Su Jie stood aside with a playful and doting expression. At this moment, Funina stretched out her hand and stopped Clawland. At the same time, 2 lines of fonts appeared. My lord, this is not an opponent you can handle. Don't worry, I'll do it myself. Navia, an opponent that even Clawland can't fight against? Hiss, you are worthy of Lady Funina. She has just gained strength, and can easily defeat such an opponent. Charlotte. Yes, Clawland is the strongest dual agent in Fontaine. There is no doubt about her strength, but now it seems that Lady Wu Ningna is much stronger. Which Lisa? I'm a little curious. What kind of enemy is not even Clawland's opponent? Zhongli. The results may be unexpected. Wu Tao. It can't be a dragon, or some kind of huge monster. Qi Liang. This is the seaside. It should be a monster in the sea, right? Beidou. The monster in the sea. Ha ha ha. Isn't it the type of seamount? Master Executive. Interesting. Are there monsters of this level on the beach in Fontaine? That makes me look forward to it. Navalet. Well, if there is such a powerful monster in the Fontaine Sea area, it must be expelled or killed as soon as possible to avoid harming the people of Fontaine. While everyone was discussing, the ferocious enemy in the picture also appeared. In the black and white mime, Funina made a brilliant appearance. With a gorgeous turn, black and white turned into a normal world, amidst the dazzling colors and light. Funina waved the weapon in her hand, as if performing a dance, and hit a seal. It was a fat blue seal, lying in it with a confused look on its face. Funina, on the other hand, was sitting on the bubble, waving her weapon and making a gorgeous turn. Charlotte, huh? Xiangling. This is the so-called powerful enemy. Paimon is not emergency food. That's a seal, right? That's a seal, right? What a powerful enemy this is. Stomps feet. Traveler. With Funina's character, this is indeed a rare and powerful enemy. Beidou. Haha, it seems we all guessed wrong. Navia at Clawland, my servant. This is not an opponent you can handle. Navia. Clorant. Sigh. Holding her forehead. Video 0.3 video. On the beach, as the music played, Funina summoned several dark blue marine creatures condensed by water elements, which were besieging a big crab. Various water bubble attacks hit the confused big crab. Rather than saying it is a siege, it is better to say it is a bullying of the ocean. With the attacks one after another, the big crab was beaten dizzy and staggered. Then, in the picture, Funina sat elegantly in the box, and 3 cute ocean summons were surrounding the trembling crab. Various attacks kept hitting it. Then, Funina stood gracefully on the water. Amidst the passionate and moving music, the stage appeared, and Funina was dancing with an octopus summon wearing a hat. Lord Uther. Then, Wu Ningna's voice sounded, with a bright and happy smile on her face, introducing the identity of the summoned object. Lady Helwamar. Miss Xiabelida. Funina had a bright smile on her face, and while she was laughing, she was playing guessing games with the crab summoner, Miss Shebarita. Unfortunately, Xiabelida is a crab and can only use scissors, and is easily defeated by Funina. A Tian lip appeared directly on the crab's head. This hilarious scene made many people in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh. And everyone carefully discovered that the smile on Funina's face at this time was truly happy and joyful from the heart, which was different from the forced smile in the past. The gloom and pain of the past 500 years contrast with the cheerful, bright, and sunny smile of today. This proves that Funina has completely emerged from the shadow of the past. This makes countless people sincerely happy. La 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 la. Then, in darkness, the audience was watching the performance, and Funina was swinging on the swing. A bright light shines on her, while the background colors continue to change, and her posture changes accordingly. Chapter 72. La la la. Joyful music echoed. The color of the background also changes layer by layer from cyan, green, purple, and yellow. Wow. When the background changed to yellow, that is, gold, Wu Ningna spilled a large amount of mola, which caused enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Arataki Ito, what is Funina doing? Why is she throwing mora? Damn it, I envy those people so much. Paimon is not emergency food. Well, Paimon has already understood that Funina is playing the role of the gods of various countries. The green one should be Sumeru's little lucky grass king, and the green one is Mondstadt's Barbados. Paimon is not emergency food. Purple symbolizes Inazuma's thunder god, and yellow, which is gold, is Liyue's rock god Morix. Well, this action of throwing money should symbolize that Morix is very rich. Traveler, Paimon's mind has become so flexible, he has become smarter. Kaya, haha, it's really unexpected. Paimon is not emergency food. What does it mean to become smarter? Paimon has always been so smart, right? Stomps his feet. Tianquan Ningguang. This scene of playing the gods of various countries is very interesting and quite lifelike. Acting piano leader. Well, I also saw Miss Funina holding an organ in her hand. It fits well. Paimon is not emergency food. He just doesn't match up seriously in the end, Someone is not that Mora. Spreads hands. Zhongli. Drinking tea. Miko Ye. Oops, that pose is also very suitable for an autistic otaku god. Thunder movie. Call out. In the video, after sprinkling the mola, Wu Ningna made a very cute sound and flew away the crown hat on her head. Another frenzy. Then, in the dim stage, the lights illuminated Fu Nina's blurry figure. She kept posing in various poses. Finally, with a loud BGM, the lights turned on, illuminating Fu Nina's gorgeous figure. Then, the sounds of various cameras kept ringing, and photos were taken frantically. She is like a big star that everyone is watching. Immediately, the scene changed, switching back and forth between the wilderness and the stage. Funina showed the power of water and transformed into a beautiful water element human form. The light of the water element emanates from her body, extremely dazzling and beautiful. After that, the scene cut back to the stage, where Funina was setting up a photo camera, smiling brightly, and happily directing. 16. All expressions should be more natural. Pay attention to your position. Get ready to shoot. Falling with a sound. The photo camera officially started shooting, and a scene appeared in the background of the film. The young master, Daedalus, who used to be extremely belligerent, was chased by several Moluxians and fled while Funina took pictures in front. This picture is full of reverse absurdity. Executive young master. What? I was chased and beaten by a group of beauties? Ms. Executive Officer, isn't that nice? That's what a fool should do. Dialect. I support the killing of fools. Yuheng Zinking. Yes, this embarrassing appearance is just right for a fool like you. Silkuk. Well, it seems my disciple should be trained better. It's so embarrassing. Master Executive. Hey, can you not be so hostile? Besides, even if I have done a lot of bad things in the past, I didn't do it in Fontaine, and I helped delay the Fontaine people for so long. There is hard work even if there is no credit. Navalet. Indeed, then Fontaine will not list the young master as a wanted criminal. Zigwin. Brave my Luxons, this is what you have to do. It's very energetic. In video. Immediately afterwards, the scene changed, in which Navia was directing her two assistants to arrest Valette, as if arresting a prisoner. Valette's previously calm face was now full of bewilderment, even a little confused. Isn't he the supreme judge? On the side, Funina smiled brightly, taking pictures next to Valette, and then jumped away. The scene turned to Linny, who was originally a great magician. At this moment, she is trapped in the water tank instead, and Lynette is preparing to perform a magic trick outside, which is a perfect reversal of the relationship between the characters. One shot after another changes, Clalland and Leosley compete. The entire Fontaine seemed to have turned into a stage at this moment, allowing Funina to play around as she pleased. Cheers. All the world is a stage. Funina opened her hands, and various elements common in fairy tales and songs were displayed. The power of water circulated. The power of water elements in the sky surrounded her, and various gorgeous lights fell. At this moment, the world turned into a vast stage in front of Funina. And Funina is the master of this stage, controlling the actors one after another. Against the backdrop of moving music, Fu Nina sat leisurely on the bubbles, while actors one after another were fighting around her, defeating enemies one after another. Finally, the scene changes to a stage, the lights fall, three elemental creatures surround Funina, and then the curtain falls, symbolizing the end of the stage. Navia, what did I see? I actually arrested Lord Valette. Leosley, ha. That expression on Valette's face almost makes me laugh to death. Well done, Navia, arrest the Supreme Inquisitor. Zigwin, hee, Master Valette's expression is incredible, so interesting. Navalet. Linny, not only that, am I not a great magician? How come I have become the role I am trapped in, and it is Lynette who performs magic instead? Lynette, I think it's good. It would be good for me to perform once in a while. Linny. Hey, Lynette, you can't be serious, are you? That's a magic show in the water. I don't want to die young. Clorand, the behavior of the characters in this video seems to be completely reversed. Well, it perfectly fits Lady Funina's style, absurd and full of drama. Yinjin, this stage is very interesting. It should be an opera or something like that, right? It's like Liyue opera. Wendy, oh my, this kind of perfect and interesting performance, coupled with my poetry, isn't it the most perfect combination in Teyvat? Miss Funina, are you interested in coming to Mondstadt next time? Water Goddess Funina, Ahem. Of course, you invite me sincerely, so it's not like I can't come. In the opera house. Sujia, this stage play is really interesting. I want to do one too. Funina pulled Sujia's hand, and her eyes turned into bright star eyes. After watching her own personal stage play, she was completely attracted by the performance. Especially the performance in the second half of the show, the performance performed by Master, Valette, and the others, pierced her heart and made her ready to move. Okay, I think Valette and the others will not refuse, and the people of Fontaine will strongly support you. Su Jie showed a bright smile. Then, Su Jie looked at the trial stand, as if he felt Su Jie's gaze. Valette's face suddenly froze. With his strength, how could he not hear the conversation between Su Jie and Funina? But that's it. He wanted to say no. However, when he saw Funina's eyes full of expectation and yearning, he couldn't help but get a headache. If Miss Funina is willing, she can start it at any time, and I will cooperate. For a long time, he sighed helplessly, nodded, and the voice came over. All of Fontaine owes Funina a lot, and it is nothing to satisfy her petty willful demands. Moreover, Funina is still the water goddess of Fontaine. That's all, let's dress up. Valette sighed secretly, and his scalp went numb when he thought that he might have to act out the scene in the video. Below, Clauland had an expressionless face, silently lowering her head, pretending not to hear anything, but the next second, a cheerful voice came, making her freeze. Let's call Clauland and Leosley. We can't leave the stage without them. Also, that young master needs to be called, Su Jie, you don't have a story, so you can come on stage when the time comes and perform Sleeping Beauty. I am the prince, and you are the Sleeping Beauty. And let's have another dragon quest to save the beautiful princess. The brave man is me, the evil dragon is Valette, and the beautiful princess is you. Looking at Funina, who was looking excited and calculating in front of her, Su Jie's face froze. What's more, I originally wanted to trick Valette, but in the end, I actually tricked myself. He is a handsome young man who is 1.9 meters tall and is undoubtedly a handsome and perfect knight, but he ends up playing Sleeping Beauty and a weak princess? What kind of dramatic reversal is this? But if the prince and the hero are Funina, that's not impossible. Looking at Funina, who was overjoyed, Su Jie raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Everything must be obeyed by Lady Funina. At this point, Funina's role performance, The World is a Stage, officially ends. The next character inventory will be in 7 days, so please stay tuned. Soon, a cold voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast room that appeared in front of countless people in Teyvat disappeared in an instant. This scene made countless people stunned. Looking at the various scenes that were still vivid in their minds not long ago, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Although the inventory is over, stories about Funina are beginning to spread in Teyvat. For countless people in Teyvat, this can be described as a dreamlike, epic, legend-like experience. The prophecy, crisis in a foreign country, a pure girl who plays the role of the water god for 500 years in order to save the country, comes from the battle between the Silver Knight and the Water Dragon King. These epic dramas shocked countless people and exposed them to incredible thoughts about the world. You know, there are countless people in Teyvat, and even one person can't touch anything. Some ordinary adventurers, slimes, and other monsters are already their limit. Through the live broadcast room, they saw the vast world, epic characters who could sing and cry, and mythical battles. This is a story that will stay with them for a lifetime. Liyue, 3 bowls are not enough. I didn't expect it to end so soon. I haven't seen enough yet. It's so amazing. Compared with the story of Emperor Yin Wang, it has a different flavor. The girl who saves the country, the crisis of destroying the country, the battle between the knight and the dragon king. Any one of them is a good and popular story. Tian Tizui, next you have to tell the story of Fengdan carefully. I want to reflect on it carefully. Not bad, not bad. It happens to be 7 days before the next inventory. During these times, I can rely on now that this is over. Don't tell any more cliched stories. Funina is the god. One after another, the guests woke up from the video. After being shocked, they all started talking enthusiastically. Many people are urging Tian Tizui to adapt it into a story as soon as possible. No problem. I am also very excited at this time, and I am deeply attracted by the stories of foreign gods. At least tomorrow, a brand new story will appear. On the stage, Tian Tizui also came to his senses. Facing a group of urging guests, he waved his hand and looked extremely excited, as if he was still immersed in the previous video, and then said loudly, I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied when the time comes. Okay, don't let us down. If you don't speak well, we'll have to go to your enemy to hear the book. Below, some people were cheering, and some were pretending to threaten him, causing Tian Tai to beg for mercy. Very good. Among the many guests, Zhongli looked calm. He put down the tea in his hand and closed his eyes slightly. After a while, he opened his platinum gold eyes and sighed in admiration. Just keep the bill at the Purity Hall. Immediately, he stood up, faced the waiter who came to collect the fee, said in a calm tone, turned and left, leaving only the waiter with a confused look on his face. Hall of Rebirth? Wait, isn't he the guest Zhongli? Disrespectful. The waiter was suddenly enlightened and stood in awe. He had not forgotten what he said in the previous live broadcast room. This guest of Zhongli not only guided the country and dominated the world, but also dared to talk to foreign gods. He was a man who was so erudite and talented that even Tian Quan could win over him. Funina. No wonder she would let him follow me willingly. I am not as good as you. In the Chuanyu pavilion, Ningguang put down the documents in his hand, raised his fingers slightly, and turned the pipe in his hand, with a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Once, she thought that her offer was not attractive enough, or her status was not comparable to that of the god Funina, so she could not win over Su Jia. But now it seems that none of this is right. It is the charm of Funina that makes Su Jia willing to do this. But she won't give up. No one stipulates that. It must be materialistic. I can use other means. Ningguang murmured, and soon, a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Beauty is also a means. Mont, Angel's Gift Tavern. It's over. Dialect crossed his arms. A complex look appeared on his face, and there was still a shock in his heart that could not dissipate. This inventory exposure not only allowed him to see Funina's courage and perseverance, but also allowed him to see the vastness of the world and the many strong people. He is just an insignificant one. The 7 rulers of the world, the Water Dragon King, the Heavenly Principle, the Witches Association, and monsters from beyond the Star Sea. Any kind of existence here is far beyond his reach now. Oops, Grandpa Dialect, stop thinking about it, and give me another bottle of Dandelion Bar. On the side, Wendy, who was burping from wine, came over and said flatteringly with a smile on her face. Dialect's face was expressionless. Compared to Funina, his master wind god was too indifferent. He looked like he was doing nothing all day long, and he was also very drunk. Alas, God is different from God. Why is the gap so big? Impossible, Mr. Wendy. You already owe a lot of wine money to our store. In the next month, you will have to sing as a gift from the angel, otherwise. As he spoke, Dialect's eyes lit up with a terrifying red light, causing the drunken Wendy to wake up with a start. Lord Barbados, you don't want the news that you owe money for wine to get out, do you? Looking at Dialect with a dangerous expression on his face, Wendy couldn't help but turn green. Grandpa Lulu, what do you want to do? No, woo-woo, I will work hard to pay you back. The pitiful screams sounded, immediately attracting a group of drunkards to watch. The foreign god, Funina, the god that Su Jia follows. He is a very powerful and great person. On the other side, in the office of the knight's headquarters, Qin also breathed a sigh of relief and murmured. When she thought of Funina's 500 years of perseverance and perfect performance, she couldn't help but admire her. That kind of charm made her heart beat. If Funina was the god of Mondstadt, she would definitely devote her life to following her. It's just that, in this case, wouldn't she have no chance at all? And Barbara seems to be interested in Su Jia too. Well, Jean sighed. Today is also quite a headache. Chapter 73. It's over. Whoa. Just a few smiles on her face is full of hope and happiness. I wish her to be happy all the time. Rice wife. Looking at the disappeared live broadcast room, Paimeng covered his eyes and said with tears in his eyes. Although she has not been to Fontaine, she already has a good impression of Funina. Moreover, when she saw the smile at the end, the joyful and gorgeous performance, she also felt blessed. But Paimon, have you noticed that in Fontaine, we don't seem to have many scenes? At this time, Ing, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Paimon seriously. There aren't many scenes? No, there are obviously a lot of them. Whether it's Merlot Petersburg or the missing girl case, they all have a presence. Paimon was startled when he heard what Ing said. Then he touched his chin and started thinking about it, and quickly spread his hands. That's not what I'm talking about. This kind of meaningless scene has nothing to say at all. Hearing this, Ing made a big cross with her hands and continued. Didn't you notice? We didn't use force once during the whole process, not even using elemental power. This is too strange for Bimend and Liue. Yes. After hearing this, Paimon clapped his hands, suddenly understood, and nodded heavily. That's right, we defeated Tevelin in Mondstadt, we defeated Young Master in Liue, and we also fought against the demon god Ossel. We worked hard every time. Paimon counted Ying's achievements with his fingers, then looked at Ing and continued. But in Fontaine, not only did you never use force once, you didn't even use elemental power when you saved Navia. Traveler, are you going to die? At the end of the sentence, A rare look of worry appeared on Paimon's cute face. The look he looked at Ing was also suspicious. Ing, couldn't she be weak? Paimon, what's that look in your eyes? Seeing something wrong with Paimon's eyes, Ing narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a dangerous tone. No, Ing, I'm not thinking of anything bad. Paimon was startled. A frightened expression appeared on his face, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Future me is so useless. Not only do I use no power, but even, young master, my defeated general, has a brilliant performance. And I have nothing. Ing crossed her arms. The little face that had always been quiet and indifferent was now bulging, filled with strong dissatisfaction. No, I have 3 elements after all. Not only have I defeated the wind demon dragon, beaten the executive, but also defeated the demon god Ossel. How can I do nothing in Fontaine? Next, I'm going to use force all the way and train myself. When I get to the Fontaine area, I'm going to surprise everyone. As he spoke, his little fists clenched tightly, and his eyes seemed to burst out. Now that she knows what happened in the future, she can't make the same mistakes again. My future self is so useless. This time, Herr Jomel himself, the famous blonde traveler, must surprise everyone. Let's go, Paimon. Let's go find the Miss Camisado. Thinking like this, Ing waved her big hand, said confidently, and then ran forward in large strides. Oh, okay, Ing, wait for me. Paimon was so frightened that he was a little confused. The next second, he realized that Ing had run very far away, as if he had turned into lightning, and he immediately chased after her with a loud shout. Idiot Paimon, next I have to study the elements of thunder and wind. Don't let me throw you away. In the distance, Ying's voice came. She was surrounded by thunder elements, like a ray of lightning, and she suddenly appeared on the hillside in the distance. This frightened Paimon, and he quickly chased after him. On the other side, in Azuma Castle. Past this order, the blonde traveler Ing and her flying pet Paimon are wanted across the country. Once discovered, report it immediately, and I will catch it myself. Kujo Sarah ordered with a serious expression. In front of her, a group of people were standing respectfully. When they heard this order, they couldn't help but be stunned. Capturing the blonde traveler? Crazy. Who in all of Teyvat doesn't know this famous blonde traveler, who is not only powerful, but also has deep friendships with the leaders of various countries? Moreover, the other party also has a deep relationship with Fontaine's terrifying Silver Knight. If he ordered his arrest, wouldn't he offend several countries? Especially that Sujianite. This person is a terrifying figure who defeated the Water Dragon King. Even the general is not necessarily his opponent. Lord Sarah, the blonde traveler's background is too deep. It's hard to touch her. A subordinate said bravely. This is the general's order. Hearing this, Kujo Sarah said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was still a little slanderous shut their mouths. In Inazuma, the general is supreme, and no one dares to disobey her orders. Yes, although there was some reluctance in their hearts, everyone still responded respectfully. Then, Kujo Sarah gave some details, and then asked everyone to retreat. I guess it won't be long before the blonde travelers wanted order spreads throughout the rice field. Why would the general give such an order? Looking at the people leaving, Kujo Sarah fell into deep thought, and she had some doubts in her heart. The blonde traveler is a righteous man. In the future, not long after the other party arrived in Fontaine, he was willing to contribute to this strange country and help solve the prophesied crisis. We should try our best to win over such people instead of becoming enemies with them. However, the doubts in Kujo Sarah's heart only fleeted and were annihilated by her. The general is supreme, and her orders have no mistakes, only loyal execution. Mondstadt, Liyue, Daoji, various countries have caused many waves because of the inventory. Each big shot started their own actions. In Fontaine, this country where the gods were on the list was the most sensational. Not long after the count ended, countless Fontaine people rushed out and spontaneously went to Fontaine Court. They were going to meet the great Lady Funina. Merlot Petersburg. Let's go and meet our great god, the much-anticipated Lady Launina. In the office, Duke Leosley slammed his fist on the table, stood up immediately, and said, "Don't you do your official duties well?" On the side, Zygwin smiled. "Hurrah! What kind of official business can be better than Lady Funina? Zygwin, let's go." Leosley laughed. "That's right." Zygwin smiled and nodded. On the other side, Opera. I declare that the trial is over. On the trial stage, Navalette announced the result of the trial with an expressionless face. Soon, the prisoners were forced to Merlot Petersburg. However, there was no anger or unwillingness on the prisoner's face. Instead, he was full of hope. He looked at Funina on the stage and couldn't help shouting, "Lady Funina, You will always be the water god of Fontaine, and we will always remember your kindness and dedication. On stage, Funina, who was looking forward to the subsequent stage performance, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this shout. She couldn't help but look at the prisoner who was about to suppress him, feeling in disbelief. You know, these prisoners used to be dissatisfied and malicious towards Fontainebleau. Even when facing her, the water god of Fontaine, he was not necessarily very respectful. But now, the other party actually said such words. She will always be the water goddess of Fontaine. For some reason, when she heard this, she suddenly felt the urge to cry. Soon, the prisoner was pressed down. As for the audience at the opera house, although they were reluctant to part with Funina, they still left in an orderly manner. Funina, where should we go next? How about going to your favorite Lou's Cafe? On the stage, Su Jie looked at Funina, who looked a little dazed and her eyes were red, and reminded her with a smile. Lou's Cafe? Okay, let's go. Funina was woken up. When she heard Su Jie say this, she just hesitated for a while and nodded heavily. Su Jie, I want to eat cake. Well, Fontaine has a daily limit of 16 cakes, and I have already prepared them for you. Su Jie said with a doting look on his face. Great. Funina's eyes lit up, she cheered excitedly, and then she was the first to rush outside. In response, Su Jie just smiled slightly, and then looked at Navalette on the trial stage. Valette, now, do you know what Funina has done? Su Jie asked calmly. All Fontaine people owe her a lot. Valette was silent for a while, then sighed softly. Not only her, but also Fukulos, but I will change everything. Su Jie said, his eyes flashing. He saw his future self. Even without the awakening system, he still relied on his own efforts to change the fate of Fukulos. And it's highly likely to succeed. This cheered him up. By the way, I think you should take charge of the overall situation. It's probably a mess outside. At this time, Su Jie raised the corner of his mouth slightly, left a meaningful word, and left quickly. Presiding over the overall situation? Valette was startled. What does Su Jie mean? As for Clawland, as early as when Funina left, she had already quickly led people to catch up and protect her. Lady Funina, Funina de Fontaine. Outside the gate of the opera house, Funina was completely stunned. At this moment, the square of the opera house was already filled with people from Fontainebleau. Further away, a steady stream of Fontaine people came, waving flowers, wine glasses, and various tools in their hands. Waving to Funina. With extremely excited and enthusiastic expressions, they were cheering and cheering for the great queen. Lady Funina, are you okay? Don't worry, with us, no one can hurt you. On the side, Clawland and others stood in front to prevent the fanatical people from harming Funina. I'm fine. Funina shook her head. Looking at the extremely fanatical people, she felt an inexplicable emotion surge in her heart. Lady Funina, it's time for you to step forward and address your people. At this time, Su Jie came out and reminded Funina, who looked at a loss. This time, it's in your own name. You don't need to play anyone else. Su Jie's words were serious and thoughtful. Speech. Funina was stunned for a moment, but soon she understood that this was not what she had been doing in the past. However, this time, she does not need to play the role of the water god Fukulos, because she herself is the goddess of water, Funina. At this moment, you have become a god. Come forward for your people. Su Jie continued with a smile, but then he was stunned, because a small hand wearing black gloves stretched out in front of him. Let's go together, my prince. Funina showed a bright smile on her face, bowed slightly, and made an inviting gesture. No problem, Miss Funina. Su Jie also smiled, reached out, and held Funina's hand, and walked forward together. Gentlemen. Facing the people of Fontaine, Funina held Su Jie's hand and began to speak loudly. She was in high spirits, and her eyes seemed to be shining with light. This time, she was doing it for herself. Countless people were cheering. In the opera house, Valette walked out and stared at Funina silently. At the edge of the square, Liasli leaned against a corner with his arms crossed, and Higgins stood aside with a delighted smile on his face. Miss Funina is so dazzling now, she said sincerely. After an unknown amount of time, Funina's speech was coming to an end. At this time, a gorgeous wine glass appeared in her hand, with clear liquids surging in it. Listen to my praise. No matter you are poor or rich, let us raise the cup of love together at this moment. She raised her wine glass high and said so. Funina de Fontaine. Countless people raised their arms, cheering this time regardless of whether they had wine glasses or not. The enthusiastic cheers lasted for a long time. However, no matter how grand the celebration is, it will eventually come to an end, but the impact of this speech quickly spread to Fontaine. Prince Su Jie and water goddess Funina. The news that they will jointly govern Fontaine spread throughout the country, causing a sensation, and many people supported it. Of course, on the surface it was said to be governance, but in reality everything was left to Navalette, leaving the poor Water Dragon King to handle Fontaine's affairs. The two of them became the hands-off shopkeepers. In Su Jie's words, since it has been this way before, it is naturally the same now. There are too many things to do. It has always been like this. Have you ever thought that you are not working hard enough? Or that you, Shui Long Cho, are not struggling enough? He just fooled Valette into a daze. As for Funina, after taking off her disguise, her fun-loving nature exploded, and she took Clolland on adventures, specifically going to the wild to find various monsters to test their power. It's called the name, in order to master the power of the water god. And Clolland was the escort. Time passed like this, and soon 7 days passed. In these 7 days, many, good and bad, things happened in various countries. First, Mondstadt and Liu formed a group of diplomatic teams respectively, preparing to go to Fontaine to conduct diplomacy and meet Funina. Then, there were a large number of people from various countries who traveled thousands of miles to travel to Fontaine, just to see Funina. For a time, Fontaine was overcrowded with travelers from all over the world. As for Ricewife, because of the national lockdown, no one went to Fontaine and there was no diplomatic action. However, although Ina Wife has not taken any action, it does not mean that the country is stable. During these 7 days, the wanted notice about the blonde traveler spread throughout the country, causing a sensation across the country and shocking countless people. And Ing was captured by the shogunate soldiers more than once, but she was defeated forcefully every time. The traveler of the second week no longer conceals his strength, but strikes hard, using the power of the 3 elements to push all sides. He has the tendency to defeat all invincible opponents in the world. The most recent time, Kujo Sera personally led the troops, but he was still defeated by Ing. For a time, the legend of the blonde stranger was circulating throughout Daoju. General, I'm embarrassing you. In the castle tower, Kujo Sera knelt on one knee, with a look of shame on his face. It doesn't matter. As a visitor from outside the world, the blonde traveler's strength cannot be underestimated. It's normal that you are no match for her. On the stage, General Thunder and Lightning, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Where is she now? General Thunder said indifferently. It is said that I was at Kamisado's house not long ago, and now it seems to be at Narukami Taisha's shrine. Kujo Sera hesitated for a while and said she was pregnant. Narukami Taisha shrine. General Thunderbolt was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Humph, the eightfold divine son. Well, I will take action myself. With that said, she wanted to get up. At this moment, a familiar cold mechanical sound sounded in the ears of everyone in Teyvat. 7 days have passed, and the second inventory has officially begun. Take stock of the second object. Rosalind, the 8th seat of the executive officer of Fool's Miz, the witch of fire who was born when her beloved disappeared. Her pain and delusions turned into the monster of the eternal mountain. Want to burn everything in the world with this, Chapter 74. New inventory characters. Miss? General Thunder stopped, and she frowned. As a doll, she had no so-called feelings at all, and she didn't care what other people thought. She will only execute the instructions of eternity, and General Thunder will choose to eliminate anything that hinders eternity. Even if it is Lei Qianqian herself, she will enforce this order. In other words, even my own mother gets beaten. However, the inventory involved the mysterious live broadcast room, and even the emotionless General Thunder hesitated at this time. After thinking for a while, she stopped. It doesn't matter, it's just a waste of time. She resumed her position. Miss, she knew this man, the executive from Solstice, the diplomatic envoy. The opponent's attitude was very domineering, but General Thunder didn't care, as long as it didn't threaten eternity. Solo, you should stay too. The indifferent voice of General Raiden came, making the uneasy Kujo Sera breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, General. Kujo Sera stood up respectfully, stood aside, and looked towards the live broadcast room. She is also very curious about Ms., the witch of fire who is crazy about love. It seems that this arrogant and domineering Ms. also has her own past. Kujo Kora was thoughtful. Liua, 3 bowls are not enough. Funina entered the situation with her own body, shouldered 500 years of pain, and finally deceived heavenly law, finally resolving the Fontaine crisis. TT. On the stage, Tian Tizui's impassioned voice gradually subsided, and he finally told a brand new storytelling story, the legend of Funina, the water goddess of Fontainebleau. In the past few days, The story about the water goddess Funina has spread all over Liyue. It is sung everywhere in major regions and towns. Storytellers from all walks of life also took advantage of the popularity and directly made a lot of money. Tian Tizui is one of them, and because of the good adaptation, he is the most popular, and his status as a storyteller in Liyue Port has suddenly risen a lot, and his net worth has also skyrocketed. For a time, it was very popular. Okay, Tian Tizui, you said it very well, love. Well, although it's not as interesting as the video, it still has a different flavor, and it's a good adaptation. Hara, as expected of Tian Tizui, your storytelling skills are really good. The surrounding tables were already full of customers. All of them cheered loudly and were very satisfied with Tian Tizui's performance. Thank you for your compliments, sir. On the stage, Tian Tizui cupped his hands with a smile on his face. These are the gentlemen he eats from, so they must be provided for properly and cannot be neglected. You're right. I should be rewarded with, well, 100,000 molas. On a table 647, Zhongli put down the teacup in his hand, clapped softly, and praised. He called a waiter and gave instructions. Kuqing Zhongli, Tian Tizui will definitely be very happy with your generosity and kindness. The waiter looked respectful. Ever since he knew Zhongli's identity, he didn't dare to neglect him. The reward money will be paid by the Shengsheng Hall. When he turned to leave, Zhongli's calm voice came slowly. Hey, why is it so cold suddenly? In the Hall of Rebirth, Hu Tao was about to go out to sell customers when he felt cold all over and couldn't help but shudder. I suddenly felt confused. It's obviously still sunny outside. Why do you feel so cold all of a sudden? 7 days, just when Hu Tao was confused, the familiar cold mechanical sound sounded, making her eyes light up. Okay, the time for foreign exchange sales business has come again. Hu Tao showed a bright smile. Since her last promotion in the live broadcast room, the business of Shengsheng Tang has improved a lot. This time, it's another free promotion opportunity. Ms. Interesting. Zhongli's eyes also flashed with a strange color. He still remembered this executive who was surrounded by people. His attitude is very arrogant, but he has gone through many vicissitudes of life and has long been aware of the other party's offense. I just didn't expect that this one of the fools could actually reach the top to take stock. Crazy about love. Mont. Knight's headquarters. Lady S. Inventory? The Witch of Fire who was born for her true love. After hearing this voice, Qin, who was taking a rare break, had a look of astonishment on her face. She couldn't believe that arrogant Ms., the executive who fooled everyone, actually had a sad and painful past. The Witch of Flame? Well, I seem to have some impressions that this senior seems to be a person from 500 years ago. Lisa, who was drinking tea leisurely at the side, also said at this time, with something in her eyes. A moment of reflection. 500 years. Hearing this, Qin couldn't help being surprised. It seems that this lady has lived for 500 years. Lisa sighed. 500 years is also an extremely long time for a witch like her. Obviously, her witch senior has a very mysterious past. 500 years ago, she was crazy about love. It seems that Ms. must have had a painful experience before she finally became like this. Qin said thoughtfully. She is a smart person, and through Funina's inventory, she also understood some rules. The people on the list may not all be good people, but they all have a tragic past. Defy. Ms. She should be such a person. Outside Mondstadt, the wind blows. Among the huge branches extending from the Tsangtian tree, Wendy was sitting leisurely among them, playing the organ with her delicate fingers, and her beautiful singing voice was wafting in the wind. Ms. Rosalind sighed. When the mechanical sound sounded, Wendy also stopped playing, with a look of guilt in her eyes. He sighed, focused on the live broadcast room. Fontaine Court. Outside the door of Lou's Cafe, under an open-air parasol, Funina was leisurely sipping coffee. On the side, Su Jia was also sitting, eating a rare piece of cake. Cloland looked calm. She did not sit down, but stood beside Funina. Cloland, you really don't want a piece of cake? Well, it does taste delicious. At this time, Su Jia spoke. He poked a piece of cake with a fork and looked at Cloland, who looked cold. No need, Prince Su Jia. I am of low status and cannot deserve your great gift. Cloland glanced at him, her tone cold. Su Jia looked helpless. What does it mean to have a low status? The status of the strongest dual agent is very impressive. Besides, you have a low status, so why haven't I seen you treat me respectfully? You weren't like this before. Su Jia had a headache. Since the last live broadcast, it was exposed that he had flirted with many girls. Cloland's attitude towards him has become very cold, and she talks with both guns and sticks. As for the reason, Su Jia is not an idiot male protagonist with low emotional intelligence. How could he not understand? It's a pity that although he understands, Clawland has been following Funina everywhere recently, so he can't take the initiative and can only keep dragging her. Clorin should be free today. Would you like to ask her out tonight? Su Jie thought to himself. Now Funina has the power of water, and her strength is approaching that of Valette. Even if you are not skilled in using it, it is enough to crush all enemies under the demon god. In Fontaine, he is the fourth master. With this kind of strength, he no longer needs his personal protection. In addition, he is no longer a servant, but the prince of Fontaine with a high status. Therefore, Su Jie also has a lot of free time, so he can do some things he loves. 7. Just as Su Jie was making calculations, the system's voice sounded as promised. 7 days have passed. Su Jie suddenly realized. This period of time passed very leisurely, and there was no longer the sense of urgency in the past. He didn't realize that it had passed so quickly. New inventory. Ms. On the side, Funina and Clawland also noticed it, with some surprise in their eyes. Funina was even more surprised. Last time someone else read her story, now it's her turn to read someone else's. Ms. This time it's a fool, so it's good to take a look. In Mamong Palace, Valette, who was busy dealing with affairs, immediately stopped what he was doing after hearing this voice. Just think of it as a break, he said to himself. In Azuma, somewhere, Ms. was also alarmed by this voice. And when he heard about the protagonist of the inventory, a look of confusion appeared on his cold and arrogant face. It's actually my inventory? My head hurts so much, she murmured in disbelief. But soon, the severe pain in her mind made her cry out in pain. Then, some memories that had been sealed for a long time seemed to break out of the pale prison. Rosalind. Suddenly, a plain, familiar voice sounded in her mind, making her shed tears unconsciously. Whispering. Hashtag. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, the entire world channel seemed to explode, and countless barges passed quickly. Arataki Ito. Woohoo. After waiting for 7 days, I am finally the first to appear. Kaya. Oops. I've already calculated the time, but I didn't expect that I'm still a step too late. Paimon is not emergency food. Paimon is the third one. Hu Tao. Hello, everyone, please follow my direction. We are offering a big discount for the business of the Palace of Rebirth. We are launching a new package today, buy one, get one free, and get 50% off for renewal of the monument. It is a super sale. You are welcome to come and join us. Traveler-ing. Hu Tao, you are here again. Instead of promoting your business, why not stop Zhongli and make him spend less money? Fuqian. Hu Tao, haha. Since the last promotion, the performance of the Palace of Purity has increased several times, and the income has increased significantly. Even if Zhongli Kuching spends double the money, the master of this hall, also I can hold it. Proud Zhongli, you are worthy of being hall master Hu. Today I spent 983,500 molas and a reward of 100,000 molas. I have already recorded it in the Rebirth Hall. Walnut. Wu Tao, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Tianquan Ningguang. Zhongli Kuching is indeed an extraordinary person. Not only is his talent and knowledge extraordinary, but his spending skills are also amazing. Executive Young Master. Luckily it's not sent to Bagua Bank. Proud. Navalet. Well, the cost of 1 million molars per day is indeed considerable. Mr. Zhongli is really powerful. Noel. 1 million. Faint. Dialect. 1 million is indeed not a small amount. Even if I want to spend this amount, I have to buy a lot of things. Water Goddess Funina. 1 million? My little treasury seems to be only a few million. Crack your fingers. Paimon is not emergency food. Having said that, this time the inventory turned out to be Ms. It was completely beyond my expectation. That arrogant woman was also on the list. Executive Young Master. I was a little unbelievable at first, but that woman is amazing. Well, it's still possible. Dialect. I am really surprised. He is arrogant and arrogant. It is completely unimaginable. Charlotte. Well, this lady has a bad reputation. Fools are like that. Executor Servant. Regardless of personality, my colleague is very difficult to do. Unfortunately, she drove into the god shame that she should have obtained twice in a row. Executive Officer Servant. For this reason, Zhidong's evaluation of her has been lowered a lot. Ms. Executive Officer. Shut up. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Executive Officer Skirmisher. The real master has appeared. Just when there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. In the video, a scene also began to emerge. It was an extremely beautiful city, surrounded by lakes on all sides. Seeing this scene, everyone in Mondstadt was stunned. Isn't this Mondstadt? In Ms. S inventory, how come there is Mond? Is it possible that Ms. Rosalind is not from Solstice, but from Mondstadt? Soon, the scene zoomed in closer. Inside the city of Mondstadt, people come and go, and everyone has sunshine and bright smiles on their faces. Heavily armed knights patrolled the streets. The poems of freedom are being sung, and the gentle chirping of the wind is spreading in all directions. This is a beautiful city. Everyone who saw this scene had this thought flashing through their minds. The camera zoomed in, and moving songs were echoing in the square. Everyone who heard the songs had an intoxicated expression on their face unconsciously. It is a love song that is extremely touching and filled with the heart of a girl, making everyone who hears it unable to help but yearn for it. Listen, Rosalind is singing again. She sings in the square every day. If she stops singing one day, I will feel strange. Hurrah! Rosalind is gentle, beautiful, very smart, and sings very well. I wonder who will be so lucky to win her heart in the future. That must be difficult. Rosalind is our most beautiful flower in Mondstadt. But by the way, Rosalind's songs have changed a lot recently. As if. Hurrah! That is the girl's heart. Rosalind is conveying the love in her heart through her singing. I wonder which knight is so lucky. Could it be Deputy Commander Rustin? In the square, people were coming and going, and many people couldn't help but start talking when they heard this familiar and moving song. Some were fascinated, some were surprised, some were laughing, but without exception, they all loved Rosalind very much. When the camera zoomed in, at the fountain in the center of the square, an extremely beautiful blonde girl wearing a burgundy dress and a white top was singing loudly. Her appearance is extremely beautiful and pure, with the innocence of a girl. A pair of pale gold, clear and flawless, sparkling, as if they could shine, extremely beautiful. She sat there leisurely, her feet dangling, full of girlish sweetness. Executive Young Master. Is this a lady? Acting Captain Sheen. Well, it's incredible, but I can see the shadow of the lady. Paimon is not emergency food. I can't imagine it being that arrogant woman. Shocked. Noelle, so beautiful. Star eyes. Water goddess Funina. She is so big. Sujia, you are not allowed to like her. Sujia, MT. In video, the girl Rosalind was singing, and the free wind blew her hair, and her blonde hair was flying like a holy treasure. At this time, two knights appeared. One frowned slightly, and the other looked indifferent. Hey, it's Deputy Commander Rustin. Sure enough, he came over to listen to Rosalind's singing. Who is the other knight? He is so strange, and he has black hair? Is he a foreigner? It seems that he came to Mondstadt not long ago. He seems to be very powerful. It is said that he even saved Rosalind. Someone commented. Sujia. At the same time, in the fountain, Rosalind's eyes lit up as she was singing. She stood up happily, picked up her long skirt, and trotted towards the man. And her title made countless people in the live broadcast room explode. Sujia? Damn it. Why is Sujia in the ladies' inventory? P.S. I made a typo in the last chapter. Narukami Taisha Shrine was written as Ye Shrine. I never paid attention to the name, but now I changed it. By the way, no one thinks the lady is pretty. The background setting is also miserable. Tears, pictured as Rosalind. Chapter 75. In video, two knights are having a conversation. There seems to be an increase in monsters on the Mondstadt border recently, and the knights are running out of manpower. One of the frowning knights said, he has a handsome face, tall figure, and looks very handsome wearing knight armor. But the frown on his face made him a little melancholy, as if something was bothering him. Thank you, Sujia. You took action a few days ago, and not only eliminated a large number of monsters, but also saved many people. I would like to thank you on behalf of the knights. As he spoke, the frowning knight looked at the black-haired knight beside him, his brows softened, and he saluted him. Rustin, I just did it casually. It doesn't mean anything, and even without me, you will be able to arrive and save them soon. Sujia shook his head, looking indifferent. He has black hair and a Liua-like face, which makes him seem incompatible with the residents of Mondstadt. But the silver-white knight uniform he wore, coupled with his extremely handsome face, made his elegance surpass that of the knights next to him, attracting the attention of many people. This is different. Even if I can come here, I can only save some people, and some people will still die in the hands of monsters. Rustin shook his head. Moreover, you did save them. This is a great kindness. To express gratitude, the leader decided to award you the Medal of Honorary Knight. Navia. This is really Sujia? Exactly the same. Charlotte. But didn't Sujia come to Tevat from beyond the Sea of Stars 3 years ago? As for Ms., I remember that news about her spread many years ago. Clorant. Yes, and Su Jie was very weak at that time. No, he was no longer weak. He was just a simple, ordinary person. Lastly, and this Su Jie, when talking to that Rustin, he has solved many monsters and is very powerful. Arataki Yido. So what is going on? My mind is going to be shaken. El Hazen. Regarding Rustin, I have read his records in ancient books. 500 years ago, the Monlanders participated in the battle against the poisonous dragon Dulan and eventually died of the poison. 1. Acting Captain Sheen. Yes, Senior Rustin was not only a figure from 500 years ago, he was also the deputy captain at that time. His swordsmanship was very powerful. Tianquan Ningguang. In other words, Su Jie, which only came 3 years ago, appeared 500 years ago. Miss Kamisato. Could this be a different person with the same name? Mikoye. The possibility is very small. No matter how coincidental it is impossible for the name to be the same, the appearance to be the same, and even the clothes to be the same, right? Zigwan. Yes, Xiao Su Jie's clothes are very distinctive. He seems to love silver. Which Lisa. Now I can be sure that even if this person is not Su Jie, he is at least closely related to it. Unlovable little guy. Aren't you going to explain it? At help. Water goddess Funina. Su Jie. What's going on? Su Jie. I don't know either. Lou's Cafe. Facing the double gaze pressure of Funina and Clawland, Su Duan remained silent. To be honest, he didn't know what was going on. But one thing is certain, the Su Jie in Ms. S inventory is that he was not wrong. Funina, Clawland, I really didn't lie. I did arrive in Tevat 3 years ago. Su Jie said helplessly. But he remembered his previous plan, plus, his future strength will be so terrifying. Su Jie already had some guesses in his mind. Humph. It's good that you didn't lie. Funina came forward and carefully observed Su Jie. After confirming that he was not lying, she snorted and stepped back. But why did you appear in Ms. S inventory? That was 500 years ago. Clawland frowned on the side. About this. I think this should be done by my future self. Su Jie pondered. System, what's going on? After thinking about it, Su Jie asked about the system in his mind. This is what will happen in the future of the host. It will definitely happen. There is no parallel world. As the inventory progresses, these things will gradually come true. The system voice sounded. Is it bound to happen? It seems that I am very special. I have directly merged all timelines. There is no so-called parallel world. It seems that I am the only one. Su Jie touched his chin, a little surprised, but also somewhat admired himself. Even without a system, he can still take off. But when he thought of Ms., he felt a little weird. You know, he beat Ms. twice in a row before and took away the heart of God. Now think about it, hiss. On the other side, Rice wife. Su Jie. My memory. When Ms. saw Su Jie appear, she couldn't help but cover her head again, and the previously sealed memories gradually revived. Rosalind, Su Jie, the blazing hell. In video, Knight of Honor. Hearing Rustin's words, Su Jie raised his eyebrows, with a look of surprise on his face. Yes, honorary knight. Although you do not officially join the knights, you enjoy all the benefits and rights of knights in the knights. 11. Rustin laughed. Of course, this small amount of thanks is far from enough to repay your kindness. The leader said that you can make a request to the knights. As long as it is within the scope of ability and does not violate the knight's code, the knights will try their best to fulfill it for you. Rustin said solemnly. A request. Su Jie fell into deep thought. He didn't care about the honorary knight's medal, but he was very interested in this request. I want to improve my strength, and I hope your group can help me collect some classics. After thinking about it, Su Jie spoke. In Mondstadt 500 years ago, you may be able to find some ancient secrets to improve your strength. Improve your strength? As expected of you. You are so strong yet you still want to continue to become stronger. Rustin was a little surprised. He didn't seem to expect that Su Jie's request would be this. He immediately felt admiration and said, Okay, I will report it to the group leader. Su Jie. At this time, a pleasant and joyful voice came from a distance. The two looked at each other. Then he saw a beautiful girl wearing a burgundy dress and long blonde hair running over with her skirt in hand. The pure and moving face is filled with a bright and joyful smile. Your beauty is here. Seeing this, Rustin smiled and nudged Su Jie. His tone couldn't help but be a little sour. You know, Rosalind is the most beautiful flower in Mondstadt and the dream lover of many young people. Even he could not help but feel some admiration for her. But unfortunately, he never had the chance to get close to Rosalind. Therefore, Rosalind is also the flower of Mondstadt, beyond the reach of countless people. And it was not until Su Jie appeared that this law was broken. You are overthinking. There is no possibility between me and her. Hearing this, Sujia looked at him speechlessly and shook his head. He is a character from the future, and it is uncertain when he will suddenly return. How could it be too deeply involved with the characters of this era? And Rosalind, isn't this Ms.? Not always. Hearing this, Rustin smiled. He did not believe that anyone would reject Rosalind. Sujia, okay. Not long after, Rosalind trotted up to the two of them, staring closely at Sujia with a pair of beautiful pale golden eyes, like shining gems. As for Rustin on the side, he was completely ignored. Although Rustin was a little helpless in this regard, he still stepped aside gracefully, gave space to the two of them. Hello, Rosalind. Seeing Rosalind's unabashed scorching gaze, Sujia's face was expressionless, and he felt a little weird in his heart. Looking at the pure, beautiful, and girlish face in front of him, he couldn't relate to the arrogant and domineering Ms. in the future. Sujia, I heard that you are a foreigner and you have only been in Mondstadt for a few days. Let me show you around. Compared to Sujia, who was a little unnatural, Rosalind said very enthusiastically. No time. Sujia shook his head and said in a cold tone, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left without caring about Rosalind's feelings at all. This kid, can't he be serious? Not far away, Rustin was a little confused when he saw Sujia leaving without hesitation. That was Rosalind's invitation, and Sujia refused without hesitation? You actually rejected me directly. As expected of the person I like, very cold. Looking at Sujia, who left directly, Rosalind was not angry, but her eyes were bright, and she had her hands on her hips, as if she was very discerning and proud. Traveler, the person from the future? It seems that there is nothing wrong. This person is Sujia. Navia, it's a bit scary. In other words, in the future, due to some accident, Sujia not only returned to the past, but also went back to 500 years ago. Little Lucky Grass King. Judging from the current situation, it is like this, and he may have also affected Rosalind, also known as Ms. Yelan, the flame which was born because of the disappearance of her beloved. Well, the word used here is not disappear, but disappear. It seems that there is a saying here. Master Executive, you don't mean to say that Ms. and Sujia are actually a couple, do you? Acting Chin Leader. Which Lisa, judging from the current situation, this is very possible. Kaya, well, and what's unexpected is that Ms. is actually a Mondstadt. Ms. Executive Officer, that was only in the past. Now I have given up everything and thrown myself into Bingjian. Zigwen, so that's Sujia? What do you think of Sujia? Black-faced. Ms. Executive Officer. In the video, a picture appears Rosalind was still wearing a burgundy dress, but she had a light makeup on her face. Her face was gorgeous and moving. She stopped Sujia and invited him warmly. Sujia, let's go see the Cecilia flowers together? Those flowers are so beautiful. Sorry, I still have another training session. Sujia refused expressionlessly. Sujia, I heard that a new coffee shop has recently opened in Mondstadt, and it also has Fontaine's specialty coffee. Let's go and have a try together. In another scene, Rosalind stopped Sujia and extended a warm invitation, while Rustin looked on helplessly. Please give me flowers. Sorry, there are some monsters raging outside the city. I have to go and deal with them. Sujia refused coldly. Time and time again, Sujia kept refusing. In the video, more than half a month passed. During this time, Sujia has been in Mondstadt City, and through various pictures, you can see that he is practicing hard all the time. And the knights, as promised, hand over various classics to him. In these practice scenes, a girl in a red dress appears every day, repeating invitations that are rejected every time. That perseverance made many people in the live broadcast room feel distressed after watching it. Although Ms. S style is very unpleasant, Rosalind is still an innocent girl who longs for love and is extremely passionate about the person she likes. Therefore, many people couldn't help but want to scold Sujia for repeatedly rejecting him. So heartless. Miss Rosalind, you don't have to come every time. I won't agree to it. And it's impossible between us. One day, Sujia spoke coldly and looked at Rosalind with a frozen face. Give up. Why are you giving up? You. Don't be too sentimental. I just want to repay your previous life-saving grace, and that's why I keep inviting you. Rosalind's face was stiff. Looking at the indifferent Sujia, she laughed dryly and wanted to speak calmly, but her eyes turned red and tears rolled down her cheeks. There's sand in my eyes. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Just when the tears were about to fall, Rosalind quickly wiped her eyes with her hands, rubbing them as if they were filled with sand, and the tears continued to flow down. Immediately, she turned around and trotted away with some staggering steps, her crystal tears falling continuously. Su Jie remained silent. At this time, Su Jie's eyes narrowed and he saw a flower that fell to the ground. It was a blooming flower, very bright. Although it was just an ordinary flower, it looked very beautiful. But it fell to the ground at this moment, and the bright red petals were broken and looked a bit fragmented. That is the flower that Rosalind waited for 3 days to bloom. She picked it early in the morning and used secret techniques to keep it in full bloom. She wanted to give it to you. At this moment, Rustin came over and sighed helplessly. Although you have no idea, Rosalind, she really likes you. Rustin thought for a while and continued. If I can, I will really beat you up. You can't beat me, Su Jie said calmly, which immediately made Rustin's face stiffen and helpless. He really couldn't beat Su Jie. Charlotte, let me tell you something, making a beautiful girl cry is not what a knight should do. Navia, this is not romantic. Su Jie is going too far. Kelly, Sister Rosalind is so pitiful, and Brother Su Jie is a bad guy, bullying that sister. Yilan, although the attitude is bad, since it is impossible to be together, then decisive refusal will be a good thing for both parties. Florent, it is true. Su Jie is from the future, while Rosalind is from the past. Forcing the two of them to be together is destined to be a tragedy. Tianquan Ningguang, this is destined to be a tragedy. Executive Young Master, let's not talk about anything else, but that abominable witch is actually crying. It's so unbelievable. You can't imagine how shocked I am. Executive Officer Skirmisher, indeed, it is so interesting. That scene, haha. Next time we meet, I will laugh at that woman severely. Executor's Servant, crazy for love. I have heard about Ms. S. Past, the Witch of Fire, who tried to burn all the monsters in the world for love, and was eventually devoured by flames. Columbia, I didn't expect Rosalind to have such an innocent and lovely side. It's really surprising. Dr. Executive Officer, hey, girl, I didn't expect you to be in the live broadcast room. Columbia, this is a live broadcast room that has swept the entire Tevat. I have been paying attention to it, but I didn't speak. Columbia, but Rosalind cried. She was so cute, I couldn't help it. Smile. Ms. Executive Officer, Inazuma, Ms. S. face is a little stiff, and girl, is also paying attention to the live broadcast room. What about everyone else? Where is Captain? Where is Ice Queen? There are other people in the Winter Kingdom, those fools, who saw themselves crying and shedding tears after being rejected by a man. Where is their majesty? It's over. This time the society was completely dead. When she thought of this possibility, Ms. completely doubted her life. Meanwhile, in the video, Rustam left. But Su Jie looked calm. He just thought about it, then bent down to pick up the flower and put it into his pocket. Then continue practicing. Soon, the screen switched. Outside Mondstadt City, in a wilderness, Su Jie helped a girl after killing a group of monsters. In other words, an astrologer. Hello, handsome knight. My name is Asterogus Barbelos Megistus. The girl astrologer smiled. Chapter 76. The Great Astrologer Barbie Ross. Su Jie raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have some impression of this name. Mona's master seemed to have this name. And Su Jie looked around the girl. The other party was wearing almost the same clothes as Mona, including ultra-colored black pantyhose, a purple-black corset on her upper body, and an exaggeratedly large purple hat on her head. It looks like a medieval witch's hat, but it has a star symbol on it. She has long, smooth purple hair, very beautiful, and full of youthful vitality. Compared to Mona's light blue eyes, her eyes are more mysterious purple. The pupils seem to reflect the stars in the sky, mysterious, as if they contained stars. If this was not 500 years ago, he would have thought it was Mona. But Su Jie knew that this was not Mona, but Mona's master. In Mondstadt 500 years later, he accidentally met the other party once. In a sense, he appears in this era because of the guidance of Barbie Ross. Hey, I'm very knowledgeable. I didn't expect to be able to understand the professional terminology of astrologers. Barbie Ross was a little surprised, and looked at Su Jie curiously with a pair of beautiful purple eyes. Then, she smiled and said, Yes, I am the great astrologer Barbie Ross. He will also become a great astrologer and prophet in the future. Brother, what's your name? Barbie Rose came forward. Her face was very close, and she asked familiarly. My name is Su Jie, an honorary knight of Mondstadt. Su Jie took a step back slightly, avoiding Barbie Rose, and said calmly, Su Jie, it's a good name. And why do you feel that you are destined to me? Barbie Rose murmured. Then she raised her hand, and a blue water chart appeared. Let me do the math. Then, she started divination on her own, leaving Su Jie aside. 970. In response, Su Jie just shook his head and began to clean up the battlefield. The remains of the monsters he killed were also precious alchemy materials, so he would not let them go. Great astrologer, wait. Old woman, and a young old woman. Shocked. Navia, so this is Mona's master? Hiss, he's dressed exactly the same. Paimon is not emergency food. Well, it should be said that they are from the same family. The clothes are exactly the same. Arataki Ito. Ha! Even the name is the same. The great astrologer is so narcissistic. Acting Qin leader, Barbie Rose. I also have an impression of this person. In Mon's records, she is a very outstanding and great person. She once helped Mon repel monster attacks, and is a good friend with Ms. Alice. Psychic. She is also a member of the Witches' Tea Party. She has reached a very terrifying level in divination. It is not an exaggeration to say that she can divine the world. Noel, that's amazing. Xingxiu, the most powerful person should be Brother Sujia. He not only flirted with the lady, but also formed a relationship with such a person. I guess there will be development in the future. Zigwen, little Sujia also flirted with Bobby Ross, right? Smile, great astrologer. No, he is my fiancé. How can he get together with an old woman? Absolutely not. Water goddess Funina, why is Sujia yours? Sujia is obviously mine. Sujia, Ms. Executive Officer, Sujia is mine. We already fell in love 500 years ago. Executive Young Master, Madam. You. Executive Officer's servant. Haha, didn't you expect that the most arrogant and cold lady would also fall? Columbia, watch a play and watch a play. Ms. Executive Officer, in video. Ah, Sujia, I have a close relationship with you. Unfortunately, I couldn't find out your specific origins. I only know that, well, you are not from this world. It seems that you are not from this era. The connection is also very vague. After a long time, Barbelos stopped divination. She approached Sujia, who was standing aside, and spoke eagerly, looking at Sujia with burning eyes. He seemed very interested in Sujia. Sujia was speechless as he looked at Barbie Ross, who was approaching him and calling her more and more intimately. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. Barbieros' divination ability seems to be much stronger than Mona's, can actually divine some of his traces. At this time, I guess he is almost becoming a prophet. Don't hide. Although I don't know your origin, the fate between us is deeply entangled, which means that our future relationship will be very close. Saying that, Barbieros patted Sujia on the shoulder with a familiar look. A close relationship? Maybe, your future apprentice and I will be husband and wife. Hearing this, Sujia didn't hide anymore, but accepted it calmly and said meaningfully. He remembered his engagement to Mona. Husband and wife? It seems to be true. When I divined for you, although I couldn't find out your future based on my fate line, I found that my future disciple is indeed very close to you. Barbieros was deep in thought, and soon her eyes lit up. By the way, let's make an engagement. My future disciple will be your fiancé. Just think of it as your reward for rescuing me today. How about it? I'm very generous, right? Barbieros said with a proud look on his face, which made Ligia unable to help but feel some dark thoughts. Could it be that his engagement with Mona was made at this time? Just because he helped Bobby Ross once, and then the other party sold Mona? It's not a good idea to meet a teacher. Don't worry. The disciple I will accept in the future will definitely be a beautiful woman. I will ask her to find you when the time comes. Okay, I have something to do, and I will leave first. Seeing Sujia's silence, Barbieros thought he was worried and quickly comforted him. No, I just feel sad for your apprentice, who has to deal with such an unscrupulous master like you. Sujia said expressionlessly. How could it be possible? I must have chosen a good man for my apprentice. I believe you will not disappoint me, Sujia. Okay, I'm going to leave in advance. Barbieros covered her mouth and chuckled. Her purple eyes narrowed like crescent moons, cunning and charming, like a mysterious fairy, full of temptation. By the way, I will settle in Mondstadt for a while and play with my good friends. Remember to come find me, Mr. Ingia. With that said, Barbieros approached Sujia again, staring at him with a pair of purple eyes, which exuded mysterious colors, like stars, making Sujia momentarily absent-minded. Bah! Immediately afterwards, a light red lip mark was stamped on Sujia's face quickly and lightly. This is a reward for you. As a hero's reward, goodbye. Before Sujia could react, Barbieros had turned into a purple stream of light and flew into the distance. Compared to Mona's water escape, Barbieros is like purple starlight and even faster. I was actually taken advantage of. Sujia was speechless, then shook his head, packed up for a while, and then walked towards Mondstadt. Great astrologer. Damn it, damn old woman. It turns out that's it. You sold me out like this. Miss Comisato, Mona's master. Well, how should I put it? Very unique, embarrassing. Witch Lisa. After all, astrologers are also one of the branches of witches, so witches, Paimon is not emergency food. Mona is so pitiful, she was sold by her master 500 years ago. Traveler-ing. Not only that, her fiancé was also taken advantage of by her master. Traveler. Mona, this green hat. Great astrologer. Damn, 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 stinky old woman. That's my man. She dares to kiss him. I haven't kissed him yet. Anger. Water goddess Funina. Damn it, you bad women. What are you going to do to my Sujia? Your man. That is my man. Chlorant, Lady Funina. Navia, Lady Funina. Zigwin. Pafufu. I have already taken a screenshot, Lady Wu Ningna. Navalit. Miss Funina, please pay attention to your image. Liasli. Haha, someone is really guilty. Water goddess Funina. Oh. In Lu's cafe, Funina couldn't help but cover her face, as if hot steam was erupting, and her whole cute little face turned red. A mournful sound came from his mouth. On the side, Clolland had no expression on her face and just looked at Sujia coldly. The look that looked like a scumbag made Sujia feel helpless. That was obviously all in the future, and it was Bobby Ruth who made the first move. What does this have to do with him? Bah. But after thinking about it, in order not to favor one thing over another, he took a sip at Clolland at the speed of light and made a squeaking sound. This time, Clolland was completely stunned, and she stayed there. There was no reaction at once. But soon, she wiped her face expressionlessly and looked at Sujia with contempt. Then he snorted coldly and turned his face elsewhere. It seems very disdainful. However, Sujia, who was careful, could still see that even the corners of the other party's ears were turning red. As for Funina, she was still immersed in the previous shame and didn't realize that she had an extra hat on her head. On the other side, in Azuma, Narukami Taisha Shrine. Oh, I didn't expect Mona and Sujia's marriage to come about like this. Paimon touched his chin and couldn't help but marvel. Another bad woman. Ing on the side crossed her arms and looked at Barbie Rose in the video, and couldn't help but said coldly, "Oh my, little guy, why do I feel like you have something on your mind?" At this time, a playful chuckle came. Ye Shinsi sat aside, shaking the wine glass in his hand, looking at Ing with a dangerous look. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't tell you, don't make up your mind." Ing frowned. She was also a little afraid of this mysterious foxwoman. The other party, like Barbie Ross, is the kind of mysterious and evil-minded woman, but she didn't care either. Now she is a second-level girl with 3 elements in hand, confident that she is invincible. Even if Ye Shinsi had any bad intentions, she was confident of beating him down. "Oh my, little guy, you seem to be very confident, but don't forget, this is Narukami Grand Shrine. Be careful, I'll call the general and chop you down." Ye Shinsi said with a smile. "Oomph, I'm not afraid. You have General Lei and Lightning. I also have Brother Sujia. Be careful he comes and kills you and takes you back as a slave." Ing was not to be outdone. Hearing this, the corners of Ye Shinsi's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but pause with the wine glass in his hand. Sujia, that man is indeed dangerous. Even the eightfold divine son had to admit that he really couldn't afford to offend the other party. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Are you interested in the deal I'm talking about?" The eightfold divine son shook his head and then said seriously, "Let me think again." Seeing that Ye Shinsi gave in, Ing did not continue the pursuit, but said calmly, "Okay, I'll wait for you. Anyway, you have time before the general comes." Ye Shinsi smiled. At the same time, in the video, the screen switches. The wind blew, and Su Jie stood on the Zhangtian tree, looking into the distance. He frowned. There, a group of ferocious monsters surrounded a blonde girl. The situation looked critical. However, the blonde girl seemed to be not weak in strength either. The fiery eye of the god hanging from her waist glowed, and the fire elements from heaven and earth gathered together to form a terrifying flame. Under the control of the blonde girl, the flames fought fiercely with the monsters. However, there were too many monsters, and the blonde girl was gradually at a disadvantage. "Why is she there?" Su Jian murmured to himself. Then, he stepped forward, and his whole body turned into a streak of light and headed into the distance. The screen switched, and all the monsters were cut into pieces. Su Jie frowned, looked at the blonde girl sitting not far away, and said in a somewhat unkind tone, "Rosalind, don't you know that the number of monsters in Mondstadt has skyrocketed recently? Why do you dare to go to the Mondstadt border, or to such an ancient secret realm at this time?" The blonde girl sitting down not far away was Rosalind. She was very embarrassed, her long dress was a little tattered, and her beautiful long golden hair was covered in dust. A beautiful face was now covered in dust, and there were some scars that scratched her face. Fortunately, the wound was not serious and it was not disfigured. I heard that you have been looking for ancient cultivation classics. Some time ago, I found a secret realm in the ancient books that may contain a classic. Hearing Su Jie's scolding, Rosalind lowered her head in despair and whispered, "That is a swordsmanship created by a strong man without the eye of God. It is said to be very strong and can borrow the power of the earth's veins. I want to find it and give it to you." "I have found the tome," Rosalind whispered, and then she took out a worn book in her arms. She looked at Su Jie cautiously. Her eyes seemed to be shining with hope. Su Jie was silent, and his eyes were a little turbulent. He thought of the previous battle, when Rosalind was fighting and maintaining something at the same time. At first, he thought Rosalind was afraid, but he didn't expect it was to protect the classics. "This stupid woman. It's just a classic. I don't need this." Su Jie sighed and said in a calm tone. Rosalind remained silent, and the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Oh. The next second, there was a pain in her head, which made her scream in pain subconsciously. She couldn't help but cover her head and looked at Su Jie with tears in her eyes. But it was Su Jie who struck her on the head with a knife and looked at her angrily. "You are really an idiot. It's just a broken book. How about risking your life? Let's go. I'll take you to see the priest." Su Jie said helplessly, then reached out and grabbed Rosalind's arm and pulled her onto his back. "Oh," Rosalind exclaimed, her delicate body trembling. But soon, she calmed down and leaned on Su Jie's back with a blushing face. "By the way, I'll give you this flower." "Really? I'm a man. Why do you care about my flower?" At this moment, Su Jie inserted a bouquet of flowers into Rosalind's hair. It was a blooming flower, not big, not very beautiful, but at the moment it set off Rosalind's pretty red face, but it looked extremely beautiful. This flower is exactly the flower that Rosalind dropped before. Rosalind was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it, but not long after, she hugged Su Jie tightly, blushed, and shouted loudly, "Su Jie, I like you. I really, really, really like you." Loud shouts resounded throughout the area, making Su Jie's ears ring a little. "Okay, I know." Su Jie responded with a helpless voice. "Executive young master, is this innocent woman that Ms.? I don't understand, and I'm shocked." Executive servant, love is such a terrible thing. Chapter 77. Acting Captain Chin. I can't imagine it either. I still remember the first meeting with Ms., who was completely different from Rosalind. Columbia, puff puff. Ms. also has an innocent side, which is so cute. Unfortunately, it has changed now and has become unlovable. Xiao Gong. Fortunately, Su Jie accepted it. I thought he was going to continue to refuse. But when I saw Rosalind's eyes dimming, my whole heart was about to twitch. Miss Kamisato. Although I envy Miss Rosalind, this scene is also very warm and beautiful. The Great Astrologer. Great Astrologer. That's my fiancée. Damn it. Not only the old woman, but also this woman, the lady, is coming to rob me. Tianquan Ningguang. Little guy, relax. You have more than just one or two love rivals. Smile. Yuheng Zinking. Ahem. I am definitely not in this. Don't get me wrong. Noel. The love between Rosalind and Senior Su Jie is also very beautiful. After pursuing it for so long, it finally paid off. If I can too. Blushing. Al Hazen. It's a pity that this is destined to be a tragic love. Charlotte, huh? Tragedy. Navia, don't forget, Ms. already exists. She is the Witch of Fire. She transformed into a witch for her lover. This is doomed to tragedy. Xingxiu. But didn't Su Jie travel through the past? He can change the past, right? Little Lucky Grass King. No, maybe it was not Su Jie who traveled through the past after Ms. existed, but Ms. was born because of Su Jie's time traveling. Zhongli, I have the same guess. Ms. appeared because of Su Jie, so she cannot change it. Master Executor. According to what my seniors said, before Ms. was introduced to become an executor, she was almost burned to ashes by the eternal fire. Rice Wife. Su Jie. Ms. stared blankly at the live broadcast room. In the picture, Rosalind put her hands around Su Jie's neck with a happy and cheerful smile on her face. Listening to Rosalind's words of, "I love you so much," again and again, the heart-wrenching pain made her shed tears. Rosalind, the flame monsters burned them. Burned all the 16 monsters. Ms. murmured in a low voice. That cold and charming face couldn't help but be distorted at this moment, and the memories of the past kept hitting my mind. Slowly she recalled. The temperature in the entire room was rising quietly, and the cold air lingering in the body seemed to be unable to suppress the terrifying flames in the body, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. At this moment, a gentle voice came. No, it sounded in the video. Rosalind, if I disappear one day, believe me, I will not die, but will reappear one day in the future. I will come to you then. It was Sujia's voice. He was talking to Rosalind. Sujia, Ms., who almost lost her mind when she heard this voice, suddenly woke up from the anger that was about to get out of control. She looked at the video with tears in her eyes. In video, Sujia was walking towards Mondstadt with Rosalind on his back. Sujia was not walking very fast. He walked step by step with the breeze blowing, accompanied by the scent of grass and flowers. Huh? Disappear? What does this mean? After hearing this, Rosalind's heart tightened, and she asked nervously. A pair of jade arms tightened even more, tightly wrapping around Sujia, fearing that he would suddenly disappear. No, I just said this. By the way, this is our agreement. Sujia shook his head, and then he continued, his tone serious and serious. Remember, you just need to wait for me. Don't go crazy or lose your mind. You just need to be Rosalind. Rosalind was a little confused. Although she didn't understand what Sujia was talking about, she still agreed ignorantly. Along the way, the two continued to chat, causing Rosalind's cheerful laughter from time to time. I don't know when, Rosalind sang loudly, and under the breeze, the moving singing voice spread far away, flying freely towards the distance. Under the blue sky, birds fly freely, and the girl's song echoes in the wilderness. This is a city-state of poetry and freedom. Hey, aren't those Rosalind and Knight Sujia? Oh my god, the two of them are actually together? You Rosalind, my Rosalind, I still want to confess to you. Hurrah! It would be great if it were Knight Sujia. Although Knight Sujia is not from Mondstadt, he is so powerful that even the Grand Captain is no match for him. Yeah, the reason why the surrounding area of Mondstadt has been so safe recently is all because of the Sujia Knights who clean up a large number of monsters every day. I heard that Rosalind has been chasing the Sujia Knight before, but she was rejected. I didn't expect that she finally won it today. Isn't there a saying in Liyue that a hero has to endure the beauty test? Even the knight Sujia cannot escape the attack of Mondstadt's most beautiful flowers. In Mondstadt, when Sujia carried Rosalind on his back, everyone was shocked. After everyone was shocked and stunned, they all started talking excitedly. Most people gave their blessings to the two of them and did not reject Sujia because he was an outsider. This scene lasted for a long time. For a period of time after that, Rosalind came over to pester Sujia every day. Even when Sujia was practicing, she would sit aside, hold her chin up, and stare at Sujia with beautiful eyes, as if she was satisfied just by looking at him. Seeing that infatuated look, many knights felt sour and even couldn't help but ask Su to help the Dharma King. Of course, all of these were defeated by Sujia's 3 swords. Once she had free time, Rosalind would pester Sujia to play around. Sometimes I go to various small streets and shops in Mondstadt, and sometimes I go to famous places around Mondstadt, such as the Tsangtian Tree in Fenkiti, the Star-Picking Cliff to watch the wind, the Cecilia flowers, etc. During this period, Barbaros also met Sujia and Rosalind. After learning about their relationship, Rosalind became extremely jealous and almost caused a Shura scene. However, it was easily resolved by Sujia. Sujia, Rosalind's future is not good. After Sujia and Rosalind separated, Barbaros approached Sujia alone, with a serious look on his face. What did you calculate? Hearing this, Sujia also became solemn. He thought of the future. Queen, is it still unavoidable? Divination can't be done, because of you, the fate of everyone involved with you is blurred, and no specific future can be seen. Barbaros shook her head. Then will she die? Sujia was silent for a while, then thought about it, and asked, Death? That's not true. Her fate line has not been broken. This also proves that she will encounter some suffering, but it will continue. Barbaros' face was calm, as if she expected Sujia to ask this question. It's good that you're not dead. Sujia breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want the innocent and kind-hearted Rosalind to disappear just because of his interference. As for Ms., if the birth is unavoidable, he will definitely try his best to compensate in the future. You guy, you obviously have me and my disciples in the future, but you still provoke other women. Huh, how serious it is. At this time, Barbaros snorted with some dissatisfaction, staring at Sujia with her beautiful purple eyes, feeling very unhappy. Hey, don't slander me. I don't even have a word with you now. Sujia said angrily. Not a single horoscope. I don't care. You have to accompany me for the next time. My friend happens to be away from Mondstadt. During this time, you can come with me to relieve your boredom. Barbiros said unhappily, then grabbed Susuk's clothes and refused to let go. There is a posture of saying that if you don't agree, I will yell and be disrespectful. Sujia reluctantly agreed. In the period that followed, a very unique landscape appeared in Mondstadt. The most beautiful flower in Mondstadt, Rosalind, comes from the exotic astrologer Barbiros. As if they were jealous, the two of them followed the honorary knight Sujia, and their attitude was very close. That scene left countless people dumbfounded and heartbroken, all the young people who loved him. If they couldn't defeat him, they would definitely challenge Sujia to a duel. Kaya, as a man, I really envy Sujia's charm. Spreads hands. Traveling. Sujia is indeed very charming and very attractive to girls. Prince of the Abyss. Tisk, he's just a pretty boy, nothing. Navia, can the pretty boy defeat the Water Dragon King? Huh, someone is probably jealous, otherwise why would he keep targeting Sujia? Accurate. Wendy, it makes sense. Maybe it's because of Ing that she keeps causing trouble for Sujia. Smirking. Prince of the Abyss. Jealousy? Huh, how is that possible? It's so funny. I'm the Prince of the Abyss, and my opponent is Tianli, just a pretty boy? Traveling at Prince of the Abyss. Beidou. Huh, this is really a fatal blow. Ms. Executive Officer, you bastards of the Abyss? Huh, one day, I will burn you all. Great Astrologer. Sujia, this bad guy? Why are you still looking for an old woman when you already have me? Shunhe. Sujia probably wants to accept both master and disciple. Liu seems to call this kind of rice bowl in the book. Jinjuan Luyun Jiefeng. Great Astrologer? Barbara, what is rice bowl? Kelly, rice bowl? Is it something edible? Kelly wants it too. Acting Captain Sheen. Barbara, Kelly, don't ask about this kind of thing. Red face. Which Lisa? Ouch, ouch. I didn't expect our serious leader Sheen to know a lot. Ganyu. Rice bowl. Red face. Shunhe. Master, if I also like Sujia, and so does my senior sister. And you, wouldn't it also be a rice bowl? Jinjuan Luyun Jiefeng. Let's be unbridled. Who taught you these things? It's treasonous and unethical. Hu Tao. Oops, what advanced topic are you talking about, rice bowl? Why can't I understand? Zhongli. Hall Master. Don't ask, this is not something you should understand. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, don't ask. Red face. In the video, as time passes, the relationship between the three becomes closer and closer. Rosalind and Barbie Ross were also as close as sisters. One day, Rosalind received a recruitment letter from Shumi. That is, only those who are geniuses and have certain talents will be specially recruited. Rosalind was hesitant, but in order to keep up with Sujia, she chose to study abroad in Shumi. Before leaving, Barbie Ross gave her a fiery red witch hat. Although it is not the same subject, but I can be considered a witch, and this is a gift from Senior. With that said, Barbie Ross put the fiery red witch hat on Rosalind's head. Sujia, on the other hand, presented a water timepiece, which was very exquisitely made and was specially made by Sujia. When this water timepiece completes 1 week, it will be the end of your study abroad. Sujia said, well, I will cherish it. Looking at the gifts given by the two people, Rosalind nodded heavily, with tears of reluctance rolling in her eyes. Don't cry, silly girl. Shumi is a good place. Being able to study there will be of great help to you. When you come back, you should be a qualified witch. Bobby Ross and Rosalind hugged each other and comforted each other with a smile. Sujia. After hugging, Rosalind looked at Sujia, her eyes shining with hope. Well, the next second, Sujia hugged Rosalind tightly into his arms and kissed her deeply. Very intense and long-lasting. Navia, I'm not envious, really not at all. Charlotte. He. Acting Leader Chin. Water Goddess Funina. Aw, this is obviously mine. I came first, why? Crying. Zhongli. It's great to be young. Drinking tea. Wendy. Hey, it's great to be young. Executive Young Master. I don't understand, I'm so shocked. How did such an innocent lady turn into what she became? Columbia. Poor Rosalind. Pathetic Rosalind. She will be engulfed by the fire of out-of-control anger. The new 747 will be the Witch of Flame. Dr. Executive Officer. A grand show is about to be staged. Albedo. Could it be that? Dane. This time period is the time for Canria to fall. An unprecedented disaster is about to come. Kaya. Disaster. It must have been the poisonous dragon Dulin, the battle that caused Lord Tevelin to fall asleep. El Hazen. The catastrophe caused by the Golden Rainda, the wave of monsters that swept across the 7 kingdoms of Tevat. Tverin. Dragon Dulin. In the live broadcast room, Countless people heard this, and their hearts tightened. It was as if I had seen a bad picture. In the video, Rosalind soon left Mondstadt and went to study abroad in Sumeru. Su Jia also concentrated on training, and with the help of Barbiros, his strength steadily improved. But one day, within the territory of the 7 kingdoms of Teyvat, terrifying cracks suddenly appeared, as if leading to the abyss, and countless monsters rushed out. These monsters formed a tidal wave, overwhelmingly attacking the borders of various countries. Wherever it passes, everything withers away. Lakes and land, mountains, rivers, and vegetation are all rapidly dying. Mondstadt is also the main battlefield. Not long after, a brutal war broke out, and the knights came out in large numbers to fight to protect Mondstadt. Although Su Jia was not from Mondstadt, as an honorary knight, he also led a group of knights to kill monsters. With Barbiros assisting from the side, the brilliance of the Silver Knight and the power of the astrologer shine in this Mondstadt. With the two joining in, even though the monster's attack was as dense as a tide, it was still stopped. However, there are too many monsters. At this time, although Su Jia was powerful and could be called a great hero, he had not yet reached the level of a demon god and could not change the situation of the war on his own. As time went by, Su Jia had more and more scars on his body. The sword in his hand was increasingly damaged. Roar! One day, an overwhelming poisonous cloud covered Mondstadt, and a terrifying dragon roared in it. Wherever it passed, the mountains, rivers, land, and rivers turned into desolation and were polluted by the poison. The people mourned. Under the ruthless invasion of the demon dragon, an unknown number of people were killed. Mond was shocked. A powerful knight led an army to besiege. The Grand Captain and Deputy Captain Rustin, including Su Jia, all participated in the battle with Du Lin. However, Du Lin is too powerful. As Riandot's masterpiece, it is a creation of the humus layer, and its combat power is comparable to that of a demon. Even Teverin had to go through a brutal fight to defeat Du Lin. In this battle, Su Jia acted as the main force, with Grand Commander and Deputy Commander Rustin as assistants, and they engaged in a protracted fight that lasted for 3 days. During this period, a large number of monsters attacked Mondstadt, leaving Barbiros unable to support him. On this day, the war situation changed drastically. The Silver Knight's brilliance tore off one of Du Lin's wings and claws, but he was also pierced by the poisonous claws, leaving traces of death. Chapter 78. Cough. On the battlefield, Su Jia defeated Du Lin with a sword, but he also left a hideous wound on himself, which was pierced by the dragon's claws, and the poison instantly spread throughout his body. Su Jia. Not good. When the Grand Commander and Rustin saw this scene, their expressions changed dramatically. The Grand Commander immediately stepped forward to stop Du Lin, while Rustin came to Su Jia's side. Su Jia, hold on. I'll take you to the priest. Rustin shouted anxiously. He wanted to pick up Su Jia and take him away from the battlefield. It's useless. Du Lin's poison entered my body. Even the gods may not be able to save me. Su Jia stopped him and shook his head with some difficulty. Go back and tell Barbie Ross to keep an eye on Rosalind and don't let her do stupid things. And tell them that one day, I will show up again, so don't worry. Su Jia said with difficulty. Terrible poisonous blood flowed all over the body, and the wound on the abdomen was even more hideous. The blood keeps flowing. Okay, I will tell them. Rustin nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. The feeling of death. I didn't expect that I would feel it in this era. There won't be a next time. Su Jia murmured, and then he snorted coldly, his face pale. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on his face, and he gritted his teeth. Gold, Rint. I remember you. Don't give me a chance. This is... At this moment, Rustin's eyes showed a hint of shock. In his arms, Su Jia's entire body turned into silvery white light spots that gradually dissipated. It's as if he doesn't belong to this era. Disappeared? Rustin was completely confused. Water goddess Funina. Su Jia. My Su Jia. Arataki Ido. What did I see? That invincible little brother Su Jia is actually dead. Navia. Su Jia is dead. Tianquan Ningguang. No, he is not dead. Judging from Su Jia's reaction, he should have returned to his own era. Miss Shinli. Even if it is not a real death, it is equivalent to experiencing death. Su Jia has actually suffered this kind of pain. Master Executor. Hiss. Although that Du Lin is very strong, he is not as good as Valette. How could Su Jia not be able to defeat Du Lin? Zhongli. Su Jia was not that strong at this time, but he became stronger several times later, and before the battle with Navalite, his strength became stronger again, so Navalite at that time had that kind of reaction. Navalite. Well, In the past 3 years, Su Jie's strength has been increasing rapidly every moment, which is incredible. Zigwen, alas. Xiao Jie must be in a lot of pain. His stomach was pierced by the dragon. Damn Du Lin. Acting Captain Qin. I didn't expect that Su Jie made such a great contribution in the Demon Dragon War 500 years ago, but why was it not recorded? Which Lisa? No, there is a record, but the details are unclear. There are only less records in 1 or 2 ancient books. It only says that he was an unknown foreign knight who seriously injured the magic dragon Du Lin with his own life. Which Lisa? At first, because the origin and name of the unknown knight were not recorded, and there was no evidence, I regarded the unknown knight as a fictional character. However, I did not expect that the unknown knight turned out to be Su Jie. Xiaogong. By the way, why did Su Jie mention gold rained out before disappearing, and what does this have to do with her? Dr. Executive Officer. This is a good question, because the magic dragon Du Lin is Rian masterpiece, a creation of the humus layer. Executor Servant. Not only Du Lin. This wave of monsters sweeping through the 7 kingdoms was caused by Rain. She is the sinner of Tevat. Traveler. In other words, Su Jie died at the hands of Rain. Albedo. Silkic. Well, Rain is a person who pursues the ultimate. Her alchemy technology has reached an extremely terrifying level. It is said that there is a higher chalk layer above the humus layer, which is her highest masterpiece. Executive Servant. As far as I know, Mr. Albedo of Mondstadt has a deep relationship with Rain. Albedo. Well, I am Rain, the son of chalk created by Mother. Paimon is not emergency food. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Albedo would have such an amazing origin. It was the highest masterpiece of gold Rain. Chalk layer. You know, as the demon dragon Du Lin in the humus layer, he can almost destroy a country, and his combat power is comparable to that of a demon-level warrior. Even if it's just the most ordinary one, it's still very scary. And Albedo, as the son of the chalk layer, how terrifying would he be? Fontaine, Lu Ron Cafe. You. Su Jie, why are you dead? Su Jie had a dark look on his face as he looked at Funina, who was sobbing and throwing herself into his arms, and couldn't help but have a headache. Since her identity was revealed, Wu Ningna seems to have gradually returned to her silly nature. Isn't he still fine? So why is he dead? There was no other way, so Su Jie had no choice but to comfort him. At the same time, in the video, the demon dragon Du Lin let out a terrifying roar. Although it lost a claw and a wing, its combat power was greatly damaged, but it was still not comparable to Rustin, Grand Leader, and others. Soon, under Du Lin's attack, all the besieging knights retreated and suffered heavy losses. The Grand Commander and Rustum were seriously injured one after another. Roar. But without an opponent to stop it, wherever the demon dragon Du Lin passed, the land was barren and everything withered. It descended on Mondstadt and caused a terrible disaster. The people mourned and lamented, alarming Barbados, who was sleeping in the forest, to recover from his injuries. After participating in the Battle of Canria, he was seriously injured and could only recover through sleep, without much strength. However, seeing the raging demon dragon Du Lin and the wailing and withering appearance of all living beings, he still felt sad and shed tears in his heart, and played the Thousand Winds movement to summon the wind dragon Tevelin. You can see that in the video, in the lush forest, the wind god Barbados is emitting beautiful light all over his body. He can't see his appearance clearly, but he only feels sacred and flawless. Barbados. In a distant place, in response to the call of the god of wind, Teverin, the dragon of the east wind, appeared. Its huge body set off a blue storm and headed towards the city of Mondstadt. Then, a fight between dragons broke out. The strong winds from all directions converged and swept across, and under Tevelin's control, shattered the poisonous clouds that filled the sky. The sharp claws and teeth of the giant green dragon bit Du Lin and carried him to the sky, which was beyond the reach of floating clouds, far away from the city of Mondstadt on the ground. There, the fighting between the giant dragons broke out. After a long and fierce battle, the dragon was torn apart. It fell into the snow-capped mountains with a long regret. The dark dragon's blood spread all over the earth. But in the high sky, Tevelin accidentally swallowed the dark poisonous blood. As the winner, it suffered from severe pain and finally huddled in the ancient ruins. In the boundless pain and torture, the wind dragon Tevelin licked his wounds and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, it silently chanted Barbados' name, firmly believing that its friends would wake it up again, penetrating the sky, dispersing the haze, The music of the piano helps to sing the voice of my dear friend, the god of wind. Barbara, Lord Barbados has appeared, and Lord Tfarin, Star Eyes. Acting Captain Sheen. Master Tevelin must have been injured at this time, and has been suffering from the poison. Thunder movie. Wind god Barbados. I didn't expect him to take action, but his condition was very bad. Zhongli. During the Battle of Canria, the 6 gods descended. Although the war ended, they also suffered heavy losses. Some gods fell as a result. The god of wind must also have been seriously injured at that time. Little Lucky Grass King. So, this time the god of wind took action. He only summoned Tevelin and was unable to continue to help, not even able to heal. Dane Humph. Although Canria was destroyed, it also left indelible damage to the gods. Even the god of wind and god of rock paid a heavy price. Kaya, I see. Is this why Lord Barbados rarely appears? Dialek. There is also Lord Tfarin. After killing Dulin, he was also seriously injured, but the people of Mondstadt forgot about him. Sai. Executor's Servant. The battle in Canria, haha, it was really a fight that shattered the earth, and the subsequent impact shook the entire Teyvat. Water Goddess Funina. I finally killed that hateful dragon. Angry. Albedo. In a sense, Dulin can be regarded as my brother. Sai. In the video, the demon dragon Dulin was killed and lost his biggest enemy. The monsters from the abyss and the terrifying beast Tide were gradually calmed down by Mondstadt's knights. During this period, Barbaros also learned the news of Su Jie's death. That's just the way it is. Rustin looked ashamed. Because of Su Jie's intervention, he did not die in this battle. But he felt guilty. Because in the battle with Demon Dragon Dulin, not only was he unable to help much, but Su Jie's final death actually had a lot to do with him. If not for saving him, Su Jie would not have been pierced by Dulin's claws. I see. Barbaros's expression was calm. She just responded lightly without saying anything, then turned and left, leaving only a bitter Rustin. Idiot, you obviously have no strength, so what are you trying to do? You think you are great, and you say you will appear again? Do you really think you are a god? The scene switched to a plane. Barbaros looked at the tomb in front of her and couldn't help but cursed in pain, but her purple eyes kept shedding tears. Fool. The invisible wind blew by, blowing the tears of the young astrologer into the distance. You think I'm waiting for you? Stop being so conceited. Besides, that idiot Rosalind, how could I possibly stop her? Barbie Ross cursed. But despite saying this, she still stayed in Mondstadt, wanting to wait for Rosalind to come back. However, she did not wait for Rosalind to come, but left in a hurry because of the appearance of a friend. Before leaving, she told the head of the group to keep an eye on Rosalind and wait for her return. Not long after, Rosalind returned from studying abroad, but what was waiting for her was not the embrace of her lover and friends. It was the news of Su Jie's death. After learning that Su Jie died at the hands of the demon dragon Dulin, Rosalind was overwhelmed by boundless regret and pain. In the picture, she shed tears. Then, she silently left Mondstadt and came to Su Jie's tomb. She stood here for 3 days and 3 nights, her flawless white clothes stained with dirt, her bright red witch hat covering her beautiful and pure face, and only her eyes kept shedding tears. 3 days later, Rosalind shed all her tears, and a raging fire of revenge burned in her beautiful eyes. The monsters of the abyss, they bring pain and disaster. Only burning get rid of all the monsters in the world so that no one will continue to suffer. Rosalind's tone was grim. Terrifying flames burned from her body, and the eye of God around her waist was shattered by her. Using the witch's knowledge, she obtained the terrifying eternal fire in exchange. Angry and terrifying flames like hell filled her flesh and blood, and every inch of flesh and blood was filled with not blood, but flowing liquid fire. Boom. The monstrous flames burned, and the original Rosalind disappeared, replaced by the flame demon, who looked like a blazing butterfly in bright red clothes and a large red witch hat. Carpenter. I will burn everything. The flame witch said this. She left Mondstadt, and not even the Grand Captain could stop her. At this time, Rosalind's flames were so terrifying that she could burn even the gods. From then on, Rosalind of Mondstadt disappeared and was replaced by a witch of fire who roamed the 7 kingdoms of Teyvat, burning and killing monsters everywhere. Wherever it passed, flames and thick smoke covered the sky and the sun, and the red figures dancing in the flames caused people to run away in fear and close their doors and windows to avoid seeing them. The unknown witch. She is no longer a human being. She is a monster. There is no blood in her body. What flows is liquid fire. The witch is coming. Everyone should hide. Whenever the witch of fire walks through a populated place, it will cause panic among the people. Everyone is afraid of her and rejects her, and her words are full of disgust and fear. Even if the flame which did not harm a human being and was only burning monsters that killed people, she would still be rejected and feared by people. There is no need for understanding, comfort, sympathy, or redemption. She just wants to burn away all the pain so that she can bring new hope. The flame witch thought. She does not need anyone's salvation or sympathy. In the endless void, only by burning and killing monsters can her empty heart be filled. Master Executive. So this is the birth of the flame witch. It seems that even a cold-blooded and ruthless witch has a tragic past. Acting Captain Sheen, Su Jie's death made her lose all hope. Coupled with the sudden departure of Barbie Ross, her lover and friends left one after another. She couldn't bear this kind of blow. Hit. Great astrologer. Damn old woman. Why did you leave at this time? If she were here, she could have stopped Rosalind from doing stupid things. Wang Zhao. Silkic. This is fate. The flame witch is destined to be born. Even if Barbie Rose doesn't leave at that time, there will be other reasons that cause her to leave. Kelly. Sister Rosalind is so pitiful. She is obviously helping people, but she has been expelled and hated by others. She is crying in her heart. Witch Lisa. This is the prejudice of the world. Witches are always feared and despised by people, especially when faced with a powerful witch like the flame witch who destroys everything. People are even more afraid. 1. Navia. At this time, Rosalind has fallen into madness, and no one can stop her anymore. Zhongli. If she continues like this, she will die. Using her own life force as fuel in exchange for powerful power will one day burn herself out. Traveler Ing. After the Witch of Fire, a lady should be born, right? Su Jie. In video, scenes appeared one after another, all showing scenes of the flame witch burning monsters. She helped towns that were being violated one after another, but no one ever understood her. That beautiful and flawless face had become scorched and hideous by the smoke and flames. At this moment, it is difficult to get close to the witch and everything will be burned by the flames. But the flowers in her hair have been enduring the flames without being destroyed. They were the flowers that Su Jie had placed in her hair, and they still exist today. And, as the flame continues to burn, this flower has transformed into a flower of fire. Team. The witch's flower of fire. In today's witch, except for this flower, the witch hat given by her friend, and Su Jie's water timepiece, there is nothing else. Only the endless burning heart fire in her body. Under this kind of flame, almost no living being dared to approach the flame witch. Only after burning out the monsters for a period of time, did a bird fall beside her, not afraid of her flames, as if they could understand her silent loneliness. You are incredible. You can actually bear such power with a human body. Until one day, a mysterious man came to her. Chapter 79. In the desolate land, a battle had just ended, and the ground was full of ashes of remaining monsters. The charred land looked like it had gone through a volcanic eruption, with terrifying magma everywhere, extremely hot, like flowing liquid fire. And in this area of flowing magma, the flame witch, whose body was surrounded by blazing flames and had wings like a red butterfly, was looking at the man indifferently. You said you have no tears to cry and no blood to shed, but it must be because your body is already filled with fire. The mysterious man didn't care about the indifference of the flame witch, and the corners of his mouth covered by the mask were slightly raised. Although you are covered with bruises, fierce flames may now flow from your eyes and wounds, like molten iron. The man continued. What do you want to say? At this time, the flame witch, who had been silent all this time, spoke, her tone extremely cold. She has no interest in humans and only has endless hatred for monsters burning in her heart. Okay, I digressed a little. I followed the flames and smoke you left behind, just because I wanted to make a deal with you. The mysterious man smiled. As long as he was willing to talk, it would be possible to win over him. Trade. Although the flame witch looked cold, she still replied. Yes, deal. I am the Harlequin, the executive of the Fools of the Winter Country, and I am loyal to Her Majesty the Great Ice Queen. The mysterious man introduced himself. Executor's servant. It is indeed him, the first patient, the first executive of fools, the buffoon. Master Executor. So this is where fools come to win over Ms. Charlotte, the famous Ms. It turns out this is where it started. Zhongli. Her current condition is too bad. She is just a mortal body, but she is carrying such a terrifying flame. Her body and her heart have already been almost burned out by the flames. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, without help from outside, Rosalind will not survive long. She can only accept the invitation from the fools here. Kaya. After this, there will be no more Rosalind and the Flame Witch, only that lady. Xiao, Rosalind is so pitiful. Unlike Miss Funina, although Miss Funina has been burdened with 500 years of pain, at least she still has a goal, while Rosalind only faces endless despair. Nilu. After all, in her eyes, her lover has already died and will never appear again. This will undoubtedly destroy all her future and hopes. Travelering. It was precisely because of this that Rosalind became desperate and eventually became a Ms. Paimon is not emergency food. Think about it this way. Someone is really guilty. Su Jia. Although Su Jia was a little speechless, he couldn't help but feel sad when he saw Rosalind in the video, who was surrounded by flames and gradually heading towards the abyss of destruction. Although it is his future self, it is actually him. Rosalind is also a love debt she incurred. After this inventory, I have to go find Ms. I don't know if she still recognizes me as my old lover. Su Jia smiled bitterly in his heart. Woo Su Jia, my Su Jia. Funina on the side was also in tears at this time, whispering. Ms. was moved by the story. In other words, she has been deeply involved in it, treating herself as a Ms. and enduring the pain of losing Su Jia. From time to time, words like Su Jia, I can't live without you. Su Jia, how can I live without you in the future, came out of Funina's mouth. Seeing the dark look on Su Jia's face, this stupid girl must have combined all the vulgar tragic dramas she has watched over the years and then put herself into it. As for Clawland, she remained silent. She just stared at Su Jia silently like an ice knife, constantly causing explosive damage to his mind. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with the two love debts his future had made in the past. In video, Fools. Ice Queen, faced with Harlequin's proud tone, the Flame Witch ignored it and just murmured. She naturally knew about this, having accidentally learned about it when she was studying abroad in Shumi. The Queen of the Winter Kingdom, one of the 7 rulers of the world, and the fools are her minions. You want me to take refuge in the gods? The Flame Witch's lips moved slightly, with a slight arc. It seemed like he was mocking the other party. The other party actually wants to invite a witch who is feared and disgusted by the world? The flames are almost going to devour you, and after a while, you will only be left with a pile of ashes. Harlequin didn't care about the sarcasm of the Flame Witch. He continued. But your wish has not yet been fulfilled, right? Burn all the monsters and pain in this world. Harlequin raised his hands high. He was full of excitement, as if he was preaching, and shouted to the Flame Witch. Come on, we have a common goal. Join the Ice Queen. She will lead us to burn this filthy old world to the ground. We will raise the flag of rebellion against heavenly law and create a new world. His voice was passionate and full of charisma, as if he was showing the Flame Witch a wonderful new world. And I heard the flower of Harlequin. The Flame Witch's heart, surrounded by endless flames of hatred, was also beating at this moment. In her eyes shrouded in blazing fire, she seemed to see the boundary between the corrupt past and the immortal and beautiful future. Ahead is a new world of pure white. Come, let the fire that is engulfing you now be extinguished by the grace of the Queen. What do you think? Seeing the Flame Witch, he seemed to be moved. The corners of Harlequin's mouth raised, and he stretched out his hand, which was pure white and flawless, spreading out the terrifying power of the Emperor with ultimate intention. That is the power of the Ice Queen. I understand. Then, let the glacier replace my erased past and extinguish these eternal flames. The Flame Witch contained her flames and took over that part of her power. At this point, the Flame Witch disappeared and was replaced by the lady in the 8th seat of the Fools. The flame disappeared, and what emanated from Ms. was a terrifying cold current. Let the darkness of corruption, the pain of the world, and the sins of humans, beasts, and they all melt under this silent ice and snow. Ms. raised her hand. She said calmly, what was spinning in her palm was a terrifying cold current. The broken face covered with scars had been half covered by the mask at some point, leaving only half of the cold face. Welcome. The 8th seat, Ms. Seeing this, Harlequin showed a pleasant smile, and he extended his hand to the lady. We have a common goal. You, your queen, and me. Ms. looked indifferent. She ignored Harlequin and said to herself, we will cleanse the world of the source of its distortion, the short-sighted and ignorant gods, and the darkness and corruption of the abyss. Very well, I will do whatever it takes to be a tool to advance our common cause. This is all for the new world, she said in her mind. As for that figure, her lover, under an inexplicable force, has gradually become blurred and covered. It didn't disappear, but it was covered up by some force and could not be reproduced. Let's go, Harlequin said. Rosalind. Just as the two were about to leave, An anxious voice sounded. In the distance, a purple stream of light appeared. It was Barbie Ross. She was staring at Rosalind. Bobby rose. What are you doing here? Ms. frowned. She still remembered Bobby Ross, her former friend, the friend who gave her the witch hat. But she had forgotten the deeper relationship. I came to you. I'm sorry. It was because of my negligence before that I didn't expect you to go to this dead end. Now come with me, and I will help you get rid of the burning of the eternal fire. Barbie Ross said seriously. This is all Sujia's order. By the way, he asked me to tell you that he is not dead. Sooner or later he will show up and come to us. Sujia? Who is that? However, to Barbaros's expectation, the queen did not respond to the name Sasuke. You actually forgot Sujia? He is your... Wait. Sujia. Barbaros, who was about to explain, was stunned. She quickly covered her head and found that the memory of this name was disappearing rapidly. What's going on? Sujia. Who is he? Oh, damn it. Why did I forget? Forget it. Anyway, you have to go with me today. Barbie Ross grabbed her hair like crazy, and then looked towards Ms. said fiercely. Baby Rose, I have now joined the Ice Queen and decided to be loyal to the Queen. As for my body, I have now received the Queen's gift. It's fine now, Ms. said calmly. So, I won't, Jedge, go with you. But if you are willing, you can go with me and we will join the Queen's command together. Then, Ms. came over to invite. Huh, Barbaros was a little dumbfounded. Didn't she come to take Rosalind away? Why did she get roped in instead? This powerful prophet. Let's join the Ice Queen and build a new world. The Harlequin, on the side, also took the opportunity to say that he recognized Barbie Ross. It is Tevat, a new prophet who has recently become famous. A prophet is superior to an astrologer, a powerful being who can divine world-class destiny. I refuse. I won't get involved with you lunatics. Barbaros looked disgusted, and then she looked at Ms. with a headache. I don't know what kind of brainwashing you have been, but since you have already made up your mind, I won't stop you. If you have any difficulties in the future, please come to me. If you have the ability of Winter Kingdom, you should contact me. Okay, but, with that said, Barbaros turned into a purple starlight and left here. Sujia. Looking at Barbie Ross walking away, Ms. muttered, but there was no wave on her face, and then looked at Harlequin. Let's go, Kaya. Hiss. How could Rosalind forget Sujia? She loves him so much that she is crazy. Yelan. Could it be the power of the Ice Queen that made Rosalind forget about Sujia? Ye Shinsi. No, not only Rosalind, but also Barbie Ross has begun to forget that this one is a very powerful astrologer. Great astrologer. Not only that, the old woman at this time has probably become a prophet. She is very good at divination. Paimon is not emergency food. That's so strange. Why have they all forgotten Sujia? Kujo Sarah. Could it be because Sujia was not from that era? Little Lucky Grass King. I think so. Sujia is not from that era. When he returns, the power of the times will gradually correct his existence, I think. This is also the reason why Rosalind and the others will forget. Barbara, so? Rosalind will completely lose her memory of Sujia in the future, leaving only the memory of Ms. Traveler. That should be right. Otherwise, Ms. wouldn't have had no reaction at all when she saw Sujia in Mondstadt. Zhongli, not only the lady, but also Sujia did not respond. It is probably because the power of the times has blocked their memories. Executive Young Master. No wonder that woman became so scary. Coral Palace Shinhai. I am very curious. Has the lady recalled the past memories now? Ms. Executive Officer. I have remembered the past memories and the agreement with you now, Sujia. I will come to you. Haha. At Sujia. Traveler. Why do you feel like the lady has become a bit Yandra? Lou's Cafe. Seeing Ms. S speech, Sujia couldn't help but feel a little headache. It is true that he does feel sorry for Ms., and her infatuation is indeed sadistic and tragic, but he has not experienced the future time period yet. Therefore, his current feelings towards Ms. are very complicated, with some affection, but more of distress. Sujia, that woman is coming to find you. Will you be snatched away by her? That woman is still so big. Just when Sujia had a headache, Funina screamed and couldn't help hugging Sujia with tears in her eyes. Funina has low self-esteem. Whether it's Rosalind's feelings for Sujia or the other's turbulent pair, she doesn't have any advantage now. Once the other party comes to find Sujia, won't she definitely lose? Could it be said that she is going to become the defeated dog heroine in Inazuma's light novels, where the childhood beauty is defeated by the sky? Well, don't worry, Funina. No matter what, you are the most important in my heart. Even if Rosa comes to me, I will not give up on you. Su Jia quickly comforted her and quickly calmed Funina's anxiety. At the same time, Su Jia also added something in his heart. Rosalind, he will not give up either. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Ah. Clawland on the side sneered. How could she not see what Su Jia meant? Her eyes were full of contempt. Man. At the same time. Ah, the damn power of the times. I almost forgot about Su Jia. In the video, the screen switched to show Barbie Ross scratching her head while sitting in a mysterious room and couldn't help but yell. Under her butt, there was an extremely mysterious star map, shining with countless purple stars. Fortunately, I used divination to predict it again, otherwise wouldn't it be forgotten? But this is only for a moment. As time goes by, I will still forget it. No, I have to use some means to remember it. Barbie Rose stood up, calmed herself down, and thought of a solution. By the way, didn't Su Jia say that my future apprentice is his fiancée? This proves that they will meet in the future. That's just right. I will remember this and accept a talented apprentice in the future, and then ask her to go to Mondstadt to find someone named Su Jia. When they meet, I will be able to locate Su Jia. Even if I can't remember it for a while, I will know that he is a very important person. I'm so smart. Ha ha ha. Barbie Ross put her hands on her hips and couldn't help laughing, invisibly. A pair of naked black silk jade feet stepped on the ground, like tempting chocolate cakes. Great astrologer. This hateful old woman. Am I being sold like this? Which Lisa? Haha. But I have to say, this is a good idea. Yay Shinsi. Oh my. If this happens, won't Mona have to compete with the master for a man? TSK, that's really interesting. Shinhee. This is called rice bowl. Su Jia mentioned it to me before. He said there are also sister rice bowls. Jinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. Okay. Stop talking. Acting Captain Sheen. Sisters. Barbara. Blushing. In video. The picture of Barbie Rose disappeared and was replaced by Ms. She has experienced 500 years under the Ice Queen. Although she only has a few scenes, she has already gained great fame in the winter. Soon, the screen switched. In Mondstadt, in the nights, Wendy was trotting out from inside. But at this time, a sudden change occurred, black mist appeared on the ground, and two fools rushed out and attacked Wendy. Chapter 80. This scene happened too suddenly. The two fools are both dead handlers and can be considered elite. If you launch a sneak attack at this time, ordinary Eye of God owners may be killed. As the target of a sneak attack, Wendy seemed to have no time to react. Just slightly, his eyes widened. Boom. At this time, a cyan hurricane appeared, like an air cannon, forming a wind vortex, which suddenly drove the two people away. At the same time, Ing rushed out from the side. The green vortex dissipated in her palm, and then stood in front of Wendy, looking at the two fools with a pair of beautiful eyes. Thank you, cough. Wendy said with a smile on the side. He didn't seem to be too worried about the previous sneak attack. Well, I'll arrest them first, Ing said softly, and then she rushed over to capture the two of them. Snapped. At this moment, a high-heeled shoe stepped on the ground, accompanied by a clear snap of fingers. The next second, a terrible cold current swept towards Wendy and Ing like a hurricane. The biting cold wind howled, and a thick layer of ice condensed on the ground. Not only that, the entire area is freezing at an alarming rate, and thick layers of ice appear. Seeing this, Wendy's expression changed. Just as he was about to take action, he found that his feet had been frozen with a thick layer of ice, and he was restrained in place, unable to move. Ing on the side was not much better. The two dead handlers also quickly took action and pinned Ing to the ground. This scene seems to take a long time, but it actually takes only a few breaths. Oh, I finally got my hamster back. At this moment, a playful voice came. Not far away, Ms. was walking slowly with two laying warlocks. Her figure was graceful and full of mature charm. A long and pointed mask blocked half of her face, revealing the other half of her face, which was full of coolness and maturity, like a proud and elegant lady. She was wearing a red coat and brown-black gloves on her hands. She was looking at Wendy and Ing gracefully and lightly, as if she were looking at two little ants. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Paimon is not emergency food. I remember this scene again. Damn, Ms. She attacked us sneakily and even caused Paimon to fall hard many times. One, Traveler. Yes, although I was very angry at the time, now that I think about Ms. S. tragic past, there is a reason why she became like this. Traveler. I'm not angry with her anymore. Coral Palace Shinhai. He is indeed a famous traveler. Not only is he powerful, he is also very kind-hearted. If you have time, you can come to Heike Island as a guest. Arataki Ito. Haha, by the way, who is that cuckold guy? He looks so weak. Travelers have to rescue him throughout the whole process. Acting Qin leader, Dialek. Ahem, this one is called Wendy, and she is also the best bard in Mondstadt. Zhongli, I agree with this. He is indeed the best bard in Mondstadt, or in other words, the best in the Teyvat continent. As for his strength, haha, drinking tea. Kaya, apart from anything else, Mr. Wendy is still very good at drinking. Yin Jin, why did Madam take action against the Traveler and Mr. Wendy? Or in a dangerous place like the entrance of the Knights, where they are easily exposed? Puzzled. Xingqiu, it should be for the heart of God. Didn't Su Jia cut the heart of God from the wind god from the lady before? Beidou, but isn't the heart of God usually found in gods? Travelers definitely don't have it. It's impossible for this cuckold guy to be the god of wind. Ha ha ha. Tianquan Ningguang, it may not be impossible. Smile. Dolly, no, isn't the god of wind supposed to be very powerful? He summoned such a big dragon before, but this Wendy was instantly defeated by the lady. Dixia, he is so weak, but it seems unlikely that he is the god of wind. Barbara, was Wendy Lord Barbados when he was young? Impossible. He also damaged the sky piano before. This is absolutely impossible. Angry. Wendy. Hey, executor servant. Well, Fontaine's water god can be fake. Why can't Mondstadt's wind god be a weak-looking bard? Executor servant. And he may not be weak. Meanwhile, in the video, chewing wood piles and biting rice bags have caused so much trouble for Mond. Ms. came to the two of them leisurely, then pinched Wendy's little face and spoke in a cold and stern tone. You're not talking about a hamster, you're talking about a mouse dash, Wendy responded with a sneer, but before she could finish speaking, she was slapped backhand by Ms. You have no place to speak now, rude bard. This scene made Ing look angry in the distance, and she was very angry in her heart. It's a pity that she is now suppressed by two fools and unable to help Wendy. Buzzing. 1. A cyan whirlwind bloomed from his body, accompanied by strong wind elements, trying to forcibly blow away the ice that had frozen him. This scene surprised Ms., and she took a step back slightly fearfully. But soon, she showed a contemptuous expression, because the power Wendy can use at this time is too weak, not even divine power. This wind element power is at best stronger than the average eye of God. Facing her, the eighth seed of the fools, her strength was similar to that of an ant. Moreover, her strength is not limited to this. Oh, give up the god who controls Mondstadt, and only have this little power left. Ms. walked forward and stared at the struggling Wendy with a contemptuous tone. Oh, the capital you are mocking me for is the power borrowed from the master. Hearing this, Wendy raised her eyebrows and fought back, unwilling to be outdone. Glib tongue. Ms. raised her eyebrows. She just said something coldly, and a strong cold current was blasted out, knocking Wendy away. And almost at the same moment, Ms.'s figure rushed in front of Wendy like a stream of light, and one hand directly penetrated Wendy's chest. Then, with Wendy's slightly widened eyes, she took out the heart of God from his chest. This is heart of God. Ms. raised the heart of God in her hand. It was not too big. It was blue and shimmering with light. It looked very beautiful and exuded a faint brilliance. Humph, it's far inferior to the gorgeous chess sets I have collected, Ms. said disdainfully. That's probably because your aesthetic is really bad. Wendy, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, couldn't help but sarcastically said this. The next second, he was kicked out by the angry Ms. and fainted. Wendy, seeing this scene, Ing couldn't help but screamed and struggled violently. Forget it, anyway. Heart of God has been obtained. Ms. glanced at Ing, then said calmly, turned around and left with the two laying warlocks. Let's go. Before the knights arrive, don't leave any clues. The words fell. The two dead handlers immediately took action and knocked Ing unconscious with one blow. Soon, the lady and others left. Navia. This, Mr. Wendy, is actually the god of wind? Yin Fei. It can't be fake, right? Is it the same situation as Funina? Otherwise, this god is too weak, not as good as our half-immortal beast. Wendy. Embarrassing. Kaya. Sorry, Wendy is indeed Lord Barbados, the god of wind. Barbara. Acting Captain Qin. That's right. Master Tevelin's toxin was also solved by Master Barbados under the leadership of us. Kukinin. But why is he so weak? Arataki Ito. I feel like I can knock over Wendy with a stick. How could the Fengshen be so weak? Navalit. Yes, this is very abnormal. Theoretically speaking, the god of wind. No god should be so weak. Thunder movie. As the two oldest of the seven gods, you are too weak. Zhongli. Fengshen must have had some accidents, or some unspeakable secret, So he is so weak. Please give me flowers. Wendy, that's right. Smile. Decia, it's still hard to imagine that a god, and a wind god, could be so weak. El Hazen, this is normal. Not all demon gods are good at fighting. There are also some demon gods who do not have much combat power and are very small. Executor Young Master. Speaking of which, have you noticed that Ms. has a very bad attitude towards Function? She not only ridiculed her, but also attacked her very hard for several days. However, the travelers on the side did not have any problems at all. Yeti Shinsi. Haha, maybe there is some personal grudge involved in this. Sino, this is very possible. After all, 500 years ago, Su Jie died at the hands of Du Lin. Soon after, Teverin appeared and killed Du Lin in a fierce battle. It is difficult not to let this result make the lady sad. Resentment. Sino, after all, as long as the timing of Tevelin's appearance is faster, Su Jie might not have to die. Of course, this is just speculation. Nilu, but didn't the lady forget about Su Jie? Why does she still hold a grudge against Wenyu because of this? Ms. Executive Officer, although I didn't remember Su Jie at the time, I still instinctively hated Barbados in my heart, so I struck hard at that time. Ms. Executive Officer, of course, I hate Barbados just as much now. Wendy, scratch his head. In the live broadcast room, countless people were shocked by Wendy's identity. It turned out to be Barbados, the god of wind. This also means that at least 3 of the 7 earthly rulers are watching the video in the live broadcast room. This discovery shocked and excited countless people in Teyvat. This was a good opportunity to have close contact with the gods. Cathedral of the West Wind. Mr. Wendy, is Lord Barbados? In the church, Barbara was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the chatter of everyone in the live broadcast room, feeling that her brain was trembling. In my mind, Lord Barbados, the great, powerful, and all-embracing god, is actually just a bard who drinks and fishes all day long. Moreover, this bard not only drank too much, he also damaged the sky piano before. I do not believe. Under the violent impact of the facts, Barbara's brain seemed to be overloaded, and she fainted on the spot. Oh my god, that Wendy is actually Lord Barbados. So Lord Barbados has always been here. He has always been with us. Lord Barbados is so great. Churches, everywhere in Mondstadt, whether it's nuns or many ordinary people, I was extremely shocked at this moment. Unexpectedly, the mysterious and outstanding bard who has been wandering around Mondstadt turned out to be Lord Barbados, the god of wind. This is undoubtedly shocking. I didn't expect that person was actually Lord Barbados. I refused at the time. In the church, the nun who had refused Wendy's offer to borrow the piano was stunned and couldn't believe it. It was almost like a dream. It's not good. Lady Barbara has fainted. At this time, a scream rang through the church, and soon someone came to the rescue. At this time, in the video, the screen changed. In a lush forest outside Mondstadt, a terrifying cold current, like a level 12 frost tornado, froze the forest into ice. However, the Ms. who controlled this terrifying cold current was half kneeling on the ground in an extremely embarrassed state, with various scars all over her body. That cold and beautiful face had received a lot of punches, and there were several punch marks on her face. At the same time, a long sword was placed on her neck. Madam, hand over the god's heart of the wind god. In front, Su Jie looked down at Ms. and said lightly. Su Jie also has scars on his body, but not many. After all, his strength is much stronger than Ms., who is not transformed into the Flame Witch. A surprise attack is enough to easily defeat her. Su Jie. Ms. raised her head with difficulty. A pair of bright and moving eyes were staring at Su Jie's face. Her lips were biting slightly, and her tone was full of unwillingness. There is also a hint of resentment. 6. Chapter 81. Ms. very resentful. Although she didn't understand why, when Su Jie put the sword against her neck, a strong grievance surged into her heart, making her feel like crying. Obviously, it shouldn't be like this. God's heart is for you. However, Ms. still endured it. She bit her gorgeous thin lips, threw the heart of God to Su Jie, and continued with an unwilling tone. But I will definitely avenge this. I am waiting. Su Jie took the heart of God with a calm tone. Then he put away the long sword in his hand and turned around to leave. Only Ms. was left, who was in a state of embarrassment and slumped on the ground. Her golden hair was hanging down, making it difficult to see Ms.'s expression at this time. Not long after, a few crystal tears slipped down from the cheeks and quietly dropped on the water. Linny, the lady, is she crying? Shocked. Lynette, could it be said that the lady at this time has recognized Su Jie? Miss Kamisato, probably not. Didn't the lady earlier say that she had remembered it? If she had known about it when she was in Mondstadt, she probably wouldn't have said that. Xiao Gong, there should be some instinct, right? Although I didn't think of it, my love for Su Jie still made Ms. instinctively touch her heart. Which Lisa and Su Jie also hit. Ms. Oh, tis TSK. This is such a heavy blow. The lady must feel aggrieved. Hu Tao, I understand this. This is a cheating scumbag who beats up his ex, right? Xingqiu, why do I feel that what Home Master who said is so strange, but it seems to make sense? Charlotte, because Ms. is Su Jie's ex. Huh, what a scumbag. Nilu, think about it this way. Ms. is really pitiful. Because of Su Jie's death 500 years ago, she transformed into a witch of fire and almost burned herself to death. 500 years later, she saw Su Jie again. At that time, not only did we not know each other, but we were also beaten up by the person we loved most. Alas, 850, Su Jie. Why do you feel that your sigh means something? Su Jie's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't know about his relationship with Ms. at the time. Therefore, Su Jie only treated Ms. as an ordinary enemy. Naturally, there will be no mercy when taking action. In fact, if it weren't for knowing that Ms. was miserable in the past, I would have been merciful. He might hit harder, but now that I think about it, fortunately, he was merciful at that time. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to kill his sister to prove the truth? Executive Officer, this inventory is so exciting. I didn't expect to see another side of the lady and learn such a big secret. Master Executor, I will ridicule that hateful witch the next time I see her. Ms. Executive Officer, if you want to seek death, you can try it. My flame, you probably don't want to try it. Indifference, Executive Young Master. In the video, the screen switched and a new scene appeared, the entrance of the Hall of Rebirth. Ing and Paimon were having a conversation with a woman in black. What do you two want? Palace of Rebirth is currently not very convenient for receiving strangers. The woman in black said. We are here to see Zhongli. Can you send a message for us? Paiming asked at the side. Mr. Zhongli is not in the hall now. He seems to be visiting Bagua Bank. The woman in black said softly. Her voice was very gentle and made people feel close to her. Northland Bank. Isn't that the property of the fools? Paimon thought while holding his chin. By the way, the last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Is it possible that he still doesn't know about the demon god's attack on Liyue? It feels very dangerous to go to the territory of the fools at this time. Paimon looked at Ing aside, his tone a little worried. Hu Tao, oh yo, isn't there a traveler in this hall of purity? Why did the lady's inventory show up as the leader of this hall? And it has something to do with Zhongli Kuching. Angel Ningguang. The travelers mentioned the demon god. It seems that it was the time when Osel recovered, which should be the time after Osel was suppressed. Xingqiu. As we all know, this is the lady's inventory, and every time the lady appears, it's usually for the heart of God. This time in Liyue, she should be trying to seize Liyue's heart of God. Xiangling. But what does the heart of God have to do with Mr. Zhongli? Looking at the situation, the person the lady is looking for seems to be Mr. Zhongli. Nilu. Could it be that Zhongli Kuching is the god of rock? Yuheng Zinkiking, no? It's impossible. The emperor's soul has returned to the sky. This is already a well-known thing in Liyue. Wendy. That old man is dead too. Unfortunately, I still want to have a drink with him. I will go to his grave for a drink in a few days. Zhongli. Paimon is not emergency food. Singer, you don't really want to do that. Spread your hands. Wendy. Who knows? Tong. Traveler. This is when the lady met Zhongli, and the young master had just finished causing trouble. Executor Young Master. You can't blame me for this. My actions are also with someone's secret permission. While everyone was discussing in the video, there is no way. In this case, although it is quite dangerous for us, we still have to go and have a look. Paimon continued, and Madoka nodded. Then, the screen switched to Bagua Bank. In the lobby, Master, Ms. and Zhongli were standing in it, talking. You actually said this is cooperation between executives? The so-called cooperation should at least be information exchange. The young master heard a dissatisfied voice, and he looked at the lady, aside with an unkind look. Don't worry about it, master. You finally ignored the transactions and calculations and simply made a fuss. Aren't you quite happy? It suits your style. Ms. said with a lazy tone, graceful posture, full of mature temptation. Wait a minute, it seems an acquaintance of yours is here. With that said, Ms. looked out the door, and Ing and Paimon walked in. It's Zhongli and young master. And you are? You are the fool executive. Paimon couldn't help but widen his eyes as soon as he walked in, looking at the scene in front of him in surprise. Exclamation point. Seeing Ms. Ying's eyes turned cold, and she subconsciously assumed a fighting posture. Oh, it's you. We met in the Bard City, right? It's not bad, little guy. You still remember my name well. Ms. said playfully, not caring about Ying's vigilance and hostility, and continued. Ah, after all, it's hard to forget the feeling of watching a friend being taken away from something important and being powerless, right? It's not too late to get it back now, Ying said coldly. She was about to take action, but was stopped by Paimon. Don't be impulsive, Ying. You haven't collected the 7 elemental powers yet, so the battle in the Golden House is already at your limit. Paimon quickly tried to persuade him. There are 2 of the 11th executive officer present, so it's best not to take action. Hearing this, Ying also resisted the urge to take action, but looked indifferent. At this time, young master also spoke. Hey, traveler, this is the first time we've met since the incident ended. How should I put it? The atmosphere was a little, awkward. At the end of the sentence, young master sounded a little embarrassed. Humph, I shouldn't have believed you when I first knew you were the executive officer of fools. Paimon said angrily with his hands on his hips. Don't say that. Although I deceived you a little before, I have no ill intentions towards this traveler. Young master said, spreading his hands. Haha. Except for the last disagreement, which was a pity, the previous cooperation was quite pleasant, wasn't it? It's just a different stance. I won't take this as a personal grudge. Of course, it doesn't matter if you keep your personal grudge against me. Having said this, young master showed a helpless expression and said, on the contrary, it was Ms. and Mr. Zhongli who really deceived me. Zhongli lied to young master. Ying's expression was a little stunned, as if she didn't believe it. Don't waste time, master. If you want to chat, just wait until I finish the business and then chat slowly. Just when the master was still about to say something, the Ms. on the side interrupted him. As agreed, I'm here to get your heart of God, Morix. Then, Ms. stepped forward, looked at Zhongli who had been silent, and said, You hangsinking? Wait a minute, what was Ms. saying just now, Morix? Tianquan Ningguang, guest Zhongli, is actually the emperor? Yin Fei. Oh my god. Hu Tao, guest Zhongli is Morix? No, it's Emperor Yin Wang. Shocked. Hu Tao, no? No. Why don't you, Mr. Zhongli, have no Mora? I've been sending bills to Sheng Tang, but you've emptied the money. Infuriated, executive young master. Huh, I can't help it. I was also miserably deceived by them at that time. Yin Jin. But has the emperor's soul returned to heaven? Why did he become Mr. Zhongli? Shocked. Xingxiu. I was also shocked. It was so unbelievable that my head was spinning. Xinjuan Luyin Jiefeng. The emperor naturally has a deep meaning in doing this. El Hyson. Fake death to escape and become immortal, Zhongli. There is also a willful god in Liyue. Wendy. Oops, the old man's identity can no longer be concealed. Little Lucky Grass King. I didn't expect Mr. Zhongli to be the king of rocks. No wonder I felt something was wrong before. Thunder Movie. Emperor Rock King, as the oldest rock god, why did you choose to fake your death? Navalet. It seems that 4 gods have gathered in this live broadcast room. Water goddess Funina. There is still me. Then Valette. Don't forget me. Zhongli. The reason why I faked my death was to return power to humans. Now that the people of Liyue have grown up, they no longer need the blessing of gods and can still be independent. Zhongli. So, I chose to fake death and let Liyue transform from divine rule to human rule. Zhongli. Oser is my attempt. Obviously, the people of Liyue did not disappoint me, so I abdicated. Hu Tao. Damn it. Even if you fake your own death and abdicate, why would you still spend money on the Mora of the Rebirth Hall? Where's your own Mora? You are the Emperor of the Rock King Zongliking. Furious D2 Zhongli. Sorry, Hall Master Hu. It is Morix who holds the power to mint Mora. I am just a mortal Zhongli and do not have that right. Wu Tao. What about your own Mola? After being the Rock King Emperor for so many years, haven't you left some Mola, such as a small treasury or something like that? Zhongli. I forgot. Wendy. Huh? In the live broadcast room, countless people were silent, their hearts filled with shock and dumbfounding. Who would have thought that the god of wind and god of rock would hide among ordinary people's ministers? What makes them even more unbelievable is the existence of the dignified Morix, the god of wealth. There would be no Mora. Brush, brush, brush. At the same time, 3 bowls failed, and everyone present fell silent. Then, all eyes were focused on Zhongli, who was drinking tea silently. Everyone's eyes were filled with enthusiasm and admiration. This is the living Prince Yen and the Emperor in human form. Seeing everyone's respectful gazes, Zhongli couldn't help but remain silent. Feeling helpless, his original intention was to fake death, hide his identity, and wander around in this world. But this move in the live broadcast room directly exposed his painstakingly hidden identity. Meanwhile, in the video, Heart of God, after hearing Ms. S words, Ing also had a surprised expression on her face. What are you talking about? Paimon's eyes widened. She hadn't reacted yet, and was still a little confused. Seeing this, Zhongli sighed, looked at Ms. and said solemnly, the contract has been completed. As you asked, will you be given what was promised? His platinum eyes revealed a majestic tone. At this moment, although he is a human body, there is a faint trace of the ancient god Wilman who has survived for more than 6,000 years. As he spoke, Zhongli raised his hand, and the golden heart of the rock god floated in his palm. Humph, that's a condescending tone. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Ms. crossed her arms in displeasure. Although I had doubts before. And yes, sighed. What? So you are Prince Yen? Paimon on the side opened his eyes wide, showing a very shocked expression. Only then did she react. No. Although this matter is also shocking, but, why did you give Heart of God to the fools? Then, Paimon shook his head repeatedly and asked in disbelief. It's not a gift, but a transaction based on the contract. It's between me and the Ice Queen. Hearing this, Zhongli turned his head and looked at Ing and Paimon to explain. I don't understand what you are thinking. Ing shook her head and continued to ask. Also, why do you want a fake death? Yes, your fake death is really too much. Everyone held a ceremony to welcome you, and suddenly a dragon fell from the sky, and then Liyue port was in chaos, and it almost caused a catastrophic disaster 2.2. Paimon also complained. Haha. Gathering the undercurrents surging under the water's surface, applying pressure to the limit and then exploding. Isn't this what he wants to see? Ms. sneered. Huh. Paimon was a little confused. Let me explain it myself. Zhongli on the side took over the topic. As you know, I have spent more than 6,000 years in the world, and it was 3,700 years ago that I established Liyue with the immortals. Zhongli explained. The rock that cannot be broken by the whirlpool will also be worn away by the erosion of time. It's just that I keep convincing myself that the day when the wear and tear will cause cracks has not yet come. Until one drizzly day, I was walking in the port and heard a businessman praising his subordinates. You have completed your duties. Now, go and rest. Having said this, Zhongli closed his eyes, as if recalling that scene. At that time, I stopped for a long time in the crowd of people passing by, and kept asking myself, has my responsibility been completed? Zhongli. Paimon's expression was a little sad. But when I started to think about whether I should step down as a god, I discovered that there were still many reasons why I couldn't leave. The place where I walk with the gods, Liyue, is it ready to enter the next era? I must create an opportunity to observe carefully before making a decision. Zhongli said seriously. So I designed this fake death to involve young master, immortal and Liyue, 7 stars in chaos. Even if you fail, you still have a backup plan, right? Ing on the side asked. Yes, that's why I have kept the Heart of God, until now. Zhongli nodded. In other words, if all the chaos reaches a point where it cannot be ended, you will personally come forward and use your divine power to finally overcome the crisis for Liyue? Paimon asked. Duh. Chapter 82. Navalet. It seems that this rock god is thinking very far, and thinks that he cannot protect Liyue for a long time. So he wants to test whether Liyue still has the ability to be independent after being separated from the god. Navalet. In this aspect, Liyue does a better job than Fontaine. Elhazen. Well, I have also heard about the demon god Ossel, but I didn't expect that this rock king emperor is taking the lead. He is indeed the oldest god. Yuheng Zinking. I didn't expect that the emperor would do so many things secretly. Tianquan Ningguang. Well, what the emperor has done for Liyue has been witnessed by all the 7 stars of Liyue and the people, and we have not let the emperor down. Jinjuan Luyin Jiefeng. Although I feel that the emperor is overly worried, since he has made such a decision, it is hard for me to say anything more. Ganyu. I thought that the emperor had passed away, but I didn't expect that he was still alive and was still hidden in Liyue. I never knew about it. Grandma Ping, haha. The emperor also entrusted a dream to the immortals afterwards. Ganyu. You were too busy with work, so you didn't receive it. Hu Tao. This hall master was also shocked. Humph. No wonder Zhongli Keqing seems to know everything, and his tone of voice is like an old man. It turns out to be Emperor Yin Wang. Zhongli. Sorry, hall master. In order to hide my identity, I have been hiding it from you before. Hu Tao. Since you know, please pay the bill to this hall master quickly. Tianquan Ningguang, let me pay this bill. Even if the emperor retires from the throne, he should not be short of Mora. Hu Tao Oo. As expected of Master Ningguang, he is indeed rich. Star Eyes. Zhongli. Thank you Tianquan for your kindness, but since I have stepped down from the throne of God, I have to separate myself from my past identity. As a mortal, I should no longer enjoy these privileges. Zhongli, you don't need to worry about the bill. Besides, just call me Zhongli. Tianquan Ningguang. Since Zhongli Kuching said so, the light has no choice but to shine. Wu Tao huh? Xingxiu. Ah. Ichido Arataki. But even Morix, who cast Mora, has no money. It's normal for me to have no money. Ha. Kuki Shinobu. Boss, this is not something worth boasting about. 16. Expressionless. Just when everyone was talking in the live broadcast room. In the video, Ms. also responded to Ying's question in a timely manner. Of course, and it's easy for him. After saying that, Ms. sighed and continued. But now it seems, just like children who have lost their parents will quickly become mature. This city called Liyue in the face of God's death, I have also grown. I am more than satisfied with the final resolution of all incidents. Zhongli on the side also said in a deep voice. The immortals living in seclusion outside the world, they know the least information. But they first maintained the greatest degree of restraint, were willing to cooperate with the 7 stars in times of crisis, and finally tried to understand the hearts of the people. This, Ms., as the messenger sent by the ice god to complete the contract, at my request, she hid the whole process from her colleague, young master, and did not reveal the truth she knew. Zhongli looked at the silent Ms. aside, his tone full of approval. I myself walked as a mortal, Zhongli, and finally practiced the tradition of Liyue as a mortal. Thank you for traveling with me on this journey, traveler. Zhongli looked at Ying again and thanked him sincerely. All of the above were within my plan. The only thing that exceeded my expectations was the action of Liyue's 7 stars. My expectations for them were originally the same as those of immortals, just to protect Liyue. But the answer they finally handed over was. Zhongli spread his hands and showed a satisfied smile. Take this opportunity to replace the gods, and use the vacuum period after my death to quickly control all the power in Liyue. Huh, it doesn't sound like it's a good thing. Paimon on the side couldn't help but cover his mouth. Huh, I think this is very good. This is also what I used to worry about being too early, while vaguely looking forward to the final arrival. It is a sincere practice for me, the old god. Okay, Zhongli smiled. He didn't care at all about Liyue Qixing's offense. Desia, huh? This rock god is so unexpectedly kind. He actually allows his subordinates to seize the power that belongs to the god, and he also approves of it. El Hazen. Well, should I say that he is worthy of being a god? Compared with the behavior of some people in the Order Academy, the difference in structure is really huge. Great Sage Shumi. El Hazen. What do you mean by this? Don't forget your identity. You are just a secretary. El Hazen. The Great Sage should know what my words mean. Coral Palace Shinhai. Taking the opportunity to seize power is something that shouldn't be done, but in the eyes of this ancient rock god, this is actually a good thing. Liasli. This also means that the 7 stars of Liyue can stabilize the chaotic situation in Liyue in the shortest possible time. Tianquan Ningguang. When things are urgent, we have to do it as a last resort. But there are indeed some ambitions to covet more power. Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. Humph, human beings are so greedy. That's why I don't want to go down the mountain. Zhongli. But it was Qixing's move that really reassured me and handed Liyue over to humans. They are the real masters of Liyue. Acting Captain Qin. Well, although Mr. Zhongli has retired from the throne, he has been paying attention secretly. Which Lisa, haha, just like my old father. In video. Hey, what about me? You fooled me around. Don't you want to express your apology to me? Master Dedalia on the side couldn't help but said when he heard this. Haha, why don't you say thank you? Your disruption is actually part of the game. Ruoshin should thank you for your wonderful performance. Hearing this, Ms. sneered, looked at Master, and continued to smile. If you hadn't created the huge pressure of the battle between immortals and demons, then Liyue, the piece of coal that the god of rock has played with for thousands of years, would not have become a shining diamond. Ms. said, folding her arms, her mature body exuding amazing charm. Huh? Why are you standing in the shoes of other gods and mocking your colleagues? Do you want to fight? Hearing this, Indalia said in an unhappy tone. Fight? Okay, I've been feeling a little unhappy recently. We can give it a try. Ms. sneered. An extremely dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Forehead. Seeing Ms. being so strong, Dadalia couldn't help but remain silent. He was just talking. In terms of strength, he is not the lady's opponent. Speaking of which, I was deceived just like young master. Just when Dadalia was a little embarrassed, Ingyi on the side said, just in time to save the situation. But young master is really useless. He doesn't dare to fight Ms. Ah, damn it. See through but don't tell. Didn't the people of Liyue teach you him? Dadalia crossed her arms, feeling helpless. Hee hee. Well, now that the heart of God has been obtained, there is no point in chatting. You and I should go back to our respective offices to meet the queen first. Ms. chuckled, perhaps because it was so easy to get the heart of God. Her tone was very pleasant. Alas, okay, but I have to go back later, and I don't want to take the same boat with you. Dadalia sighed helplessly. Humph, do whatever you want. Ms. sneered, turned and left. Said. Screen switching. Outside Liyue port, Ms. was walking on the road with a few fools, preparing to board the ship and leave. Just now, a handsome black-haired young man with long black hair and a silver-white knight uniform stopped in front of them. It was Sujia. Ms., you should know why I'm here. Do you want me to take action, or do you want me to hand over the doctor? Sujia showed a bright smile. Ms., the corners of her eyes twitched, and she couldn't help but remain silent, feeling extremely angry in her heart. Why did she meet this B**************** D again? And why was she caught gathering wool alone? Although I was angry, I didn't know why, but I was more happy. It was as if just seeing Sujia's face made her feel happy. This feeling made Ms. both embarrassed and annoyed, but she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why is that? Why would she feel this way about a strange man who robbed her once and planned to do it a second time? Navia huffed. Sure enough, Sujia found Ms. again. Charlotte. Ms., how pitiful she is. She has been robbed of the heart of God by her favorite man twice in a row. I don't know if she will be beaten again this time. Executive young master. If I were a Ms., I would probably be D to death right now. Kemizato Ayato. In a sense, this is also a skill. Xiaogong. Ms., if I think of Sujia, I don't know what I will think. Miko Ye. Oops, isn't there someone in person here? At Ms. Executive Officer, what do you think? Ms. Executive Officer, very happy. Kukinin. Candace. Clorin. Ms. Executive Officer. As long as I can see Sujia again, no matter how he treats me, I will be happy in my heart. Although I did not remember Sujia at that time, I was more happy than angry. Ms. Executive Officer, in my life, Sujia is everything. Since he wants the heart of God, I will give it to him. I will also try my best to help him get Dao Wife's heart of God. Thunder movie. Miko Ye. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Love is really a very scary thing. It can actually bewitch a dignified executive like this. Water Goddess Funina. Sujia, are you very happy now? Sujia ahem. Miss, if you say that, I am indeed very happy. Or, no man is unhappy. Like, Ms., she devotes herself wholeheartedly to her lover, even at the risk of destroying everything. Sujia doesn't know what other people think, but for this woman, Ms., he couldn't refuse. What's more, she's just too big. Hole. Funina kicked Sujia angrily. Her little face almost bulged. She was right. Sujia really liked the big ones. At the same time, in the video, Ms. was silent for a long time when faced with Sujia's obstruction. Just when Sujia thought he was when he was about to use force, the opponent raised his hand and threw the heart of God over. For you, then get lost. I don't want to see your face again. Ms. said in a cold tone, then turned away her face, her eyes full of disgust, as if one more look would make her sick. Thanks. Sujia didn't care about this either. He just smiled brightly, and then turned around and left. Just when Sujia's figure disappeared, Ms. turned her face and looked forward. Her face was very complicated, and for some reason there was a sharp pain and reluctance in her heart. Sujia, who are you? She murmured. Then, in the video, the screen switched, and in the castle tower, Ms. knelt down weakly on the ground, covering her head with one hand. Her cold face was full of distortion. I remembered. Rosalind, Sujia, Barbie Ross. I remembered them all. Ms. covered her head, tears streaming down her palms. Her tone was very sad. Why did she suddenly collapse, and she was still crying? You were almost losing. Not far away, Paimon landed next to Ing and asked in a surprised tone. I don't know, but she is reciting Sujia's name. Ing frowned and shook her head. At this time, her body was covered with burn marks. Although her injuries were not serious, she was very embarrassed. Ms., strength is beyond her imagination. Not only can she control extremely terrifying flames, she is also very powerful in melee combat, much stronger than Young Master. Previously, under Ms. S offensive, she could barely hold on. Just when 733 was about to lose, Ms. suddenly collapsed to the ground. Then, it looked like this. What on earth is going on? Ing frowned, confused. Moreover, what is the relationship between Ms. and Brother Sujia? Da-da-da. Just when Ing was confused, the Thunderbolt General sitting above stood up. She was holding Dream Yishin in her hand and walking towards Ms. step by step, expressionless. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from her body and enveloped the entire castle tower. Paimon was so frightened that he hid behind Ing, who also raised the edgeless sword in his hand with a vigilant expression. But unexpectedly, General Raiden ignored Ing and Paimon. Instead, he walked towards Ms. step by step. Sujia. Su, I miss you so much, my love. I want to find you. I want to go to Fontaine. At this time, Ms. stood up unsteadily. She shed tears and murmured, completely unaware of General Thunder and Lightning not far away. In her eyes, there is no one else, and there is only one thought in her heart. That is to go to Fontaine, to meet Sujia, to meet her lover who has been separated for 500 years. Boom. At the same time, General Thunder and Lightning indifferently raised the long knife in his hand. Lightning surged, and he was about to chop it down. Navia, Kujo Sarah, Lord General. Acting Captain Sheen. Is that General Thunder? No, Ms. is going to be killed by her. Yu Hung Xing Kuqing, wait. Why did General Thunder kill Ms.? Isn't she a diplomat? Mapplehara Manyo. This is a duel in front of the castle tower. The winner lives, and the loser dies. Presumably Ms. had a duel with the Traveler and was judged to have failed by General Raiden. Yedi Shensi. The loser is death. Charlotte, is this true? Why does it look like a duel with Fontaine? Thunder movie. Yes, this is what I have decided. The duel between warriors is sacred, and the loser must pay the price. The general also strictly implements my orders. Paimon is not emergency food. Then Ms., isn't she dead? Traveler Ing. Facing the gods of thunder and lightning, it is difficult for a lady to survive. Miss Kamisato. If the general kills Ms., wouldn't it mean that he would offend Winter Kingdom and Fengdan at the same time? Especially Sujia. Thunder movie. Zhongli. Everyone. This is the future. The real Ms. is not dead yet. There is still a chance to change, and Ms. may not necessarily die. Wendy. That's right. In video. Boom. General Thunder and Lightning looked indifferent, and the long knife in his hand was like a bolt of lightning exploding, and he slashed straight down. What? At this time, Ms. had just reacted and could only watch the long knife fall. Clang. In an instant, a long sword stood in front of him, blocking the thunderous sword. No matter how powerful the thunder is, there are still creatures on the earth who dare to face its power. Sujia appeared, he said calmly. Chapter 83. Boom. Dazzling lightning burst out from the collision of swords, and the terrifying power tore apart the castle tower. The hurricane roared with astonishing power, and along with the violent roar, half of the castle tower disappeared, and sawdust from the houses flew away, revealing the outside sky. Sujia? Not far away, Ing, who was struggling to resist this astonishing power, couldn't help but exclaimed. Sujia? Is it really you? On the side, Ms. also looked at Sujia blankly. She said slowly, as if she couldn't believe it, and hot tears kept falling. The delicate body that looked much more mature than it had been hundreds of years ago couldn't help but tremble. Rosalind, please step back for a moment and wait until I finish this puppet before I can talk to you. Sujia's voice sounded, and the familiar title made Rosalind's heart tremble, and long-standing memories flooded into her heart. This is exactly what Sujia called her before. It's been a long time since she became Ms. She hasn't heard this title. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ms. or Rosalind said softly, completely losing her previous arrogance and domineering attitude, retreating back like an innocent little woman. He looked at Sujia with extremely gentle eyes. Is this still Ms.? Paiming's eyes almost popped out of his head not far away. Incredible. Inya couldn't help but said. But when he thought that this person was Sujia, he didn't seem so shocked anymore. General Thunder and Lightning. Come here, use your strongest sword. Let me see that Wuxiang sword with the ultimate martial arts. Sujia looked at General Thunder and Lightning. Boom. Hearing this, General Thunder and Lightning's face was expressionless, and her eyes were calm. The next second she disappeared from the spot, and she slashed with a knife that condensed the ultimate thunder light in her hand. There are thousands of thunder and lightning roaring in the sky, all over Daoju, responding to the demonic power of General Thunder and Lightning. Don't you want to? Seeing this, Su Jie's eyes flashed, and silvery white light surged up onto his body, covering his whole body. He soon transformed into a silvery white knight, and the long sword in his hand whizzed out. Then I'll beat you until you use it. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, two rays of light, one purple and one silver, exploded across the land and collided with each other. The terrifying power seemed to tear the world apart. In other words, at the first moment of the collision, the entire ruined castle tower was blown away. Many guards were thrown away by the terrifying force before they had time to escape. Let's go. Ying's expression also changed, and she quickly fled from the place with Paimon. On the other side, the same goes for Ms. However, she glanced at Kujo Sarah, who was knocked unconscious by her not far away. Her heart moved, and she threw out a flame whip in her hand and took the opponent away with her. At this moment, above the sky, two terrifying figures were constantly colliding. Each strike was extremely shocking, and the aftermath hit them hundreds of miles away. It was as if the entire Aina wife was enveloped in it. Arataki Ito, this is too scary. Is this a battle between gods? Master Executive, it seems that I am still far away from this level. Any blow here can easily kill me instantly. Zhongli, Thunder Movie. Well, as one of the twin demon gods, her power is indeed far superior to that of Raiden Jin, and she is also a very powerful existence among the demon gods. Wendy, the strongest thing about this Thunder and Lightning General is her Wu Xiang Dao. I don't know if Su Jie can defeat it. Navalet, this Thunder and Lightning General is indeed terrifying. Even I may not be able to defeat her. Navia, it's so scary, this is a god. Traveler Rome, but why did Su Jie call General Thunder and Lightning a doll? Ye Shinsi, because the current Raiden General is essentially just a puppet, and the real Thunder God is autistic inside. Miss Kamisato, this Shogun is just a doll? Xiaogong what? Kamisato Ayato, this news is really not ordinary scary. Ye Shinsi, you have to ask our general for the specific reason. I don't dare to reveal it casually. Thunder Movie, Lay Movie, there is nothing to hide. The general is a doll I created to withstand the wear and tear of time, and my ontological consciousness is the consciousness space inside the doll. Only in this way can I be eternal. Only then can one approach the principles of heaven. Zhongli, that's it. Little Lucky Grass King. Is it possible to use dolls to avoid wear and tear? It is indeed a way, but the doll, does she really have the ability to manage Rice Wife? Lay Movie. I have already done experiments on this point and issued many instructions, which are enough to manage Aina wife. Executive Officer Skirmisher, Humph. But all this is based on the premise that there are victims, Jezebel. Thunder Movie. For eternity, something straightforward. I didn't expect that the Shogun was actually a doll. Is this why orders such as the Eye Hunting Order were issued? Kamisato Yashiki and Kamisato Ayaka fell into deep thought. Not only Kamisato Ayaka, the entire Inazuma, and countless people were shocked by this revelation. You know, that was General Thunder and Lightning, and the Supreme God in their hearts turned out to be just a puppet. The real General of Thunder and Lightning has long ignored the outside world. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the people of Daoju. Especially these days, the issuance of the Eye Hunting Order, the lockdown policy, and the rebellion on Heike Island have made the people of Inazuma somewhat breathless. Now that they know that this is probably due to the doll, the people of Inazuma can't help but feel a little resentful. Meanwhile, in the video, boom. In the air, General Thunder and Lightning has manifested his divine armor, holding a terrifying long knife in his huge arm, and terrifying lightning bursts out continuously. Come yet. Seeing this, Lao Lao's eyes flashed. At this time, he was covered in silver white armor, and the long sword in his hand turned into a big sword, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This is exactly the state where he can instantly kill, young master, with one move. It's just that, it's still not safe enough to fight against Wu Xiang's sword. Roar. Almost at the same moment, the Lord of the Rock Dragon exercised his authority in his body. There is a heavy majesty radiating from the silver white armor. The big sword in his hand also gained a layer of terrifying blessing, and the blazing light illuminated the world. Boom. In the sky, General Leiden wielded Wu Xiang's sword. It was an ultimate blow that could cut through the entire island with one blow and tear Inazuma Castle in half. Its speed was extremely fast, and the sky was filled with lightning, drowning everything. 2. Su Jie's big sword also slashed out. In the violent collision, Wu Xiang's sword was deflected and pushed back. What? A look of shock appeared in General Leiden's unruffled eyes. Wu Xiang's sword was actually blocked? On the other side, Su Jie raised a smile as he thought of something. That knife is not out of reach. Do you want to continue fighting? General Thunder. Thinking like this, Su Jie looked up at General Thunder and lightning in the sky and asked plainly, "No need. Since you have blocked this knife, you prove that you are qualified to talk to me." In the air, General Thunderbolt fell down, and the divine costume on her body disappeared, revealing her original appearance again. A touch of humanity appeared in those indifferent eyes. Su Jie knew that this was Lei Qianqian's will. "Take that woman away," Lei Qingqing said calmly. "I will take Rosalind away, but since we are here, let's solve some of the Rice Wife's troubles together, Lei Movie. It's time to wake up from your eternal dream," Su Jie said. Lei Qingqing's eyes burst out with terrifying lightning, and he said in a solemn tone, "You want to block eternity?" A piercing, killing intent burst out of her body. "Block? Wrong. This is going to wake you up from your boring, eternal dream." Su Jie raised the big sword in his hand. At the same time, as if responding to his will, hundreds of rays of light lit up in the huge image with thousands of hands and hundreds of eyes, flying like meteors at this moment. Moreover, the wishes of countless Daozhu people came like meteors, all blessing Su Jie. "Did you see that? The people of Daozhu are against you, the god. Dream. It's time to wake up." Boom. After the words fell, a new war broke out, but this battle did not appear. Immediately afterwards, the scene switched, the battle subsided, and it was on a calm hillside. Su Jie and Ms. Rosalind stood side by side. Although this scene was not shown, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Kamizato Ayato, Wu Xiang's sword, the ultimate martial arts, was blocked. Xiaogong, what did Su Jie mean at the end? Are the people of Daoji against the general? Coral Palace Heart C. The Thousand Arms and Hundred Eyes statue must have been used by General Thunder to collect the eyes of God, and in the end, all of those eyes of God fell on Su Jie, and there were countless rays of light. Coral Palace Xinhai. Based on what Su Jie said before, it can be determined that Dao's wife is opposed to General Leiden's policy of seclusion and her eternal path. Thunder Movie. They are against me? Yi Shensi. General, have you not woken up from your dream? Eternity is not the truth. This is not what the people of Daodu expect to see. Eightfold Divine Sun. Or do you need to be beaten by Su Jie again? Zhongli, a stagnant country is not a good thing. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, too much unchangedness will only wear out people's will and make them become corrupt. This is not eternity, but a different kind of wear and tear. Thunder Movie, I will consider it. Thunder Movie, Su Jie. I remember that I can block Wu Xiang's sword. However, I will continue to become stronger. When we fight next time, my sword will be faster and stronger. Meanwhile, in the video, the Rice Wife matter has come to an end. Rosalind, what are your plans? Su Jie looked at Rosalind and asked with gentle eyes. I want to go with you to Fontaine. Ms. Rosalind said without hesitation. That face that used to be cold and cruel is now full of love and tenderness. But the queen has been kind to me, so I must go back to Jidong first and report to the queen. Ms. Rosalind hesitated for a while before reluctantly speaking. Return to Solstice. That's fine, but I will leave some backup on you. As for the Heart of God, after doing that, I will let you hand it over to the Queen of Ice. Su Jie said. Ms. Rosalind nodded. At this moment, she seemed to have returned 500 years ago, like an innocent girl, a little nervous. Su Jie, I miss you so much. The next second, she fell into Su Jie's arms, hugged each other, and then kissed each other deeply. That stalwart mind made Su Jie sigh. It was much bigger than 500 years ago. After a long time, the two parted. Under the setting sun, Ms. Rosalind took off her mask, revealing her true face. Without the mask, she seemed to have returned to the past. An innocent smile appeared on her beautiful face. Su Jie, wait for me, Rosalind said softly, just like the parting 500 years ago. At this moment, Ms. disappeared, replaced by Rosalind, the Witch of Fire. The scene is frozen. At this point, Ms.'s inventory ends. The Witch of Fire, who is crazy for her true love, she vows to burn out all the monsters and pain in the world, even if she wants to let the eternal fire engulf herself. Evaluation. The flame which who is crazy about love. As the person who takes stock, those who are exposed can receive rewards in the live broadcast room. The reward is now given to Ms. Rosalind, the blazing eternal heart. With this fusion, you can become the eternal blazing god. At this moment, a familiar cold voice sounded. Envy of countless people. This time, Ms. can be said to have reached the sky in one step and directly became a god. And this also makes many people can't help but desire, hoping that they can also be on the list. Rice wife, somewhere. Eternal heart. Ms. Rosalind also heard this voice and was pleasantly surprised, because she knew that Su Jie would face extremely terrifying natural principles in the future. And if you want to help Su Jie, you must have a strong force area. This eternal heart is undoubtedly the biggest boost, perfectly matching her strength. Boom. Ms. Rosalind's body erupted with blazing and terrifying flames, like a sun rising. The entire base was evaporated immediately. Among them, Ms. Rosalind is bathed in terrible flames. She is like a phoenix reborn from the fire, and like a beautiful and gorgeous flame butterfly. A terrifying aura emanated from her body, almost approaching General Thunder. In addition, Ms. Rosalind is extremely powerful and can control this power very quickly. This is General Raiden, who was far away in the castle tower, also sensed this aura immediately. She understood immediately. Go meet her. In the space of consciousness, Thunder Movie opened his eyes and gave orders like General Thunder. Dino's boom. Almost at the same time, General Thunder's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Rosalind was left with a stunned look on her face. Ding! The second inventory is over. The host has gained the authority of the King of Light Realm, and you can control the power of the Light Realm. At the same time, Su Jie also received sound transmission from the system in Fontaine and Lou's Cafe. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing force emerged from the body and quickly surged throughout the body. Domineering and dazzling light emerged from Su Jie's body, making him like a holy king. An unparalleled power emitted. Its astonishing level was far greater than that of Vallette. If I have to say it, it is equivalent to the complete original Dragon King. This is it. On the side, Funina and Clawland were dumbfounded, completely shocked by Su Jie's changes. Especially Clawland, her combat intuition is very terrifying, and she can clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Su Jie's body. It seems that as long as a part of it overflows, the entire Fontainebleau can be destroyed. This is, on the other side, Navalite, who was still resting in Mamon Palace, was also terrified at this time. As a new generation Dragon King, although his strength was far from reaching its peak, he was still one of the top strong men in the world. But at this moment, in front of this sudden burst of power, he actually felt his own insignificance. And that power seems light world power. The vague memory from inheritance made Navalette blurt out the dog. Why does Fontaine have such power? Vallette quickly stood up and rushed towards the source of the power with a serious expression. The power of the light realm? This kind of power is so powerful. It is not much weaker than the complete power of water. With the addition of partial power of water and the power of rock dragon, with the blessing of various powers, how powerful am I now? At Lou's Cafe, Su Jie felt the terrifying power surging within his body and couldn't help but be shocked. Maybe. This can be compared to the maintainer of heavenly principles, right? Su Jie was referring to the four shadows of heavenly law who were able to defeat 7 terrifying kings and crush Teyvat at their peak. Su Jie. Chapter 84. What happened to you? From the side, Funina's voice came. She looked at Su Jie, who was glowing with surprise, and her tone was full of curiosity. Although she had obtained part of the power of water, Funina was just an ordinary person before, and her perception was not as powerful as Vallette's. Therefore, although Funina could vaguely sense the changes in Su Jie's body, she was more curious. Clawland was silent, but she also felt an unconcealable shock in her heart. Compared to the somewhat ignorant Funina, she could sense Su Jie's changes more clearly. In just a few moments, Su Jie's power was like a rapidly expanding balloon, directly rising to a very terrifying level. What a monster is this? It's okay, I just gained a little strength and I will get used to it soon. Su Jie explained with a smile. At the same time, he was rapidly controlling the expanding light realm power within his body. The power of the light world can also be said to be the original elemental power. It is the power of the ancient primitive era. It is very domineering and much stronger than the conventional elemental power. But this time, the system rewarded the King of Light with the authority. It must be said that Su Jie was really surprised. His strength has skyrocketed again, and he is probably stronger than his future self in the video. Oh, by the way, now that the inventory is over, shall we go somewhere else to play later? Funina said enthusiastically. I'm sorry, Funina, I have to go to Inazuma first. Su Jie shook his head. His flower made Funina's face bulge slightly, as if she was jealous. Are you going to find that, miss? Funina's tone became sour. When she thought of that big-breasted woman, Funina couldn't help but feel envious and wary. The other party is really too big. Funina was afraid that Su Jie would be seduced by the other party and then abandon her directly. However, although she was wary of Ms. Funina had no hostility toward her, but more sympathy and pity. After all, the other party paid a lot for Su Jie. Well, the other party is in Daoju now. I have to go and see her. After all, it has been hundreds of years. Su Jie sighed lightly. Perhaps in Su Jie's view, this is the future and he doesn't have much emotion. But for Ms. Rosalind, it was literally 500 years since she had seen her. Due to emotions and reasons, the pig has to go there. Okay, then go ahead. Hearing this, Funina only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She had just tried to take on Ms. S. experience for a while, but her heart was filled with pain and despair over Su Jie's death, and Ms. 503 has experienced this kind of pain for 500 years. Funina, who understands this, will naturally not stop Suju now. My lovely Funina, you are really considerate. Seeing this, Su Jie couldn't help but praise and reached out to touch Funina's hair. Damn it, don't treat me like a child, Su Jie. Prince, your behavior is so rude. Funina was furious and expressed her strong dissatisfaction, but her face still showed the slightest enjoyment. By the way, system, why did Rosalind forget my memory? While Su Jie comforted Funina, he asked the system in his heart. This is because the host does not belong to that era. After the host returned, they were corrected by the power of the era, causing them to temporarily lose the memory of the host. The system's prompt sounded, and the answer was not beyond Su Jie's expectations. Has Rosalind regained her memory now? After thinking for a while, Su Jie continued to ask in his heart. Rosalind has recovered her memory, and, as time goes by, the impact of what the host does in the future on the past will gradually reappear in reality, integrating and synchronizing with the current time. The system said. What does it mean? Su Jie looked a little confused. But soon, a memory emerged in my mind. It was the memory of Rosalind and Barbie Ross in Mondstadt's 500 years ago. That scene was as if he had experienced it personally and was extremely familiar. No, Su Jie can be sure that these memories are what he has personally experienced. He spent every moment with Rosalind and Barbie Ross 500 years ago. That familiar feeling, as if it was just yesterday. I see. Su Jie quickly understood that this was what the system said it would do. Reappear. He had the memory of Rosalind. In other words, his memory was also hidden by the power of the times, but he has now recovered. Su Jie, what's wrong with you? While Su Jie was deep in thought, Huang Ningna, who had been silent until he saw him, couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Su Jie looked at Funina and shook his head, just when he wanted to say something else. Su Jie. Not far away, Valet's figure fell from the sky, and he looked at Su Jie in astonishment. I was shocked. That terrifying power of light actually emanated from Su Jie? He thought that some existence from ancient times had revived, and he was very worried. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Su Jie. What happened to Su Jie? How could he have the power of light realm? Su Jie, is that power, BGCF, yours? Valet stepped forward and asked. That's right. Seeing Valet appear, Su Jie's eyes flashed, and he gave up the thought of saying anything else. Immediately afterwards, Su Jie briefly explained. Although the specific situation was not explained clearly, Navalet accepted this statement. As long as Su Jie can control this power and does not harm Fengdan, he will not interfere. Not long after, Navalet turned and left. After Su Jie explained to Funina and Clawland for a while, he also left Fontaine and headed for Dao Wife. On the other side, there are ears of rice. General Thunder has already found Ms. At this time, the base of the fools had fallen into a sea of fire. Ms. was bathed in the monstrous flames, like a terrifying fire god. General Thunder. Among them, Ms. Rosalind looked at General Thunder and said in a calm tone, Madam, your power is too strong and will affect Inazuma's eternity. General Thunder said coldly, Give me the heart of God, and I will leave to wife. Ms. said in an indifferent tone. Her aura is extremely powerful, not much inferior to General Thunder. She was no longer afraid of General Thunder and Lightning, who almost killed her in the video, but was more confident. She wants to directly obtain the heart of God. It is not to be dedicated to the Ice Queen, but Su Jie is also collecting the heart of God. Therefore, Ms. wants to use Thor's heart of God as a gift to Su Jie. Okay, but I have a condition. To the surprise of Ms., General Thunder was not as angry as she imagined, but agreed. This made Ms. a little stunned, and then she frowned and looked at the other party. Are you Ray Movie? Ms. was a little surprised. She didn't think that the Thunderbolt General puppet would agree to her request so easily. It would be nice if she didn't just kill him with a sword. The man in front of me is the real Thunder General. Can it be a Thunder movie? It's me. Lei Yingying nodded, his indifferent eyes shining with the light of wisdom. Then she looked at Ms. with a burning fighting spirit in her eyes and continued, "Fight with me. After one fight, I will give you the heart of God." Thunder movies don't need the heart of a god. Therefore, a long time ago, she threw the heart of God to Ye Shenxi for safekeeping. Since Ms. Su Jie and others are collecting the heart of God now, she doesn't mind giving this thing away. It's just, if you want to get the heart of God, you have to show your own strength. The power that Ms. possesses at this time makes Lei Movie very interested. Good, Ms. said confidently. Boom. Not long after, a battle broke out here, and the storm of flames and thunder spread almost throughout the entire island. The entire Inazuma city could sense this movement, and flames and thunder swept across the sky, dyeing the sky red and purple. On the other side, Narukami Taisha Shrine. Oops, our Thunderbolt General seems to have gotten into a fight with someone. Ye Shenxi stood up, looked at the terrifying movement in the sky in the distance, and said in a teasing tone. Although she seemed to be teasing, Ing could see worry in her eyes. Who is fighting General Thunder? To make such a big noise. Paimon couldn't help but exclaim. Since you're worried, let's go take a look. Ing looked at Ye Shenxi from the side and said in a calm tone. Worried? Haha. Who would worry about that autistic homegirl? Ye Shenxi's face looked embarrassed, as if she was disdainful, but soon she snorted coldly and continued. However, in order to prevent her from beating up Ina wife, I will reluctantly go and see her. You are obviously very worried in your heart, but you still have to be tough on the surface. How childish. Seeing this, Paimon couldn't help but complain, and Ingyan nodded in agreement. This duplicitous bad woman. Boom. Not long after, Ye Shenxi and others arrived at the scene. Then he saw General Thunder and Ms. fighting fiercely on the battlefield. Thunder, lightning, and flames burst out continuously, and any attack can sweep away mountain peaks and evaporate the sea. Fortunately, their battlefield was on the edge of the island, because some of the attacks had thickened the ocean. Otherwise, the entire island will be destroyed. She's actually a lady. She's become so strong. She's as good as General Thunder. Seeing this scene, Paimon couldn't help but exclaimed. Well, it's the same situation as Funina. Ms. got the power of the live broadcast room reward and became very powerful. Ingya looked solemn. Fine. On the side, Ye Shenxi breathed a sigh of relief. She could see some of the situations on the scene. In the battle at this time, General Thunder and Lightning had a slight upper hand, and nothing happened that she was worried about. This puts her at ease. She believed that with the strength of General Thunder, the winner would be decided soon. Ye Shenxi didn't know that the one fighting at this time was not the Raiden General she imagined, but Raiden Shogun. This moment, the time of death. At the same time, there was a cold shout in the battlefield. In the sky, a flash of extreme sword light lit up, and the entire sky quickly dimmed. The boundless purple drowned everything. Even the sun was blocked. In the entire sky, there was only one extremely terrifying sword light that tore apart the space. It's Wu Xiang's sword. Below, when he saw the terrifying knife, Paimon turned pale and shouted. This is the ultimate of Thunderbolt General Martial Arts, the ultimate sword that can kill gods and demons in the true sense. Amazing. Ingya couldn't help but widen his eyes and was shocked. This knife was much stronger than the pressure she saw in the live broadcast room. The overwhelming intimidation made her breathless. Ms., can you stop me? This thought came to Ying's mind. This knife. In the battlefield, the face of Ms., who had a pair of butterfly wings and was exuding terrifying flames, also changed at this time. The power of Wu Xiang's sword was beyond her expectation. This knife was so terrifying that even if she could survive it, she would definitely not be able to escape serious injury. Although she is not far from General Thunder in terms of strength, the gap is too big in terms of skills. Don't care, you'll be seriously injured. Ms. gritted her teeth, a flash of determination flashed in her eyes, and she wanted to block the knife forcefully. In other words, she could no longer avoid it, and was locked by Wu Xiang's sword. Can only be hardwired. Really? Rosalind, you are too reckless. How long have you wanted to provoke General Thunder at this time? A familiar voice sounded in my ears, as if blaming. Su Jie. Ms. felt a tremor in her heart. At the same time, Su Jie's figure appeared, and he stood in front of the queen. Just like the scene 500 years ago, that familiar figure instantly broke Ms. Rosalind's defenses, and she couldn't help but shed tears. That's right. This is the back figure in my memory. It's really Su Jie. Nice cut. At the same moment, Su Jie, who was standing in front of Ms., also faced General Lei and Lightning's Wuxiang sword. A smile appeared on his face, as if he was admiring this amazing knife. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, his slender, jade-like fingers shimmering with astonishing white-gold light. That is the power of the Light Realm. The authority of the King of Light gives Su Jie a power comparable to that of the original 7 Dragon Kings. Boom. The next second, Wuxiang slashed his sword, as if it could destroy the world, but was easily held by the white palm. It's as if the blade of the sword is grasping the substance. Boom. Then with a pinch of 5 fingers, Wuxiang's knife was crushed to pieces under Lei Qianqian's shocked eyes. Impossible. In the air, General Thunder could not help but widen his eyes. I can barely hold the knife in my hand. That was her most powerful sword, the ultimate sword that allowed her to sublimate her martial arts. Now it was crushed to pieces with bare hands. This is even more difficult to accept than crushing her with pure force. End it, Su Jie said lightly. Compared to the shocked Lei Jie, Su Jie thought this was normal. After all, compared to the original Dragon King, the demon god's combat power is still too weak. Even if Lei Qianqian is already the top power among the demon gods, he is still not good. The level gap between each other is too big. Boom. The next second, Su Jie's figure disappeared. Thunder movie, it's time to wake up from the dream. Very familiar words rang in Lei Qianqian's ears, and then she saw a white palm approaching her, as if holding her in his palm. This thought came to Lei Qianqian's mind, and the next second, she lost consciousness. The battle is over. Su Jie reached out and hugged the unconscious Lei Xingying, with a pleasant smile on his lips. Defeated Rei's movie in an instant. Although this was due to the fact that Lei was too shocked and could not react immediately. But it is enough to prove his strength. She has the same face as a cook. She's so beautiful. Then, Su Jie looked at the unconscious Lei Qianqian in his arms and couldn't help but sigh. This kind of peerless appearance is enough to rank in the top 3 among the women he has seen. Unfortunately, Bai has the face of a married woman. Su Jie shook his head. Film. In the distance, seeing Reikage being defeated in an instant, Ye Shinxi's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Immediately afterwards, she rushed over quickly. Son of God, don't be impulsive. Seeing the Son of God, Ye rushing over, Pei Ming's little face turned pale with fright. Because the distance was too far, they couldn't see who defeated Lei Qianqiu. Didn't know it was Su Jie. Wait, that person seems familiar? Yingyi on the side was lost in thought. Although she couldn't see clearly, she still felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. However, Shin didn't get help from Su immediately. In her impression, Su Jie was still in Fengdan and could not be in Daozi now. Let go of Shadow. On the other side, Su Jie, who had just fallen from the air with Ms. in his arms, saw the eightfold godson with a fierce look on his face, staring fiercely at him. You don't want anything to happen to General Raiden, do you, Ye Shensi? Su Jie showed a playful smile. Chapter 85. This lady. Ahem. Although Yagamiko is not a wife, as a dependent of Reikage, in a sense, she is the person closest to Reikage. Plus there are so many people here. For a moment, the yellow-haired soul in Su Jie's heart burned brightly, and he immediately said that classic line. Yao Shensi was silent. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Su Jie with a playful smile, she couldn't help but want to hold her forehead. As the boss of Yedo and also the editor-in-chief, she has read so many light novels by Inazuma. How could I not know this classic line? Oh, Prince Su Jie, great Silver Knight, are you going to threaten a weak, pitiful, and helpless little fox? Immediately afterwards, Ye Shensi made a pitiful expression. It's like being coquettish. She was not able to recognize Su Jie right away because she was too nervous about Lei's movie. But now that she calmed down, she recognized the identity of the person in front of her. It was Su Jie. Although he didn't know that the Silver Knight of Fontaine, the newly promoted prince, would suddenly appear in Inazuma. At this time, Ye Shensi no longer had the previous worries. She believed that with Su Jie's personality, he wouldn't do anything bad to Lei Qianqiu. And for some reason, the eightfold divine son could feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to Su Jie. This feeling made Ye Shensi subconsciously use a coquettish tone. But I have to say that with the charm of Ye Kamiko and her sinister badwoman character, speaking in such a coquettish tone is really extremely lethal. Even Su Jie was affected at this time, as if his bones were going to be brittle. I really can't stand the bad girl who acts like a spoiled brat. Su Jie sighed secretly. Eightfold divine son. On the side, Ms. Rosalind's eyes were slightly cold, and she looked at Ye Shensi unkindly. The other party's tone and attitude made her subconsciously unhappy. Likewise a woman. Ms. Rosalind is very aware of the charm of the other party and is afraid that Su Jia will be tempted by the other party. Ye Kimiko can also feel the hostility of Ms. towards her. But she didn't care. Instead, she shrank her body, acting pitiful, weak, and helpless. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, she is full of lethality and makes people feel pity for her. But Su Jia is not someone who is easily confused. Not to mention, he knew Ye Shenxi's character very well from the beginning. This is a sinister and evil woman. Miss Ye Shenxi, you have said so. Wouldn't it be shameful if I didn't threaten you? Su Jia soon said with a smile and a playful look in his eyes. Want to save the Thunder movie? You know, as the winner of the duel, I can do anything to Ray movie. I believe she won't resist. Su Jia continued, his tone full of confusion. Hearing this, Ye Shenxi was speechless. She knew the character of her general. It's purely a warrior's brain. If Su Jia really puts pressure on Lei movie as a victor, she believed that her stupid general would not resist. And once it falls into Su Jia's hands, it will definitely be eaten up and played with by the other party. When I think of that kind of scene, Ye Shenxi feels like he was brutally killed by a minotaur. You don't want that kind of thing. Prince Su Jia, how do you want to let him go? Ye Shenxi was unwilling to give in, but he still managed a forced smile on his face. Well, I happen to be short of a maid. I will be at Inazuma these days. At this point, Su Jia stopped and did not continue, but stared at Yagenzi in amusement. Although Su Jia didn't say it clearly, how could the 8th level god's son not understand what he meant next? This man is plotting against her. No, he probably wants them all. After all, he is a man who even cares about rice bowls. There was no way he would let her and Ing go. It's just that. Although he understands this, facing the powerful Su Jia, the 8th level son of God has no way to fight against him. Of course I will try my best to meet Prince Su Jia's request, but I think Miss Rosalind will be unhappy, right? Ye Shenxi maintained the smile on her face, but in the middle of speaking, she looked at Ms. Rosalind aside, and the meaning was very clear. No, I have no objection. Just when Su Jia was about to say something, Ms. Rosalind spoke. Her tone was calm. No matter what Su Jia wants, I will fully support him. If he wants a woman, whether it is you, General Thunder, or those from Mondstadt, I can help him. Ms. Rosalind said, looking at Su Jia tenderly. In her heart, Su Jia was the most important. 500 years ago, she was willing to have S*X with Barbie, and experienced a life and death separation and 500 years of waiting. Rosalind's love for Su Jia became even deeper. If Su Jia is really willing, let alone the 8th level divine son, even Her Majesty the Great Queen. Ye Shenxi opened her small mouth. She looked at Ms. like she was looking at a monster and was speechless. She never expected that Ms. would say that. Su Jia on the side was also a little surprised. He thought Rosalind would be jealous. No, it should be said that in Rosalind's heart, her love for him far exceeded her own feelings. Su Jia understood clearly in his heart and felt more pity for Rosalind. Son of the 8th level god, you will be Su Jia's maid from now on, and you are not allowed to resist. At this moment, Rosalind continued. Her eyes looked at Ye Shenxi, which contained a dangerous meaning. Ms. At this time, although her memory has been restored and she has returned to the Rosalind she was 500 years ago, the vicissitudes of 500 years have finally made her change a lot. At least his character is much colder than before. She didn't think there was anything wrong with forcing Ye Shenxi. After all, in a sense, both sides are still enemies. Well, I just hope that Prince Su Jia can keep his promise and not attacking. Ye Shenxi sighed. She suppressed her smile and said helplessly, Su Jia. At the same time, in the distance, Ing and Pai Ming arrived and looked at Su Jia in disbelief. It's really you, aren't you in Fontaine? Ing couldn't help but ask. I was in Inazuma before, but because I was worried about Rosalind, I rushed over from Fontaine. Looking at the cute Ing Mei who looked surprised in front of him, Su Jia couldn't help but stretched out his hand to rub Ing Mei's golden hair while explaining. Well, it feels good. Regarding Su Jia's actions, Ing blushed slightly but did not resist. Aren't Fengdan and Dao's wife very far away? Why did you arrive so quickly, Su Jia? Paimon asked curiously. The power of the teleportation anchor point can be used not only by Ing, but also by me, Su Jia explained. So that's it. Pai Ming suddenly realized, and Ing was also a little surprised. Su Jia could actually use teleportation anchors. However, I felt relieved when I thought that Su Jia, like her, was a descendant from beyond the Star Sea and was also very special. Since she can use the teleportation anchor point, Su can naturally use it too. Miss. At this time, Ing looked at the silent Ms. aside, her eyes slightly focused. What happened in the past was my fault. When she saw Ing Wang coming and understood the grudge in her heart, Rosalind said proactively, "Sorry, that Barbados, I will apologize to him sometime." Rosalind continued, her tone very sincere. After recalling the memories of the past, Rosalind naturally understood her previous obsession and madness. In the battle in Mondstadt, Barbados did nothing wrong. He even had credit for killing the Dragon Duelin. In a sense, he could be regarded as avenging Sujia, but he was venting his anger on Barbados and treated him mercilessly. Now that Rosalind recalled it, she naturally felt guilty and wanted to make it up to the other party. "I accept your apology, Rosalind." After hearing this, Ing gently touched her chest with her hand and said solemnly. The title of Rosalind also changed from Ms. to Rosalind. This is recognition of the other party. "Thanks," Rosalind said, and Sujia on the side also smiled, very satisfied with the result. After that, a few people continued chatting for a while, then left here and headed to Narukami Grand Shrine. Sometime later, Lei Qingqing woke up and understood the cause and effect. In this regard, Lei Qingqing, who had been silent for a long time, solemnly said to Su's assistant, "During this period, I am willing to accept this punishment together with the Son of God." This sentence made Su Jia completely silent. What does it mean? Two people working as maids for him together? Ing, Ye Shinsi, Paimon, and even Kujo Sarah who rushed to Narukami continent were all shocked. "General, what are you talking about?" Although Rosalind was a little surprised, she soon calmed down and was even happy to hear it. "No problem." Soon, Su Jia said with a bright smile. Since General Leiden offered to be his maid, how could he refuse? "Lord General, Sarah is willing to bear this shame with you." On the side, Kujo Sarah understood the cause and effect, and after being shocked, he knelt down and said, "It's over." All three of them were captured by Su Jia. Paiming touched his forehead and said helplessly. The girl on the side was also shocked. "These two idiots." Yao Shinsi also covered his face. "Now it's better. The whole Dao wife will be packed up by Su Jia." In the next few days, Su Jia stayed at Mingxin Grand Shrine. Lei Qianqian, Ye Shinsi, and Kujo Sarah all put on maid uniforms and served Su Jia wholeheartedly. And Rosalind, after 3 days of companionship, will return to the winter country with the heart of God on a mission. Because of gaining strength, Ligia no longer needs the heart of God. Because even without the heart of God, future interference will still be realized, and will be realized again in reality. Just like the memories of Ms. Rosalind and Su Jia will be realized one by one. Therefore, Su Jia handed the two gods' hearts to Rosalind and asked her to take them back to the Ice Queen. As for Thor's god's heart, "Please give me flowers." It was very unfortunate that not long ago, he was traded out in advance by Ye Shensi. Because of the exposure in the live broadcast room, the soldiers contacted the Eightfold Son of God in advance in order to increase their power as quickly as possible and took away the God of Thunder God's heart. Although Su Jia was a little surprised by this, he was not surprised. After all, the live broadcast room has started. It's impossible for it to have no impact at all if it's exposed. After that, Su Jia, in addition to Narukami Taisha Shrine, went to Kamasato's house, Heike Island, Naganohara, and other places to play, and met Kamasato Ayaka and others. During this period, Thunder Movie abolished policies such as the Eye Hunting Order and was resisted by General Thunder. In response, Su Jia took action directly and slapped General Thunder before he calmed down. As for Ing Mei, except for occasionally accompanying Su Jia, she spent the rest of her time exploring Dao Wife. During this period, she caused a lot of troubles, but they were all resolved. In addition, diplomatic organizations from Liyue, Mondstadt, and other countries also arrived in Fontaine and met Funina as they wished and had some exchanges. The time lasted until 7 days later. 7 days have passed, and the third inventory has officially begun. The third object of inventory is Ruochuo Dragon King, the master of the earth and rock elements, the Dragon King with a natural crown. He once shared power with his friends and stood side by side with the Lord of Rock. Because of his memory, he lost his mind due to wear and tear. The two turned against each other, and finally they were willing to be suppressed and sealed. This day, people from various countries in Teyvat had finished their business early, either at home or in small groups, gathering together and waiting attentively. At a certain moment, when a cold voice sounded, countless people were shocked. Okay, the third inventory is finally here. Ruochuo Dragon King? Hiss, is the object of this inventory actually a Dragon King? 0 is the master of the earth and rock elements, the Dragon King of the Liyue region, the Rock Dragon King? I once stood side by side with the Lord of Rock. Could it be that he is referring to Morix, the god of rock? Hiss, Dragon King Ruochuo? Isn't this the one who fights alongside the Emperor? The protagonist who creates the finishing touch. Countless people in all the countries in Teyvat are talking about it, especially those in Liyue who often hear stories from books or are familiar with myths and legends. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They naturally knew about Ruojuo Dragon King, a giant dragon that was said to be created by the Rock King. Narukami Grand Shrine. In the shrine, Su Jie was lying on the tatami, his head resting on the plump thighs of the Eightfold God, and the Thunder movie on the side was serving him. Kujo Sera knelt beside him, picking grapes with his fingers and feeding him. Not far away, the Sea of Hearts in the Coral Palace is dancing, the blue ribbons are swaying, lingering in the water, and the soles of white silk feet are stepping on the tatami, like a dream. The reason why Coral Palace Shinhai is here is naturally because when Su Jie came to the door not long ago, he said, "Miss Shinhai, you don't want anything to happen to Heike Island, right? Just let her come over obediently." Poor Coral Palace Shinhai, the dignified witch and supreme leader of Heike Island, could only become Su Jie's toy. 11. As for Kamisato Ayaka and Yanamiya, although they did not suffer the vicious hands of Su Jie, they still come to Ye's shrine from time to time. Su Jie was a little addicted to this kind of life like a wine pool and a forest of meat. 7 days. At this moment, a familiar cold mechanical sound sounded, surprising everyone present. Interesting, it turns out to be Dragon King Ruochuo. It seems. I am also related to this person. Su Jie also opened his eyes, a little surprised. Another Dragon King? Lei Qianqian, who was massaging Su Jie, also spoke at this time, with a cold tone. Oops. I remember that Master Su Jie seems to have the authority of the Rock Dragon King, right? Could it be that this friend is referring to Master Su Jie? Ye Shenxi also spoke. She lightly traced Su Jie's face with her fingers and said in a teasing tone. After this period of getting along, the relationship between Ye Shenxi and Su Jie has become much closer. The initial reluctance also subsided. Well, I do have part of the authority of the Rock Dragon King, which is related to this Dragon King. As for friends, maybe. Su Jie's eyes flashed slightly. He nodded and said, but he didn't finish his words. Although it is basically confirmed, the fact has not come out yet, so it may not be true. Shinhai, take a rest. At this time, Su Jie looked at the dancing Coral Palace Shinhai again and said softly, yes. Not far away, Coral Palace Shinhai stopped his lively dance. A pair of white silk jade feet stepped on the tatami and obediently came to sit next to Su Jie. A pair of small hands wearing white silk gloves began to massage Su Jie's body. I feel so happy to miss you. Su Jie sighed secretly, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Just after staying in Daoji for so many days, he could hardly help but fall. No, I have to go back after a few more days. I must not let beauty corrupt my mind. Su Jie secretly made up his mind, then turned over and continued to enjoy. On the other side, Zhongli, who was drinking tea leisurely, fell silent when he heard the name. Morix, Su Jie. Under the dragon tree, a low roar sounded, and the sleeping dragon king opened his eyes. Chapter 86. Guest Zhongli. Do you know this dragon king Ruochuo? At this time, Hu Tao came over from the side and asked curiously. Because his identity was exposed, Zhongli would be watched and surrounded by the people of Liyue every time he went out, and he could no longer roam around like before. People in Liyue won't accept money when they buy something, even if they send it to Bagua Bank. Zhongli, who was deeply troubled by this, could only temporarily hide in the Hall of Purity. Fortunately, what pleased Zhongli was that Hu Tao did not become alienated or awed because of his identity being exposed, and still treated him as usual. This is also the reason why Zhongli can still be a guest at the Palace of Purity. Well, he is a good friend of mine. He fought side by side with me and made great achievements. It's a pity. Zhongli's eyes showed nostalgia, and then he shook his head and did not continue. That's it. Then let me, the Hall Master, take a look at this famous Ruochuo Dragon King. Seeing that Zhongli didn't want to say anything, Hu Tao didn't ask any questions, just nodded, and then said with interest. Ruochuo Dragon King? In Mamon Palace, Valet also stopped working, with a look of surprise on his face. He didn't know Ruochuo Dragon King, but he was still quite curious about the similarity of another elemental Dragon King. Moreover, he also thought that the power Su Jie used seemed to be the power of the Lord of the Rock Dragon. Could it be this Ruochuo Dragon King? And at this time, the world channel in the live broadcast room has quickly become lively. Hu Tao. Hello. It seems that this Hall Master is the first one again. Arataki Ito. Haha. I didn't expect that I am the second one. Navia. It seems that my hand speed is not slow either. I am the third one. Water Goddess Funina. You are so boring. Can't you be more mature like me? Proud. Executive Officer. Oops, it seems that my 977 hand speed is still a bit behind. I need to practice more. Kaya. This time the inventory is from Rochuo Dragon King. It seems to be from Liyue. Tianquan Ningguang. Yes, there are many legends about this person in Liyue, and he is also very famous. Charlotte. So, there have been several Dragon Kings now, right? Lord Valette, the Grass Dragon Apep, and now there is another Roajuo Dragon King. Wendy Key. My Tevelin can also compete for the Wind Dragon King in the future. Grass Dragon Apep. I am not yet a complete Dragon King. There is no complete Dragon King in this world. Tverin. Well, I'm still far behind. I still have a long way to go before I can reach the throne. Linny. I was wondering, will Su Jie appear in Ruochuo Dragon King's inventory? Dialek. It's possible, just like Ms. Rosalind. And didn't it say in the introduction that she once shared authority with her friends? Could this be referring to Su Jie? Which Lisa, you can look forward to it. In the video, the screen appears. In the depths of the boundless earth, in the wide and boundless pit, a majestic and endless mountain-like dragon stands. It only makes a slight movement. It makes the endless earth shake. It is huge and boundless, standing on all fours, like a giant snapping turtle, with a pair of golden horns on its head, exuding the terrifying majesty of the Dragon King. But what's surprising is, it doesn't have eyes and can't see. In front of it, a handsome black-haired young man stood, but his expression was a little troubled. Wendy, it is indeed Brother Su Jie. It seems that you guessed it right. Hayu. Oh wow, what a big dragon. This one is too big, much bigger than that big whale. Shocked. Navia, is this the Roajuo Dragon King? It is indeed scary, but why does it have no eyes? Zhongli. Most of the ancient rock elemental creatures living underground in Liyue are blind and have not seen the light of day for thousands of years. The same is true for Ruochuo Dragon King. Qi Liang. Isn't that pitiful? Xingxiu. This point is different in Liyue's storytelling. It is said that Ruochuo Dragon King was created by the Emperor. Zhongli, no. Ruochuo is the natural Dragon King, the master of the earth and rock elements. Its existence is even older than mine. Tianquan Ningguang. Storytelling stories are mostly adapted from folk tales, and most of them are exaggerated. Why do humans come here? At the same time, in the video, Ruochuo Dragon King lowers his head. Although he cannot see it, he can sense human breath, which is very powerful and clear. I came here because of an accident. Please forgive me, Dragon King. The handsome young man, Su Jie, said, It's okay. Can you tell me something about the ground? I have never been to the ground, and I have never seen humans. Ruochuo Dragon King spoke. Unexpectedly, its tone was thick and gentle, not as furious or domineering as imagined. Okay, my name is Su Jie. Hearing this, Su Jie nodded, introduced himself, and then began to tell the story on the ground. It was the story of the false water goddess named Funina. Time passed. During the conversation, the relationship between the seven kings and dragons quickly heated up. This Funina is really amazing. She has persisted for 500 years without wavering. I really want to meet her. Ruochuo Dragon King said, his tone full of yearning. Unfortunately, it has no eyes. Even if it goes to the ground, with its power, it cannot contact humans. There will be opportunities in the future, and with your eyes, I can think of a way. Su Jie smiled. What can you do? Dragon King Ruochuo was a little surprised. Well, I have some power. Although I can't create living beings, I might be able to do it if I give you eyes. Su Jie said, but it might take some time. Hara, that's no problem. I have been around for a long time, and I can still afford to wait for a little bit of time. Ruochuo Dragon King laughed. Its sound was earth-shattering, causing the caves deep in the earth to tremble. In the next period of time, Su Jie settled down and traveled in the depths of the earth with the Dragon King. During this period, he began to create eyes for Ruochuo Dragon King. Using the blade of the sword as a carving knife, silvery, white light lingered in it. As the powerful power circulated, it began to carve eyes on the face of Ruochuo Dragon King. It was not until 7 days later that Su Jie finished carving the eyes and gave Ruochuo Dragon King a pair of eyes. In an instant, the cave shook and immeasurable golden light burst out. Ruochuo Dragon King's eyes burst out with intense light, directly penetrating to the end of the earth. Far above the ground, the mountains shook and the earth shook, affecting the vast land and even the gathering places of many tribes and cities. The earth's shaking comes from time to time. In the gathering of return and separation, a figure radiating divine light and wearing a white hood appeared. He walked among the mountains and rivers, with infinite divine light in his eyes, patrolling the source of the vibration. Soon, he moved away from this human area and went deep into the boundless mountains. Xingqiu, were the eyes of Ruochuo Dragon King originally given by Su Jie? It seems that the protagonist who created the dragon's eyes needs to change. Ha? Smirking. Kaya, it seems that our Su Jie has really done a lot of things. Not only Mondstadt 500 years ago, but even Ruochuo Dragon King appeared during that period. El Hazen, I'm a little curious. Will Su Jie appear in Shumi's past in the future? Sino, I think it's possible. Yu Hong Xing Kuqing. By the way, that figure in white is not the Emperor Tianping, right? Hu Tao, oh yo. Let me take a closer look. Hiss. It seems to be true. Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. That's right. That's the Emperor. In the video, the immeasurable golden light converges, and the eyes of Ruochuo Dragon King shine, like golden casting, full of spirituality. In front, Su Jie's face was pale. It was obvious that creating the eyes for Ruochuo Dragon King had taken a lot of effort on him. Su Jie, thank you very much. Ruochuo Dragon King lowered his head, looked at Su Jie with his eyes, and said sincerely, Fine. Su Jie shook his head, and then he continued, I don't have much time to stay in this era. I can only help you here. If you want to go to the ground, someone will find you after a while, and you can follow him up. As Su Jie spoke, his pale face gradually recovered and soon became calm. You are leaving? Upon hearing this, Dragon King Ruochuo's voice suddenly became louder, full of shock and reluctance. Yes, coming to this era is just an accident. I will leave soon. Su Jie smiled. Will there be another chance to meet in the future? Ruochuo Dragon King was silent, and he said reluctantly, looking at Su Jie in front of him, this was his first solid human friend. Although he doesn't have much time, he is his first friend and has a high status in his heart. There will be, but by then, you may not recognize me. Su Jie hesitated. Thousands of years later, Ruochuo Dragon King suffered wear and tear, and even Morix had forgotten about it. To be honest, whether you still remember him or not is another matter. Hurrah! It's enough that we can still meet each other. No matter how many years, even 1,000 or 10,000 years. I, Ruochuo Dragon King, will remember you as a good friend. Ruochuo Dragon King laughed and said firmly. Then, immediately afterwards, it emitted a terrifying light, and with the immeasurable golden light bursting out, a golden light ball containing terrifying power sank into Su Jie's body. This is... Su Jie's face changed slightly. He could feel an amazing power, and with it, a feeling of controlling the earth elements came to his heart. Is this the authority of the Dragon King? I will divide part of my authority to you, so that no matter what happens to me, even if it lasts 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I will remember it when I see you again. Su Jie was moved. He stared at the Dragon King who was as huge as a mountain in front of him, and couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He actually gave up his authority to a human being whom he had only known for a few days? With such a big heart, he is truly worthy of being a Dragon King. Good. Su Jie nodded solemnly. He knew that Dragon King Ruochuo had regarded him as a close friend, otherwise he would not have done this, and he would not have refused. He didn't need power after all. In the future, I will save you, Ruochuo Dragon King. Su Jie added in his heart. The future Dragon King Ruochuo attacked Liyue because his memory was worn away and was eventually suppressed and sealed by Zhongli for 1,000 years. Su Jie was powerless to stop this. After all, it was too long ago, and he could not stay in this era for too long. But if you seal it for the second time, there will be room for maneuver. And when the time comes, he can also try to help Ruochuo Dragon King get out of the predicament of wear and tear. Navalet. Sure enough, Su Jie has the authority of the Dragon King was given by the Dragon King Ruochuo. Noel, I feel that this Dragon King is so gentle, not as strong and domineering as I imagined. Navia, yeah, and Su Jie and Ruochuo Dragon King have not known each other for long, and they actually divided their authority. How generous. Zhongli. Ruochuo's character is indeed like this. He is gentle towards others, but he is not modest when it comes to what he is good at. Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. It's a pity. He suffered too much wear and tear, and finally broke up with the Emperor. Alas. Travelering. But it was only the evil side of Ruochuo Dragon King that was suppressed. He also had a good side. Rado Dragon King. Huh, what is good and what is evil? Morix, when I get out of trouble, I will avenge you for being trapped. Roaring. Paimon is not emergency food. King Ruochuo Dragon appears. Zhongli. Ruochuo. Wu Tao. Hey. Big man, you are too grumpy. You are not like before at all. Ruochuo Dragon King. Sujia. I just have a vague impression. I don't seem to remember. N.E. Tianquan Ningguang. Has the memory of Senior Dragon King been obscured by the power of the times? Little Lucky Grass King. That should be the case. It should be restored after the inventory is over. While everyone was discussing, the Minister of Video, after accepting the authority of Dragon King Ruochuo, Su Jie stayed for a few more days. But one day, his body emitted golden light and gradually turned into countless light particles and dissipated. The time has come, I should go. Under the gaze of Dragon King Ruochuo, Su Jie said, and not long after, his figure disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ruochuo Dragon King was silent for a long time, then looked up to the sky and roared. The terrifying power directly caused the boundless earth to shake violently, and the mountains were shaking endlessly. This is, among the mountains, Emperor Yin Wang, who was searching for the source of the vibration, couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, his eyes looked into the depths of the earth, and his figure quickly disappeared from the cracks in the ground, all the way straight into the depths of the earth. Infinite golden light radiated from his body, tearing open the cracks and finally falling deep into the cave. Elemental Dragon? No, this is the Dragon King. As soon as he entered the cave, Emperor Rock King saw the terrifying giant dragon that shook the heaven and earth, and he was subconsciously shocked. But soon, his expression changed slightly, and he recognized the origin of this giant dragon. It is not as simple as a simple dragon of elements, but the Dragon King at the pinnacle of the elementless dragon, the Dragon King of Rock. Devil, why did you break into my territory? Seeing the appearance of Emperor Yin Wang, Dragon King Ruochuo, who was sad because of Su Jie's departure, focused his eyes on him, and his tone was full of hostility. Because I felt the vibration of the earth, I came here to explore the truth. 0.8 Rock King Emperor was silent for a while, and then said, Humph, since you are trespassing on my territory, let's have a fight first before talking about it. Ruochuo Dragon King roared. From him, a terrifying force burst out, charging towards the Rock King Emperor. Well, seeing this, the Rock King Emperor sighed lightly. Without fear, his eyes sharpened suddenly. A rock gun appeared in his hand, and he immediately went to meet it. A great war broke out. The battle between the Lord of the Rock and the Dragon King Ruodu unfolded in this vast land. And, as the battle continued, it continued to impact the earth. Countless dragon lizards and creatures on the ground were trembling, full of fear. Such terrifying movement was even more intense than the battle between Su Jie and General Thunder. Countless people were shocked to see it. This kind of power is so terrifying, much stronger than the top demon gods. The battle lasted for a long time and finally ended with the Rock King gaining the upper hand. Originally, the two should be on par, but due to the division of part of the authority, Ruochuo Dragon King's combat power dropped a lot, and he was suppressed by the Rock King Emperor. But even so, the fighting power displayed by Ruochuo Dragon King shocked the Rock King Emperor. He traveled across the land of Liyue, and no matter which demon he faced, he could easily suppress it with one blow. This was the first time he encountered someone who could compete with him. He is worthy of being the Dragon King of the rock element. Soon, the two calmed down the fight. King Ruochuo, who had regained his former temper, also took the initiative to apologize to Emperor Yin. After a conversation, the two became more familiar with each other and had a good impression of each other. In the end, the King of Rocks signed a contract with Dragon King Ruojuo, and in compliance with Dragon King Ruochuo's wish, he was brought to the surface. If you violate the contract and disrupt the order, I will seal you under the earth again. Emperor Yinwang said so. Chapter 87. Tianquan Ningguang. So this is the first meeting between the Emperor and Dragon King Ruochuo? It's really dangerous. Yu Heng Xing Kuqing. Well, the Emperor is very powerful. If someone else met the Ruochuo Dragon King at that time, it would probably be in danger. Zhongli no? Although Ruotua was sad at the time, he did not lose his mind and acted in a measured manner. If it had been anyone else, he would have suffered it most. Executor Young Master. That being said, these Dragon Kings are too terrifying. A Water Dragon King is like this, and a Rock Dragon King is also exaggeratedly powerful. Thunder Movie. The strength of the Dragon King is indeed terrifying, much stronger than the Demon God. Grass Dragon Apep. He is not yet a complete Dragon King because he has lost the most important ancient dragon power. Liasli. But this cannot conceal the power of the Dragon King. Compared with them, humans are too small. Chongyun. Next will be the story of Ruochuo Dragon King, right? In video, Ruojalong Wang came to the ground. He joined the command of Emperor Iwata and fought in all directions with Emperor Iwaz. A subscene appeared, which was the scene of the battle between Ruochuo Dragon King and the demon gods. It frequently caused the mountains to shake, the earth to shake, and one area after another to be torn apart. After a series of battles, Ruochuo Dragon King defeated countless powerful enemies and suppressed many demon gods. He stood side by side with the Yin King Emperor and was one of the strongest people in Liyue. After Liyue Port was established, the demon god war gradually came to an end. The King of Rocks was also officially crowned as the God of Rocks, commanding the land of Liyue. As time passed, Liyue became more and more prosperous. People mined the earth, dug out ores, and gradually moved away from the destination. In the scene, you can see an astonishing number of miners who wantonly mined the ores deep in the earth, destroying the veins one after another. During this period, Ruochuo Dragon King's temper became more and more violent. Under the wear and tear, his memory gradually disappeared, and he lost his memory of Liyue and Yanwang Dijuan. Until one day, the miners dug deep into the earth and destroyed a lot of the veins on which he relied for survival. At this moment, Dragon King Ruochuo, who was already increasingly grumpy, exploded on the spot. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded throughout the world, and Ruochuo Dragon King awakened from the depths of the earth's veins. He tore open the earth and attacked the rocky abyss. His huge body made the boundless earth shake. Hundreds of absentees died as a result. Moreover, the casualties are still expanding, spreading across the land of Liyue at an alarming speed. It's unknown how many villages and small towns were affected. All this naturally alarmed the Yanwang Emperor, who had been stationed in Liyue Port all year round. He personally took action and went to the Rock Abyss to fight the Mad Dragon King Ruochuo. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the two fought from the Layer Rock Abyss to the Tiandao Valley. During this period, Luyan Jifeng's engine and other immortals also received a message from Emperor Yanwang, and they opened a cave here and waited quietly. In the end, the Rock King Emperor took action with all his strength, knocking down the Ruochuo Dragon King, who was at a disadvantage to the cave sky, and formed a large formation with many rock ridges to seal him in it. Morix! Deep in the cave, Dragon King Ruochuo's unwilling roar echoed throughout the world. Before being completely sealed, all he could see was the cold eyes covered by a pair of black and gold masks. Emperor, why did the Dragon King suddenly go crazy and attack the giant layered rock abyss? In the distance, Luyan Jiefeng Jinjuan and others came, landed next to the Yanwang Emperor, and asked. The wear and tear caused his memory to fade away, causing him to gradually lose his memory of me and Liyue. In addition, the people of Liyue destroyed the earth's veins, causing him to go completely crazy. The Rock King was silent for a while, then slowly spoke, his face covered with a cold mask, making it difficult to see his expression clearly. Evil thoughts have taken over his will. If he is allowed to continue to destroy it, the entire Liyue will be destroyed. I cannot allow this. Emperor Yanwang's tone was indifferent, but then he sighed softly. However, at the last moment, his good intentions prevailed, and he was voluntarily suppressed and sealed by me. Let's go, Emperor Yanwang said. Then, he turned around and left. Jinju and Luyan Jiefeng and others sighed and left one after another. At this point, Dragon King Ruochuo, who fought with Emperor Yanwang in all directions, was sealed in Tiandao Valley. Charlotte, why do I think Ruochuo Dragon King is a little innocent? Yidi Shinsi, I think so too. It was human beings who took the lead in destroying the Ruochuo Dragon King's veins, which made the Dragon King go crazy. If not, he would not attack humans. Navia, having said that, the Dragon King had already fallen into madness at that time. If he was not sealed, the disaster he would cause would be terrible. Tianquan Ningguang, yes, the Emperor has nothing to do. The Dragon King has suffered wear and tear, and his evil thoughts have gained the upper hand. For Liyue, he can only choose to seal the Dragon King. Yuheng Xingqing, I believe that the Emperor is not a hard-hearted person. He is also full of entanglements and pain in his heart when he attacks the Dragon King. Xingqiu, well, although there are not many pictures, it also briefly introduces how difficult it was to establish Liyue and how many sacrifices were made. In this case, the Emperor will not allow anyone to destroy Liyue. Ruo Tua Dragon King Morix, I never thought that you and I would have fought side by side. Huh, but one day, I will come back again. Zhongli, Ruo Tua, if it really comes to that point, facing you will be a calamity that Liyue deserves. Xiaogong, if it weren't for wear and tear, Dragon King Ruochuo and Emperor Yanwang wouldn't have turned against each other. Thunder movie, wear and tear, is a very terrible thing. Even gods and dragon kings cannot escape from it. Navalet, well, Ruajuo Dragon King has been worn out too much. Compared with the gentle and generous person before, he has completely changed his appearance later on and has completely fallen into madness. Grass Dragon Apep. Among the demon gods, there is actually someone who can be on par with the Dragon King, the Rock King. He is actually better than Amon back then. Little Lucky Grass King. I hope that over time, I can get rid of the pain of wear and tear and be freed from the seal. Not only the live broadcast room, but also ordinary people in Liyue were shocked at this time. The scenes shown in the video completely subverted their impression of Ruochuo Dragon King. In the video, everything calmed down as Ruochuo Dragon King was sealed. Time passes and thousands of years pass. Then, the screen switched, and Ing, Paimon, Zhongli, and a young man with black hair appeared. They gathered in a valley. This road is newly dug. It seems that the answer lies ahead. Zhongli waved his hand and said, "There seems to be a sound in the tunnel. Wow. I don't want to be the first one." Paimon on the side touched his chin, seeming a little surprised, but then he seemed to think of something and waved his hands with a look of fear on his face. "Don't worry, I'll take the lead," Zhongli said. The young man on the side, Kuan Jun, hesitated to speak. "There is some unusual smell at the end. To be cautious, everyone, please be prepared." At this time, Zhongli continued. Immediately afterwards, everyone moved forward and soon came to a hidden valley. In front of the valley, there is a valley mouth that reveals a golden light seal leading to the deep interior of the valley. Among them, a group of miners were digging tunnels. "Navia, hey, why are the travelers together with Mr. Zhongli? Who is that young man?" "Pai Ming is not emergency food. This, I know here, we went before coming to Inazuma. It is the place where Dragon King Ruajuo sealed it." Sino, a group of absentees gathered together. "Do they want to destroy the seal?" Traveler Ing. "Well, these absentees were controlled by the evil thoughts of Dragon King Ruajuo. The purpose was to break the seal, but we finally stopped them." Traveler Ing. "That young man is the kindness of Dragon King Ruochuo. You will know after reading." In video. What are they digging?" Paimon looked at a group of miners who were digging desperately, couldn't help scratching his head, and asked with some confusion. "I'm afraid they dug this tunnel with all their strength." On the side, Zhongli said in a deep voice, "Is that door originally there?" Hearing this, Paimon looked around and then noticed a door deep in the tunnel. It exudes a bright golden light, which looks extremely sacred, as if something is sealed. "Well, dig a tunnel leading to the ancient seal. If no one finds it, they will keep digging until the door of the seal is opened." Zhongli muttered. Deep in the tunnel, a group of workers worked harder and harder, as if someone was urging them. "See, could it be that there is something inside the seal?" Paimon asked with a worried look on his face. At this time, the workers who were digging the tunnel suddenly turned their guns and looked at Paimon and the others fiercely. Then he picked up the shovel and other tools and rushed towards Paimon and others. The sudden change made Paimon scream in surprise and quickly hid behind Ing. Zhongli looked calm. He held his hands and directly deployed a giant jade shield to protect everyone in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. Various shovels and other tools hit it, making crisp sounds, but they couldn't shake it at all. "What should we do? We can't attack these civilians." Paimon on the side couldn't help but ask. At this moment, dozens of black mist appeared quickly, taking the shape of a little girl, and launched an attack on Zhongli, but were blocked by Kuan Jun. But soon, streaks of black mist erupted around the little girl, submerging into the golden seal. Then the seal was broken, and a terrifying suction force emerged. He sucked Zhongli and others in. Inside the cave, in a vast expanse of land, the Ruochuo Dragon King was sealed here. He was as majestic as a mountain. What kind of monster is this?" Paimon couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the astonishing Ruochuo Dragon King. Upjapch. Among them, Dragon King Ruochuo smashed all the rock ridges that were sealed step by step, and then roared and let out a cold laughter. "Morix, it will be easier for me to avenge the seal if you deliver it to me personally." The cold voice of Ruochuo Dragon King resounded. Then, he started to attack, and the terrifying power swept out towards Zhongli and others. But, after all, he had been sealed for too long, his strength was no longer at its peak, and he was blocked by Zhongli. "So that's it. That little girl was formed by your power." At the same time, Zhongli's calm voice sounded. "But Dragon King Ruochuo, if you still remember, it was not our intention to reach this point. No need to say more. Accept your fate." A terrible war broke out. After a lapse of thousands of years, the war between the Ruochuo Dragon King and the Rock Lord begins again. It's just that this time, neither side is at its peak, and the battle is far less terrifying than before. During this period, Ing also stepped forward to help many times, but none of them have much effect. You betrayed me. Are you going to betray me again? During the battle, Ruochuo Dragon King's roar sounded. He lost his memory and thought that the Rock King was the first to betray him. If you think so, just think so. Hearing this, Zhongli sighed softly, seeming a little regretful, and then said calmly, "Those who carry memories are destined to bear the weight of the truth. This is how it should be. Kaya, so that's it. Ruochuo Dragon King's memories have been worn out too much. Not only can he not remember the past, he even thinks that Emperor Yin Wang betrayed him first. El Hazen. But, in a sense, it was indeed human beings who betrayed him first. Zhongli. Well, there is nothing wrong with that. I am also responsible. Unfortunately, the matter is irreversible. Ruochuo Dragon King. Water Goddess Funina. Will Dragon King Ru be sealed again next? Pai Ming is not emergency food. That's right. We will join forces to seal the Ruochuo Dragon King again. Arataki Ichido. How many of you are joining forces? Ha ha ha, Flying Dwarf Viola. I didn't even see your role in this battle. How dare you say that? Paimon is not emergency food. Damn stinking ghost tribe. I'm going to give you an unpleasant nickname. Just call it the Big Stupid Ghost Tribe. At the same time, in the video, the battle continued, during which Kunjin also helped Zhongli many times. As it progressed, Zhongli gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed King Ruochuolong 643. Morix, are you really going to destroy me? At this time, the voice of Ruochuo Dragon King sounded with questioning. Zhongli remained silent, but his attack was no longer so fierce, but became gentler, focusing on sealing. In the end, with the help of Kunjin, Ruochuo Dragon King was defeated again. He let out a huge roar of unwillingness, and rock ridges fell from the sky, sealing him up again. Morix, it was you who sealed me underground in the past, and it's you again 1,000 years later. Within the seal, the power of Ruochuo Dragon King once again transformed into a little girl. She looked at Zhongli with resentful eyes and let out a low sneer. Hearing this, Zhongli sighed, crossed his arms, looked at Dragon King Ruochuo, and said, "You should call it destiny, Dragon King Nita." Among them, Dragon King Ruochuo was speaking in a low voice, repeating it as if talking to himself. Then he laughed loudly. Fate. Ha ha ha. She stared at Zhongli with cold eyes. Is this God's consideration? Destroy the things you don't need and lead the butchers to ravage the wilderness, he asked sharply. No, you forgot. At this moment, Kunjin stepped forward and retorted firmly, his whole body exuding a rich white light. A mysterious power emanates. This voice is... Paimon was a little surprised. Ruochuo. Zhongli also sighed. Hey, Kunjin. Paimon looked at Kunjin and said in surprise. Long time no see, Morix. At the same time, Kunjin stepped forward and spoke, his voice gentle and generous. As always, exactly the same as when he met Su Jie 1,000 years ago. What exactly are you? The little girl transformed by the power of Ruochuo Dragon King looked at him in astonishment. As you can see, Dragon King Ruochuo. Kunjin crossed his arms and replied calmly. 8th-level Divine Son, it's interesting. Although the two Ruochuo Dragon Kings know the two incarnations of good and evil, Ruochuo with evil thoughts must have been shocked when he saw them for the first time. Charlotte. Well, the little girl's face was completely frozen. Qi Liang. If it were me, if someone claiming to be me suddenly appeared in front of me, I would be severely shocked. Ruochuo Dragon King. Humph, I had expected it. In video. In that battle just now, you used all your strength on us. Zhongli said. Haha, I can't help it. All I have is these. Hearing this, Kuan Jun smiled lightly. Who is Ruochuo Dragon King? Ing on the side asked in confusion. Forgive me for not telling the truth in time, traveler. I didn't understand some things until I got under this tree. Kunjin said apologetically. To be precise, I am not the complete Dragon King Ruochuo, but a small fragment. Chapter 88. Heaven and Earth, Yin and Yang, and 2 rituals. You can regard me and the Dragon King over there as such existences. We are all parts of the will of the Dragon King Ruochuo. Kunjin explained. There are 2 Ruochuo Dragon Kings. Hearing this, Paimon looked at Kunjin, then looked at the little girl in the distance, and couldn't help but be surprised. Ing on the side was thoughtful, but she understood the relationship. No, impossible, are you? In the distance, the little girl incarnated as Dragon King Ruochuo shook her head. His tone was low and unbelievable. As if he thought of something, his pupils shrank. After the barrier was loosened, your power transformed into a child in the outside world. You used this identity to tell people about your suppressed resentment, but people didn't take it seriously. Kunjin looked at Dragon King Ruochuo. His tone was calm, and then he continued. Then you realized that the loosening of the seal gave you an opportunity to take advantage of him. The purpose of kidnapping Quan Gong was to dig out the entrance to the seal. You plan to attack both internally and externally to break through the seal. How dare you speak arrogantly? If you are really a part of me, why are you standing next to the betrayer? The little girl incarnated as Ruochuo Dragon King shrank her pupils, and he scolded in a quick tone full of anger. No, I am different from you. I am another force that awakens when the seal is loosened. It is too weak to form an individual on its own and can only possess humans. Kunjin's eyes were sharp, and he retorted. My consciousness is so chaotic that I can't even remember who I am. I only react to things related to the past. I have only one purpose, to find Morix and let him stop you. Zhongli looked at him from the side and looked at Kunjin, as if they had a clear understanding of each other. Immediately, the two looked at each other. That scene was like a friendship formed by fighting side by side for thousands of years. Sino. So that's it. Kunjin was transformed by another tiny force of Dragon King Ruochuo. The purpose is to prevent his evil side from breaking the seal. This is to beat yourself up. Xingxiu. Although I know that letting the evil side of Ruochuo Dragon King break free from the seal will cause great trouble to Liyue, I still think Ruochuo Dragon King is a bit too miserable. Bennett. I feel like I'm already very unlucky, but this Dragon King is not bad at all. Beidou. This is a battle between good and evil. In order to stop the evil side of himself, he even turned against himself. The Dragon King is worthy of being a Dragon King and has the heart of a dog. Which Lisa? Maybe, the evil-faced Ruochuo Dragon King still has some thoughts about Mr. Zhongli in his heart, and he is not entirely evil. Navalet. Well, when he was about to be suppressed, he also asked Mr. Zhongli to show mercy. Obviously, he still had some feelings in his heart. Otherwise, with the pride of the Dragon King, he would not bow his head even to death. Zhongli. Ruochuo Dragon King. Huh. That's impossible. I only have endless anger and hatred for Morix in my heart. Wendy. Oops. Dragon King. Dragon King. Harsh words are no longer popular nowadays, and you said you are full of hatred for Mr. Zhongli. What about Su Zhu? Ruochuo Dragon King. Su Jia was a little helpless. Why should he be involved in this? Although the video reveals that he does have some friendship with Dragon King Ruochuo, but no matter how you think about it, he can't be compared to Zhongli, right? In video. If you were stronger, I would be able to recognize you earlier, instead of noticing something strange after you mentioned the dragon-suppressing stone. Zhongli smiled, his calm face showing a rare faint smile. I don't blame you. I have changed beyond recognition. It wasn't until I touched that ancient stone tablet that I remembered the past. Kuan Jun also chuckled and didn't care. He raised his head, looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and sighed as if he was remembering. It has been too long. There is a secret that neither young humans nor old earth dragons know. Mo Lux, do you say it, or should I? Kunjin looked at Zhongli and asked for his opinion. It doesn't matter, it's up to you. Zhongli said. Haha, you're still the same. Then let me do it. Kunjin couldn't help laughing. Then he looked at Ing and Paimon, who were still confused, and explained. The Dragon King Ruochuo was originally a close friend and comrade in arms of the rock god Morix, and his lifespan is far longer than that of humans. However, the derivatives of the earth are just like the rocks on the ground. His voice was calm, and he was talking to the two of them, as well as to Dragon King Ruochuo. The memory of rocks is not very long, and only extremely strong emotions can be retained in it. The longer time passes, the more blurry the memory becomes. Wear and tear is the trigger that the world puts on it. Kunjin spoke calmly. Wear and tear. Hearing this word again, Ing couldn't help but be startled and seemed a little surprised. Wear and tear took away Dragon King Ruochuo's thinking, making him gradually unable to recall the faces of his old friends and the Liyue port that he once personally guarded. Kuan Jun looked at Ing and the two of them with a heavy tone. The originally complete Dragon King gradually became irritable and aggressive. It's humans who have attacked the ley lines that I rely on for survival. Facing Kunjin's words, the little girl who was the incarnation of King Tuolong retorted hastily. That's true. That's why you attacked the Rock Abyss and had the battle with Morix. Kunjin nodded and turned to look at Dragon King Ruochuo. Initially, in order to open up territory and develop production, Liyue people went into the mountains to mine. Excessive mining caused earthquakes in the earth's veins, which made us miserable. Wear and tear makes us become like beasts. No matter how hard we struggle, we continue to lose the ability to coexist with humans and lose our rationality. Kunjin sighed, his tone full of sadness, and he continued, Morix dedicated his own power to prevent us from further wear and tear, but it was in vain. Wear and tear is the law of nature, and it is beyond our power. Navia, it's that heavenly law again. In addition to imposing prophecies on Fontaine, it even, wear and tear is caused by heavenly law. Acting Captain Sheen, the wear and tear seems to be very terrible. Even the Dragon King and the Demon God are very afraid. Which Lisa? No. Sheen, you are wrong. Wear is not just the Demon God and the Dragon King. It should be said that all immortal species will fear the power of wear. Thunder movie. Well, that's why I made the puppet of General Thunder, in order to avoid wear and tear and achieve eternity. But unfortunately, this is only close. Charlotte, why do I feel like this heavenly law is everywhere? Behind many major events there is the shadow of this person, like the ultimate villain. Grass Dragon Apep. Heavenly law is the culprit of everything. He not only destroyed the original era, but also imposed wear and tear and brought everything in Teyvat under his control. She is the real sinner. Zhongli, the existence of heavenly principles is very complicated. It is not something you and I can speculate on. It is difficult to describe simply as good or bad. Kaya, the existence of Tianli is too far away from us and cannot be touched at all. What shocks me is that the wear and tear can be so terrible that even the Dragon King cannot bear it. Kaya and Miss Funina actually withstood 500 years of mental wear and tear as immortal. It is really an unimaginable miracle. Zhongli, well, I admire her spirit and courage. In terms of firmness of will, she is no less than the gods. Ruo Tua Dragon King, that little girl is indeed not bad. Humbe Morix is much stronger. Water Goddess Funina, why did you suddenly turn the topic to me? Zigwin, because Lady Funina is really excellent and perfect. Smile. Wendy, hey, yes, Funina is really powerful, but the Dragon King is still as tough-talking as ever. Isn't this duplicity? Little Lucky Grass King, It would be great if one day everyone could calm down, drink tea, and have a banquet together. Lay movie, that is impossible. Zhongli, alas, the original 7 gods, Egolia and the others, have long since ceased to exist. At the same time, in the video, Kunjin continued to preach, so, we became you. From your will, the factory was divided. He stared at the little girl who was the incarnation of Ruajuo Dragon King and looked at each other. I am your last contract, witnessing the agreement between Ruajuo Dragon King and Morix. You can be angry and question, but you should never deny me. No. Hearing this, the little girl who was the incarnation of Dragon King roared in a low voice. He seemed to be recalling some memories, resisting, and full of resentment. I am the remnant of the good nature of the Dragon King Rudo, my lofty heart, and my peaceful will to coexist with others. Kunjin continued, stroking his chest with one hand and speaking in an impassioned tone. Pure white power, like a stream of light, continued to emerge from Kunjin's body. No, I am Ruochuo Dragon King, a creature created from elemental crystals. I carry the power and memories of the earth. I live as long as the mountains and seas. I am definitely not an ally of ants. The little girl who was the incarnation of Ruajuo Dragon King roared. Morix is not an ant. Kuan Jun retorted with a firm gaze. The god of ants is just an ant. The little girl who was the incarnation of Dragon King Ruochuo sneered. You forgot too completely. The person who recognizes Morix the most is you and me. Kunjin crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and sighed. And you really forgot? Ruochuo Dragon King, our first friend, the person you divided a part of your power and gave it to is the ant in your mouth. A human being. No, it can't be a human. Wait, this memory. The little girl who was the incarnation of Dragon King, Ruochuo growled. He didn't believe Kunjin's words, but soon, his pupils shrank, as if he recalled some old memories. The things you have forgotten are all stored in my heart. If you are the memory of the earth, I will be the memory that coexists with others. The sky moves and everything changes. The mountains and seas change into shapes. At the same time, Kunjin continued, the power in him became more and more dazzling, even lighting up the entire cave sky. Stars are born in the wasteland, shining like the blazing sun. Among them, the little girl who was the incarnation of Dragon King Ruochuo did not continue to deny this time, but responded gradually. Hearing this, Zhongli opened his eyes slightly, and his heart was filled with emotion and complexity. Strange, what does this feel like? These are Ruochuo Dragon King whispered in disbelief as he looked at the power emanating from his body. You have already exhausted your strength and will disappear before me. But before that, I will share these with you. Kunjin looked at Dragon King Ruochuo and said slowly, when snow falls on the wilderness in spring, it will melt in a moment. Even if it is fleeting, it will not leave any trace in your heart. Even if this is the last time. No, how could it be like this? I don't admit that this is fate. Ruochuo Dragon King's deep voice sounded. Maybe it's not fate, but it's a fate destined to happen. Kunjin closed his eyes. Morix, Ruochuo Dragon King whispered, and the little girl he transformed completely collapsed and disappeared. That little girl is finished, all disappeared. Seeing this scene, Paimon couldn't help but say, a sealed fate. Ing on the side asked, Ruochuo, are you satisfied? Zhongli did not answer, but looked at Kunjin aside. I can't say I am satisfied or not if I deal with the aftermath for myself. Kuin Jun shook his head and said, Morix, your name is Zhongli now, right? Exactly. Zhongli nodded. No, I'm still used to calling you Morix. Kuin Jun couldn't help but laugh. As you like. Zhongli smiled. It's a pity that I can't see that person again. I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete what we promised back then. At this time, Kunjin couldn't help but sigh. Are you referring to the humans who gave you eyes back then? Hearing this, Zhongli raised his eyebrows and asked, well, it's a pity that under the power of time, I have forgotten his name, and we may never see him again in this life. Kunjin shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. My strength is almost exhausted and dissipated. Let's go out for a walk together. Zhongli invited. Soon, everyone left this cave together and appeared in the outside world. And the unconscious worker was properly placed, and he came to a place and continued chatting. Now I am just an ordinary Liyue person. Zhongli said, even you have come this far. The ugly words ahead. I can't guarantee that there won't be a new shock to wake me up next time. Kunjin sighed, seemingly in disbelief, and then he continued. It doesn't matter, even if one day comes, the people of Liyue should be ready to face you. Zhongli walked aside, looked in the direction of Liyue, and said calmly, is it possible to live in Liyue without Emperor Yin Wang? Kuin Jun walked up and asked, Xingqiu, hiss, that means Liyue may have to face a crazy dragon king in the future? Chongyun, I suddenly feel so stressed. Tianquan Ningguang, this is the bitter fruit planted by the people of Liyue, and they will naturally bear it. Yuheng Zinkiking, although there is no emperor, don't underestimate humans. Even if it is the dragon king, we will be ready to fight. Grass Dragon Apep, Humph, you are not overestimating your capabilities. A group of ants. Even if they gather together, they are still ants. Little Lucky Grass King. No, Apep, human beings are not ants, just like Funina. She persisted on her own for 500 years, money or not, and successfully deceived the laws of nature. Human beings, the power is infinite. Smile. Grass Dragon Apep. Buyer, don't talk to me about big things, it's boring. Grandma Ping, haha. Just as the emperor said, when that day comes, the people of Liyue should be mentally prepared. Jinjuan Luyin Jiefeng. Well, no matter whether it is the emperor or the immortals, they cannot last forever and cannot protect Liyue for the rest of their lives. In video, if there is no God in the world, this is the kingdom of man. I was once the God of man, and I should witness the rise and fall of man. Zhongli crossed his chest and said, any life will be lost and deteriorated in the long river of time. You are the strongest soul among us, but you will also be worn away by it. Kunjin sighed, but it doesn't matter. Cause and effect are determined by heaven. If our mission has come to an end, we should bravely embark on the road to leave. You may be immortal and doomed to be lonely, but that is only a temporary thing. When you reach the end of time, you will reunite with all the people from the past and the future. In terms of lifespan, you are slightly better. The lifespan of elemental creatures may be the longest on this continent. Zhongli also said. Immediately afterwards, the two had a business exchange. After all, I am also a veteran who watched the birth of Liyue Port. Even if it is no longer what it used to be, I still have to implement the agreement in my own way. Sealing is the best result. As a close friend of the god of contract, this is my last resort to abide by the contract. At the final moment, Kunjin told the story of the causes and consequences of his being sealed. Thank you, Ruojuo. Zhongli sighed, his eyes complicated. My life is close to infinity and will continue with eternity. And you, Morix, also have an extremely long lifespan. Are you leaving? Morix, if we are destined, we will meet again one day. After saying this, under the gaze of several people, Kunjin's power was completely exhausted and finally dissipated. Chapter 89. Beidou, the Dragon King, has disappeared. His life is really embarrassing. He was obviously a hero who protected Liyue, but he ended up like this. Xingqiu. After breaking the seal, it was Ruochuo Dragon King who wanted to destroy Liyue. He sealed himself, and it was Ruochuo Dragon King who wanted to stop him. Tianquan Ningguang. This is also the greatness of him. Even if he is beyond recognition and forgets everything, he still has to protect the land of Liyue. Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. The Dragon King has made merits and demerits in his life. Although he made big mistakes, he has always used his own way to protect Liyue. Grandma Ping. Although he was sealed, we have always missed him. Yuhing Xingqing. Unfortunately, his good intentions have completely dissipated. The next time he breaks the seal, he may not be this B***************** D anymore. Little Lucky Grass King. Not necessarily. What Kuan Jun said before dissipating probably implies that his good intentions still exist. Moreover, don't forget that there is Su Jie. Navia, Su Jie. Zhongli. Su Jie is everywhere and is very mysterious. His future plans may be able to help Ruotua. Little Lucky Grass King. Yes, I believe that Su Jie will not just sit idly by and ignore Dragon King Ruochuo. Ruochuo Dragon King. I don't need anyone's help. Sooner or later, I will be able to break the seal by myself. Inazuma, Narukami Taisha Shrine. Su Jie, who was enjoying the service of Lei Qianxiu, Ye Shinxi and others, saw this and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little grass god Nazida believed in him too much. With his strength, it would be easy to break the seal for Dragon King Ruochuo. But heavenly law was wearing and tearing, and he was still helpless. Even if he released Dragon King Ruochuo, with his memory loss and extremely irritable character, he would probably make a big fuss. Alas, I can only hope that after this inventory is over, I can get stronger strength to help Ruochuo. Su Jie thought to himself. For Dragon King Ruochuo, who generously divided the authority to himself after they had just met him, I recognized him in my heart. Naturally, I don't want the other party to be trapped in the seal forever and never see the light of day. In the video, as the power of Ruochuo Dragon King's kind thoughts dissipated, the human body he possessed also collapsed. Whoa! Seeing this scene, Paimon couldn't help but scream, his face a little panicked. The one who fell now is. Ing looked at Zhongli and asked thoughtfully. Yes, don't worry, he just fell asleep. Zhongli nodded. Sigh? I always feel weird, as if he suddenly turned into someone we don't recognize. Paimon said, walking forward with Ing, spreading his hands with complicated expressions. Kuan Jun and we are indeed strangers. 17.21 Zhongli said. But the Ruda who was inside him was your important friend. Ing looked at Zhongli. It happened a long time ago. Even though it has been 1,000 years, everything is still as clear as yesterday. Zhongli nodded and sighed. Immediately afterwards, Zhongli led Ing and Paiming forward, and finally came to a huge stone. Thousands of years ago, Ruochuo attacked the Strato Rock Abyss. I personally stopped him and fought with him all the way from the abyss to here. Finally, I shot him down and sealed him underground. Zhongli looked at the huge dragon-suppressing stone in front of him with complicated eyes, and spoke slowly, as if he had returned to the battle 1,000 years ago. The dragon-suppressing stone was born from that battle. Ruotua had an instinctive perception of the dragon-suppressing stone and subconsciously wanted to find me with this 5th-grade item. At the end of that battle, although I defeated him, it was not because he was inferior to me. His authority was partially divided, and his strength was much lower than when he was completely victorious. In addition, in his heart, he still had feelings for me, separation, and even life on Earth. Friendship. Zhongli sighed. He was sealed voluntarily. It's a pity that he was forgotten due to wear and tear. The power of abrasion is so terrifying. After hearing this, Ing nodded empathetically. Then, she looked at Zhongli and continued to ask, have you also been abrasion? I can't escape either, but I know one thing better than ordinary people. When it's time to leave, I have to leave. Zhongli nodded and said calmly, as if he had already accepted his fate. The more powerful the power, the greater the danger it will bring after being worn. After thousands of years of erosion, even rocks will occasionally feel tired. So you step down as the rock god. Ying's expression was complicated, as she seemed to find it difficult to imagine that the powerful and wise Zhongli would go berserk due to wear. Yuhing Xingqing. The emperor has paid too much for Liyue. After thousands of years, even the emperor has begun to feel tired. Tianquan Ningguang. Well, in the past, Liyue relied too much on the emperor. This is not possible. In the future, she will still have to rely on us. This is also what the emperor wants to see. Yin Jin. I really can't accept the thought that even the Emperor would go crazy due to wear and tear. Hu Tao. Ouch. What are you worried about? Didn't Zhongli Kuching and Ruo Toa say that in their conversation, their lifespans are extremely long? It may take thousands or tens of thousands of years before Zhongli Kuching. Well, what about madness? We were all so dead by then that we didn't even have ashes. Xingqiu. Well, what Hu Tao Hall Master said is very reasonable. Chongyan. There seems to be no problem. Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. Yes, even my longevity is far inferior to that of the Emperor. You people should worry more about yourselves. Master Executive. As an ordinary human being, I feel offended. Kaya. Yes, I was hurt. Navia. I'm just an ordinary person. I can only say I'm sorry for 100 years. Navalit. If you want to live a long time, it is very simple. Charlotte. Really? Really? Sujia. That's right. If you want to live forever, you have a lot of means. As for me, my current lifespan may not cause death of old age even if Tevad is destroyed, right? Great astrologer. Don't worry. As a great astrologer and prophet of the future, although my lifespan is not as good as that of a monster like you, I still have no problem living for hundreds or thousands of years, and my lifespan will continue to be extended in the future. Great astrologer, Su Jia, don't even think about leaving me behind. Acting Qin leader. Su Jia and Mona's words made many people in the live broadcast room excited, especially people like Qin and Navia. As ordinary human beings with average lifespans, they were not originally very eager for immortality, but seeing Su Jia's immortality, they were not willing to die after 100 years. In particular, as time goes by, their appearance will gradually become older, but Su Jia will always be young. This means that the gap between them will become wider and wider. This created a strong crisis in their hearts. If you want to be with Su Jia, you must at least live forever. Longevity. Mondstadt, Knight's office. Qin turned the quill in her hand, muttered, and her eyes flickered. Perhaps she should also imitate Lady Vanessa and become a god. Only in this way can she live forever and be by Su Zhu's side. Not only Qin, but others such as Navia, Charlotte, Kuching, and others also have various thoughts in their hearts. In video, sealing old friends with my own hands is also one of the wear and tear I have experienced. Zhongli continued, looking up at the sky with emotion on his face. For the right path, people keep giving up. Maybe this is the grinding imposed on me by heavenly law, but I am a human god. No matter how my identity changes, I will witness the history of humans with my eyes. You still care about Liyue. Hearing this, Paimon couldn't help but sigh, and Ing nodded in agreement. It's nothing, it's my job. Zhongli shook his head. Soon, several people chatted for a while. During this period, Ing asked Zhongli some things about Canria and his brother, but Zhongli refused. Facing Zhongli's silence, although Ing was disappointed, she was mentally prepared and quickly accepted it. Not long after, several people parted ways and returned to Liyue Port. Then, the screen switched and a new scene appeared. But what shocked everyone in the live broadcast room was that the scene that reappeared was not the sealed cave. Among them, hundreds of giant rock ridges formed a large formation to trap Ruochuo Dragon King there, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. And today, a handsome black-haired young man appeared. He came to the seal and looked at Dragon King Ruochuo. His face was clearly that of Su Jia. He looked at the towering, huge, terrifying dragon like a mountain. I haven't seen you for thousands of years, my friend Ruochuo Dragon King. Su Jia looked at the sleeping dragon and couldn't help but say, his voice full of nostalgia. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the authority belonging to the Dragon King of Rock erupted from his body, and an astonishing power surged out, shaking the vast cave sky. The boundless earth is shaking, as if the whole world is, turbulent. Soon, the sleeping Dragon King Ruochuo was awakened. He glared at Su Jia and roared, Human, why do you have my power in you? The terrifying roar, even through the seal, can still shake the earth and mountains. It seems that the power of wear and tear has caused you to lose too much memory, and you have even forgotten your original promise. Su Jia shook his head. But don't worry, I will help you. I will help you remove the damage caused by wear and tear. Immediately afterwards, Su Jia took a step forward. With something on his body immediately, the shadow of a towering tree appeared, vast and boundless, and it was the World Tree. This is... Ruochuo Dragon King looked shocked. The World Tree is the foundation of Tevat. With its power, it will not be difficult to help you recover. Su Jia said. He controlled the power of the World Tree, and the light spread all over the sky, healing Ruochuo Dragon King. Boom. After a long time, the cave world shook, and rock ridges as high as mountains collapsed one after another. Ruochuo Dragon King was reborn, exuding terrifying power. Su Jie, I remembered that we parted thousands of years ago, but I never thought we would meet today. Ruochuo Dragon King lowered his head. He looked at Su Jie. His tone was full of gentleness, without the previous madness. Long time no see, Dragon King. Su Jie smiled. Haven't seen you for a long time. Ruochuo Dragon King also said, Dragon King, you have been sealed for too long and your strength has faded a lot. You'd better recover as soon as possible. Su Jie said, Soon, I will need your help to fight against the enemy that may appear. That is a powerful existence from Sky Island, and it may even be the one himself. Su Jie added with a solemn tone, Don't worry, I will help you. No matter who the opponent is, we are friends after all, right? Hearing this, Dragon King Ruochuo smiled lightly. Thank you very much. As for the authority, I will return it to you soon. You should restore it first. Su Jie nodded. After a while of exchanges, Su Jie left, leaving only Dragon King Ruochuo alone. I didn't expect that wear and tear would make me forget so much. Is it natural law? No matter how strong it is, it doesn't matter. Since my friend has said it, I will do my best to help you. Ruochuo Dragon King muttered to himself. After a while, he closed his eyes and silently absorbed the countless power of the earth, striving to restore himself to his peak. At that time, he will be the Ruochuo Dragon King who pushes forward in all directions and stands shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Rock. Soon, the picture dimmed and disappeared. At this point, Ruochuo Dragon King's inventory ends. The master of the earth and rock elements, the naturally crowned Dragon King, he is powerful, selfless, and generous. In order to fulfill the contract, he will sacrifice in his own way even if he falls into madness. Evaluation. The sky is moving, mountains and seas are changing into shapes, and stars are born in the wasteland, like the blazing sun. As the person who takes stock, those who are exposed will be rewarded in the live broadcast room. Now, the reward will be issued to Ruochuo Dragon King. The power of the ancient dragon of the rock and the worn records will be restored. Soon, a cold voice sounded in the ears of everyone in Teyvat continent. Everyone was surprised by this. The people of Liyue, as well as those at the top, could not help but be shocked. Is Ruochuo Dragon King going to regain his sanity? And he also got a reward from the live broadcast room if he broke the seal. Will he pose a threat to Liyue? Countless people are uneasy. Ruochuo, are you coming back? In the Hall of Rebirth, Zhongli stood up, with a look of joy on his face. Guest Zhongli, is that Dragon King going to break the seal? Hu Tao's eyes lit up. Zhongli nodded. Let me go take a look. With that said, Zhongli quickly left the Hall of Rebirth and headed towards Tiandao Valley. Seeing this, Hu Tao quickly followed. Not only Zhongli and Hu Tao, but also Luyun Jiefeng Jinjuan and other immortals also rushed to Tiandao Valley quickly. In Azuma, Narukami Taisha Shrine. Ding, the third character inventory is over. You have obtained the authority of the World Tree, and you have the ability to control the World Tree. At the same time, Su Jie, who was enjoying himself, also received a prompt from the system. World Tree. Su Jie looked a little strange. Isn't this the source of the power of the Great Ci Tree King? You must know that the Teyvat World Tree is not that powerful and does not have the power to change the world. It's just omniscient in a certain sense. What's the use of him getting the scepter of the World Tree? No, there's something weird about this World Tree. But soon, Su Jie discovered something was wrong. According to the information transmitted from the authority, the power of World Tree seems to have been strengthened in some way, becoming very powerful, and already has the power to change the world to a certain extent, and can also travel through time and space. Could it be that, in the future, I will rely on the World Tree to travel through time and space? Su Jie understood clearly in his heart. He recalled his purpose of collecting the Heart of God. He had first met Barbaros in Mondstadt, got her guidance, and searched for the Heart of God in preparation for contacting the World Tree. It seems that this is the reason why future self can travel through time and space. Well, after gaining the authority of the World Tree, although the increase in strength is not large, in a sense, it can be regarded as omniscient and omnipotent. Su Jie thought to himself, if he uses the power of the World Tree, he can do many things, including changing destiny. Su Jie, on your body. At this time, Lei Qinxiang, who was serving Su Jie, changed his face slightly and felt the changes in Su Jie. That feeling actually gave her the illusion of facing heavenly law. Just getting a little bit of strength. Su Jie said with a faint smile. He sat up and reached out to caress Lei Qianqian's beautiful face, making her blush a little. By the way, I have something to do and I need to leave first. Then, Li continued. Going to King Tuolong, the eightfold god came over, leaned his head on Su Jie's shoulder, and exhaled like a blue. So smart. Su Jie nodded in praise. Then, after giving a few instructions, Su Jie left the Mingxin Grand Shrine, leaving behind a few people who were briefly free. Everyone, take a good rest. Ye Shenxi's eyes were playful. By the way, do you want to take a bath in a hot spring to wash away the dirt on your body? $3. Ye Shenxi's proposal soon received a timid response from Coral Palace Xinhai and others. My body is sticky and really uncomfortable. Duh. Chapter 90. The Other Side. In Liyue, Tiandao Valley, and within the seal of the Dantian world, Ruochuo Dragon King opened his eyes. The eyes that used to be cold and violent were now filled with surprise and suspicion. He could feel that a huge force was rapidly entering his body at this moment, filling in the missing part of him. The power of the ancient dragon of the rock. At this moment, Ruochuo Dragon King seemed to understand something. His breath rose rapidly, reaching another level, and returned to the complete form of the Dragon King. The Dragon King of Rock. Ruochuo Dragon King let out an earth-shaking roar, and the rock ridges as high as mountains quickly collapsed, exploded directly, and continued to shatter in the air. The seal that was originally very strong was forcibly broken by Ruochuo Dragon King with his domineering attitude. The entire cave sky was shaking violently. I'm back. Ruochuo Dragon King's voice resounded throughout the heaven and earth, affecting the vast land of Liyue. The mountains shook, the beasts were frightened, and countless monsters were terrified. Ho ho! But the dragon lizard clan on this land was extremely surprised at this moment, roaring and saluting the great king. Boom! The Tiandao Valley shook, the mountains trembled, the earth cracked, and a terrifying giant dragon gradually emerged from the depths of the earth, standing on the boundless earth. That is, the Dragon King Ruochuo is out of trouble. Has he regained his senses? If not, wouldn't it be a disaster? In the distance, Luyun Jiefeng Jinjuan and other immortals came quickly. Seeing this scene from a distance, they couldn't help but change their colors. Especially when they saw the terrifying dragon roaring up to the sky on the earth. All the immortals couldn't help but feel scared. This kind of power is too terrifying. Compared with Ruochuo Dragon King, demon god, or is as pitiful as an 8-clawed octopus. In fact, it seems that even the emperor is much inferior. Ruotu. On the other side, golden lights surged, and Zhongli also appeared. He quickly came to a hilltop in Tiandao Valley and looked at the terrifying giant dragon that shook the earth. There was relief in his eyes. Emperor. In the distance, Luyun Jiefeng Jinjuan and others flew in and landed next to Zhongli. Mora X. At the same time, Dragon King Ruochuo, who had just fallen off, also set his sights on Zhongli and others, and his indifferent voice seemed to come from ancient times. Broken. Hearing this voice, Jinjuan Luyun Jiefeng and others felt their hearts skip a beat. Why does it sound as if it is still the same as when it was sealed, full of coldness and violence? Could it be said that King Indra has not regained his sanity? Ruotua, it doesn't have to be so scary, right? However, Zhongli was not afraid. He crossed his arms and had a faint smile on his face. I haven't been out of trouble for a long time, and I just wanted to scare you. Just when Luyun Jiefeng Jinjuan and others were startled, Dragon King Ruochuo's laughter rang out, his voice no longer cold as before, but gentle and generous. It's just that I still can't hide it from you. That was the voice of the original Dragon King. Upon hearing this extremely familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar voice, several immortals breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, because they all knew that King Tuolong had really returned to his senses. The power of the live broadcast room is really terrifying. It can actually solve your wear and tear problem. Zhongli said, well, not only that, I can feel that my missing power has returned. Now I am the true and complete Dragon King. Ruochuo Dragon King said. Zhongli nodded. He wanted to say something else, but there was a trace of surprise on his face, and he looked into the distance. Another friend of mine is here too. Ruochuo Dragon King also looked over. He was not surprised, but said happily. Far away, a figure surrounded by light appeared. He descended at an extremely fast speed and soon landed not far away, revealing a slender figure. Su Jie. It's actually that boy, the man who deceived my 2 apprentices. When seeing Su Jie, several immortals showed different emotions. Some were surprised, and some were angry. Just like Luyun Jiefeng Jinjuan, he was full of anger. Su Jie, my friend, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Dragon King Ruochuo looked up at Su Jie with a joyful smile in his tone. Yeah, long time no see. Su Jie also smiled, and said that he already had the memory of Dragon King Ruochuo. Therefore, he is not unfamiliar with Ruochuo Dragon King. Long time no see, Mr. Zhongli, a few immortals. Well, and that woman. Su Jie looked at Zhongli and several immortals again, and finally said to Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng in a deliberately teasing tone. In the early days, in order to improve his strength, he also went deep into Liyue, visited the immortals, and fought against them. He has dealt with all these immortals, including Xinjuan Luyan Jiefeng. Zhongli has also met him a few times and is quite familiar with him. Presumptuous. What woman? Hearing Su Jie's words, Luyan Jiefeng Xinjuan was immediately furious. He raised his wings high and sounded dissatisfied. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Everyone, why don't you go to Liyue to talk about it? At this time, Zhongli raised his hand to invite, and all the immortals agreed, and Su Jie didn't mind either. But everyone focused their attention on Ruochuo Dragon King. He was too big. Like the moving mountains, it destroys the heaven and the earth at every turn. This is easy, Ruochuo Dragon King said calmly, and soon, a burst of bright golden light surged from his figure and then turned into a human form. It is not difficult for the Dragon King to transform into a human being. Soon, everyone headed to Liyue. In the next 3 days, Su Jie was in Liyue, either communicating with Dragon King Ruochuo and Zhongli, or teasing a few girls he hadn't seen for a long time. For example, Keqing, Ganyu, etc., or interact with Hu Tao and tease the explosive Lu Yun Jiefeng Xinjuan. During this time, the news of the recovery and return of the Dragon King Rudo also spread throughout Teyvat. 3 days later, Su Jie returned to Daoji and stayed with Lei Qingqing and the others for a few days, enjoying the beauty. On the 7th day, he returned to Fengji just before the 4th inventory was about to begin. And period. Ing and Paimon also experienced a series of things about Dao Wife. Although it was not as thrilling as the original due to Su Jie's intervention, they also experienced a lot of things. After that, prepare to go to Shumi. Su Jie ignored all this and had already returned to Fengdan. But not long after returning to Fengdanting, Su Jie was severely reprimanded by Funina. Su Jie, do you still know how to come back? As soon as they arrived at Funina's palace, they were met by Funina, who was very angry with a bulging face. She had her hands on her hips and was staring at Su Jie fiercely. Lady Funina has been thinking about you these days, Claland said with her arms crossed. Funina's disguise was revealed without mercy. Who would miss him? How could a mere playboy be worthy of the attention of the great Miss Funina? When Claland revealed her shorts, Funina's face turned red and she immediately spoke harshly. He insisted. Yes, of course the great Miss Funina won't care about a little person like me. Su Jie nodded and deprecated himself with a funny look on his face. Then, when Fu Ningna nodded with satisfaction, he suddenly stepped forward and hugged Wu Ningna. It was like picking up a baby, then lowered his head and kissed her hard. Please give me flowers. Whoa! The sudden move made Funina's beautiful eyes widen. Her water-like eyes widened, and she was completely dumbfounded. Claland on the side was also stunned. She looked at this scene stupidly, unable to react. After a long time, only then did Su Jie let go of Funina. But at this time Funina was already dizzy. Her whole body was limp, and she was about to lie on the ground as soon as her feet touched the ground. Fortunately, Su Jie hugged her in time. Funina, I miss you. Su Jie possessed her and bit into Funina's ear. Me too. How could the silly and innocent Funina be able to withstand this kind of attack? She could only blush, eyes rolling in circles, and said in a daze. That look was so beautiful that it made Su Jie feel a little itchy in his heart. Ahem. Prince Su Jie, please respect yourself and don't lose the prince's face. At this moment, Claland's dry cough came, and her tone was cold and dissatisfied. You are so presumptuous that you dare to disrespect the gods. Claland's voice also woke up Funina. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her face turned red. She kicked Su Jie with her little feet and said in a fierce tone. However, it looks very fierce, but in fact it is soft and does not use any strength at all. B82. Seeing the two people acting like children, Su Jie responded funny. By the way, I have prepared some of your favorite cakes. Do you want to try them? With that said, Su Jie took out several emerald green cakes like a magic trick. That's exactly the kind of cake that only sells 16 portions a day. Great. Funina's eyes suddenly lit up, and she completely forgot about Su Jie's crime. When Claland saw this, she could only sigh helplessly. Lady Funina had been eaten to death by Su Jie. Eat cake. Soon, several people came to the table in the living room and started enjoying the cake. 7 days have passed, and the 4th inventory has officially begun. Take stock of the fourth character, the water god Fukalos, the water god of Fontaine. As the second-generation god, he laid out the overall situation for 500 years, entered the chess game with his own body, and finally defeated Heavenly Law by 3 points. Successfully deceived Heavenly Law and solved Fengdan's prophecy crisis. At this time, a familiar cold mechanical sound once again sounded in the ears of everyone in Teyvat. It caused a sensation among countless people. This time the inventory turned out to be Fukalos, the real water god who is extremely mysterious and has been hidden behind Funina. Her inventory finally came. Countless people were excited and looking forward to it, cheering up and preparing to see what the water god would do. Especially the countless people in Fontaine, who are either curious or suspicious and want to know the plan of the water god Fukalos. They didn't understand why a little girl like Funina should have to endure all this. Fukalos, what role did he play in it, and what did he pay? It's impossible. Funina has paid for all this, and she chose Carlos to reap the benefits in the end, right? Therefore, during this period of time, the people of Fontaine were glad that the predicted crisis would be solved, and they were happy that there was a great hero like Funina who was willing to sacrifice everything and bear the pain alone. But at the same time, they were suspicious of Fukalos again. This true god of Fontaine is the water god that they should worship and respect. What has she done in the past 500 years? This inventory is me in the mirror. At the same time, Funina, who was enjoying the delicious cake with a happy smile on her face, was also stunned. The beautiful drop-shaped pupils are shrinking. Very shocked. Chapter 91. Funina has always had very complicated feelings about me in the mirror. After hundreds of years of pain and suffering, she once doubted me in the mirror and whether her persistence was of any use. Until recently, after the future was exposed in the live broadcast room, Funina completely believed in me in the mirror and believed that her persistence was right. It's just that she still has little idea of Fukalos' plan. She once asked Sujia, but Sujia did not respond directly. Instead, he told her with a smile that he would know soon. Could it be that Sujia was referring to this inventory? Lord Fukalos, Claland on the side, couldn't help but exclaimed, and her beautiful eyes widened. It turned out to be Lord Fukalos' inventory? Claland's face quickly became serious, and she kept staring at the video very solemnly. She wondered what Fukalos' plans were. Not only the residents of Fontaine were curious, but the high-level officials were no exception. Sujia didn't speak. He just smiled and continued eating the cake. He believed that everyone would change their views when Fukalos' inventory was over. This person was the one who planned everything and deceived Heavenly Law. However, perhaps due to his own intervention, there were some flaws in this plan. Fukalos, is your plan finally coming to light? In Mamon Palace, Navalet stopped working and said to himself seriously. Before that, he had always suspected that Fukalos might be hiding in the Cardinal's apocalypse, and had also secretly explored it, but to no avail. But I didn't expect that now, the live broadcast room would actually start taking stock of Mekaros. In this way, no matter what Fukaros' plan is, he will know it clearly this time. At the same time, in the opera, a huge oral oracle ruled the Cardinal. Within its space, in a vast stage space, Fukalo, 840, sat on a table as if he was thinking about something, lightly lifting his snow-white feet. At this time, the sound of the system came, and she subconsciously widened her eyes, a little stunned. Fukalo's inventory? Isn't this herself? Oh, if this happens, won't my plan be completely in vain? Fukalos quickly looked at the live broadcast room and saw the already bustling world channel, and he suddenly felt distressed. Although she had had a premonition after Nina's inventory was over, when it actually came, Kalos was still at a loss. She has been planning this plan for hundreds of years. If it were exposed and Sky Island was alarmed, wouldn't all her hard work be in vain? How about breaking the throne by force? While Fukalos was distressed, he couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. She has accumulated 500 years of law and energy, and now she has enough power to crush gods. No, if we don't proceed according to the prophecy, even if we destroy the throne, we still cannot hide from the laws of heaven. We will inevitably be liquidated. Fukalos shook his head to calm down. She is well aware of the terrifying nature of heavenly law. If the other party is really alarmed, everything will be over. Only deception is the only way. Now I can only hope that the exposure of the live broadcast room will not alarm Sky Island. Not long after, Fukalos sighed. His little face drooped, a little embarrassed. She was completely helpless. The appearance of this live broadcast room disrupted all her plans and even tied them into a deadlock. This left Fukalos with no choice but to hope for a miracle. Kaya, I'm the first one this time. It's not in vain that I fished for fish early in the morning and watched the appearance of the live broadcast room all the time. Master Executive, what a pity, I still couldn't get the first one. Hu Tao, damn it, this hall leader is actually third place. Angry, Dialek. Huh, is this the style of the Knights of the West Wind? The dignified cavalry captain actually messed up so early in the morning. This is hard for people to believe in the Knights. Acting Captain Sheen, Kaya. Your mission will be doubled again. Roaring, Kaya. Arataki Ito, huh. I laughed to death, good job. Kelly, Brother Kaya is so pitiful. Navia, I once heard Su Jie say that most of Mondstadt's work was done by Sheen alone, and he was often so tired that he didn't even have time to rest. I thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect it to be true. Charlotte, doesn't that wind god do anything? Although Lady Funina often drinks tea and listens to opera, she also always listens to the people's voices and responds to their wishes. Wendy, Tavarin, Humph, this guy doesn't do anything serious. He just hangs around and fishes all day long. Roaring, Paimon is not emergency food. One or two of you gods are too immoral. Sino, Mondstadt's god of wind is a fisherman and drunkard. Liu Yenshin is a retired old man with no money, and Inazuma's god of thunder is an autistic homebody. El Hazen, the diversity of gods is really amazing. I just don't know what kind of god little Jishan Kasatama will be. Little Lucky Grass King. In the Jingshan Palace, the little grass god Nazida fell into deep contemplation. Why do her seniors seem more unreliable than the others? Are all gods like this? No. She seems to be one of the 7 gods, and compared to several seniors, she seems to be worse. For a moment, Nasida fell into self-doubt, and even couldn't help but feel inferior. At the same time, in the video, a scene began to slowly emerge. It is an endless sea. In this sea area, a very slender and gentle woman covered in white gauze appeared. She was looking at a flawless, extremely beautiful pure water elf. Fukalos, my dependent, I am about to pass away. Before I pass away, I will pass on my divine power to you. From today on, you will be Fontaine's second-generation water god. Among them, the gentle woman said. Her voice was very soft, as if it could tolerate all things. Lady Agolia, how could you pass away? You are a god. Hearing this, the beautiful pure water elf exclaimed, shocked by this fact. There is nothing impossible about this. Even gods will pass away one day, and so will I. Egelia shook her head. She was calm and not afraid of death. Take it, my power. From today on you will be Fontaine's second-generation water god. The words fell. An astonishing power emerged from Agolia's body, which was her divine power and authority. At this moment, the terrifying power turned into a ball of light, and then fell on the overwhelmed Carlos Fucus. The powerful power transformed Juan Carlos. Not long after, Fucalo's body shape changed. She was no longer a pure water elf, but transformed into a girl wearing white and blue clothes with silver-blue gradient hair. There was a faint light all over her body, and she was as beautiful as a dream. You are so beautiful, Fukalos. You are the perfect second-generation water god like this. Seeing Fucalo's appearance at this time, Egolia smiled happily, very happy. Such a beautiful and flawless posture is worthy of being a water god. But the next second, her figure trembled, and she fell towards the sea. Lady Egolia, are you okay? Seeing this, Fukalos exclaimed and quickly caught Egolia, with a worried look on his face. Obviously, he is not arrogant or contemptuous just because he became the water god. I can no longer maintain my form. I will soon return to pure water and merge into the ocean. There is no need to be sad about this. This is the fate of all pure water elves. Egoria said softly. She leaned in Fucalo's arms. Her smart eyes were staring at Fucalo's carefully and continued. I'm going to have to work hard on you from now on. Fengdan, and the matter of predicting the crisis will all fall on your shoulders. Prophecy crisis? Lady Egolia, what is that? Fucalo's was a little confused. She couldn't help but tilted her head. Her cute little face was full of doubts. Foretelling a crisis? Why has she never heard of it? Huh, this is the mess I left for you. About the prophecy crisis. Egolia chuckled, and then she slowly opened her mouth and told all the reasons and consequences of the predicted crisis, including the creation of the Fontaine people, which offended the heavenly law. It's up to you to solve the problem from now on. Remember, heavenly law cannot be an enemy. If you do it forcefully, the entire Fengdan will be destroyed. Having said this, Agolia's figure continued to collapse, turning into countless blue light spots and dissipating. At this time, Fukalos had not yet recovered from Agolia's words. Still extremely shocked, when she came back to her senses, Egolia had turned into countless light spots and merged into the ocean, completely dissipating. Lady Egolia. Looking at the fallen Egolia, Fukalos looked dazed. At this moment, she was a little confused and at a loss. You really left me with an unsolvable problem. It's impossible to succeed at all, Fukalos murmured. The dull hair on her silver-gray hair was drooped down. She was sitting alone on a giant shell, her eyes dull, as if she was in a daze. At this time, the live broadcast room also exploded. Navia, it turns out that this is the time when Master Fukalos will inherit the throne of God. Charlotte, this seems to be 500 years ago. At that time, Lady Egolia died not long ago, and then Lady Fukalos succeeded to the position of Water God. Dialect, I didn't expect that Fukaros was a dependent of the first-generation Water God. Zhongli, that is indeed Egolia. She is a very gentle god. Executor's son, although I say so, Fukalos is too unlucky. As soon as he took over as the Water God, he was forced to face the super difficult problem of prophecy crisis. Spread hands. Zigwin, I really can't help but feel sorry for Master Fukalos. Smile. Acting Captain Sheen. It's really difficult for her to be forced to accept the problem of the century just after taking office. Which Lisa, in a sense, Sheen, your situation is very similar to that of Fukalos. Acting Captain Sheen, like? How is this possible? How am I qualified to compare with gods? Wendy, no. Sheen, don't be humble. In my eyes, you are better than the gods. Acting Captain Sheen, Lord Barbados, thank you very much for your trust. Sujia, ahem. I think, compared with Wendy, any responsible person will be outstanding. Smile. Tvarin, that's right. A guy who does nothing all day long is worthy of being compared to the teeth of a young lion. Wendy, thunder and lightning shadow, the ancient god of wind, I didn't expect him to behave like this. Shakes head. Navalet, well, it is similar to my water god. Headache. Water goddess Funina, nonsense. I also have something to do, okay. Angry. Zigwin, what do you mean by doing things, drinking tea and eating cakes every day, or traveling around and watching operas? Smile. Charlotte, hiss. If you put it this way, Valette has indeed been the supreme judge of Fontaine for 500 years. Master Valette has done almost everything. El Hazen, it seems that like that Sheen, the so-called Water Dragon King, is just a free labor force. Navalet. In Mamong Palace, Navalet looked at the documents in front of him and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. It seems that he has been working like this for the past 500 years. He never seemed to doubt why he worked so hard. Now that I see people saying this, I feel like I am enlightened. He shouldn't be so tired. Valette's face was a little solemn, and he began to think about what he wanted to change. Lord Valette, this is today's document. But at this moment, Amiluxin ran in outside the door and placed a stack of documents on the table. Then, she looked at Navalette and said, Lord Valette, you have worked hard over the past 500 years. Hear this. Valette's eyes widened slightly, as if there was a thunder in his heart. Yes, over the past 500 years, he has indeed been busy, but he has already integrated into this Fontainebleau. Everything he does is not for anything else, but to make these lovely people show beautiful smiles. For this reason, it doesn't matter if it's just a little hard work. That's all. Take a little rest and work overtime at night. Looking at the documents in front of him, Valette shook his head, put down the pen in his hand, and prepared to rest for a while. At the same time, in the video, the smiling Carlos, who has been sitting in a daze with his eyes blank all the time, doesn't know what he is thinking. Time flies. I don't know how much time passed. Fukalos seemed to have finally figured something out. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he cheered. Yes, I have a solution. Fukalos' eyes were shining, and his lovely face was full of joy. This method will definitely save Fontaine. The so-called prophecy crisis. I will definitely crack it, she said confidently. In the endless sea water, Fukalos put his hands on his hips, and his whole body was shining, pure and beautiful, like a dreamy elf. Immediately afterwards, the screen switches, and a new scene appears. Hello, my name is Fukalos. 11 Fu 5.3 Carlos stood in front of a silver-haired young man, showing a bright smile. Where is this place? Who am I? The silver-haired young man looked indifferent. He glanced at Fukalos, then looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, and couldn't help but frown. I am the demon god Fukalos, the second-generation water god of Fontaine, the ruler of Fontaine, and one of the 7 rulers in the world. Hearing this, Fukalos announced with a proud look on his face with his hands on his hips. As for you, you are the new generation of Water Dragon King. I brought you out of an empty place. Now you have no place to go. Do you want to go to another section of Fontainebleau time? Fukalos continued. Water Dragon King. Okay. Hearing this, the silver-haired young man was slightly startled, as if he didn't understand the meaning. He looked at Fukalos, hesitated for a while, and then nodded. From today on, you are the supreme judge of Fontaine, responsible for assisting me in ruling Fontaine. Seeing that the silver-haired young man agreed, Fukalos smiled and seemed very satisfied, then announced, "By the way, you don't have a name yet? Then let me give you a name. Well, let's call it Valette." That Valette. The silver-haired young man was Na Violet's famous minister in Xiao Lan's words. He seemed to be in a trance. "Okay, I'll call you Valette, the highest judge." Valette nodded. "Okay, the first step of the plan was successful, to abduct the Water Dragon King. It's time to implement the next step of the plan." Looking at the confused Valette in front of him, Fukalos smiled brightly and was very satisfied with his plan. Charlotte, Lord Valette, was actually abducted by Lord Fukalos? Shocked, Master Executor, and Valette seems to have been born not long ago at this time, and he doesn't even have his own name. Sino, this is child trafficking. Duh. Chapter 92. Navia, abducting children? Afraid. Ichido Arataki. This Valette doesn't look like a child, does it? Scratches his head. Miss Kamisato, yes. How can there be such a child? Beidou. That's right. Valette looks like he can blow up a mountain with one punch at this time. So why can't he be considered a child? Which Lisa? You can't say that. Valette is not very old. She was born 500 years ago, maybe not long ago, and she doesn't even have a name. It's not an exaggeration to say she is a child. 1. Yinfei. Well, at this time, Valette doesn't even have her own name, and she can't remember anything. Even if she's not a child, she's still an amnesiac. Fukalos. She's already broken the law. Pushing up her glasses, Valette. Liasli. According to the Fontaine Court, if you commit such a crime, you will have to be sentenced to at least several years, right? Zigwin. Oops. When I think of Lord Fukalos possibly being captured in Merlo-Petersburg, I can't help but look forward to it. Blackbelly. Water Goddess Funina. You are so bold. Shocked, Sujia. Well, it would be a good thing to let that fool suffer a little. Smile. Cardinal adjudication. In the stage space, watching everyone's speeches, Fukalos' expression was a little stiff, and he couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. I didn't expect that I would be denounced. Poof. Fukalos muttered to himself, couldn't help but laugh, covered his stomach with his hands, and smiled happily. She was not angry at all. On the contrary, she even had some pleasant emotions. During these 500 years, Funina was not the only one to bear the pain. In fact, she was also the same, enduring the loneliness of being alone. In this cardinal enlightenment, with only her conscious body left, she endured 500 years of loneliness, silently accumulating strength alone. Then wait for your own death. Compared to Funina, the pain she endured was actually not bad at all. Even, she wanted to kill herself with her own hands. For 500 years, in the loneliness of a single person, he waited for his destined death. The fear and pain involved are also not something ordinary people can bear. Even if Fukalos is prepared, he will inevitably feel fear and the pain buried in his heart. But now, she feels joy and has some happy emotions during the long 16 years of loneliness. Only the previous Sujia could give her some of this kind of emotional fluctuation. But Valette was indeed trafficked by me. In a sense, I did break the law. The corners of Fukalos' mouth rose, and she looked at Valette, who looked confused in the video and was lame after being fooled by her, and felt very happy in her heart. Oops, this is the naive and ignorant Water Dragon King Valette. This kind of scene is quite rare. If she didn't want to expose herself for the time being, she would have wanted to speak on the World Channel. But now it seems that her hiding place will be exposed in the live broadcast room soon. When the time comes, just show up and scare everyone. Fukalos sat on the table, swaying his flawless little feet and muttering. A bad smile appeared on his face. And Xiao Sujia, you seem to be calling me a fool. When I go out, I will make sure you look good. As he said that, Fukalos waved his pink fist, and an evil smile appeared on his face. On the other side, the source of Ba. Fukalos, looking at himself in the video, Valette also fell silent, recalling what happened 500 years ago. At that time, he had just woken up not long ago. He was still in a state of ignorance and did not understand anything. He was taken to Fontaine by Fukalos and was deceived into Mamong Palace by her master. Now think about it. It really made him a little funny. This woman deceived him from the beginning. No wonder she succeeded in deceiving him, Tianli. In video, Valette agreed to Fukalos and officially became the high judge of the form. It's just that, at this time, Fukalos did not officially appear in the eyes of the people. Her plan has just begun, and she cannot expose herself to the public. Then, the scene turned and appeared on the stage of Opal Opera House. A huge mirror stands. At the same time, Fukulos was glowing with light, illuminating the entire space. Immediately, in the shocked eyes of countless people, Carlos Wu unexpectedly identified another person. In other words, it split into two people. One of them is Fukulos. She still looks the same, but her figure has become extremely unreal, as if she has lost her body. The other one has silver blue hair, has the same face as Fukulos, wears a blue top and white pants, and wears a blue crown hat. It was Funina. Funina, Funina, you are my ideal human being. I stripped away all the power and authority of the gods, and my body and part of my consciousness became you as a human being. The phantom of Fukulos looked at Funina, his eyes flowing, full of expectation and yearning. You will replace me, become a human, become a water god, and lead the people of Fontaine. This may be painful and sad, but I believe you can do it. Fukulos continued to speak, and she put her hands together as if blessing the Dr. Nina. And these words also shocked countless people. Navia, I'm a little dizzy. Could it be that Lady Funina is the human body of Lady Fukulos? Zhongli, no, it's not that simple. It's not just a human body. Rather than a human body, it should be said to be a powerless Bud Carlos. Rado Dragon King. Yes, Fukuros stripped away all the power of the gods, leaving only the human part, and this part is Funina. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, it seems that part of the truth has emerged. Funina and Fukulos are essentially the same person. They are both water gods. Charlotte. This is incredible. So Funina is actually the water goddess. She is not fake. Leosley. Yes, the people of Fontaine were still criticizing Lady Funina before, and they will even judge Lady Funina in the future, thinking that she is not the water god. Now it seems that this is really ridiculous. Navalit. It seems that we have all been deceived. Fukulos is really too cunning. Arataki Ito. I am shocked that Funina is really the water goddess. Has everyone misunderstood it? Executor Servant. Well, I was also deceived. In the future, I thought Funina was fake, but I didn't expect that she was indeed the real Fukulos, but she didn't have the power of a god. El Hazen. It's normal if you think about it carefully. Fukuros wants to deceive the laws of nature. If he just makes an identical human being, he will probably be found out. Coral Palace Shinhai. Since real humans will be seen through, let humans pretend to be the water gods. We are worthy of Fukulos. This strategy is really powerful. Miko Ye. Ouch, compared to this one, my general is really embarrassed. Thunder Movie. Son of God, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Water Goddess Funina. In the live broadcast room, countless people were shocked by this amazing news. Especially the people in Fontaine were dumbfounded. Funina and Fukulos are actually the same person. Both are actually water gods. There is no false water goddess. The only difference is that Funina has no divine power and is just a human being as a water goddess. And Fukulos is an individual with divine power. We are actually one. I am me in the mirror, so that's how it is. On the other side, Funina was also stunned. She murmured. Her head was dizzy and her heart was unbelievable. This shocking truth makes it difficult for those who raised her to come back to their senses. Looking dazed, even the cake in my hand no longer smells good. She turned out to be the real water goddess. There was no such thing as acting from the beginning. He actually asked, Water God, to play the role of water god? So that's it. Is this part of the plan? Clawland on the side also murmured. Sujia, do you also know about this? At this time, Imo Ningna raised her head and looked at Sujia. Well, I know something. Sujia nodded. Then are we one person or two different people? Wu Ningna continued to ask. Her expression was full of uneasiness. Funina, you are you, and Fukulos is Fukulos. Although you are one person, you are not an individual. There is no need to worry. You are always yourself. Nina Dechu. Su Jie's expression became serious, as if he saw Funina's worries, and quickly comforted her. Well, thank you, Su Jie. Funina seemed to understand. A smile appeared on her face, and she spoke softly. Then she came close to Su Jie and leaned her head intimately on Su Jie's arm, full of intimacy. Seeing this, Su Jie was a little surprised, but he did not refuse. Instead, he cut the cake with a knife and fork and fed it to Funina, looking very intimate. Clawland on the side glanced at the two of them and couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Even the delicious cake in front of me seemed to be no longer fragrant at this time. At the same time, in the video, after Fukulos finished doing all this, his body disappeared into the huge mirror. Time passed, and an unknown amount of time passed. Funina, who had been sleeping, her eyelids were beating slowly at this moment, and she soon woke up. Where is this? She stood up, looked at the dark and empty stage in front of her, and said with a blank expression. Immediately, she looked forward, where there was a huge mirror illuminated by lights. She walked over subconsciously. Funina, Funina. When he walked to the mirror, Fukulo's voice rang, calling Funina's name. Huh? Who? Who is calling me? Where are you? Funina seemed to be awakened by this voice, looked around with a fearful expression, and said, Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. I'm right in front of you. Fukulo's voice continued to sound, and then, in front of the huge mirror, Fukulo's figure appeared. After that, there was a familiar conversation, the agreement between Carlos and Menina. Funina will play Fukulo's as the water god to deceive the people of Fontaine. And this agreement lasted for 500 years, and he has been playing the role of water god. The second step of the plan is successful. Funina, you will be the most important part. I hope you can stick to it and not expose yourself. In the mirror, looking at Funina who had promised him, Carlos relaxed. As long as Funina doesn't reveal her secrets and can continue to act, she is confident that she can succeed. I believe you can do it, Funina, Fukulos said. However, she did not act immediately, but continued to watch, wanting to see how Funina's first performance would be. Soon, the camera switched. Funina performed on the stage for the first time, and her famous scene as the water goddess appeared. At this time, Fukulos was also observing secretly. If Funina really exposed her secret, she would help. Under the gaze of Fukulos, Funina, who played the role for the first time, was timid, like a timid little girl, which directly aroused everyone's suspicion and ridicule. Just when Fukulos couldn't help but want to help, Funina seemed to be a different person. She stood in the center of the stage and started her own gorgeous performance. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by judgment, as long as you, my people, you firmly believe in justice in your heart. As long as I am here at the Opocal Opera House, and before the cardinal rules on this oracle, I, the demon god Fukulos, can judge even the gods in the world. Funina's arrogant voice resounded throughout the opera house, immediately attracting countless cheers. Everyone is extremely excited and supporting their great new god, Fukulos. Even the gods can judge. In the dark, Fukulos looked at this scene and murmured to himself with a shocked expression. For a long time, the corners of her mouth rose, feeling extremely pleased. 547. As expected of you, Funina, the most perfect human being in my vision. You have successfully played the role of a god. This is something that even I cannot do. In this way, I can start the third step of the plan with confidence. Fukulos said. Soon, the scene switched and Carlos' figure appeared in front of the huge, cardinal adjudication in the empty Opocal Opera House. She looked at this mechanism created by her own divine power and murmured, If you want to destroy the throne, you need extremely terrifying law compensation, hybrid energy to do it. At least, you have to maintain the operation of Fontaine for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Let me, Fukulos, accumulate a huge amount of talent myself. Only in this oracle machine can I do this. Said. Fukulos' figure soon disappeared into the cardinal adjudication, and the huge mechanism lit up with blue light, extremely sacred and dazzling. After a long time, the mechanism calmed down, and in the dark space inside, Fukulos sat silently, enduring the boundless loneliness, and began to accumulate energy. No matter how many years it takes, I will definitely do it. Funina, let us work hard together. Fukulos said, her eyes showing her trust in Funina. This scene also shocked countless people in the live broadcast room. Not only is Fukulos alive, but also, she has been hiding in the Cardinal Advocate to accumulate legal power. This news is so exciting. Navia, it turns out that Lady Fukulos has been paying attention to Lady Funina and is always ready to help Lady Funina. She did not stand idly by. Charlotte, it's so shocking. I feel that Lady Fukulos's revelations are no less than those of Lady Funina. Linny, not only that, Sir Fukulos has been watching Fontaine, watching every trial. The judgment of the cardinal decree is actually the judgment of Lord Yakulos. Zhongli, destroy the god's throne. I thought Fukuros's plan to deceive Tianli was already shocking, but I didn't expect her idea to be even more horrifying. It was a god's throne. Shakes head. Thunder movie. To break the throne, such a method is tantamount to violating the rules and order laid down by heaven. This difficulty is really exaggerated. Little Lucky Grass King. No wonder Funina needs to play the role of the water god. No wonder it takes up to 500 years. Several links in this plan can be said to be indispensable. Wendy, It's so scary. It's so courageous. I was shocked. Dr. Executive Officer, it's really crazy. Aren't you afraid of awakening, Heavenly Principle, by doing this? Ruwa Tuwa Dragon King. Well, even in my complete form, I cannot achieve the power to crush the throne. That would be equivalent to resisting the will of heaven. Ruochuo Dragon King. This young god is not only bold, but also very courageous. Navalit. Fukalos. Her plan is too crazy. Fukalos. Hey, everyone deserves a prize. Actually, it's nothing. Grimace. Chapter 93. Water Goddess Funina. It's me in the mirror. You finally came out. I miss you so much. Crying. Navia. F. Lord Fukalos. Shocked. Liosli. This is really a grand scene that has been rare in hundreds of years. Lord Fukalos, you have finally appeared. Charlotte. It's so unbelievable. The real Mr. Carlos Ure has actually appeared. Zigwin. It's really shocking. Smile. Linny. It turns out to be the water god Fukalos. Lynette. My brother was shocked, although I was too. Poker Face. Executor Servant. Demon god Fukalos, you are finally willing to show up. Navalit. Fukalos, long time no see. Sujia. Are you finally not going to hide anymore? Fukalos. Arataki Ito. I am shocked that the real Fukalos has come out. It turns out that she has never died. Kuki Ninja. Idiot boss. Water god Fukaros never died. The amount of help. The appearance of Fukalos not only shocked everyone in Fontaine, but also other people in Teyvat countries. To know, the water god Fukalos is extremely mysterious and has been hidden in darkness for hundreds of years. Even in Funina's inventory, she was just a flash in the pan and had no detailed information. In the world channel of the live broadcast room, her shadow has never been seen. But this time, she actually showed up. Fukalos. Hey, did you not expect that I am so popular? So many people are surprised by my appearance. It seems that my charm is too great. Fukalos. Did you see it? Funina. The other me. My charm is not bad either. Water Goddess Funina. That's right. Me in the mirror. Your charm is beyond doubt. Absolutely flawless queen. Star Eyes. Windy. Hey, it seems that our Lord Water God is quite narcissistic. Zhongli. Well, as expected, this character is very similar to the Water God played by Funina. Thunder Movie. Fukalos, why did you suddenly show up? Aren't you afraid that your plan will be exposed? Fukalos. Oops, Senior Thor. Even if I don't show up, my current hiding place has been exposed by the live broadcast room. Everyone already knows it, and there is no point in continuing to deceive myself and others. Fukalos, so? Let's come out. How about it? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Are you all scared by me? In the space of the Oracle machine, Fukalos was sitting on the table, a pair of flawless white feet swaying, and each nail of the white toes was azure, crystal clear, and attractive. At this moment, she was shaking with a naughty smile on her face. She had already made plans for her appearance, but she never found the opportunity. She has now been taken stock of, and all the information has been revealed. It would be pointless for her to hide any longer. It would be better to just show up and shock everyone. In fact, as she expected, everyone was really shocked by her appearance. This made Fukalos very happy and felt a sense of joy that the show was successful. Navia, I have to say that I was really shocked by the appearance of Lord Fukalos. Miss Kamisato, I didn't expect that even the water god Fukaros would appear. Then there are already 5 earthly 7 in power in the live broadcast room now. Executor Servant. Not only that, there are several dragons, 3 dragon kings, a wind dragon, and a monster that even the dragon king can defeat. Executor Young Master. TSK, this is a gathering of monsters, gods, dragon kings, and a pervert. A small character like me would tremble. Laugh. Silkuk. Indeed, if you want to get involved with them, only a master can do it. Great Astrologer. When I become a powerful prophet, it will be the same. Unhappy. Fukalos. Hey, everyone is giving you too much praise. In fact, I am not that powerful. Moreover, I want to correct Xiao Lan on one point. In fact, it is not me who interferes with the Oracle machine. It is an absolutely impartial machine. 5 for hundreds of years, cases at the Fontaine trial have been decided by the Oracle machine. Fukalos. As for me, I collect more than half of the energy generated from it, leaving only a part of the energy that is enough for Fontaine to operate. Fukalos. As for most of this energy, hey, you already know their uses. Linny. I see, it seems I misunderstood. Thunder Movie. Can the power of the law of compensation hunter really be able to break the throne of God? Fukalos. Of course, according to my calculations, it will take about 10,000 years of power to maintain the operation of Fontaine, which is enough to do it. Zhongli. Such a huge energy is far beyond what a demon can possess. It is indeed possible to crush the throne. Think, little lucky grass king. I didn't expect your plan to be so crazy and dangerous. Fukalos, this is the only way. If you don't try it, Fontaine will really be hopeless. Kaya, as expected of a god. Even a second-generation god is still scary. Fear, executor's servant. The second-generation gods have this method, but what about the first generation? Hear this. Countless people felt a chill in their hearts. You know, Fukalos is just a second-generation god who has just inherited the power of the first-generation water god. In theory, she is just a new god. But such a new god was able to spend 500 years accumulating a terrifying energy that was sure to shatter the throne. What about the first-generation gods, such as the wind god and the rock god, the two oldest gods? Oh, it seems that our Lord Barbados is far from that simple. In Mondstadt, Kaya, who was fishing somewhere, couldn't help but touched his chin and muttered to himself. In the past, when he always showed the appearance of a harmless drunkard who took advantage of the situation. He was even easily defeated by Ms. and took away the Eye of God. Therefore, the feeling that Wendy gave to everyone in Mondstadt, including Tevat, was that he, the god of wind, was very inferior. But now, even the second-generation new god Fukalos has such heaven-defying methods and can accumulate terrifying power for thousands of years. As one of the two oldest gods among the seven gods, is the wind god really as simple as he appears? But the more powerful Lord Barbados is, the safer Mondstadt will be, which is also a good thing. Soon, a bright smile appeared on Kaya's face. Lord Barbados. Not only Kaya, but also Chin, Lisa, Dialek, and others also quickly thought of Wendy, thinking thoughtfully in their hearts. In their opinion, Wendy definitely has similar methods, at least no worse than Fukalos. And there is also the retired Liyue rock god. This one is the oldest god among the seven gods, and his force can even compete with the Dragon King. What unnatural means will he have? Sure enough, none of the seven gods are easy to mess with, especially the wind and rock gods. At this moment, the strong men from all the countries in Tevat had this cold feeling in their hearts. There is another layer of reverence for the gods. Even the executives of the fools no longer treat the gods with the same arrogance and contempt as before. Just when everyone was shocked. In the video, the scene still continues, with Fukalos hiding in the Cardinal Enlightenment, secretly watching Funina while accumulating strength. Whenever he saw Funina struggling to support herself, mentally exhausted, or even in extreme pain, Fukalos would feel the same and want to cry. But she couldn't interfere. In order to accumulate enough legal energy, she put almost all her strength into it, leaving only a ray of spirit peeking at Funina. As time went by, Funina's pain became more and more severe, and her spirit seemed to have reached a critical point. And in a conversation, when meeting the descendants of Lady Theotire, Funina shed tears unconsciously. Listening to Funina's heartfelt voice, I saw her crying but wanting. Fukalos also shed tears. In the video, she was sitting alone in a dark space, with the same face and eyes as Funina, and she was also full of tears at this moment. Then he continued to drift down. Oops. It seems that I have accumulated too much water element, and it has flowed down unknowingly. Fukalos came back to his senses, touched the tears on his cheeks, and forced a plain smile on his face, as if talking to himself carelessly. Well, Funina, if you persist for a while, it will be fast. You will soon be able to accumulate enough strength. By then, everything will be over. As Fukalos said, she looked up at the top of her head. There was a huge trapezoidal sword suspended in it, which was condensed with extremely terrifying energy. The power faintly emanating from it is enough to make any demon tremble. That is not a force that the devil can resist. Once a full-scale outbreak occurs, it will be enough to wipe out Fontaine and the surrounding countries on the Tevat plate. It turns out me in the mirror has been looking at me. In Mamong Palace, Funina saw this scene with a happy smile on her face. Especially when she saw the tears that Fukalos shed unintentionally. She felt the same and felt distressed. Not only Fukalos felt sorry for her, but she also felt sorry for Fukalos. From Funina's point of view, Fukalos, who endured the darkness alone and silently for 500 years, was much more pitiable than she was. She also has power, people who support her, and all kinds of delicious food. And Fukalos, since she took over as the water god, she seems to have never tasted delicious food, whether it is cakes, desserts, delicious black tea, etc. It seems that she has no chance. There is not even free time. From the beginning, she has been working hard for Fontaine's prediction and never slackened off. But, me in the mirror, she is so pitiful. She has never tasted happiness in 500 years. Funina's face showed disappointment and distress, and then she looked at Su Jie. Su Jie, when the inventory is over, let's invite me in the mirror. Let her hang out with us, eat all kinds of delicious food together, and watch all kinds of good operas and performances. Funina said expectantly, her eyes blinking as if stars were twinkling. However, what if she doesn't come out? It seems that it will take some time for the law to be restored. But soon, Funina was disappointed again. She thought that Fukulos would not come out. Just like she wanted to hide her secrets and never expose them no matter what situation she was in. Don't worry, if she doesn't come out, I will take her out by force. Hearing this, Su Jie smiled and raised his hand to rub Funina's silver blue hair. Soon, he continued to say meaningfully, and soon I will have the ability to solve the crisis. We have the power of the machine, and we don't need to rely on Fukulo's sacrifice. He had a premonition. At the end of this period of inventory, we may have the power to solve the crisis of the Fontaine people. That form, I have a bad feeling. On the other side, Valette also frowned. He looked at the giant blue trapezoidal sword suspended above Fukulo's head and had a bad feeling in his heart. Why did the power of law and hybrid energy condense into such a dangerous form? Navia, why do I have an ominous premonition about that trapezoidal sword on Fukulo's head? Charlotte, you said that. I also have a bad feeling, as if that big knife might fall at any time. Executor Young Master, it's impossible that this big knife will fall on Fukulo's head, right? Silk, Yagenzi, Zhongli, meditating, Little Lucky Grass King. This, Executive Doctor, interesting. Paimon is not emergency food. Hey, why are you all suddenly silent? You all look like the Riddler. It makes me a little scared. Traveler, to be honest, I have an ominous premonition. Navalet, Grass Dragon Apep. Interesting, I seem to understand. Second-generation water god Fukulos, you are indeed a lunatic, even worse than that Gaiamon. Water goddess Funina, I can't understand what everyone is talking about. Arataki Ito, to be honest, I can't understand it either. Spread your hands. Fukulos. Oh, the climax must be revealed at the end. It would be too boring to reveal it now. Ms. Executive, I agree with this view. Executor Servant, Fukulos, you are indeed a god, and I pay my respects to you. At the same time, in the video, after Funina collapsed and cried, Fukulos paid more attention to Funina, and many times he couldn't help but want to take action. But it was beyond her expectation. Funina did not collapse, but persevered, still working hard to act and maintain the persona of the water god. This made Fukulos happy, but also full of heartache. 7 to 8. Fukulos was surprised to find that Funina had a rare smile on her face. That wasn't the fake smile you usually put on, but true joy from the heart, a bright, nuanced jowl, and a cheerful smile. This surprised Fukulos. What happened to Funina when she didn't know it? After that, Carlos saw a black-haired man who appeared as Nina. The other party's appearance is more like a Liyue person. Is this a Liyue person? Su Jie? How come there are outsiders around Funina? Fukulos subconsciously frowned. Funina was too important, especially when the plan reached a very critical stage. A small accident might lead to failure. She thought about secretly expelling Su Jie and keeping him away from Funina. But seeing the smile on Funina's face, she fell silent again and finally gave up. Just watched silently. Until one day, Fukulos was alarmed by the sadness in Funina's heart. Immediately, she saw Funina, who was crying in her heart, and Su Jie, who was full of scars, at the first glance. After understanding the cause and effect, she learned that Su Jie was injured while protecting Funina. In addition, the identity of the other party from outside the star seat also made Fukulos curious. This gave her the idea of meeting Su Jie. Therefore, one night, she used a rare ray of divine power to pull Su Jie's consciousness into the space where the cardinal decreed. Hello, strange visitor. In a gorgeous stage space, Fukulos, dressed in a dreamlike pure white costume, was looking at the confused Su Jieju with a smile. The smile on his face is mysterious. Fukulos. However, the next second, Su Jie's words caused Fukulos' enigmatic smile to break. Her whole expression froze. The other party actually knew her name and identity? Who are you? How do you know my name? Who sent you? And what is the purpose of approaching Funina? Almost immediately, Fukulos' face turned cold. She looked coldly at Su Jie, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. It was as if Su Jie was going to kill him if he said something wrong. Chapter 94. Water Goddess Funina. When did Su Jie meet me in the mirror? Why didn't I know about this? Shock. Fukulos. Hey, it happened one lonely night. I secretly attacked Sujia, and I was the one who won him the first time. Laughing. Water goddess Funina. Sujia. QEQ. You actually did such a thing. Sujia. Fukulos, you shady guy, don't say such ambiguous things, okay? I'll spank you in my heart. Fukulos. Hee. Navia. Master Fukulos' character is really a bit special. Florent. Well, it seems that there are still some gaps in the water god played by Lady Funina. Nilu, but Sujia actually met Fukulos, which is really surprising. Little Lucky Grass King. Everyone, do you still remember the previous episode where Valette once suspected that Sujia had the aura of a god in his body? Amber, I remembered it. And the two of them almost fought you. Navalet. Yes, I did sense that he had a cursed aura similar to that of Funina. I thought it was the aura of a god. Hutao Oyoyo. So, this is where Sujia has the breath of God. Which Lisa, it seems to be right now. In video. I know a lot of things, including all your plans and Fontaine's future. Facing the threat from Fukulos, Sujia's expression was very calm, and he was not scared at all. He said calmly. And, Fukulos, there is no need to deliberately act cold. You are not that kind of ruthless god, and there is no murderous intention in your aura. Sujia shook his head. He looked like he had seen through Fukulos, which made Fukulos feel a little discouraged. Because she is indeed, as Sujia said, not that kind of ruthless god, and it is impossible for her to kill a life just because of her suspicions. Especially Sujia saved Funina. Just because of this, it was impossible for her to repay kindness and kill Sujia. Humph, you said you know a lot, including Fontaine's future. What will be the outcome in the future? Has my plan succeeded? Thinking like this, Fukulo's expression gradually relaxed, and he asked with a hum. You're not going to kill me? In response, Sujia did not respond immediately, but asked with a smile. You guys, don't push yourself too hard. Just because I won't kill you doesn't mean I don't have other means. Don't forget that I'm a god. I don't mind letting you suffer a little bit. Hearing the teasing in Sujia's tone, Fukulos wrinkled his 067 Xiong nose and seemed a little unhappy. He raised his little hand and waved his fist threateningly. Don't try to challenge the majesty of the gods. As she said that, she tried her best to put on a fierce expression, but in Sujia's eyes she looked very cute and not dangerous at all. But, even though he knew it was cute, Sujia still made a scared expression. Yes. Master Fukulos is really too majestic. I'm very scared. It's just that the tone sounds very weird. As long as you know. However, Fukulos didn't care. When Sujia gave in, she put her hands on her hips, looking proud and childish. Okay, tell me your information quickly. Immediately afterwards, Fukulos blinked his beautiful eyes again and urged. Well, just as you expected, Fontaine's prophecy has indeed been cracked. But seeing Fukulo's impatience, Sujia sighed secretly and said. But after he said it, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face, and he was about to continue talking. Okay, you don't have to say anything. I've already guessed what you're going to say. At this moment, Fukulos interrupted Sujia with a wave of his hand, a bright smile appearing on his face. She jumped onto a table that appeared out of thin air, shaking her naked feet. He was still humming. It was obvious that Fukulos was in a happy mood. Navia, Master Fukulos seems to be very happy. Liasli, I think I am so happy because I know that my efforts have not been in vain. Zigwin, whether it is Lady Funina or Lady Fukulos, they are all dedicated to Fontaine. Linny, well, with such a great god, Fontaine can survive the prophecy crisis. Lynette, that's right. Executor servant. Both Funina and Fukulos are indeed worthy of being called gods. They have done what they should do. Charlotte, yes. Such a god is really too much fun. Everyone in Fontaine was feeling emotional. In video, since the prophecy has been successfully cracked, it also means that my plan has been successful. This is enough, isn't it? Fukulos said with a smile. Her expression was very calm, as if she only had joy and no emotions such as sadness or fear. This made Sujia feel very unhappy, and an inexplicable anger surged up. But you sacrificed it. Sujia did not say this sentence. He just remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. But I don't think it's enough. Gab, Sujia said with a firm tone and bright eyes, staring directly at Fukulos. Huh? Not enough. Fukulos was a little surprised, as if he didn't understand what Suju meant. Isn't this enough? After 500 years of planning, just sacrificing her alone can save the entire Fontainebleau. Isn't this enough? Could it be that many other people died? Yes, it's not enough. The sacrifice is too great. I don't like that ending, even if it looks the best. Sujia shook his head and spoke solemnly. This was also his truest thought when working on the main plot. Whether it's Funina crying or Mekaros facing death calmly. This was unacceptable to Sujia. While working on this main plot, he wished that some yellow-haired idiot could change everything. Therefore, after traveling through time, he made up his mind to change everything. Is the sacrifice too big? Yes, but there is no way around it. If you want to deceive heavenly law and decipher the prophecy, it is impossible to sacrifice nothing at all. Fukulo's sighed, and a look of sadness appeared on her face, as if she had seen the death of many people in Fontaine. This made her feel unbearable. It's just, this is the best she can do. As for his own death, she had been prepared for a long time. Although she was afraid in her heart, she was determined to die for the people of Fontaine. Therefore, Fukulos didn't care about the outcome of his destined sacrifice. She only cares about the people of Fontaine who may be sacrificed, and laments and sheds tears because of this. What about you? What about yourself? Hearing what Fukulos said, Suk couldn't help but say, Me? I am Fukulos, the god of Fontaine. You little guy, don't underestimate the gods. Fukulos was speechless. She could understand the meaning of Sujia's words, but she pretended to be indifferent and proud. Then, she looked at Sujia playfully. Why? Is it possible that you still want to be saved? That's right. I want to change everything, change that outcome, especially you. Sujia focused his eyes on Fukulos' face and said in a solemn tone, Change everything? Fukulos was stunned. She took a deep look at Sujia, as if she was looking at an idiot. But, she saw determination in Sujia's eyes. She fell silent. Oh, you are indeed an idiot. No wonder you practice so crazily every day. Fukulos shook his head. She has been paying attention to Funina, and naturally, she also monitors Sujia. Of course, he knew how crazy Sujia's cultivation was. But you said so, and I'm also curious about how far you can go. Well, let me give you a little gift. Fukulos raised his hand and waved, and a blue light sank into Sujia's body. I left a power similar to a curse on you. This is the blessing of the water god. It is very helpful for your cultivation. I hope you can give me a surprise. Fukulos smiled. At the same time, Sujia also felt the changes in his body. The stress and fatigue caused by previous cultivation completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of relaxation. This surprised Sujia. In this way, wouldn't he be able to practice even more crazily? Okay, you can leave. Fukulos continued, holding hands to drive Sujia out. Wait a minute, Fukulos, can I come here more often? Sujia asked quickly. Come here often? This won't work. It will take a lot of my strength to bring you in. Fukulos wrinkled his nose. But I have a lot of things I don't understand about cultivation, and I need to ask you for advice. Besides, you have been alone for the past 500 years, so it would be nice to have someone with you, right? Sujia said. Huh? That's ridiculous. Who am I? I am Fukulos, the majestic god of Fontaine. How could I be lonely for only 500 years? When she heard this, Fukulos suddenly became furious. She was unhappy. Looked at Sujia. Humph. But since you work so hard, I will teach you a few times if I have the chance. Let's go then. With a wave of her hand, she expelled Sujia's consciousness from the space of the oracle machine. She was the only one left in the entire stage space. Lonely. Looking at the empty space, Fukulos bent his knees, squatted on the table, buried his face in his arms, and his murmuring voice echoed in the space. This scene also gave countless people in Fontaine the urge to break their guard and burst into tears. Sure enough, whether it was Lady Funina or Lady Fukulos, they were all equally distressed. Navia, sure enough. Even if Fukulos is a god and has all the divine power, she is just a little girl, and she will still be lonely and cry. Tianquan Ningguang. Well, after 500 years of loneliness and perseverance, even gods will be lonely. Zhongli. This child, she carries no less things than Funina. Little Lucky Grass King. No matter which water god he is, he still makes people feel distressed. Acting Captain Sheen. Also, what Sujia said about the big sacrifice surprised me. He seemed to have something in mind. Beidou. Well, I find it strange too. And Sujia also said he wanted to save Carlos Fucus. Could it be that something will happen to Carlos Huang too? Xiaogong, huh? Fukulos will also die? Impossible. She is a real god. How could she die? Charlotte. Hey, Sir Fukulos will die? I can't imagine it. Liosli, I have a guess. I just hope that hope is false. Navalet. I hope so. Paimon is not emergency food. What are you two talking about? Why can't Paimon understand? Travelering. It's okay if you don't understand, so you won't feel sad. In video, Sujia was expelled from the space of the oracle machine, and then, the scene changed. In Mamong Palace, Sujia met Navalet. A familiar scene appeared. Valette sensed the divine aura on Su Jie and prepared to attack him. The powerful aura even pressed against Su Jie, just when the battle is about to break out. Funina stood up, scolded Valette severely, and stopped the battle. And all this was also seen by Fukulos, who was secretly paying attention. After that, Su Jie continued to practice like crazy, as if he was dying. Even with Fukulos' blessing, the intensity of training still made laughing Carlos frown. Is this guy even willing to take his own life? Fukulos muttered. One night, when Su Jie fell into a deep sleep, Mekalos once again pulled him into the space of the Oracle machine. Don't get me wrong, I'm just afraid that if you die suddenly, no one will be able to protect Funina. It's not about loneliness. When Su Jie woke up, Fukulos was very tough and explained with an arrogant look. Yes, Lord Fukulos, I did not misunderstand you. In response, Su Jie just smiled. It's good to know. Okay, let's let the great Lord Fukulos treat you. Saying that, Fukulos raised his hand, and the Japanese mysterious power covered Suju. Really, don't risk your life just because I give you a blessing. Over time, even if your body is fine, your spirit will collapse. Fukulos complained. Soon, under Fukulos' treatment, Su Jie regained his energy. Wait, Lord Fukulos, I have some questions that I would like to ask you for advice. Just when Fukulos wanted to kick Su Jie out as usual, Su Jie said quickly, Say it. Seeing what Su Jie said, Fukulos thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then, Su Jie then asked some questions about cultivation. Although Fukulos didn't understand this, as a demon god, she held power and her vision was far beyond Su Jie's, so she still gave a lot of suggestions. After chatting for a long time, Su Jie was kicked out of the space of the Oracle machine by Fukulos. In the following time, Su Jie would train himself to the point of almost mental breakdown every once in a while, and Carlos Gifu had to pull him into the space. As time went by, the relationship between the two became closer. Su Jie no longer limited himself to asking for advice on cultivation issues, but also talked about other aspects. For example, some travel experiences with Funina, some fairy tales from the outside world, such as wild boar sharing. Another example is fairy tales and novels from previous lives, such as Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, and stories such as Magical Girl and Kyubi. These stories, coupled with Su Jie's funny and attractive way of describing it, made Fukulos giggle or cry tears of sadness more than once. Heartbroken by the tragedy of the characters in the story. As time passed, Fukulos seemed to be gradually falling, and he became closer and closer to Su Jie. Kaya. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Su Jie even flirted with the gods. Dialek, as expected. Prince of the Abyss, did you see it? This is the true face of that man. Navia, I saw it. It's so abominable. The simple Lord Fukulos was completely manipulated by Su Jie. Ye Shensi, this certain person is really a scumbag. I'm afraid it's not for the purpose of wanting both of them. TSK. Fukulos, so that's what you thought at the time? Su Jieching. At Su Jie. Smile. Water goddess Funina. Damn Su Jie. You idiot. You are so bad. Su Jie. Blame me? Su Jie looked innocent. No one could refuse such cute Fukulos and Funina, right? He just made a mistake that most men make. Soon, a new scene appeared in the video. Su Jie went to Mondstadt to practice. During this period, he met an astrologer. No, it should be a prophet now. Hello, handsome knight. A woman wearing a wide purple witch hat and mysterious purple eyes waved to Su Jie. Her eyes were slightly curved, as if they were narrowed into crescent moons, and she had a beautiful smile. She introduced herself. My name is Ash Tormenther Barbelos Trismegistus. Nice to meet you. Duh. Chapter 95. Great astrologer, wait. Isn't this an old woman? Why did she appear again? Damn it. Ye Shensi, ouch. Is this the man who is coming to steal his disciples again? Great astrologer. Decia. But this Miss Barberos seems to be much more mature than the last time. Acting Captain Sheen. After all, 500 years have passed. No matter how long Miss Barberos lives, her appearance will still change. El Hazen. Well, 500 years is already several lives for the average person. Great astrologer. Humph. This shows that the old woman is already old and cannot compare to a young and beautiful girl like me. Why should she compete with me? Disdain. Barbara. Has Ms. Mona turned black? It's so scary. Trembling. Miss Shinley. At this time, Miss Barbie Ross doesn't know if she knows Su Jie. Even Ms. S. memory has been blocked. Charlotte. Miss Barbie Ross is Mona's master, a powerful prophet. She should have some memories, right? In video. Astromanth Barbelos Trismegistus. This name is too long. 17 Hearing what the other party called himself, Su Jie frowned and read it again, and then couldn't help but complain. Has he heard of this name? It seems to be the name of Master Mona. Su Jie thought in surprise. At the same time, he seemed to be exposing the other person. The other party's dress is somewhat similar to Mona, but more elegant and mysterious. It's not Mona's sexy black stockings, but a purple dress with knee-length black stockings. Her fluffy purple hair hangs down to her waist, and she wears a large purple witch hat on her head. Her appearance is also top-notch, no less than any woman Su Jie has ever seen, and her temperament is very elegant and mysterious. Compared with her, Lisa seemed much immature. This is a true witch, Su Jie thought to himself. He was almost certain of the other party's identity. But what made Su Jie curious was why the other party appeared in Mondstadt. And he even found him. Oh, you can actually read my name in one go. Knight, I admire you very much. Barbie Rose came closer, and her beautiful face almost touched Susuk's face. Even the breath can be heard clearly, with a faint fragrance, like a mysterious and elegant violet. I don't seem to recognize you. Su Jie's eyelids twitched wildly, and he quickly took 2 steps back, looking at the other party with a wary expression. This person is not simple. As Mona's master, although he only has a few words in the plot, he is still a heavyweight figure. Not to mention anything else, just being able to predict a world-class fate is enough to see the terror of the other party. It must be a good thing for such an extremely mysterious old guy to find him. You seem to be thinking about something bad. Barbie Rose narrowed her purple eyes slightly, looked at Su Jie dangerously, and asked. No. Su Jie looked serious. Forget it. I like you very much, and you pronounce my name correctly, so I won't argue with you. Seeing Su Jie's denial, although Barbie Rose was a little suspicious, she didn't pursue it. Then, she continued, it is true that you don't know me, and I don't know you, but through divination, I know that you and I are destined. Barbie Ross smiled, very beautiful, full of the temptation of a witch. And, did you meet an astrologer named Mona not long ago? Barbie Ross asked. Mona? Su Jie was stunned. Yes, I did meet her once when I was in Liyue not long ago. Su Jie nodded. In the past 2 years, he has traveled to various countries in Teyvat for the sake of cultivation, and Liyue has also been there several times. The last time I saw Mona was near Wanshuin. However, Mona almost fainted from hunger at that time, and it was only through his kind help that she survived. Otherwise, he would probably faint. For this reason, they walked together for a few days and formed a friendship with each other. But what made Su Jie strange was that Mona was very shocked after hearing his name. She often blushed and avoided him, and even lost her temper. Su Jie was a little puzzled for a while. That's right. I took advantage of him once when I was young. I know that in the future there will be someone named Su Jie who will have a deep relationship with me. So, I accepted my first disciple and planned to be your fiancé. That person is Mona. How about it? Are you surprised and happy? Barbie Rose said with a smile. Huh. Su Jie was stunned and confused. How could he be engaged to Mona? Moreover, you and I have a deep relationship. What does it have to do with your disciple Mona? No wonder Mona had been acting strangely in those days, and even ran away at the speed of light later on. It turns out there is a reason for this. You are too weird as a master. Even if I have a relationship with you, what does this have to do with your disciples? Thinking like this, Su Jie complained. Oh my, don't worry so much. Just tell me, isn't my silly apprentice beautiful? Very cute. Barbie Rose waved her hands and smiled. DB. Su Jie suddenly choked on his words. Is Mona cute and beautiful? How could he, a veteran player, still not know? That was his first character with 5-star life and 7 or 8-9 lives. Every time she was crooked, he wanted to catch Mona out and spank her hard. However, Mona is indeed very beautiful and cute, and is also one of his common characters. Well, Mona is really cute. Su Jie said honestly. Great astrologer. Huh? Did you see that Su Jie said I am cute? Proud. Paimon is not emergency food. Mona looks so happy. She was just complimented. Is it such an exaggeration? Tianquan haha. This just proves that Miss Mona likes Su Jie. Otherwise she wouldn't be so happy. Navia, isn't this too easy to satisfy? Miss Mona is so simple. Water goddess Funina. That's right. If it were me, you would at least buy me some cakes. Fukalos. Then I will have to listen to several more stories to be happy. Charlotte. Kuki Shinobu. Why do you feel that your requests are so ordinary? Traveler. A sinful man. In video. That's right. Aren't you attracted to such a cute and beautiful Mona? Don't you want to marry her home and need her SY hard? You know, Xiao Kaona's but is very big and squeaky. Barbie Rose came over and said with a wicked smile. 2 words in it were even silenced. Obviously not a good thing to say. Su Jie had a dark look on his face. Is this master a little too unruly? But Su Jie was indeed moved. Ahem. If you say that, of course I miss you very much. Su Jie said. He has always been an honest man. Okay. From today on, you are Mona's fiancé. Barbie Rose seemed very satisfied with Su Jie's answer and kept patting his shoulders with her little hands. By the way, are you very distressed and long for powerful power? At this time, Tong Bailos asked again. How do you know? Hearing this, Su Jie felt a chill in his heart and looked at Barbie Ross solemnly. Don't forget, I am a powerful prophet. Barbie Rose smiled. I can give you a hint, the heart of God and the world tree. These 2 points can accomplish your goal. Whether it's power or a certain person, maybe we can succeed. Barbie Ross said. Okay, I have something to do, so I'll take the first step. The next time you see my stupid apprentice, remember to teach her a lesson. Hee, you dare to read my diary without authorization. If I hadn't been free, I would have given her a good spanking. As he spoke, Barbie Rose left without giving Susuk any intention to continue questioning. Heart of God, world tree. Looking at Barbie Rose who had left, Su Jie frowned, feeling surprised. Although I don't know why Barbie Rose said this, there is no doubt about the other party's strength as a prophet. Maybe this is indeed the way. It seems. Feng and Yin need to fight for the hearts of gods. Su Jie's eyes flickered with light. Great astrologer. Damn old woman. What XXX is so perverted, so bad? How can a master say that about his apprentice? Angry, Prince Judgment. So, my servant, the astrologer Mona Qing, is indeed dressed in strange clothes and is very revealing. Pamin is not emergency food. I don't think Fisher is qualified to say this at all. Spreads hands. Great astrologer. Idiot, you middle-aged Amy. Your clothes are more revealing than mine. Prince Judgment. You are so bold and dare to talk about the noble princess of judgment. I will rain the thunder of the holy judgment on you until the night. Which Lisa huffed. But this is not a bad thing. At least Su Jie likes her very much. He agreed to the marriage all of a sudden. Someone is going to be jealous. Acting Captain Qin, unhappy, master executor, compared to this. Su Jie will focus on the heart of God. It seems like we should start from here. Sino. Yes, my best friend from 500 years ago was eventually tricked by my own best friend. Kaya. Ha. Not only was he tricked, but he was also beaten up by Su Jie. Ms. Executive Officer. In video. After Barbie Rose left, Su Jie continued to stay in Mondstadt for a while and then returned to Fontaine. In Fontaine, Su Jie and Foucault's met twice and talked about some experiences of traveling to various countries. Then, the screen switched. Outside Mondstadt, Su Jie successfully blocked Ms. Rosalind, who had taken the heart of God and left. After a familiar scene of beating up his ex-girlfriend, Su Jie took away Fengshen's God's heart. After that, the picture changed rapidly and a brand new scene appeared. Please give me flowers. In front of a huge tree, Su Jie stood in it. Beside him, there was a very petite figure. The petite figure has long silver-gray hair and beautiful emerald green eyes. Her appearance is very cute. Her tranquility reveals wisdom and calmness, and the ears under her hair are unusually pointed, like a legendary elf. She looks young, like a little girl in her teens. She is standing in front of Suzhou with her bare feet. Beside Zai, the eyes were worried. Su Jie, are you sure you want to do this? Borrowing the heart of God to contact the world tree is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you may be swallowed up by the power of the world tree. She said softly, with a worried tone. Nasada, I have already decided. Don't worry, since I do this, I will definitely be sure. Facing the little girl's question, Su Jie just responded calmly. Immediately afterwards, a heart of God appeared in his hand, exuding cyan brilliance. It is the divine heart of the wind god. I have a hunch. I can succeed. Su Jie's eyes were firm. He looked at the huge world tree and felt the power contained in it. Sigh. Okay, I will act as an anchor for you outside so that you will not get lost in the torrent of the times. Hearing that Su Jie was determined to have his own way, Nazida sighed softly and did not continue to dissuade him. She put her hands together and exuded sacred light all over her body. Thank you, Nazida. Seeing this, Su Jie showed a smile on his face. No need to thank me. You also helped me solve the crisis in Shumi. Without you, that false god might have caused extremely serious disasters. Nasada said, No, I'm just the icing on the cake. Even without me, if you adding soon, it will be able to solve the problem. That false god can't make trouble. Su Jie shook his head and said with confidence, It's just that you are still too kind. If that great sage were me, I would have killed him. He was just lost in wisdom, so he shouldn't be entirely blamed. Besides, you helped me in Shumi after all. I must thank you. A sweet smile appeared on Nasada's face. Nilu. This seems to be the Jingshan Palace? That little Lord Lucky Grass King. Alhazen, it is indeed Mr. Little Lucky Grass King. It seems that my guess is right. Su Jie will indeed be interesting in Shumi in the future. Is this the 7 countries that have to wade through muddy waters? Sino. Well, they mentioned false gods and great sages. What does this mean? Does it mean that there are other gods in Sumeru? And they are also enemies of Sumeru? Dishya, huh? It may not be a god. Didn't you hear Mr. Little Lucky Grass King say it's a false god? Maybe it's a man-made god. Great Sage Shumi, false god? No, it's impossible. How could it be a false god? I don't believe it. Executive Officer Skirmisher, the plan failed? Impossible. How could it fail? Dr. Executive, yeah. It seems that the experiment failed. What was created was not a god, but a false god, and he was defeated. Hey, Scaramucci, you let me down. Executive Officer's servant. It's so rare, Doctor, that you can actually say the word failure. Elhazen, it seems that the fools have played a lot of dirty tricks in Shumi. Even the great sage was instigated to rebel. It really surprises me. Little Lucky Grass King. Great Sage, what is going on? Could it be that you are planning something that will harm Sumeru? Great Sage Shumi. Shut up, you are just a useless god. What do you know? Nilu Waste God. Tianquan Ningguang, it's interesting. Although he is a god, he was scolded by his subordinates. It seems that the gods of Shumi are not having a hard time either. The Dijon scene is indeed rare to see. Is the great sage of Shumi going to replace the gods? Coral Palace Heart Sea, false gods, artificial gods, foolish executives, Thunder God's godly heart, I understand. The great sage wants to artificially create a god. Coral Palace Heart Sea. The great sage may have cooperated with the skirmishers and doctors. In the future, they will join forces to artificially create a god. The heart of the god of thunder that was taken away by the skirmishers will be its one of the keys. Dr. Executive Officer, not bad, not bad. He is worthy of being the military advisor of Heike Island. You guessed it right. It's a pity that these 2 losers let me down so much. Dialek, are you a man-made god, Executive Officer of Solstice Kingdom? Doctor, you are still as crazy as ever. Leolise, this doctor's methods are indeed surprising. It seems that Fontaine is going to ban this doctor from entering the country. In the live broadcast room, everyone was shocked by the doctor's words. What a crazy plan to create gods artificially. Even if this plan ultimately failed, at least a false god was created. This is already very scary. As a human being, he can actually touch the realm of gods, which makes many powerful people feel awe-inspiring. There is a new understanding of the executive who fools the crowd. No wonder the top 3 executive officers of the fools all have power comparable to that of the gods. The countless people in Shumi were extremely angry at this time, and they were all criticizing the great sage. Chapter 96. What on earth is the great sage doing? Is he crazy? He dares to insult Mr. Little Lucky Grass King. Not only that, he actually cooperated with the fools. Is this madman going to destroy Shumi? The great sage must step down. In Shumi City, countless people of Shumi were shouting and the crowd was furious. Not only the ordinary people, but also the other scholars in the teaching council now began to suspect the great sage's purpose. Great sage, doctor, these 2 guys really have a conspiracy. No wonder they are so wary of me. Outside Shumi City, somewhere, smoke and dust filled the air. Seinuo raised his head and looked in the direction of the order house, his eyes cold. It seems, I have to go back to Shumi City. Zeno said to himself. He thought of Mr. Little Lucky Grass King. He has not appeared in these years. He only appeared once when he was first welcomed back. After that, he has been protected in Jingshan Palace by the sages of the Order Academy. Not only has he never shown up, not much news has spread. Now it seems, this so-called protection is actually just house arrest or imprisonment. The goal of the great sage seems to be to create new gods. You are so bold and disrespectful to God, Zeno said to himself. A terrible lightning flashed from his eyes. The next second, he jumped up and turned into a terrifying thunder light and flew away into the distance. The other side, in the teaching court, the great sage also approached the doctor with a darkened face. What's going on? Didn't you say it would definitely succeed? Why would you create a false god? The great sage asked angrily. He knew that now the entire Sumeru city would denounce him, and even many scholars did not trust him. Once the fermentation continues and the public's anger reaches its highest point, he will definitely be ousted. So what if he is a false god? After all, he has great power. Hearing this, the doctor gave him a cold look, and the coldness contained in it made the great sage couldn't help but retreat. 010, his face turning pale. Besides, the reason why the future will fail is because Su Jie interfered. We just act in advance. Besides, since the plan failed, why not do it crazier? Why is it a false god? It is naturally because there are not enough materials. If we add another god, can we create a real god? The doctor smiled, and his smile contained a strange and chilling feeling. You do you want? The great sage suddenly became horrified. He stared at the doctor dumbfounded, and couldn't help but pointed at the doctor, very shocked. Okay, trash, you are no longer useful. The doctor glanced at him and said coldly. Poof. The next second, a white arm penetrated the great sage's chest and dug out his heart. Old guy, you should die. A frequent and playful voice came. Behind him, a skirmisher appeared, with a malicious smile on his face. I you. The great sage's eyes widened, and there was a boundless pain in his chest, which made him spurt blood from his mouth and nose. He only had time to say a few words before he died completely. Seeing this, the skirmisher took out his arm and threw the great sage aside with a look of disgust. What to do next? Then, he looked at the doctor and asked, since it has been exposed, we can only advance it. But this time, we will add another material to the mix. A real god, plus the god's heart of the grass god. It should be enough. The doctor sneered. 2 divine hearts, and they have different attributes. I'm afraid I can't control them. The skirmisher said in a low tone. Although he is crazy, he is not a fool. With a divine heart, he is still sure to reach the throne of God, because he himself is a puppet of the gods. But one of the 2 divine hearts has completely different grass attributes. I'm afraid that as soon as he merged, he would be blown to pieces by the conflict between the 2 completely different attributes. Don't worry, since I've done this, I'm sure. If you don't want to, just give up the action, and I'll take care of you. This waste. The doctor looked at the stragglers indifferently and said indifferently. Hearing the doctor's words full of indifference and contempt, the skirmisher's heart twitched. He thought of Bazebool who abandoned him, and his face suddenly became distorted. Okay, I agree. The soldier gritted his teeth and said that he would never give up. He must prove himself to that woman, even if the result is to be shattered into pieces. Then get ready. As for now, let's deal with those stupid people first. The doctor looked in the direction outside the teaching order and said calmly. No one in the live broadcast room knew what happened in the teaching court. Although everyone was a little surprised when they saw that the great sage had not sent a message, they all thought that the other party was too guilty to speak, so they ignored him. Everyone's attention quickly turned to the video. You are too kind, which is a blessing and a bad thing at the same time. At this time, in the video, facing Nasida's answer, Su Jie shook his head and said, but Su Jie didn't say much, and instead turned his attention to the huge world tree. Okay, it's time for me to start, Su Jie said. Immediately afterwards, he stepped forward and touched the huge, sacred world tree with his palm. This is. The moment he touched the world tree, the heart of the wind god in his hand bloomed with extremely dazzling light. The same was true for the majestic world tree at this moment. The extremely astonishing power swallowed up Su Jie's entire body. Su Jie. Naxida only had time to scream in surprise before she saw Su Jie being submerged by the power of the torrent of time and finally disappearing. Seeing this situation, Naxida quickly used her divine power to sense Su Jie's location through the world tree. Fortunately, the coordinates are still there. We should be able to bring Su Jie back at the critical moment. After a long time, Naxida opened her eyes with a happy expression on her face. Next, just wait for Su Jie to return. Don't let anything happen. Naxida put her hands together as if praying, looking at the huge world tree with her beautiful emerald eyes and muttering in her mouth. Not long after, the screen switched and it was still the same place, but Su Jie reappeared. This time, his condition was much stronger than before and his momentum was fierce. Su Jie, you seem to have become a lot stronger? A delighted smile appeared on Nasida's face, and she quickly asked, well, I accidentally went to Mondstadt 500 years ago, and my strength improved a lot. Su Jie said calmly. Immediately afterwards, he opened his palms, and Fengshen's divine heart dimmed a lot. For a period of time, this heart of the god of wind will no longer be used. Su Jie shook his head, seemingly feeling a little pity. It's okay, you just need to wait for a while. After all, the heart of God is rare. Seeing that Su Jie seemed a little disappointed, Naxida quickly comforted him. It's okay, I still have the god's heart of rock god, and I can come back 10 more times. Hearing this, Su Jie smiled slightly, and then took out the heart of God from the rock god. This scene made Naxida fall silent. She looked at Su Jie speechlessly. Su Jie, where did you get so many hearts of gods from? Naxida couldn't help, but said, you know, the heart of God is usually held by gods. The 2 divine hearts, wind and rock, are possessed by the two oldest gods among the seven gods. Although Su Jie is very strong, he can't win the heart of God from these two gods no matter how hard he thinks, right? Navia, it's time to ask our Ms. Rosalind to come out and say something. Charlotte, well, the heart of God was stolen from Rosalind, an ex-girlfriend, twice. Su Jie is really a scumbag. Executor Young Master. Not only that, he was also beaten by Su assistant, Kaya, but it was precisely because of taking away the heart of God that Su Jie was able to go back 500 years ago and meet Rosalind. In a sense, this is also fate. Ms. Executive Officer, yes, this is destined. Moreover, I never blame Su Jie, as long as he can be by my side. Executor's servant, I still can't imagine that a cold-blooded witch like you would say such a thing. Tianquan Ningguang, but I didn't expect. World Tree actually has the power to travel through time and space. And can it also change history? Little Lucky Grass King. No, World Tree does not have this ability. Although World Tree is powerful, it is almost impossible to travel through time and space, let alone change history. Dane, but why? Su Jie can return to Mondstadt 500 years ago. Little Lucky Grass King. I think everyone should not forget Su Jie's identity. Zhongli. Well, Su Jie is a descendant from beyond the Star Sea. He is most likely the fourth. Even if it is not as good as the first, heavenly principle, it is at least very close. Zhongli. I think this is the uniqueness of Su Jie. He has influenced the World Tree and has the power to travel through time and space. Just like a traveler who can use several elements at the same time without the eye of God. Ruochuo Dragon King. In other words, what is special is not the World Tree, but Su Jie. Water Goddess Funina. Su Jie is so powerful. Star Eyes. Su Jie. Ahem, it's okay. It's just the same as usual. In video. Snatched from a man. Hearing Nasida's question, Su Jie raised the corner of his mouth and replied with a playful expression. It seemed like he was recalling a certain scene. Since you have the heart of the rock god, then go there again. But after this time, you won't be able to go there for the first time in a short period of time. Otherwise, your body will not be able to bear it. Seeing that Su Jie didn't seem to want to elaborate, Nazida didn't ask any further questions, but warned her sternly. Good. Listen to my sweet little Nasida. Su Jie responded with a smile, and at the same time reached out and touched Nasida's silver-gray hair. Immediately afterwards, he continued to walk forward and came to the World Tree, once again traveling through time and space. Not long after, Su Jie returned on the screen, and this time his strength improved again. Moreover, Yenshin's god's heart has also dimmed a lot, and he is unable to travel for the third time. Then, the picture changed, and Su Jie headed towards Fengdan. This time, he encountered a scene, or in other words, a very familiar scene. Funina and Ying's first meeting. Saw this scene. Everyone in the live broadcast room knew clearly that this time period was very close to the predicted Judgment Day. Afterwards, Fontaine predicted that the crisis began to break out, and Navalette and others decided to force Funina and put her on trial. And Navalette also wants to take action against Su Jie to make him leave Funina's side. At this time, the picture changed and Su Jie came to the world again in front of the tree. Nazida was already beside her, and she handed Su Jie a heart of God shimmering with emerald green light. Su Jie, I give you this heart of God. Nasida said. Thank you, Nazida. Su Jie said sincerely. You're welcome. Without you, this heart of God would have fallen into the hands of the doctor long ago. Nazida shook her head, and then she looked at Su Jie and continued. Go. In order to solve Fengdan's prophecy crisis, you need stronger power. Su Jie responded. He walked to the World Tree, once again activated the power of the World Tree through the god's heart of the grass god, and then disappeared in place. After a long time, Li Duan appeared. This time, his aura completely changed and became unfathomable. At the same time, his life level and personality also experienced amazing changes, making Nazida beside him unrecognizable. Su Jieyu. Before Nazida could finish her words, the World Tree bloomed with dazzling light. Under Nasida's shocked gaze, the World Tree actually expanded a lot again, and the power and aura it exuded also became much stronger. And, in Nasida's perception, there is a very powerful consciousness sleeping inside the World Tree, which is both familiar and strange to her. Just sensing that consciousness, she had a strong urge to cry. No, in other words, she was already in tears, and the tears flowed down her entire face without Nasida's knowledge. What's going on? There seems to be something in the World Tree that makes me feel so sad. Nazida covered her heart, shed tears, and choked with sobs. There is no need to be sad or cry, Nazida. You should be happy. Su Jie came over, hugged Nazida into his arms, and comforted her softly. Su Jie, who is that? Why does it give me a feeling of heartache and joy? Nazida raised her head while choking, her cute little face flushed red and covered with tears. That's the great CI Tree King. She's coming back soon. Su Jie said softly. The great merciful Tree King? Nazida looked confused. It was strange to her, but she felt it was very familiar, but she just couldn't remember it. Yes, you just forgot it temporarily, but you will remember it soon. Su Jie smiled. Sino, Lord Desai Shuang? Didn't she die 500 years ago? Grass Dragon Apep. Yes, I am pretty sure she is dead. 500 years ago, she sacrificed herself to solve the sins committed by Amon. Little Lucky Grass King, could it be that Su Jie changed her past destiny, so the tree owner was resurrected? Zhongli, very possible. Ruochuo Dragon King, can a dead god be resurrected? Su Jie's method is too terrible. Has it changed the 4.5 established destiny? Xinjuan Luyun Jiefeng, the great merciful Tree King can also be resurrected. Then is it possible after all? Grandma Ping, the end, Zhongli. Windy, resurrection. If, Thunder Movie, Ye Shinsi, with this kind of power, doesn't that mean that they can all come back? Great astrologer, even dead gods can be resurrected. No wonder Witch En said that he changed his established destiny, because it is an exaggeration. Silkic, this kind of method is unheard of. Even the teacher will be shocked when he sees it. No wonder the gods of Sky Island will be alarmed. In the long run, the entire Teyvat will be overturned. 1. Rice Wife. Resurrection of the gods. Doesn't this mean sister? In the castle tower, Rakage, who had returned, couldn't help but clench the sword in his hand and murmured, everyone can come back. Thinking of that possibility, Lei Qianqiu's whole body trembled. That was a scene she wanted to see in her dreams. On the other side, and even the great CI Tree King can be resurrected. Lord Emperor, doesn't this mean we can ask Su Jie to be resurrected to die? Xinjuan Luyun Jiefeng looked surprised, and she quickly looked at Zhongli aside. The tone was urgent. Well, now that it's settled, I'll go to Fengdan. Zhongli nodded. Your Majesty, please let me go. I have some friendship with that boy. Luyun Jiefeng Xinjuan continued, her expression a little twitchy. Zhongli was stunned. Huh. Dijuan, Luyun and Su Jie have met several times. They say they dislike him, but in fact they admire him very much, and her two disciples have a deep love for Su Jie. Lord Lishui Daishan laughed loudly on the side. I see, that's great. Zhongli showed a smile, but true Lord Luyun Jiefeng became angry and went after true Lord Lishui Laershan to beat him violently. Chapter 97. Mont. Windy, who was playing the organ leisurely on the branches of the Tsangtian tree when the wind started to rise, listened, and a complex look appeared on his face. Even the great CI Tree King has been resurrected. Wendy bit her lips slightly. As one of the two oldest gods among the 7 gods, Wendy had met the great merciful Tree King more than once and knew the cause of her death. At the same time, he also knew that it was almost impossible to be resurrected in the state of King Desai Shu. Even Tianli can do it. But in the future, Su Jie even resurrected the Desai Tree King. This method is even more contrary to the heavenly law. And if Su Jie can resurrect the great CI Tree King, will he resurrect others? Wendy muttered to herself, thinking of her friend, the young man who sacrificed himself to overthrow the king of the tower. I wonder if Su Jie can resurrect him? It seems that I have to find time to meet Su Jie. Wendy brushed her fingers over the organ and made a decision in her heart. The Tree King is actually resurrected. Sumeru and Nazida were also shocked. Not only her, but countless Sumeru people and scholars also widened their eyes and couldn't help cheering. You know, as the people of Shumi, they are always hoping for the return of King Desai Shu. In their opinion, the great merciful Tree King is the true supreme grass god of Sumeru. As for the little Lucky Grass King, it can only be regarded as a mascot at best, not a god. In other words, under the propaganda of the Order Council, few people in Sumeru truly recognized Nasida's power as a god and only regarded it as a spiritual symbol. But King Desai Shu is different. In the eyes of the Sumeru people, the king of Tsishu is the truly omniscient and omnipotent god of wisdom. At the same time, in the video, Nazida looked at the majestic world tree, bit her lips, and wanted to move closer. As soon as she took a few steps forward, she was enveloped by a ray of light. Seeing this, Su Jie was surprised, but then his eyes flashed, and he understood why. Well, in this way, not only Nazida can benefit, but King Desai Shu can also recover faster. It's time to go back to Fontaine. Now I have the power to turn everything around. Su Jie's eyes were sharp, and he looked in Feng Dan's direction with a confident look on his face. Soon, he turned around and left, leaving only Nazida shrouded in light. 2. The picture changed, and a familiar scene appeared. In the Opera House of Opusal, Funina stood on the trial stand, accepting the trial of Navalette and others. The accusations and judgments from everyone almost pushed Yanina into a desperate situation. And secretly, in the Cardinal Enlightenment and Adjudication, Fukulos was also watching Funina silently, her face full of distress. So you actually don't know why young master is guilty, and you don't even know the structure and principles of Cardinal Adjudication. Those miracles you call should all belong to the real water god, right? Among them, Paimon put his hands on his hips and questioned Funina with a stern expression. Saw this scene. Everyone knew that this was the scene where Funina was tried and almost cried. Then, a scene that made everyone feel distressed appeared. Under a series of coercion from Navia and others, Funina actually reached into the water of the primitive sea of Fetus in order to prove her identity as a god. Not good. Seeing this scene, even Fukulos, who was very confident, couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Although he knew that Funina had her curse, after all, it was the sea water of the primitive sea of Fetus, Fukalos couldn't help but feel worried, fearing that something unexpected would happen. But fortunately, the scene she was worried about did not happen, and Funina was not dissolved by the fetal sea water. This made Fukulos relieved. Scared me, Fukulos murmured, his face full of relief. And at the same time, just when Funina thought she had proven herself, Sigwin appeared, and her inspection completely shattered Funina's luck. Facing the accusations and cold looks from the audience, Ningna's face was completely panicked. Actually, she raised her hands in disbelief, her eyes filled with tears and almost falling. Listen to me. Stop looking at me with indifferent eyes. The one just now doesn't count. Funina looked at the people in the audience. At this moment, she was no longer the lofty water god, but a frightened and helpless little girl. Navia, it's this scene again. Even though I've seen it once, I still can't help but want to cry. Miss Funina is so pitiful. Why on earth can I be so cruel in the future? Charlotte, well, even if I watch it again, I still feel heartbroken for Minina-sama. Nilu, because we know everything Funina is burdened with, we all pity Funina. Linny, Miss Nilu is right. We in the future will not know anything about this. For Fontaine's prophecy, even though we knew it was not good for Miss Funina, we still did it. Lynette, but it turns out that we all hurt Lady Yanina. Linny, yes, Rai smile. Luckily Su Jie told Lady Funina in advance, otherwise this scene would have really happened. Liasli, in that case, Su Jie will be really angry. Zigwin, well, Xiao Su Jie is angry, but it is quite scary. I don't think you want to see it. Smile, Paimon is not emergency food. Is this so scary? Horror. Traveler, that kind of scene. Let Paimon bear it. Paimon is not emergency food. Huh. In video. It's almost successful. Funina. It will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer, and it will be fine. In the space of cardinal adjudication, Fukulos murmured. Seeing Funina's collapsed and helpless face, she felt the same as her own and almost couldn't breathe. I believe you can succeed. You are the most perfect human being in my heart. Fukulos encouraged. Guilty. At the same time, Valette's indifferent pronouncement was such a huge blow that Funina completely collapsed. She took a few steps back silently, and the tears in her eyes finally couldn't help falling. In the end, she sat alone on her throne with tears in her eyes. Finally, I have accomplished my goal. Now it's time to look at me. Funina, you have fulfilled your agreement with me very well. You are the best. Seeing this scene, a bright smile burst out on Fukulo's face. She was happy for Funina. Now, leave it to the Declaration and Adjudication School to make the final decision. At the same time, Navalette's voice came, and the Cardinal's decree began to operate. A trial? Of course it's the death penalty. Seeing this scene, Fukulo's eyes flashed, the smile on her face remained, and she immediately took action, using divine power to interfere with the operation of the Oracle Machine. Water God guilty. Death penalty. In the outside world, the Oracle Machine's ruling results appeared. Navalette's expression was full of shock, and he lovingly pronounced the ruling and made his wish. In an instant, the entire audience was shocked. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. None of them understood why Funina was sentenced to death. Even Navalette found it difficult to understand. This death sentence. Humph, of course it was given to me. and it has nothing to do with the lovely Funina. In the space of cardinal adjudication, Fuculos looked at the shocked expressions of everyone, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and said something malicious. It was as if the prank had succeeded. Linny, wait. The Oracle Machine's ruling was actually made by Lord Fuculos herself? Why did she do this? Shocked, Arataki Ito hiss. I can't understand it either. How can anyone sentence themselves to death? Damn it, I'm going to have a brain. Charlotte, could it be that this is related to a prophecy, and that's why Lord Mekaros sentenced himself to death? Kaya, impossible. There is no picture of the water god's death sentence appearing on the 4 prophecy tablets. Unless, this is the death of Fuculos himself. Water god is Funina. Myself? Wait. Me in the mirror. Why do you want to sentence yourself to death? Fuculos. Hey, I can only say that this is an indispensable part of completing the prophecy, and this is something that cannot be avoided. Navia. In other words, this is all part of Master Fuculos' plan? Coral Palace Heart C. Since 500 years ago, Fuculos has calculated everything and calculated all kinds of results? It's really scary. Xiang Ling scared, acting Captain Qin. This kind of wisdom is too terrifying. Is the water god of Fontaine the real god of wisdom? Little Lucky Grass King. As expected, I'm still a long way from becoming a truly powerful god. Lost. Master Executor. A martial arts idiot like me really can't understand it at all, and I was found guilty before, so I must be laughing at Carlos for doing something secretly. Fuculos, oops. I'm not as powerful as you said. I didn't calculate everything, at least. Su Jie's appearance was completely unexpected. Fuculos, especially when he defeated Navalette and planned this big scene with Funina, it really scared me. Tom. Miss Comisato. But I am still very confused. Why did Miss Carlos Huang want to sentence herself to death? Yuheng Zinkiking. Yes, I don't understand it either. It's impossible to decipher the prophecy and predict the sacrifice of the god Fuculos, right? Fuculos, smile. Yuheng Xing Kaching. It can't be true. I'm just saying it casually. Great astrologer. No, this is very likely to be true. After all, fate is almost impossible to change, let alone a fate involving natural principles. It is simply impossible to succeed without paying any price. Damn it. Silkik. This price. Maybe the life of demon god Fuculos. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. Countless people in Fontaine wanted to deny this statement immediately. Although they all suspected that Fuculos, the water god, was not doing anything at first. But after reading so many revelations and taking stock, they all knew that Fuculos was also paying silently, and no less than Lady Funina. Now that I know that Master Fuculos may have to sacrifice. Naturally, I don't believe it and can't accept it, but when I think of the decree of the Cardinal is over, the hearts of everyone in Fengdan tightened again. As the god of Fontaine, Fuculos is also the god of justice, so the verdict of her personal intervention is naturally absolutely correct. No things can go wrong. In other words, Mr. Fuculos must die? Fuculos, what exactly does she want to do? In the Mamong Palace, Valette also frowned, wondering in his heart. He had already guessed what Fuculos was thinking. But why self-sacrifice? He still hadn't figured that out. What has he been left out of? Valette was thinking silently in his heart. In video, Valette's expression was shocked, as if he couldn't believe that the Oracle Machine would give such an astonishing verdict. Now leave it to. But after being silent for a long time, he finally opened his eyes and pronounced the sentence. Oracle Machine. Fuculos in the space is also watching silently at this time, waiting for the final moment of fate to arrive. Boom. However, at this moment, with a huge roar, Su Jie broke in with Navalette. In other words, Valette was beaten in. He was half kneeling on the ground in a state of embarrassment, his body covered with scars, while Su Jie stood on the other side indifferently. This is Su Jie and Navalette. Isn't Navalette on the trial stand? How could they? Could it be that? In the space of the Oracle Machine, Fuculos couldn't help but widen his eyes. His usually calm expression was full of astonishment at this moment. She quickly understood why there were 2 naval-less, but she still couldn't believe the scene before her. You must know that 087. Navalette is a water dragon king. Even if it is not a complete dragon king, it is far from reaching its peak state. But after all, he is a powerful dragon king, enough to dominate gods and humans. In the end, he was defeated by Su Jie, and if Su Jie's defeat of Navalette had shocked Fuculos, then the next scene completely knocked her to the ground. Fuculos then saw Su Jie came to the throne of God, looked at Funina who was crying alone, and struck her with a knife. Then, under the confused look on Fuculos' face, Funina, who had been grieving before and seemed to have collapsed and despaired, actually just exclaimed and then calmly talked to Sue. Sub joked. The following conversation between the two made Fukulos completely dumbfounded. Emotion. This is actually a scene performed by Funina and Sujia. The previous expressions of grief and collapse were actually just medical Nina's performances. I was actually cheated? Fukulos looked confused, muttering to himself in disbelief, doubting his life. You know, she is the woman who wants to deceive heavenly law and decipher Fundan's prophecy, or God. As a result, before this plan was completely successful, she was deceived by Funina and Sujia. This made Fukulos dumbfounded. However, Carlos was not angry at being deceived by Funina and Sujia. On the contrary, she was very pleased that Funina could be redeemed and did not bear the pain alone. Navia huffed. Fukulo-sama's expression is so strange, haha. It's exactly the same as mine at that time. Charlotte, I think this expression is right. When I knew it was an act, I was also shocked. Kaya. Fukulos wanted to deceive the laws of heaven, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he was deceived first, or deceived by his human self. Sino. I am lying to myself this time. Yishinsi. No wonder Fukulos doubts life. You know that Miss Funina is stupid, but she was deceived by her. If it were me, I would find it difficult to accept it. Coral Palace Shinhai. Indeed, but that expression is really funny. Doubtful life.jpg. Fukulos. Oops. So as you can see, I also have things that I can't calculate, but I just think about it more than others. Spreading hands. Zhongli. Having said that, as a second-generation god, you have done a good job, and even the laws of heaven have been deceived. Lay movie. Well, this kind of wisdom and means are terrible. Maybe you are not as good as me in terms of force, but in this aspect, I am far inferior to you. Little Lucky Grass King. I am also a second-generation god. As the god of wisdom of Sumeru, I also have a lot to learn from Fukulos. Ruwa Tuwa Dragon King. It is indeed powerful. Fukulos. Aha. Am I that powerful? Scratches his head. Fukulos was a little embarrassed. Duh. Chapter 98. It seems I'm pretty good. In the space of cardinal adjudication, seeing so many people praising him, Fukulos hummed happily. His eyes almost narrowed into crescent moons, and he felt happy in his heart. You must know that those who praise her are not ordinary people, but the two oldest gods, Feng and Yin, who are also the 7 rulers of the world, and the 2 second-generation gods of Lei and Chao, plus Ruochuo Dragon King, the Dragon King of Rock. It can be said that most of the gods were impressed by her, including a Dragon King. This naturally made Fukulos couldn't help but be proud. At the same time, in the video, Fukulos quickly calmed down after being shocked and doubting his life at the beginning, with a happy expression on his face. Sujia, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. This way, I can hand over Funina to you with more confidence. Fukulos murmured. And this time, in the picture, Feminine also appeared. He brought the last prophecy slate to complete the 4 slates. And Navalette deduced all the truth of the prophecy by reading the information. Yes, this is the truth, this is the prophecy. Next is the last step. Fukulos looked at this scene calmly, with a faint smile on his face. There is relief, happiness, and a bit of loneliness. And just after all the truth of the prophecy was deduced, the big whale appeared as expected. It impacted the entire venue and almost caused a chaos. Fortunately, he was stopped by young Master and Navalette, and Su Jie gave him a knife, almost cutting him in half. That kind of power amazed even Fukulos. Bang bang. Su Jie was so powerful that he chopped down this nasty big whale with one knife. Fukulos couldn't help but applaud, his eyes sparkling, and he was surprised by Su Jie's growth. It's just that, the big whale is a monster that swims between planets after all, and after devouring the water of the original womb sea, it acquired terrifying immortality. A person as strong as Su Jie could not do anything to the opponent. He only cut it with a knife and let it escape back to the space of the original womb sea. 2. Everyone started a conversation, talking about the predicted future and the origin of the big whale. It's my turn to appear next. Seeing this, Fukulos nodded. A faint smile appeared on her face, and then she snapped her fingers. When the fingers were snapped, the external, cardinal adjudication began to operate, blooming with dazzling light and terrifying energy, covering everyone. What's going on? The oracle machine is. Navia's eyes widened, and she couldn't help exclaiming. I think the death penalty is about to begin. Ballet looked serious. He looked up at Su Jie and Funina above. 2. The first famous scene reappeared. Under Su Jie's urging, Funina sat on her throne with a proud face, and entered the scene at the speed of light, in a second. Navia, even though I've seen it once, I still couldn't help but laugh when I saw it again. Miss Funina is so cute here. Nilu. Well, there is no pain and despair, only relaxation and joy, just like acting. This should be the final outcome for Miss Wu Ningna, right? Charlotte. I think. If it weren't for Su Jia, maybe Mrs. Funina would be like when she was acting, facing the trial of us, facing the coming of the trial with extreme despair and loneliness. Leosley. Hiss, that scene is so terrifying. Charlotte, please stop talking, it will send chills down my Duke's spine. Dialek. Yes, that scene is too cruel. If it is really like this, I really can't imagine how Funina will survive it. Kuki Shinobu. It's so scary, I can't help but collapse just thinking about it. Lay movie. This is the power of Funina. Although she is immortal, her spirit has entered the divine realm and is not inferior to the real gods. Fukalos. That's right. Even in the most desperate situation, my Funina will definitely fight it. She is the most perfect human being. Water goddess Funina. I am not as powerful as everyone says. What me in the mirror said is too exaggerated. Blushing. Su Jia. No, Fukalos is right. Funina, you are indeed the most perfect and strongest human being. Chlorant. That's right, Lady Funina. No one I've ever met can compare to you. In video. This scene is really funny. It should be the end of the world is coming. In the space of Oracle Machine, watching the interaction between Su Jia and Funina's performance, Fukalos couldn't laugh or cry, but she had to admit that this was the best result for Funina. In this way, even if she died, Funina would not be in so much pain. That's good, Fukalos said softly. She looked at Funina, who was sitting on the throne, pretending to cry, with a blessing expression on her face. Funina, when you open your eyes, you will find that the whole world has changed. The prophecy will disappear and everyone will be saved. And you will also welcome your prince and live happily ever after. This is the future I give you. Fukalos was speaking slowly. His tone was soft and full of blessings. Boom. Then, the brilliance of the Oracle Machine enveloped everyone in the venue. However, only Violet, Ing, and Paimon disappeared, and everyone else stayed where they were, including those who went to pick me up. It doesn't include me? Humph. Fukalos, you don't plan to see me in the end? Are you afraid that you won't be able to help crying? Seeing this, Su Jia's face looked a little unhappy. He crossed his arms and snorted to himself. If you don't invite me in, I'll throw it away myself. With that said, Su Jia was about to forcefully break into the space of cardinal advocate and adjudication. With his current strength, he can forcefully enter the space of cardinal adjudication without the need for Fukalos to take action, and he can do so with his body. But at this moment, a strange color flashed in Su Jia's eyes, as if he felt something. Forget it, let's go over there later. I'll go beat up some arrogant guy first. Su Jia muttered to himself. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he almost forgot that a certain arrogant woman was also here. Although they were no longer in the same space, he had already sensed the other person's location. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a big sword appeared in Su Jia's hand, and then he slashed hard into the void, tearing open a huge gap, which turned out to be a space passage. Without thinking much, Su Jia rushed in. Then, the picture changed, and Su Jia appeared in a strange space. Among them, a silver-haired and glamorous woman was present. At this time, she was alarmed by Su Jia and showed a surprised expression. Who are you? How did you get in here? The silver-haired woman asked coldly. Although she was asking, her tone was condescending. Executor young master, wait, isn't this the master? Why did she appear here? And she even ran into this pervert Su Jia. Stunned. Paimon is not emergency food. It must be that Silk, master, who also appeared before and bumped into us. Traveler-ing. Yes, this is that Silk. She is indeed watching in secret. Kaya, it's just that. Miss Silk's image didn't seem to be very good when she appeared that time. Spread your hands. Kelly, that eldest sister seems to have been beaten. She has a black nose and swollen eyes. She is so pitiful. Beidou, haha. That's right. I was also deeply impressed. I was surprised at the time who was beating him. Sino. Well, see Kiki appears now unscathed and uninjured. In addition, Su Jia appears here, and it seems that he can guess who the murderer is. El Hazen. It's interesting. Could a certain Neptune actually hit women? Water goddess Funina. Hey. So it turns out that Silk's injury was caused by Su Jia? Surprise. Great astrologer. After Ms. Rosalind, the ex-girlfriend, another woman was beaten up by Sular. Arataki Ito. I have a question. Ms. is Su Jia's ex-girlfriend. So she was beaten up by Su Jie. Could it be that this Silk is also Su Jie's ex-girlfriend? So she was beaten up too? Have a meal, right? Kuki Shinobu. Boss, what kind of weird theory are you talking about? Headache. Kujo Sara, idiot. Arataki Ito. Haha. I think this reasoning is correct. Proud. Yedi Shinsi. Ha. Not bad. Genius-like reasoning. Dr. Executive. I think this is not unreasonable. Master Executor. Hiss. Is that so? Then I will ask Master Su Jie in the future. Silk. Silkic. Dadalia. Next time we meet, I will take a good look at your strength and progress. Indifferent. Executive son, huh? Outside world. In a mysterious space, Silk's expression was cold. His originally cold face was almost frozen into ice at this moment, and his heart was extremely angry. She was angry not only because of everyone's speculation about her, but also because of Su Zhu. Ever since she learned that she had been beaten violently last time, she had been brooding about it, wanting to find out the person who had attacked her, and even more so, wanting to take revenge personally. Now I finally know. It's Su Jie. It was his hand that beat him up. It's just, Sikik sadly found that he seemed to be no match for Su Jie. The opponent is a ruthless person who can defeat the Water Dragon King. His strength is terrifying. Although she is powerful, she cannot be her opponent. Even if he really challenged Su Jie, he would probably be humiliating himself. No, it doesn't matter if he is stronger than me now. As long as I continue to practice, I will one day be able to surpass him and then take revenge. Silk's eyes were focused, and he cheered himself up while looking towards the live broadcast room. She wanted to know the gap between herself and Su Jie. In the video, although Silk's face was expressionless, he was quite surprised. You must know that this space was specially opened by her, not far from the original Womb Sea, specifically to stare at the star-eating whale. Generally speaking, few people can find this place. Even if they discover this place, ordinary demons may not be able to come in. She has been here for many years, but no one has ever noticed it, let alone come in. Over the years, only the young master, Dadalia, was brought here once because she accidentally awakened the star-swallowing whale. But this time, someone actually broke in, and it was a human being. Therefore, even someone as arrogant and indifferent as Kirk was a little surprised. But despite this, she was still very cold on the surface, looking down at Su Jie with a superior attitude. Being able to come here proves that you are pretty good and you are qualified to talk to me on an equal footing. Silk continued, with a proud attitude. Is that whale your pet? Faced with Sea Keek's arrogant attitude, Su Jie ignored it and asked calmly. You mean the star-swallowing whale? That is indeed a pet, but it is not mine, but my master's. Hearing this, Sea Kiki was a little surprised, but quickly denied it. In her opinion, that big whale is indeed a troublesome pet that is useless, but useless. Except for the appearance, it was average in other aspects, and it was a waste of her time. It's just, even though she doesn't like it, it's not hers after all, but her master's pet. So, you also know that this whale is swallowing the water of the primitive fetal sea, and is also targeting the people of Fontaine? Su Jie raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Of course, this whale itself is a pet that my master took the initiative to keep in the primitive sea of wombs, and I am the administrator responsible for taking care of it. Hearing this, Sea Kiki looked at Su Jie in surprise, as if wondering why he knew so much. Then, she continued. As for those Fontaine people, they are just ants. I don't care at all. His tone was calm. It seemed that the tens of millions of people in Fontaine were like nothing to her, and she didn't care. Navia, what? That big whale is actually Master Silk's pet? Arataki Ito, I'm a little confused. Mr. Kuchi is the master of my master? Master Executor. Hiss, there is still a master? That must be a more terrifying strong man. Executive officer's servant. Even such a big whale can be kept as a pet. It is indeed a very terrifying and strong man, perhaps not weaker than the Dragon King. Kaya, it's so scary. In addition to gods, dragon kings, and witches' tea parties in Tevat, now there is another monster that can keep the Red Star whale as a pet. Wendy, the origin of Miss Silk is not simple either. She is not human. Rado Dragon King. Maybe it's the same as that whale, a life outside of Tevat. Zhonglikum. There are still many terrifying and powerful people hidden in Tevat, and I know some of them. Maybe Rin Zhao and her master are one of them. Charlotte, I think. I know why Su Jie took action against this Silk. Navia. Well, letting the whale swallow the water of the primitive fetal sea and endangering the people of Fontaine with an arrogant attitude of not caring is really infuriating. Liasli, if you go to the Fontaine Tribunal, at least you will have to stay in Merlot Petersburg for a long time. Pinch fist. Paimon is not emergency food. It is indeed too much. This attitude is obviously because of the existence of the big whale. The lives of the people of Fontaine are in danger. Stomps feet. Fukulos. Supports Su Jie in giving her a good beating. Water goddess Funina. That's right. That's right. Su Jie, will you give me a good beating on this bad woman? Silk. In video, the big whale has seriously endangered Fontaine. If someone hadn't stopped it and I had taken action, the people of Fontaine would have suffered heavy casualties by now. Don't you have anything to say? Facing Si Keek's answer, In Jie continued calmly. Really? I've been practicing, but I didn't notice this. Hearing this, Si Keek seemed a little surprised, and the expression on his face rarely showed fluctuations. Let me tell you, this kind of thing is not suitable for being a pet at all. It is too troublesome, but the master refuses to listen and has to waste my apprentice's precious time flying. Immediately afterwards, Silco stroked his forehead as if he had a headache and complained about his master. She didn't mention a word about the so-called Fontaine people, even if it means showing apology. I know what you want to say, but I don't care at all about a group of ants. But after all, this is something I need to take care of. Don't worry, when I finish my work, I will take action to kill swallowing stars. Well, take care of it. Silk looked at Su Jie again and said calmly. She knew what Su Jie meant, but she didn't respond. Only the strong deserve her respect and are qualified to talk to her on an equal footing. P.S. See Kiki in the plot. I really want to kill her. Chapter 99. Navia, this woman is so arrogant, it really makes people angry. No wonder Su Jie would attack her. Angry. Charlotte, that's right, that's right. Keeping the big whale in the primitive sea of fetus without permission not only caused the fetus to leak out of the body, but also posed a great threat to the people of Fontaine. As a result, she has no empathy at all. Leoslium, this woman is full of condescension and arrogance both inside and outside her words. Master Executor. Well, the master does often have a cold face and is silent. Sometimes, even I think she is a bit cold and uncharacteristic. El Hazen. However, she is not a human being, and because she advocates power, it is indeed difficult to value human beings. Not everyone can love human beings like gods. Tianquan Ningguang. This is the point of conflict. The other party does not think he is wrong. Nilu. I have a question. Why is Silk's master able to keep whales in the primitive sea of wombs? Isn't her master afraid of angering the heavens? Ember. Yes. The first-generation water goddess Egolia just stole the power of the fetal sea and was punished by heavenly law. The entire Fontaine was going to be destroyed. How come Silk's master is okay? Spray Knight. Is Silk's master more powerful than Tianli? Grass Dragon Apep. That is impossible. Although I really don't want to admit it, that guy is indeed terrifying. There is no existence stronger than him in Tevat. Little Lucky Grass King. Well, yes, Tianli is invincible, but Tianli was seriously injured a long time ago and is now sleeping. Executive Officer's Servant. Perhaps it is because of this that this whale has been able to grow up unharmed and has not been discovered until now. Ruwa Tua Dragon King. But, even so, Silk's master is also a very formidable strong man. I hope that one day I can learn from him. Windy. But now it seems that Miss Silk will inevitably be beaten by Brother Su Jie. Hee Silk. In video. It seems that my decision is indeed right. You, a woman, should be beaten severely. After listening to Si Keek's flowers, Su Jie let out a long sigh and his eyes sharpened. I'm in a hurry, let's fight quickly. A beating. Silk was stunned for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a fanatical smile appeared on his face. Interesting, it is my wish to fight with strong men. If you have enough strength, then it is not impossible to bow to the people of Fontaine. Come on, let me see if your strength can match your mouth. Si Keek said. A sword appeared in his hand, and a purple light filled the whole body with an astonishing aura. Boom. The next second, Silk took the lead and turned into a 503 purple stream of light and rushed towards Su Jie. Her speed is extremely fast, many times faster than Master Dedalia. In the space, only a ray of light could be seen passing quickly, and then she appeared in front of Su Jie, slashed with her sword, and the purple sword light tore through the space. That kind of power is enough to easily split the earth and cut off the craftsman. Clang. Su Jie's expression was calm, and he quickly stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the falling sword body with his fingers. The purple sword light also shattered and was extinguished by 2 fingers. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy burst out from between the sword's fingers, forming a terrifying storm that quickly struck the surroundings. This space seemed to be shaken, with many terrible cracks torn out. What? Silk's face changed, and her eyes showed astonishment. Her sword was actually caught between someone's fingers. Although it was not a full-strength attack, it still used extremely strong force. If it were anyone else, not even her Master G Evil Rider might be able to do this. Boom. Just when Silk was shocked, Su Jie took action, quickly punched out with his left hand, and punched her in the eye, hitting her directly. Although this punch was not heavy, it still used some power. A severe pain came, making Kek couldn't help but cry out in pain. And then he felt the anger of heaven in his heart. She was actually punched in the face. Although she doesn't care much about her appearance, she is still a woman. I'm still very resistant to being hit in the face. Su Jie's punch on the face undoubtedly angered her completely. Boom. The next second, the aura on her body surged. Her long silver hair danced violently, and an extremely powerful force surged out, like a demon god. The terrifying purple light emerged, spreading out like a tide, like a storm, or like a huge wave running wild. That is not the elemental power of Teyvat, but the power from outside the world. The ominous purple light lingered, and the aura was extremely shocking, even spreading to the entire space. At this moment, Silkik burst out with all her strength, and her aura was even higher than that of the big whale. Suffer death, Silko shouted loudly. It's interesting, this kind of power, but I don't have time to drag you down here. A strange color flashed in Su Jie's eyes. Silk's power reminded him of the abyss, as if it was a similar power and did not belong to Teyvat. This was a power outside the world, but then, he shook his head. Although this kind of power is strong, it is far from qualified to threaten him, and he doesn't want to waste time with Silk. If that's the case, let's settle it quickly. Boom. As soon as Su Jie stepped forward, a terrifying aura erupted, and a silvery white light rose like the blazing sun. In this vast space, it is as if two scenes, night and sun, appear at the same time, competing with each other. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the fierce battle started again, forming an extremely violent energy storm that shook the entire space and tore many cracks. But soon, Kiki fell into a disadvantage. Even though Su Jie was empty-handed, he still crushed the opponent. Even though Silkik tried his best and even unleashed his own strength, he was still far from Su Jie's opponent, and it was completely a one-sided ravage. With just a simple punch and kick, Su Jie could tear the sky apart, crush the earth, and easily destroy Silk's powerful sword moves with great ease. Then just a random counterattack caused Kiki to be in great pain. The whole battle showed a one-sided trend. Barbara, Miss Silk is so pitiful. Beidou. Well, although her attitude is indeed very arrogant, seeing how miserable she is, I feel a little pity for her now. Navia, Su Jie was so cruel. No wonder he looked like he had a black nose and swollen eyes from the back. Master Executor, this is the first time I have seen the Master helpless to fight back. Su Jie is too perverted, it's really scary. Lay movie. This is natural, even I am no match for Su Jie, let alone her. Kaya. Haha. After Ms. Rosalind, another woman was beaten violently by Su Jie. I just don't know if she will also develop into an ex-girlfriend later. Sikik, absolutely impossible. I have written down this humiliation and will definitely get it back in the future. At Su Jie, gnashing teeth. Su Jie, I'm waiting for you. However, in reality we haven't fought yet. So let's find an opportunity to beat you up to make up for it. Smile, Charlotte. Su Jie is so good. Silk? Seeing Su Jie's words in the mysterious space, Silk couldn't help but fell silent. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. If Su Jie really comes to her door, she cannot be her opponent with her current strength. Maybe he would make the same mistake again and be beaten up by Su Jie. Thinking of his miserable state in that video, Silk couldn't help but shudder. She can accept her failure, but she will never allow herself to be so miserable. Do you want to run away first? Silk's face became serious, and he seriously considered whether to leave here first. No, star-swallowing whale is now deep in the womb sea. I can't catch it at all. I have to wait for it to come out on its own initiative. Silk sighed. She looked into the depths of the womb sea, where the star-swallowing whale was swimming. With her strength, although she can deal with the star-eating whale, there is nothing she can do if the star-eating whale remains in the depths of the womb sea and does not come up. After all, she was too big, and in the depths of the fetal sea, she couldn't show her strength at all. Forget it, in the worst case, just hide for a while. As long as I don't come out, there's nothing you can do to me. Silk murmured and decided to hide for now. When his strength improves and surpasses Su Jie later, he will go to him to regain his position. As for now, I still can't afford to offend Su Jie for the time being. That's right, Kiki is timid. At the same time, in the video, Su Jie quickly defeated Si Kiki and knocked her to the ground. You lose. Su Jie looked down at her and said calmly, "This battle is not very fierce. It is much easier than that of Valette. But this is normal. Valette is still a Dragon King. Even if he is not in full condition, his strength is still first class. Maybe they can all be considered top-notch demons. No matter how strong Silk is, he can't be on the same level as Valette. In Su Jie's estimation, Silk is estimated to be a little stronger than the star-swallowing whale, and about the same level as the whirlpool demon god Ossel. Demon-level combat power, but not outrageous. With Su Jie's current strength, it is not difficult to defeat Silk. I lost. Silk raised his head and spoke in a low tone. At this time, her face was covered with bruises and scars, and there were various scars all over her body. The injuries were serious. However, perhaps because she was not human, her injuries recovered quickly. In just a few breaths, the injuries on her body had healed a lot, and even the scars on her face had disappeared. Of course, there are some scars that won't fade away in a short time. One of them is a bruise on the eye, which Su Jie specially applied some force to. Even if her recovery power is very strong, it will take at least several days to fully recover. So what about what you promised me? Seeing this, Sukin showed a faint smile. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so arrogant. Looking down on the people of Fontaine. Hearing this, Si Kiki felt humiliated, but under Su Jie's gaze, she still lowered her head, bit her lips tightly, and said happily with tears in her eyes. That look, just like Knight Ji who was about to be killed by Ling Gu after being defeated. That's right. Su Jie nodded with satisfaction and did not continue to embarrass her. Instead, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Su Jie looked at her again and added, "By the way, someone will deal with that big whale later, so you should be responsible for the aftermath." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jie tore open the space and left here. Silk was left silent. Executive young master. Hiss. This is unbelievable. This is the first time I have seen the master admit defeat and bow his head. This simply refreshed my worldview. Scared. Which Lisa? Well, Miss Silk is very arrogant. She was easily defeated by Su Jie this time and was forced to bow her head. It must be a great humiliation for her. Which Lisa? Ha. Especially the look on the verge of tears and full of humiliation, just like the defeated G Knight, who was about to be humiliated. TSK. Su Jie can I couldn't bear to humiliate her again. Smirk. Acting Leader Chin. Acting Team Leader Chin. Lisa. What nonsense are you talking about? Blushing. Spray Knight. What is the defeat of G Knight? Which Lisa? Oops. I almost forgot that there is an innocent knight here, but Chin. Puffed. You seem to know a lot. Acting Chin Leader, Lisa. El Hazen. Ahem. This failure is indeed a blow to Miss Silk, but in a sense it is also a good thing. The great sage of conquering demons. At least let her understand that she is indeed very strong. But there are people who are stronger. Silkic. Humph. I don't need your teaching. Fukulos. But it's too ungrateful to treat a girl so roughly. Shakes head. Arataki Ito. Ha. Just like Ms., she was beaten brutally. Kuki Shinobu boss. Shut up. Ms. Executive Officer. In the video, just when Su Jie left, the screen switched and returned to the stage of the opera house. At this time, an astonishing light enveloped everyone, and Valette and the traveler disappeared, as if they were pulled into a strange space. 2. In the dark stage, Ing saw Funina sitting alone on the throne, illuminated by a ray of light. Funina. Ing was stunned. On the other side, the space changed, and Valette also appeared in a new space. It's just that. It's not so much a new space, but it still looks like the stage and auditorium of the opera house, as if it's still in place. At this moment, a rare look of astonishment appeared on Valette's face, and he looked forward. There, Fukulos appeared in an almost pure white divine outfit. She was barefoot and looking at Valette. Above its head, a huge, azure trapezoidal sword was suspended, as if a guillotine was about to fall to behead someone. This scene shocked everyone in the live broadcast room, and they had already remembered it. This scene also appeared once when Minina took inventory. In the video, the screen changed, completely showing Fukulo's appearance. Her feet were bare, her eyes were staring at Valette, her face showed a half-smile expression, and her body exuded crystal light. Wearing an almost pure white divine outfit, the hem of the skirt is dark and dreamy and beautiful like stars. On the other side, Valette's face became serious. He stared closely at the strange Funina in front of him, with surprise, suspicion, confusion, and other emotions in his eyes. Haha. Just when Valette was about to speak, Fukulos chuckled, covered his belly with both hands, and couldn't help but laugh, with a bright smile. It seems like tears are about to flow out of the corners of my eyes. It looked like a prank had succeeded. I'm sorry, I just like your surprised expression now, and I laughed out loud without knowing it. Fukulos suppressed his smile, waved his hand, and said, "You're not Funina. Who are you?" Hearing this, Valet's face also darkened. He stared at Fukulos and asked in a deep voice. Although the person in front of her was exactly the same as Funina, they were two completely different individuals in terms of aura and temperament. It's just, although it's a question, Navalet already has a guess in his mind. Well, seeing that you are so surprised, it means that I have successfully deceived you. Obviously, I am the demon god Fukulos. After hearing Valet's question, Fukulos nodded proudly. Then she opened her hands and said with a smile, "Duh." Chapter 100. Fukulos. Oops, it's finally my turn to appear. Happy. Water goddess Funina. It's me in the mirror. It's finally your turn to appear. Happy. Navia. Master Fukulos has appeared, and the truth about everything will be revealed next. Charlotte. Yes, as Fontaine's ace reporter, I have a hunch that Fontaine's prophecy and Master Fukulos' plan will be explained clearly. Liasli. But having said that, Valet's surprised expression is also rare to see. I haven't seen it a few times. Clorand. It means that he was indeed shocked by the appearance of Lord Fukulos. Barbara. Am I the only one who cares about that huge knife? It looks so scary. Scared. Which Lisa? Well, that kind of broadsword is a bit like the tool recorded in the story that is specially used for executions. Haoyo. Punished, executed? Afraid. Wu Tao. Since it is a tool of execution, why is it suspended above Carlos Micah's head? Is it to execute Carlos' smile? Doubtful. Ichido Arataki. It's impossible. Isn't that what Fukuros used to gather the power of law and compensation? There's no way she could commit suicide. F.A. Lushan. This is really strange, and it's hard to figure out. Beidou. Well, I also have a bad feeling. That knife is not just for looks. Xiao Gong. Is it possible that Fukulos deliberately condensed into that shape in order to crush the throne, so that it would look more imposing? Kaya. Although I can barely explain it, I always feel that there is something else hidden in it. Wendy. You will know after reading it. The answer should be revealed soon. At the same time, in the video, what Fukulos said also made Valet's face soften slightly, as if he heard the answer he wanted. Demon god Fukulos. Why did you lie to us? Then, Valet took a deep breath, crossed his arms and looked at Fukulos, his tone solemn. This is also his doubt. You must know that the water goddess Funina of Fontaine for hundreds of years has always been a fake, but the real water goddess Fukuros is hidden in the dark, which has to make him confused. Fukulos, what exactly does she want to do, and what is her purpose? Even if it is to decipher the prophecy, is it necessary to go to such trouble? Oh, of course, my purpose is of course not to deceive you. What I really want to deceive is. Hearing this, Fukulos spread her hands and showed a mysterious smile on her face. She was walking, and then he looked up at the sky. It's the law of heaven. Fukulos' eyes were bright, as if he was staring at a certain existence. Deceive, the laws of heaven. Upon hearing this, Valet put down his hands, his tone a bit unbelievable and shocked. He stared at Fukulos. That's the prophecy. It's very troublesome, right? Everyone will dissolve and Fontaine will be submerged in the water. Seeing Valet's shocked look, Fukulos smiled slightly. She explained while strolling, and then sighed, as if having a headache. When the water god before me, Agoria, entrusted me with this prophecy, I also thought, this one is going to be tricky, right? Fukulos continued, waving her hands, sighing, and showing a troubled expression, as if she was complaining about some irresponsible first-generation god. As she said, no matter who this prophecy is, even the two oldest gods in the world, Feng and Yin, the two first-generation gods, will have a headache, right? In other words, this is simply a big problem that is difficult to solve. Charlotte, I feel that Mr. Fukulos's complaint is very reasonable. If it were me, this kind of task would be impossible to complete. Fukulos, right? Little Charlotte really understands me. I was worried about it for a long time and thought about it. It took me a long time to come up with a solution. Water goddess Funina. The me in the mirror is so awesome. Star eyes. Navia. Indeed, trying to hide the terrifying existence of heavenly law is a big headache just thinking about it. Lay movie. It is a great courage for you to make such a decision. Zhongli. Indeed, heavenly law is so high up in the sky. Even though he is sleeping now, it is extremely difficult to hide it from him. Wendy, but it succeeded. It's also very powerful. It's equivalent to reversing fate. Great astrologer. Well, if heavenly law is equivalent to the fate of Tevat, then Nafkalos this time is equivalent to resisting destiny. Itself, it's really awesome. The great astrologer. Even an old woman would have a hard time doing it. Coral Palace Shinhai. It's just that although it was successful, but the price was also very high. Fukalos. Hey. She clearly knew that the scene in the prophecy would definitely happen. In the video, Fukalos continued, raising her head as if looking at Egolia, who entrusted her with divine power and prophecy. As one of the 7 rulers of the world, she also understands that the laws of nature cannot be an enemy. As she said that, she took a few steps forward and came not far in front of Valette. This is completely unsolvable, right? Then, she sighed, put her hands on her hips, looked at Valette, and complained. Valette was silent. Although he didn't speak, he also understood in his heart how difficult it was for the gods to deceive heavenly law. Even the Dragon King would find it difficult to do this. I dived into the seabed and thought quietly for a long time, until the clamshells around me began to bubble, and then I came up with the only answer. Fukalos didn't care about Valette's silence. She walked a few steps in place and continued. Only by deceiving heavenly law can we save everyone when the prophecy happens. Well, I am really a genius, and it is precisely because of this that Egolia chose me as her successor. After saying that, Fukalos nodded, with a bright smile on his face, and praised himself to himself, looking very satisfied. Paimon is not emergency food. Among other things, this Fukalos seems to be a bit narcissistic. Traveling. I can see it. Tianquan Ningguang. This is also a sign of confidence. Facts have proved that she is indeed excellent. Navia. Haha. That's what I say. But Lord Fukalos seems to be quite narcissistic when he boasts so much. Navalet. Agreed. Fukalos. Hey. What is narcissism? I'm just confident. Wu Tao. That's right. Fukalos is called confidence, just like this hall master. Fukalos. Oh, this hall master who is really my confidant. You still understand me. Hu Tao. You're welcome. I didn't expect Fukalos to understand our Liu nouns. That's awesome. Fukalos. Where? Hall master who is also very powerful. He will come to Fontaine as a guest when he has time. Sujia. You two should stop complimenting each other. It's too embarrassing. Poker face. In video. Fukalos looked at Valette. She seemed to be thinking about something and continued to complain. So, in one fell swoop, she inherited the mission of saving this country, her responsibilities as the water god, and even the original sin of creating humans to me. Alas, I really can't help it. Who told me that I was once one of her many water elf relatives? Fukalos sighed deeply and said in a helpless and doting tone. In other words, you were once a pure water elf who became a human through the hands of Egolia? After listening to Fukalos' story, Valette was no longer silent. He looked at laughing Carlos and asked, Yes, becoming a human has always been my dream, even now. In my eyes, human existence itself is a wonderful opera. Hearing this, Fukalos nodded. She looked into the distance, as if light was shining in her eyes, and her tone was full of longing. Then, she looked towards the stage, as if imagining herself as a human being, sitting in the audience. After becoming a god, I separated my godhead from my body and spirit, leaving only myself as a newly created human being. Fukalos continued. The picture changed and a scene appeared. The halves of Fukalos and Funina were juxtaposed together, as if they were twins in one body. The me in front of you now is the godhead, and the human me. I named her Funina. Fukalos explained. She has joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. She is arrogant when she should be arrogant, and cowardly when she should be cowardly. In the video, along with Fukalos' voice, Funina's figure also appeared. She stood in front of the mirror, showing different emotions. Her advantages are the advantages that only humans can have, and her shortcomings are also the shortcomings that only humans have. Fukalos explained, with a happy expression on his face, and his tone was full of doting and love for Funina. But in my eyes, Funina is the perfect human being, because she is exactly the same as a real human being and is my ideal version of myself. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and an illusory Funina seemed to appear in front of her, looking at her. Navia, wow! Lord Fukalos' tone is so doting. Charlotte, well, after all, in the eyes of Lord Fukalos, Lady Medical Nina is the most perfect. Spray Knight. In a sense, this is also a kind of narcissism. Kaya, she is indeed very narcissistic. Paimon is not emergency food. He is really narcissistic. This is just a different way to have yourself. Hand. Miss Kamisato. But having said that, Funina is indeed very strong and cute. Fukalos, right? Funina is so cute, strong and pitiful. In my eyes, she is the best human being. Fukalos, hey, I really want to hold Funina in my arms. Rub it well and kiss it. Nina, my Nina, red heart. 2. Please give me flowers. Water goddess Funina. Water goddess Funina. Ah, me in the mirror, you idiot. Calm down quickly. Scared. Sujiat. That's right, you idiot. Calm down. Don't be a nymphomaniac to yourself. Besides, Funina is mine. Ye Shinsi. Ha ha ha. It seems that Fukalos is the best Funina cook in the world. Xingqiu cooking? This is what Inazuma's light novel says. I cook by myself. 1. Chongyun. I have learned a lot. In video, Vallette remained silent, his eyes always looking at Fukalos, and he was also surprised in his heart. But he also has doubts. Funina is only a human being. Why can she live for 500 years? And as if he saw his doubts, Fukalos' next words answered Vallette's doubts. Then I cursed her. Fukalos said. She put her hands on her hips and her face became much heavier, in order to complete the plan of cheating to deal with. Upon hearing this, Vallette's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. This operation of Fukalos completely exceeded his expectations. But it seems very effective. Remember? The last scene in the prophecy, the water god himself was crying alone on the throne. Upon seeing this, Fukalos raised the corner of her mouth and continued. To make the prophecy seem come true, I invited the actress Funina to play the prophecy's water goddess. In video, a picture emerged, with Funina standing in the auditorium, the lights shining on her, and a group of spectators below. This seems to be a metaphor. Under my curse, as long as I still exist as Godhead, Wu Ningna will never die, but she will never enjoy the happiness that humans should have. She will be forced to use this opera house as a stage and become the real heroine of the opera house, forever playing the role of a god, in order to make the prophecy seem to come true. When he said this, Fukalos' tone was a little distressed and lonely. She has always felt guilty for the grievances and pain Funina had suffered over the past hundreds of years. Fortunately, at the last moment, Su Jia appeared, and he saved the Dr. Ning Na. Thinking like this, Fukalos chuckled lightly, looked at Navalette, waved his hand, and said, Now you should understand why your court is called Opera House. But that Funina is still a human being after all. Vallette let out a long sigh. His face became heavy. He thought of something, and continued, Even if she has a long life, her mental strength will still be at the level of a human being. What an ordeal this was for her. Vallette closed his eyes, as if he was experiencing everything about Funina, the weight and pain he had carried for these 500 years, even though he was the Water Dragon King. At this time, my heart was also heavy. Master Executor. Oh, the famous scene has been recycled. It turns out that the conversation between Fukalos and Navalette was here. This is the truth. Yilan. Yes, this is the truth. At that time, Navalette was misunderstood by many people, thinking that he had known the truth for a long time, but in fact he had been kept in the dark. Lenny. I still remember that many people were scolding Mr. Vallette. Charlotte. This is the importance of restoring the original appearance of the matter. A few video clips or part of the facts may lead to a completely different situation and make the public made a huge misjudgment. Charlotte. As an ace reporter, we must resolutely prevent this situation, report the whole story and the truth, and not let the public misunderstand. Navia. However, what I didn't expect was that the name of the opera house Opal had such a heavy element in it. I thought it was the willfulness of Lord Water God. Liasli, Opal Opera House. This is both a tribunal and a stage, which perfectly fits the dual identity of Lady Funina. She is worthy of Lady Fukalos, and the arrangement is very exquisite. Coral Palace Shinhai. This kind of wisdom is really admirable. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Water Goddess Funina. Is that so? Me in the mirror is really amazing. Star Eyes. Fukalos. Awesome? No, I'm not awesome at all. If I were really awesome, Funina wouldn't have to suffer so much. Sujia. No. Fukalos, you have done your best. You are really great. Water Goddess Funina. Yes, and am I not you? Everything I have is given by you, and this is also my responsibility. I also need to pay for Fontaine. Water Goddess Funina. Isn't this the agreement you made with me? I completed it perfectly. Fukalos. Funina. Fukalos. Woo. Funina, you are indeed the most perfect human being. You are a little angel. Funina, you are a human. This is so great for me. // Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video, It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.